The world has been abuzz lately due to a real-life horror game titled Hell that has invaded reality. This game continuously draws people into a terrifying world, forcing them to complete various gruesome tournament tasks in order to escape. The winner will receive a reward and gain more power, while the loser will have their life deducted, resulting in immediate death. And today, yet another round of Hell is pulling new players into the tournament. The platform Eternal Night Camp has secured exclusive broadcasting rights for the live stream. This dungeon, titled The Strange Game, features giant elephant hospital with an unprecedentedly high mortality rate for newcomers. After a long introduction by a host, they shifted to introducing the new players who would participate in this dungeon. Among the newcomers, one player stands out with a mental strength of 101. This introduction caused quite a stir among the viewers watching the live stream, because the player Long Dai, who is known as the God of Love, is extremely formidable, and currently holds the record for the highest mental strength at just 100 points. Due to the large number of newcomers this time, Eternal Night Camp has not been able to update all the character information, so they directly proceeded to the most important part, dungeon clearing. The new players participating in the game will undergo a scan with a special machine, so that once they enter the world of Hell, they can be filmed live. The male lead this time is Zhao Yi, who is also a newcomer among the players. He was originally a psychologist, but when Zhao Yi entered this game, there was an unidentified error in the character data. Despite the game system's repeated attempts to fix the issue, the result was still a failure. Zhao Yi woke up in a dilapidated hospital bed, still holding a surgical knife in his hand. This was the sole weapon Zhao Yi carried with him. The surroundings were bleak and cold, and Zhao Yi could see numerous red indicators in the form of simulation windows in front of him. I have indeed entered the game world. After regaining his composure, Zhao Yi got out of bed and began exploring the area. This was indeed a hospital, but it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The facilities were in disrepair, with rats and trash everywhere. He saw a patient room with an open door down the hallway, and, out of curiosity, peeked inside. "Young man, help me!" A sickly voice came from within the room. Zhao Yi entered to find a frail old man who was breathing oxygen, saying, "I want to use the bathroom." Zhao Yi helped him stand up, but this time, the red warning appeared before him again. "Old man Liu, high danger level, do not move, slow speed." Zhao Yi looked at it. Why does this Liu man seem so strange? His attributes are super strong, but he can't move. Is his attack range really that narrow? Out of curiosity, he took a few steps closer to the old man. The audience outside, who were watching the live stream, began to murmur. "Does this newbie have no brain? Next, please." What an idiot! The number of newbies defeated by this old man is at least 50, if not 100. How easily this newbie is being fooled. Zhao Yi stretched out his hand, almost touching old man Liu's hand. A smug smile appeared on the old man's face. As soon as he touched the old man's hand, Zhao Yi would be finished. But as old man Liu lay there, dreaming, Zhao Yi suddenly pulled his hand back, then circled to the head of the bed and pressed the scalpel he was holding close to the old man's neck. "Old man Liu, I'll ask you a question. If you answer correctly, I'll take you to the bathroom. If you answer wrong, I'll take your head." Old man Liu's eyes widened in fear, staring at the scalpel, terrified it would suddenly plunge into him. "All right, ask away. How many hairs do I have on my legs?" Zhao Yi asked. Not only was old man Liu confused, but the audience also filled the live stream with question marks, shocked by the absurdity of the question. This is clearly a question with no chance of being answered. The scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand began to descend, slicing through the first layer, causing old man Liu's blood to pour out. He hurriedly screamed, begging him not to take his life. "Please, ask one more question, ask again. This time, I will definitely be able to answer." Zhao Yi calmly replied, "All right, where is the hospital's access card?" Earlier, after opening his eyes, Zhao Yi had seen the instructions that the door could only be opened with an access card, so he decided to use this to threaten old man Liu. In his current weak position, he of course wouldn't dare to lie. There were a total of 3 access cards to the hospital, one on the principal, one in the logistics department, and one more. Before old man Liu could finish his sentence, Zhao Yi's scalpel cut his throat. Naturally, he had no chance of survival because Zhao Yi had never intended to spare this old monster. The live audience, Watching the situation change as quickly as the wind was left stunned. At first, we thought Zhao Yi was just a knave rookie. But it turns out he acted decisively and was so ruthless. His sole weapon, the scalpel, also came into contact with the vengeful spirits of the dead, successfully unlocking its potential. From now on, it could deal physical damage to the demonic beings in hell. Since it had just taken Old Man Liu's life, the scalpel had also received some enhancement. As he was about to leave the patient's room, Zhao Yu noticed a stack of documents on the table. On it, there were 4 words: Giant Elephant Hospital. The host of the program was also extremely excited because of this situation, as Zhao Yi was the new player with a soul power of 101 points. And most importantly, what was in his hands right now was a hidden mission. The hidden mission in Zhao Yu's possession was named The Will of Old Man Liu. This mission was more difficult than the main mission, and once activated, it could be left incomplete without affecting the progress of the main mission. When he picked up the file, the fragments of Old Man Liu's soul had already started to gather. After being destroyed by Zhao Yui in his form as a ghost, the last remnants of his consciousness as a human returned. He said that what Zhao Yi was holding was a certificate of land, the only savings he had accumulated throughout his life. Old Man Liu's daughter, Liu Xu, had secretly had an affair with the hospital's principal in order to acquire that piece of real estate, plotting to send her father to his early death. However, in the end, it was she who met her own demise due to an unfortunate elevator accident. As Old Man Liu continued, tears fell from his eyes uncontrollably. His consciousness began to fade, but he did not forget to make his final request. He wanted Zhao Yi to help him take revenge, to kill the principal, and in return, the property documents in the file would belong to him. The fact that Zhao Yi had just entered the situation and activated the hidden mission made the viewers watching the live stream extremely excited. Although it was somewhat roundabout, they all felt that his performance was really not bad, from his thoughts and judgment to his actions. Everything was very good. Among the spectators watching, there was also Yang Tao, the vice president of the famous Blaring Horn Brigade Guild. He stopped by to take a look and conveniently evaluate this year's newbie training session. At this moment, Yang Tao's entire focus was on Zhao Yi. Earlier, Old Man Liu had subtly hinted to Zhao Yi that his daughter had encountered an accident with the elevator, meaning the hospital elevator was no longer usable. The best way to handle the situation now was for Zhao Yi to skip the hidden mission and use the stairs to find the hospital's access card. However, Zhao Yui had a response that Yang Tao could not keep up with. He headed straight to the elevator and pressed the button. At that moment, another warning window appeared before Zhao Yu's eyes. The system said, "There is a vengeful spirit in the elevator. Although its power has diminished, its physical strength is still 5 times that of an ordinary person. You cannot fight it with your bare hands. However, this is only a low-level danger and is not insurmountable." Zhao Yu loved to challenge himself. He guessed, 9 times out of 10, the vengeful spirit in this elevator is Liu Xu, Old Man Liu's daughter. Therefore, he directly entered the elevator. Afterward, Zhao Yi pressed the button to go down to the first floor, thinking that most hospitals had a directory of departments down there, and to find the principal's office, he would need to know the layout of the hospital first. The elevator began to move, and the audience held their breath, observing the process. Earlier, they had listened to Yang Tao's analysis, so they now all believed that Zhao Yi's choice to take the elevator was incredibly foolish. On the way up, the elevator lights suddenly flickered off. Then, after about a second, they came back on. Zhao Yi instinctively looked up, only to see a drop of water fall onto his forehead, followed by a cold hand placing itself on his shoulder. Zhao Yi turned his head, and a vengeful spirit with a fierce expression appeared right behind him, screaming, "I died so horribly." The vengeful spirit of Liu Xu set many of the audience's hearts racing, even though there was a screen between them. Yet Zhao Yui remained remarkably calm, even to the point where his expression seemed somewhat off, as if unusually excited. "You are Liu Xu, the daughter of Old Man Liu, right?" Zhao Yi asked as he wiped the blood off his face. The vengeful spirit stopped screaming and asked in return, "I am Liu Xu. You came to help me take revenge, didn't you?" "No, but your father has a special gift he wants to give you." Zhao Yi pulled out a property deed folder. "Your father left this specifically for you. It looks like a property certificate. He told me to personally deliver it to you." Liu Tsui took the folder in her hands, trembling violently. She had never expected old man Liu to leave this for her. And perhaps, at that moment, Liu Tsui began to regret her unfilial actions, coveting the inheritance, and wanting to push her father to his death. Seeing the female ghost's mood fluctuate intensely, Zhao Yi began to pry for information about why she wanted revenge. As expected, Liu Tsui recounted everything to him. Everyone claimed that her elevator accident was an unfortunate incident, but only she knew that it wasn't an accident. The culprit was the principal. He had pushed Liu Tsui off the roof and staged it as an accident. Help me take revenge. Liu Tsui suddenly grabbed Zhao Yi. If you bring me his head, I will reward you handsomely. Although Liu Tsui said this, the system did not send any new reminders to Zhao Yi. This meant she was lying. There was no such thing as a reward here. But that was fine. Zhao Yi could still take advantage of the female ghost. He then asked Liu Tsui about the principal's weakness. He is the strongest ghost here, but also considered the weakest. Liu Tsui said, because unlike other ghosts, he doesn't know that he's already dead. If you can make him realize that he's passed, his obsession will disappear, and his power will vanish as well. Zhao Yi had obtained the information he wanted, so he was very pleased. He handed the file to Liu Tsui, whistling as he left the elevator. Liu Tsui noticed something bulky inside the file, but didn't expect that what she touched was a grenade with its safety pin removed. Zhao Yi, besides possessing the rusted surgical knife as his sole weapon, also had 3 grenades, and even though Liu Tsui had turned into a ghost, she was killed once again by him to pay for the unfilial acts she had committed. Zhao Yi's mood couldn't have been better. He even whistled as he walked, leaving all the spectators watching the live stream in astonishment. Isn't he a psychologist? Why is he carrying grenades as weapons when entering a dungeon? He can't possibly be a battlefield psychologist, can he? He seems way too calm. Most of the audience was incredibly excited. Yang Tao, sitting in front of his computer screen, couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Zhao Yi's performance is truly remarkable. That property certificate is Liu Tsui's obsession. He was able to use this to lower her guard. After all, when facing demons, most players just want to run away. How many people have the courage to actively attack a demon like him? Moreover, it's clear that Zhao Yi also knows how to take advantage of the system's notifications. Normally, in this situation, physical tactics wouldn't do much harm to demons. But Zhao Yi is a newcomer, and the dungeon is on hell-level difficulty. In order to ensure the highest level of safety for the players, the system significantly reduced the physical resistance of the monsters. That's why a grenade thrown by him could cause such massive damage. Yang Tao was very pleased with how Zhao Yi handled the situation. So despite the blaring Horn Brigade Guild not lacking in members, he still wanted to break the rules and bring him in. Zhao Yi stepped out of the elevator, and not far from there, he heard a moan beneath his feet. It turned out to be Liu Tsui. Her body had been torn apart by the grenade's firepower, but her head still rolled to his feet. Her eyeballs were bulging out, and her face was burned black, looking extremely grotesque. However, Zhao Yi wasn't frightened. He even took the initiative to reach down and grab the skull, tossing it away with enough force to make it spin like a kiss. The head bounced, though it left a slight mark on his hand. Zhao Yi took out his surgical knife, skillfully twirling it in his hand before heading towards Liu Tsui's head. The female demon now truly understood fear. But no matter how much Liu Tsui begged, the blade in Zhao Yi's hand still precisely plunged into her. The rusty surgical knife, now stained with the blood of another demon, began its process of evolution. Meanwhile, its owner's strength attribute was enhanced after consecutively slaying 2 demons. Zhao Yi seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the experience of hunting demons. In fact, his expression was so intense that it made the other demons in the hospital instinctively flee. The audience felt that Zhao Yi was far more terrifying than the demons themselves. At first, very few people watched the live stream, but now, due to his performance, the viewership had increased to 63.524 viewers. This newcomer is really something. He even managed to scare the demons in the dungeon into running away. Did I see that right? Did he just use the head of a female demon as a ball to throw? He must be a psychologist, not a mental patient, right? Many guilds were watching the live stream, hoping to pick out potential candidates. By now, Zhao Yi had undoubtedly caught their attention. After Zhao Yi defeated Liu Tsui, he returned to the main objective, which was to go to the first floor to find the hospital map. Then, He headed to the security room and killed the 3 male demon guards there. Seeing that 3 bloody corpses sprawled on the floor, Zhao Yi suddenly came up with an idea. He severed their heads, placed them on the table, and then reached for a nearby vase, using fresh flowers to decorate the 3 skulls. Witnessing this series of actions, executed with the ease and grace of flowing water, Yang Tao was at a loss for words. The audience now truly believed that Zhao Yi was a psychopath. After a moment of thought, Yang Tao finally came up with the most fitting explanation. He said, "In the beginner's dungeon, the strength of the monsters is severely limited, so they often fake their deaths to find an opportunity to ambush players. Zhao Yu cutting off their heads is a thorough way to prevent this from happening. But the part with the fresh flowers around is really hard to believe." Although Yang Tao's explanation made sense, the audience still felt that this was something a rookie, playing Hell for the first time, couldn't possibly do. Even Zhao Yi, after finishing his actions, calmly stood there washing his hands. After washing his hands, Zhao Yi sat back down at the nearby desk. He was typing and printing a death notice for the principal, letting him know the truth that he had been dead for a long time. After printing it and passing by the desk, Zhao Yi paused, seemingly lost in thought. Both the audience and Yang Tao couldn't keep up with his thinking, because right after, Zhao Yi took out a scalpel, stabbed it into the skull of the 3 guarding demons, and carved out a large hole, then placed fresh flowers in it. The gruesome, bloody scene was truly not suitable for the faint-hearted. Zhao Yi finally let out a breath and smiled with satisfaction. With this, they probably won't come back to life anymore. A series of question marks appeared in the comments section from the audience watching. So kind-hearted, he turned the skulls of those demons into vases. What's with the satisfied expression on his face? This guy really has some mental issues. Damn it, I feel like the monsters in this entire dungeon are less scary than him now. Zhao Yi stuffed the death notice into his pocket and left the security room. According to the map, to reach the principal's office, he had to go through a long corridor. The important thing was that there was a patch of black mist in that corridor, which reduced the mental strength of players. Inside each room hidden in the mist, there was a crying ghost which seemed to be related to a side quest. Moreover, among the doors in the black mist, there was also a death door. Opening the wrong one would surely cost him his life. New players often died in this mist. Therefore, the audience was eagerly waiting to see how Zhao Yi would handle it. However, the fog, which created such a sense of fear, had absolutely no effect on him. Zhao Yi simply marched forward, and since he couldn't see anything, he decided to shut his eyes tightly. After blocking his vision, his hearing became unusually sharp. Zhao Yi could hear many strange voices around him, most of which mocked him for being worthless, undeserving of life, and advised him to end his life. Normally, these whispers would be more than enough to destabilize a player's mind. But they didn't faze Zhao Yi in the slightest. This was because, from the past, he had been hearing countless terrifying whispers like these every day. Whether it was when he woke up, just before falling asleep for even a second, or when he was using the bathroom, or even lying down scrolling on his phone, Zhao Yi had never experienced a single moment of peace. Even the words Zhao Yi had heard before were much more extreme than the whispers now. Every sentence, every word was filled with malice. Therefore, for Zhao Yi, this place was not only not scary, but also strangely familiar, as if he were returning home. As a result, instead of feeling fear, he even seemed to enjoy it a little. Is this guy even human anymore? The audience grew more and more astonished by Zhao Yi's resilience. Soon after, he heard a cry coming from a distance. The side mission was quickly activated. Zhao Yi had to help the little demon cry in the room fulfill its wish. He glanced into the distance, beginning to pinpoint the location of the room from which the cry was coming. Zhao Yi also cautiously gripped a surgical knife in his hand, then stopped in front of room 1107. His hand was on the doorknob, twisting it and discovering that it wasn't locked. The audience was even more tense than he was. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly for fear that Zhao Yi would open the door and lose his life. But just a moment later, Zhao Yi released his grip and stepped back. Huh, this kid's got some guts. He's this cautious. The viewers started typing their admiration for Zhao Yi. But in reality, it wasn't that he was being cautious. It was the system that had sent a reminder. It said that this door was extremely dangerous and could potentially corrupt the data in a simple way. However, Zhao Yi trusted that the system wouldn't deceive him. so he used the surgical knife to stab straight into the wooden door. It was just an ordinary door, yet when the knife stabbed into it, blood started to flow out. Zhao Yi's face clearly displayed excitement, causing the live audience to get goosebumps. This new guy seems a bit too extreme. I'm starting to worry about the principal now. If we ever run into him again, we must be careful. I think he's a madman. Over here, the system announced that Zhao Yi had defeated the door guardian spirit, and the soul weapon began to strengthen. However, the scalpel remained largely unchanged, indicating that the enhancement was weak, which left him somewhat disappointed. Now that the door was no longer dangerous, Zhao Yi gently opened it. Inside was a crying little girl, whose danger level was considered moderate. When Zhao Yi opened the door and stepped in, she was still crying. This child had just witnessed Zhao Yi relentlessly tormenting the door guardian spirit, an image so gruesome it was hard to bear. The little demon cry had been crying so much that the corners of her eyes bled, no longer mere tears but blood. Please don't kill me. The little demon cry raised her head, crying and pleading. But as she spoke, a surge of power shot out, aimed directly at Zhao Yi. The audience held their breath, knowing that this was the very attack the little demon cry prided herself on. When the player faces the wave of mental attacks, they will instinctively feel fear and lose their strength. Yet Zhao Yi still stood there steadfastly. His mental strength remained at 101, unaffected even by a bit. In fact, Zhao Yi directly walked towards the little demon, who was frantically screaming. The audience thought he was about to use a knife to stab the girl, so they started to worry, because the little demon cry still had other tricks up her sleeve. However, to their surprise, Zhao Yi knelt on one knee and gently patted the child's head. The audience was completely stunned by his actions. They had witnessed Zhao Yi's decisive, even crazy actions since the start of the game. Everyone thought he was a mad demon slayer with no regard for others. But now, Zhao Yi was showing such a gentle expression. In reality, his approach was actually very correct. For the little demon cry, the first step is to calm it down, then soothe it and build a trusting relationship. Only then can the side mission be completed. This was the assessment of Hong Ying, an experienced player who was revered as a goddess in the community. As soon as Hong Ying appeared, all the men watching the live stream exploded with excitement. But this woman had always maintained an incredibly arrogant attitude, coldly spitting out just one word: "Get out." And yet, the men were not offended in the slightest. They even wanted to record the goddess's curse and set it as their alarm ringtone. Just like Gang Tao, Hong Ying seemed quite interested in Zhao Yi. When she saw him working on completing the side task, she was eager to know what his next move was. In the inferno, Zhao Yi still gently patted the head of little demon cry. It was still crying, but its mood seemed to have eased slightly, no longer emitting the attacks it had earlier. Little demon looked up, its eyes swollen with tears, gazing at Zhao Yi with a pitiful expression. "You're not here to take my life, are you? I've been here for so long, and finally, someone has come to help me." Feeling a sense of safety from Zhao Yi, little demon cry began to lower its guard. However, it was unaware that one of Zhao Yi's hands was still tightly gripping the scalpel. His face was gentle, but his eyes resembled a wolf stalking its prey. The little demon began to tell its story. "At first, my mother was very sick. This hospital said they could save her, but it would cost a lot of money." Zhao Yi seemed to be listening attentively, his eyes full of sympathy. But in reality, he was quietly searching for the best position to strike with the greatest force. The female little demon remained completely oblivious to this calculation. She was lost in her own pain and continued, "My family has always been very poor. We have no money to pay for the hospital bills." He kept on telling the story, and only when Zhao Yi had already raised his knife did he realize, but it was too late to avoid it. Zhao Yi's movements were very quick. In the blink of an eye, the blade sliced across the throat of the little demon, causing it to let out a faint cry. To ensure that this creature wouldn't come back to life, he stabbed it countless more times, until blood poured out in torrents, splattering onto his pristine vest. The audience stared in shock. Indeed, you should never trust Zhao Yi. Just a moment ago, they had praised his gentle demeanor, but in the next second, he resorted to such ruthless physical tactics to bypass any conversation with the female demon. However, by doing this, he wouldn't be able to obtain any crucial information from her. The audience began to wonder, Could it be that Zhao Yi doesn't plan to complete the side mission? In contrast to the audience's observations, Zhao Yi, who was solving the puzzle himself, didn't think that much about it. He only knew that the system had classified the little demon as a mid-level danger, meaning it still harbored powerful destructive abilities. Therefore, to ensure his own safety, Zhao Yi decided to take its life first and think about the rest later. Thanks to this achievement, the soul weapon, the scalpel, leveled up. Zhao Yi slowly stood up and began to survey the surroundings. On the table beside him was a diary of the crying little demon. He started flipping through its pages. The notebook reads, "On November 12th, the weather was cool. My mother's condition worsened again. I'm still typing to earn money. In the past, I used to fall asleep while typing because I was taking care of her. This month, I didn't manage to meet the work quota. I begged the editor to advance my pay, but the editor said there was nothing more they could do. Therefore, I had to go out to find another job over the weekend. Every day, I skipped one meal, hoping to save enough money for my mother's surgery." The next day, the diary noted that the little demon had found a job delivering food, although it was quite tiring. By the end of the month, due to continuous heavy rain, the town became flooded. While delivering food, she had a fall and lost all her earnings. This storm lasted from mid-December until early February. The little demon also lost her food delivery job. Her mother's condition worsened, and the situation became extremely urgent. Zhao Yi quickly flipped through the pages of the diary until he reached January 18th, a stormy day. There were only a few hasty lines. What has happened to the town? Why has it suddenly turned into this? Why is there no one on the street anymore? Where has everyone gone? Zhao Yi sighed and closed the diary. The truth was, there was no useful information for him. But after thinking carefully for a while, Zhao Yi suddenly focused on two key words: mother and surgery. With this thought, he turned and walked out of the room. However, the direction Zhao Yi headed in was not towards the principal's room, which left the onlookers puzzled. Along the way, Zhao Yi kept looking around, which only added to the audience's confusion. Only Yang Tao realized that he was eliminating the wrong options. Little Demon Cry had mentioned his sick mother several times. It was clear that this side mission was related to his mother. Although the little demon was dead, as long as Zhao Yi found his mother, he could continue with the side mission. After walking down the corridor for a while, Zhao Yi stopped in front of a jade-green door. He smiled faintly and said, "I finally found it." Earlier, Zhao Yi had gone from room to room to check which ones contained women and which ones did not, narrowing down his search area. This approach saved time while ensuring safety. That was the explanation Yang Tao provided, and the audience all found it reasonable. But they couldn't help but doubt. If that's the case, then for a rookie, with no experience like Zhao Yi, he's surprisingly smart, isn't he? Finally, Zhao Yi opened the door to the sick room. Inside, there was only a sickly female ghost lying on the bed. With her frail appearance, it was highly likely that she was the mother of the little demon Cry. Zhao Yi approached, slightly bent down, and spoke, "Hello, may I ask, are you Xiao's mother?" The sick female ghost on the bed weakly spoke up to confirm. Indeed, she was the mother of the little demon Cry. However, Zhao Yi still did not dare to underestimate the opponent just because of her frail appearance. This was because the system had warned that this female ghost posed a medium-level danger, equivalent to her daughter. Zhao Yu put on a delighted expression and continued probing for information. "That's great, I've finally found you. May I ask, is your husband or any other family members in the hospital?" "No," the female ghost answered shakily, her voice broken and weak. However, with every word spoken, her hair began to grow longer, reaching toward Zhao Yi, as if preparing to attack. Zhao Yi maintained the calm expression, but in his heart, he had already figured out the tactics of this long-haired female ghost. Still, the information he needed was now clear. In the hospital, aside from the two ghostly women, there was no one else who could ambush him. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi took a step back, then suddenly pulled the pin of his second grenade and threw it directly into the hand of the female ghost lying on the bed. "Don't blame me, I just need to be sure." Before the female ghost could react, the grenade exploded. The deafening blast turned the hospital room into a pile of rubble. Zhao Yi calmly walked out of the patient room, his suit still pristine, as if nothing had ever happened. The audience in front of the screen was left stunned, unable to say a word. The host was also frozen, unsure of how to comment. Yang Tao, sipping his tea, had already prepared a plate underneath. He slightly smirked. See, I told you. His actions would be so shocking that it would spill all the tea out. After the ward returned to silence, Zhao Yi stepped back inside. The audience, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel confused. What is he doing? One person muttered. Another person questioned. Shouldn't he be getting information from the female ghost to complete the side mission? Why is he ending both the mother and daughter like this? Zhao Yi paid no mind to the suspicious gazes. He walked with calm steps, completely unlike someone rushing to complete a task. Yang Tao, observing from his seat, stopped drinking tea. His gaze was fixed on the screen, filled with confusion mixed with a hint of doubt. This newbie doesn't seem like an ordinary person. He thought to himself. Zhao Yi's actions were somewhat beyond expectations. A new player should have been focusing on the side mission to earn rewards. But Zhao Yi completely ignored it, even going so far as to eliminate both the mother and daughter ghosts to avoid future consequences. Yang Tao chuckled lightly, making the comment. His profile clearly states he's a psychologist, but with this behavior, he seems more like a psychiatric patient. As for Zhao Yi, he didn't care about the side mission's rewards. For him, the top priority was his own safety and the progress of the main mission. After dealing with the two female ghosts, he continued heading towards the principal's office. On his way, the hospital's various ghosts timidly avoided him. They felt that this human was even more terrifying than their own kind. Zhao Yi ascended to the second floor. Passing by a room with broken glass windows, he saw a figure floating in midair. Immediately, the system issued a warning. This is the principal of Giant Elephant Hospital, a special level danger. Direct confrontation is not recommended. Zhao Yi paused, his sharp eyes scanning the image before him. He pretended to think for a few seconds, then lightly smirked and murmured, if direct confrontation isn't an option, then there's only one other way. Zhao Yi then pulled out the death notice that he had prepared in advance from his pocket. He pressed the paper against the wall and began to draw something on it. The audience, already accustomed to Zhao Yi's unpredictable actions, held their breath and watched. It turned out that he was circling important information on the paper with a red pen, then tearing off a piece of tape and sticking the paper onto his face. With the preparations complete, Zhao Yi kicked the door open and stormed in. His initial intention was to distract the boss with the information on the paper as soon as it saw him. But the creature's movements were too swift. As soon as Zhao Yi entered the room, it grabbed him by the neck with one hand and slammed him hard against the wall. There was basically no chance for him to resist. The principal, with its mouth wide open, ready to devour Zhao Yi's brain, would need to look directly at him to do so. Zhao Yi, trembling, raised his hand and pointed at the photo printed on the death notice stuck to his face. The body in the photo was very familiar. The principal's movements froze immediately, and the hand that had been squeezing his neck slowly loosened. Zhao Yi coughed violently, trying to steady his breath. The principal whispered, its voice full of doubt. I'm already dead. Its strength noticeably weakened. But in that instant, as if unable to accept the truth, it reached out again to choke Zhao Yi. But this time, Zhao Yi was thoroughly prepared. Moreover, the principal demon, after weakening significantly, was no longer a major threat. The scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand flashed like lightning, driving straight into the demon's skull. Both the force and angle were perfectly precise. This was a killing strike, sending the dungeon boss on its way in an instant. When the principal demon fell, Zhao Yi felt his soul weapon had been significantly enhanced. At the same time, the system notified him that he had gained 3 strength points, raising his total to 8. The rusty scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand, after absorbing enough hatred from the principal demon, officially awakened. The blade now carried a bit of chaotic damage. Zhao Yi wasn't sure what this chaotic damage attribute meant, but he guessed it was a form of advanced attribute. After retrieving his weapon, Zhao Yi began to rummage through the principal's room for clues. Earlier, when reading the little demon's diary, he had learned that this hospital had once been overtaken by a mysterious dark force. However, information about that force was still unclear. The principal was a key boss in this dungeon, so there had to be more useful clues in its room. Zhao Yi searched patiently, but after a while, all he found was a bloody letter with no clear sender. He opened the letter and read its contents. Old Chen, I've contacted the authorities and paid the town guards to help you. Guchuan Town is no longer safe. Pack your things soon. In 2 to 3 hours, go to the south gate. A black car will be waiting for you. If you're late, a catastrophe will occur. Zhao Yui read the letter over and over again, unconsciously furrowing his brows. This document was sent from the outside. The writer knew exactly what would happen in Guchuan Town. But everything has already gone beyond his control. He refers to the principal as Old Chen. But in the end, the old man died in the hospital. This story still holds too many mysteries. Zhao Yi couldn't find any more items with useful information, so after retrieving the access card, he turned and left the hospital. The sky outside had darkened, murky like the color of blood. Zhao Yi walked along the path towards the nearby parking lot, feeling a heavy sense of resentment in the air. He stopped in front of a parking space. The ghost standing nearby caught Zhao Yi's attention. It was a genderless demon. It seemed no different from the other demons around, but the system kept issuing red alerts, indicating that it was extremely dangerous. If Zhao Yi lost sight of it, something terrifying would happen. Zhao Yi's mood tightened once more. This thing looks even more dangerous than Principal Chen. Could it really be the boss of the dungeon? He followed the system's instructions, not daring to take his eyes off it. Staring at the creature, Zhao Yi cautiously backed up until his back touched the metal sheet. He still didn't dare to turn around. Instead, he took out the hospital's access card from his pocket and held it up to the lock. The iron door opened, and Zhao Yi continued to retreat. The demon remained motionless, and the system did not trigger any new mission alerts. It seemed it was not the hidden boss of this dungeon. Zhao Yi couldn't wait for the hidden mission to activate, and the success notification for clearing the level rang out instead. He sighed with relief as a teleportation portal appeared at his feet. Zhao Yi quickly vanished right before the strange demon's eyes, making it let out a furious scream. Zhao Yi had successfully cleared the giant elephant hospital dungeon, while also completing the hidden mission, Old Man Liu's Last Will, and the side mission, Little Demon Cries Last Will. His performance was rated S+, earning him 25 experience points, and a reward in the form of the real estate deed of Old Man Liu, which had been unsealed. Additionally, Zhao Yi earned a unique title, Worrywart Unique. The entire process of him clearing the level was relatively smooth, which caused the livestream audience to erupt in excitement. To be fair, at the beginning, the MC of the Eternal Night Camp introduced this dungeon as having hellish difficulty, with an extremely high newbie death rate. And yet, Zhao Yi breezed through it like a god, causing people to get so hyped they could barely contain themselves. Upon leaving the giant elephant hospital, he was teleported to a safe zone. In reality, it was still within the hellish game. This safe zone was not a traditional real-world area, but rather a virtual platform. Here, players could trade items, share their experiences in the dungeon, or pass on their territorial exploration knowledge to others. But right now, Zhao Yi temporarily had nothing to interact with. He originally wanted to go outside quickly, but then he saw his chat box exploding with 99+ notifications. Out of curiosity, Zhao Yi clicked to check. As a result, he saw a bunch of invitations to join guilds, including one from Yang Island. It seemed that after his recent performance, many guilds had taken a liking to him. While Zhao Yi was looking through the guild invitations, a young man accidentally walked by, glanced at him, and was immediately frightened. What kind of immortal is this boss hiding from? Why are so many big guilds inviting you to join? Oh, you're really that powerful. Zhao Yi, who had never really paid attention to these guilds, wasn't sure, so he asked the young man. The young man seemed even more excited. Of course, you're powerful. These big guilds rarely accept newcomers. Sending an invitation to a boss like you is really an exception. His face clearly displayed the words envy and greed. It made sense, though. Joining a big guild was the dream of every player, because once they joined, they would receive various resource benefits, boost world missions, and in turn, increase their survival rate in hell. The young man's envy contrasted sharply with Zhao Yi's indifference. He genuinely had no interest in those guilds. After finding an excuse to get rid of the meddling young man, Zhao Yi began to open his equipment store to check it out. He also needed to buy a few more suitable props, but at the moment, he didn't have enough points. Perhaps he would need to clear a few more dungeons. Zhao Yi opened the new player ranking board again, and as expected, his name was currently in first place. However, the fame or whatever it was didn't matter to him for now. He didn't fully understand this hellish game world yet, so he decided to open the additional information section to take a look. Zhao Yi selected the explanation section about guilds to find out how exactly these so-called guilds operated. Below was a brief explanation. After entering the hellish game world, players would have no way to return to the real world and would be sent to some chaotic world. It could be very dangerous, barren, desolate, and lacking light. Players would need to adapt to various dangers, build houses, expand their territories to store resources, and move towards the center of the world. The only way to increase their chances of survival was to join a guild and work together with teammates. Zhao Yi was a bit disappointed when he found out that he couldn't return to the real world anymore. As for joining a guild, it didn't really matter much to him. He shrugged it off and opened the world map to take a look. And the first place that caught his eye was Guchuan Town, which was also quite far from the current safe zone. This is the town mentioned in the letter that Principal Chen received before using the rope, he thought. Guchuan Town was located very close to the territory of a guild full of scoundrels. Therefore, Zhao Yi had declined numerous invitations to join large guilds and proactively requested to join this one instead. After sending the request, he quickly received a message from the guild. We are a garbage guild, with no resources at all. It was unclear whether they were being truthful or intentionally trying to drive him away, but Zhao Yi calmly replied, I am interested in Guchuan Town. As soon as the message was sent, the person in charge of the guild full of scoundrels couldn't help but smile smugly. This is interesting. You are ranked number 1 on the rookie leaderboard this year, yet you still want to join our guild. Did this guy not receive invites from the top guilds? Or has the quality of this year's rookies been so poor that even the number 1 on the leaderboard couldn't entice the top guilds? It seemed that the guild full of scoundrels had only 4 members. In addition to the beautiful and curvaceous woman, there was an old man who appeared to be a Taoist, a fortune teller, and a rarely seen beauty. The earlier criticism of the rookie class came from the Taoist. He was a rookie who had earned an S+ rating in the Giant Elephant Hospital dungeon. Tell me, do you think he's incompetent? The teacher, who had been mocking and ridiculing, immediately changed his expression, and his mood shifted to one of confusion upon hearing the girl's words. Someone with such a skill level would certainly be courted by major guilds, so why would they insist on joining a broken guild like theirs? He said he was interested in Guchuan Town. Don't stay silent, give your opinion, the girl said again. The person called Uncle Quan was the other fortune teller. After hearing the girl call his name, he slowly closed the book he had been reading. Guchuan Town was related to their world mission, but the people in the guild were all worthless idiots who only cared about fighting and killing, not focusing on the world mission. That was why the guild had been declining day by day, with even the newcomers running away and no one daring to join. Therefore, Zhao Yi's request to join felt like a piece of delicious cake falling from the sky to them. Uncle Quan had no reason to refuse and told them to accept him. The announcement about Zhao Yi joining the Guild of Worthless Idiots was quickly posted on the World Channel. In the comments, a series of question marks appeared. Everyone was confused by his decision. After all, it was well known that the Guild of Worthless Idiots was just a trash guild. They had been around for 2 years, but hadn't even cleared a basic dungeon. At the same time, Yang Tao had also seen the news. Although he already knew that Zhao Yi was not like other newcomers, not working according to the norm, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Earlier, Yang Tao had also asked his subordinates to find information about Zhao Yi when he was still in the real world. The secretary had now brought back the pile of documents. The file mentioned that Zhao Yi was a very famous person in the industry. Throughout his career as a psychologist, he had cured nearly 1,000 people suffering from severe mental disorders, and moreover, he had cured them completely, leaving no trace of any after effects. Whether the person was depressed or had violent tendencies, or had severe deformities, as long as they came under his care, they would be cured. However, those who were treated by Zhao Yi would forget the entire treatment process. Although they were truly healed, they could not remember how they were treated. All information related to how Zhao Yi treated his patients mysteriously disappeared. Therefore, in the industry, no one would directly refer to him by name. Instead, they called him by another nickname, the Angel of Oblivion. The more he listened, the more interested Yang Tao became in Zhao Yi. He then instructed his secretary to call for the Demon Balkan. However, the creature known as Demon Balkan was vicious by nature, and the last time it acted, it had wiped out all the players in the dungeon. Currently, due to the excessively high damage potential, the demon Balkan has been locked by the system and will only be released 3 days later. Yang Tao sighed heavily and glanced at the calendar on the desk. Well, I still have time. I can wait a little longer. As for Zhao Yi, he had arrived at his new guild. The beautiful and hot-bodied girl greeted him. She introduced herself as Li Ru King, responsible for reviewing new members for the guild. The guild's territory consisted of some rather shabby, low-life individuals. Zhao Yi openly criticized, but still cheerfully allowed Li Ru King to lead him to meet the other members. Inside the guild, there were only 3 other people. The first was the fortune teller, always wearing dark glasses, known as Uncle Quan, the guild leader. Next was the cold beauty, rarely seen, named Meng Jiao, who was also the vice leader of the guild. Lastly, there was the old Taoist named Jiang Chao, whom Li Ru King introduced as someone skilled in deception and trickery. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chao jumped up. Li Ru King, I have knowledge of astronomy and geography. I've been reading fortunes for years without charging a dime. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Chao rushed forward and pushed Li Ru King aside, immediately making himself friendly with Zhao Yi. He wanted to take Zhao Yi to get a room, and he was arranged to stay in room 404 of the building. The old members all stayed on the 7th floor. Jiang Chao's ambition to win over the new member was not realized, as she was suddenly kicked out by Li Ru King. Li Ru King took it upon herself to escort the newcomer to the dormitory, and the two stopped in front of room 404. After confirming the dorm details, Li Ru King explained, "This will be Zhao Yi's safe room. Unless he agrees, no one else will be able to enter." The smart lock on the wall began collecting Zhao Yi's soul information, forming a lock that only he could open. The two entered the room and looked around. From the outside, the room seemed old, but inside it was spacious with a private bathroom and hot water. However, when it came to water and food, Zhao Yi would need to go to the train station 2 kilometers away to loot, or rather, take supplies from there. But he can only do so once he reached level 3. His current level was not enough, but Li Ru King generously offered to advance him a bit. Zhao Yi thanked her, feeling that this shabby guild wasn't too bad after all. After arranging a room for him, Li Ru King reminded Zhao Yi, "Tomorrow night, there will be a briefing on the rules of the Hell game in the living room." She also warned, "The area outside the guild is temporarily unsafe, so you shouldn't go outside." The next evening, Zhao Yi arrived on time in the living room to hear the briefing on the Hell game rules. To his surprise, in addition to him, several other new recruits had joined the guild. Uncle Quan waited for everyone to gather before he started introducing the 4 key members. Then he proceeded to explain about the hellish world. After joining the game and successfully clearing the dungeon for the first time, they were all transported to a chaotic world, which could be called a world in turmoil. This world is extremely dangerous, and within the surrounding area, the only safe place is the guild's high-rise building. Therefore, if these newcomers want to survive, they must not wander outside carelessly. From now on, these newcomers are officially players of the Hell game. Uncle Quan continued, "They have a total of 2 types of missions to complete. The first is the dungeon mission, and the second is the world mission." He paused for a moment, and then explained further, "The dungeon mission must be completed once each time, at most twice. So the players here are most likely to be grouped with other players in the same dungeon. Therefore, killing and looting are normal occurrences." He looked around, his expression serious. Although this is a game world, life is real, so you need to be extremely cautious and never easily trust anyone. Uncle Quan continued, "Additionally, after entering the dungeon, the Eternal Night Camp platform will begin an exclusive broadcast. During this process, if a player performs well, they can attract many people to become their fans. After the live stream ends, fan donations will be converted into accumulated points for the player. Although it's not a lot, it could get the attention of some large guilds. In the future, it will make things much easier when dealing with the outside world." When Uncle Quan said this, the new players exchanged glances, then began to discuss among themselves. "He's even told us how to get noticed by the big guilds. It seems like they basically don't care whether the newcomers stay in the guild or not," one of the new players exclaimed. Uncle Quan heard those words, but pretended not to. He continued explaining how to carry out world quests. This is even simpler than dungeon quests. Each player's system has a guide ready. If they're interested, they can follow it. If not, Or if they're afraid of having to go sell salt, they don't have to. The guild won't force anyone. He paused for a moment before asking, "Does anyone have any other questions?" Having said all that in one go, Uncle Quan thought there would be no more questions, but as soon as he finished speaking, the new players below immediately raised their hands, each eager to ask something. Uncle Quan sighed deeply, then pushed up his glasses, continuing his act of turning a blind eye and a deaf ear. If no one else has any questions, the meeting is adjourned. After finishing his sentence, Uncle Quan and a few others, including Meng Jiao, turned and walked away, leaving the new players confused behind them. It took them a long time to process what had just happened. It seems like the veterans in this guild have no responsibility for the newcomers at all. They just let us fend for ourselves, one of the new players grumbled. "I have this feeling like I boarded the wrong ship," another newcomer sighed. "Well, it's your own choice to join this guild, don't blame anyone else," the first one responded. Contrary to the confused appearance of the new players, Zhao Yi seemed to break the norm, still sitting attentively while sipping on a Coke, looking as if he were on vacation. He knew that among these people, many of those who had joined the guild were only doing so because they wanted to ride on his coattails, and that thought made him both amused and frustrated. Actually, all the information about the hellish game can be found through the system, Zhao Yi muttered to himself. It doesn't matter whether Uncle Quan taught them or not. He sighed and shook his head. But really, the attitude of these people in the guild is just too blunt. They can't even pretend to care a little. Zhao Yi paused for a moment, then continued. The problem is that they don't even bother to engage in the world quest themselves. The guild has been established for 2 years, but is still stuck at the tutorial quests. They've never once entered an official world quest. He smiled faintly, but for me, Zhao Yi, this might actually be a good thing, because it means I can experience the storyline from the very beginning and see for myself what Gu Chuan Town went through back then. Zhao Yi clicked on the world quest of the guild. Since it was still at the tutorial stage, the quest content was quite simple. Zhao Yi must go to the abandoned train station to find food and water. The reward for participants is 2 free attribute points. He glanced through the quest description. From the guild's location to the abandoned train station is only about 2 kilometers. This 2-kilometer stretch isn't long, but 80% of the station is filled with demons. What's more important is that along the way, there are many other dangers that exceed the fighting ability of a level 2 player like me. Zhao Yi frowned slightly, then decided, so I guess I'll have to reluctantly close the quest board for now. He thought, anyway, the food in the guild's warehouse is still piled up, so there's no need to worry about food or drink for now. The next most important thing to do is to level up and accumulate points to exchange for the necessary items at the shop. So Zhao Yi decided to go dungeon hunting first. Not long after, the system found a suitable dungeon for him, pairing him up with other players. Yang Lin Lin at level 4, Zhen Tao at level 2, and Lu Bai at level 3. The dungeon was called Haunted School, with a hell difficulty level. The main objective here was to survive for 7 days in Shaishan High School, with a reward of 75 experience points. The side quest was to break the curse in the school, with the reward being a death puppet. Among the 4 players in this dungeon run, Yang Lin Lin was a stunning beauty, also very popular with high charisma. She had just completed 4 dungeons, but had already attracted a significant number of fans. After entering the dungeon, Yang Lin Lin opened her eyes and immediately realized she had landed in a hell-level difficulty. Her mood quickly plummeted. Oh my god, the last dungeon was just normal difficulty and almost killed me. Now it's hell difficulty. How am I ever going to get through this? Yang Lin Lin thought to herself. She was only level 4, with a health value of 10 points and a mental state of 95 points. She thought, originally, she had a total of 25 life points, but because she died 3 times in the previous dungeon, she lost 15 points. If she dies again this time, she'll only have 5 life points left, and if by any bad luck, she dies twice, her life points will be gone, and that would really mean she's done for. Yang Lin Lin hugged her head, trembling incessantly as she worried about her fate. Then, she suddenly thought of something. Wasn't there supposed to be 3 other people besides me for this challenge? Then, I just need to rely on my teammates to survive. With that thought, Yang Lin Lin eagerly turned her head to look for her teammates in the classroom. However, the 3 nameplates that immediately caught her eye made her change direction. Because among the remaining 3, 2 were level 2, and one was level 3, all lower than her level, so she couldn't count on them at all. Yang Lin also found Zhao Yi's demeanor quite annoying. While she was panicking, he still had the leisure to look around, left and right. Doesn't he realize how dire the situation is? Yang Lin thought to herself, feeling quite dissatisfied. After a moment of melancholy, Yang Lin decided to rely on herself. She glanced at the clock on the board. It's 1:20 p.m. on May 14th, 2032. Looks like it's lunchtime now, so if nothing unexpected happens, the next class will start in about 10 minutes. Yang Lin seized the opportunity to pull the other 3 people outside to exchange information. Being the highest-ranked person here, she also took it upon herself to assume the role of leader. Listen up, we are now facing unprecedented difficulties and dangers. In the next 7 days, we must make every effort to unite and cooperate if we are to have any chance of surviving. After that, Yang Lin asked everyone what they thought about this dungeon. Although she was quite attractive, it seemed that the young man named Zhen Tao didn't even bother to look at her and coldly replied, "We've just entered the dungeon, with no information at all. What's there to think about?" Lu Bai, though gentle in nature, and having not discovered anything unusual about this classroom, was quiet. Only Zhao Yi had already noticed something strange. That's a classroom on a floor with extra space. Each desk has 2 seats, but only one student is sitting in it. If a classroom has 46 seats, then each room should have no more than 23 people. This is clearly unusual, but Zhao Yi had not yet figured out what the remaining empty seats were reserved for. Seeing that only Zhao Yi had remained silent so far, Yang Lin took the initiative to approach him. "Zhao Yi, do you have any thoughts? Right now, we need to cooperate and exchange information with each other if we want to have any chance of survival." Zhao Yi hadn't had a chance to reply yet, but Zhen Tao, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar, began to wonder. About 2 seconds later, he remembered where he had seen the name before and suddenly exclaimed, "Are you the top player in the rookie leaderboard, the one who achieved an S+ rank in the Hell-level dungeon, Giant Elephant Hospital?" As soon as Zhen Tao spoke, not only did the other 2 people freeze, but many of the viewers watching the live stream of the dungeon were also surprised. Most of them hadn't even had the chance to recognize Zhao Yi after the first dungeon, and yet here he was, entering the second dungeon already. The person with the most complex feelings at that moment was probably Yang Lin. Earlier, Zhao Yi was the one she considered the least impressive of the 4 teammates. But now he was the top player in the rookie leaderboard, achieving an S+ rank in the Hell-level dungeon. A powerhouse like that, of course she had to cling on to him. And the thought of clinging to the boss was not just Yang Lin's. The proof was that, right after that, both Zhen Tao and Lu Bai simultaneously spoke up. "Boss, take us with you to clear the level." Zhao Yi didn't mind carrying these 3 tails along. After all, he had to clear the dungeon anyway, so he reluctantly agreed to cooperate with them. "All right, but before that, let me ask you all something. Do you remember where your seats are?" "Of course we do. Why do you ask?" After learning about Zhao Yi's identity, her path to survival seemed to have widened, and as a result, she appeared much happier than usual. Zhao Yi did not respond, only gazing absent-mindedly toward the classroom, before telling them to head back to class together. If his guess was correct, there would be a number of people in their class who would not make it through today, and if they didn't want to be the first to sacrifice, they had to make sure to sit in their correct spots. Never, under any circumstances, sitting in the wrong place. Zhao Yu's words were soft, but all 3 of them could sense the pressure behind them. Zhen Tao looked terrible at this moment, sweat pouring down his face. Seeing how bad he looked, Yang Lin asked him how he was doing, but Zhen Tao hesitated for a while, finally admitting that he seemed to have forgotten his seat earlier. "Boss Zhao, is this really that important? I'm not sure if other spots are dangerous, but for now, the position where we appeared in the dungeon should definitely be safe. If you really don't remember, you could try to recall something nearby from that time to estimate it." His reasoning was so sharp that the viewers watching the lid stream couldn't help but exclaim, "The reputation of the top 1 is truly well-deserved." Many people, admiring his intellect, addressed him with the respectful title Boss Zhao. Many others were envious, claiming, "The rookie dungeon allowed Zhao Yi to easily reach the top rank because he avoided the monsters in the game. Now that it's the official dungeon, the demon retains its full strength. They were eagerly waiting to see him struggle. Facing such varying opinions, Zhao Yi remained completely unaware. What mattered to him now was how to successfully pass the level. The clock struck, and the afternoon snowstorm had arrived. Whether they liked it or not, they had to return to class. After settling into his seat, Zhao Yi, relying on the system, noticed that all of his classmates were demons with a medium level of danger. Thankfully, it was only medium. Even though their numbers were many, he could still manage to deal with them. When the entire class stood up, the homeroom teacher entered, and of course, she was also a demon. In her arms, she carried a stack of test papers, and said, "Today, we will have a one-period exam." What caught Zhao Yi's attention was that the danger level of this female demon was listed as starting from medium. This meant that under normal conditions, her danger level would always remain at the medium level. However, once the hunt condition was triggered, her danger level would increase significantly and would only return to medium once she had eliminated her target. This was the person Zhao Yi had to be cautious of. Zhao Yi still couldn't figure out what triggered the opponent's killing mode. Was it because of the exam paper in the hands of that female ghost, or was it related to their seating arrangement? Unfortunately, it was likely that both factors were involved. In the classroom, the teacher was preparing to distribute the exam papers, her face gloomy. The exam duration is 50 minutes, and no noise is allowed during the test. Bored, Zhao Yi propped his chin in his hand, watching the chubby guy sitting in front of him, trembling. He couldn't understand why he was acting this way. Zhao Yi glanced at the teacher handing out the exam papers and wondered what he was so afraid of. At another desk, there was no one sitting, but the teacher still handed out an exam paper there, which intrigued Zhao Yi. However, there was not a single word on the paper. He guessed it was just a formality. The teacher quickly handed the exam paper to Zhao Yi. As she came closer, the person sitting at the desk above him trembled even more. Zhao Yi bit his pen and casually read the paper, then happily let go, muttering to himself, "Great, I have absolutely no idea how to do this." Although he thought that, he still put his pen down and wrote a few words, signing his name on the paper. For the rest of the test, Zhao Yi frowned and picked up the eraser. "It's all up to this," he thought, and tossed the eraser into the air. The class immediately buzzed with students whispering to each other. A person secretly turned their head down, glanced at question 3, and whispered, "What's the answer? Do you have the same answer as me?" The others were still engrossed in their exams. None of them noticed the teacher showing signs of something unusual above. She tilted her head in a strange way, her neck veins bulging, and her face turning red. Lai Yuanyi sat in seat 7, first row, while He Shuang sat in seat 2, third row. Zhao Yi found it puzzling. The exam room is so chaotic, yet the teacher doesn't seem to care. Couldn't it be that the triggering conditions have nothing to do with the exam room? He looked up, and the student in front of him was now trembling even more than before. Lin Lin, sitting above, looked down at Zhao Yi and thought, "Zhao Yi is ranked first in the new student's table." Zhao Yi said, "Being number 1 among these people isn't just about luck." She was curious to see what he was doing. At this moment, Zhao Yi was still diligently juggling his eraser, but what surprised her was, the questions in the exam are so simple. Yet he still has to juggle his eraser to pick an answer. The teacher was now furious, slamming her hand down on the desk and shouting, "Stop making noise." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, only Zhao Yi remained calmly sitting, talking to himself. The multiple-choice questions are almost over, and for the fill-in-the-blank questions, the answer will be what you count with your fingers from the questions in the exam. The teacher pulled out a bloody axe from her desk drawer, her beautiful face quickly contorted, turning rotten. She held the crooked axe and walked down like a zombie. "Let me see which student will receive the punishment." At this moment, aside from her body, her face was nothing but white bones, looking terrifying. The red high heels moved, making a clacking sound in the quiet space. She had taken the axe and placed it on the shoulder of a red-haired man. He felt his whole body tremble, so frightened that he held his breath. Under the desk, the shadow of the axe was being raised, reflected. He panicked and thought, "Did I sit in the wrong place?" Sweat quickly poured down his face. "No, I remember exactly what's on the desk." His mental strength quickly dropped to 68. "At this rate, I won't survive the first day." Most newcomers were like this. Zhen Tao still trembled uncontrollably, silently praying, "Please don't kill me." Lin Lin's mental strength was also dropping, down to 83. Whew, I'm really worried for my goddess. Zhao Yu's mental strength remained at 100. Are there many comments saying he's a monster? I admire Zhao Yu's psychological quality, but as for mathematics, haha, I just came from Zhao Yu's channel, briefly looked at his test paper, and not a single question was correct. The teacher was still standing next to Zhen Tao. His mental strength had quickly dropped to 43. Zhen Tao trembled, having long since been unable to hold the pen anymore. He weakly lifted his head to look up. In the end, he could no longer withstand the fear, and he collapsed onto the table. The teacher continued to hold the axe and walked toward Zhao Yi. Seeing that he was still sitting calmly, as though nothing had happened, she repeated her old trick, raising that disgusting thing to his face and leaning her ugly face forward, trying to scare him. In contrast to the others, Zhao Yi turned to look at her and smiled brightly. The system's warning notice activated the female teacher's neutrality function. I've caused this much trouble, and she still maintains neutrality. Zhao Yi thought. It seems that breaking the exam rules won't make her kill anyone. So it's as if this female demon wants to kill. But if the triggering conditions aren't sufficient, she can't do anything. From another angle, she was the safest demon in the class. But safety now didn't guarantee future safety. Zhao Yi calculated while taking something out. Zhao Yi looked at the ugly woman in front of him and couldn't help but frown. What are you looking at? Hurry up and do your work. The system started to display an identification card. Zhao Yi thought, her true appearance is really becoming exaggerated. He put the weapon back into his desk. Forget it. Anyway, I'm not sure if I could even kill her. She continued to press her face against him, her tongue sticking out. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Zhao Yi remained calm, smiling gently, without saying a word, only feeling that she was truly beautiful. Just earlier, when he saw a female ghost who had died from a fall, her rotting face had left a deep wound in his tender heart. Strangely, the ghostly face of the teacher quickly reverted to its beautiful form. She gently touched her face and whispered, "Really? I'm really beautiful, aren't I?" "That's not right. This ghost is too unpredictable." She transformed back into her disgusting form. "It's exam time now. Stop trying to charm me. Get to work." Zhao Yu pretended to be pitiful. "Teacher, your hands are a little cold." Suddenly, the boy at the desk next to them couldn't bear it anymore and cried out, "No, please don't kill me." His words caught the female ghost's attention. Her head immediately shot forward, growing long until it was nearly touching the face of the trembling student who was babbling. She raised her axe high into the air, ready to strike down. The chubby boy, terrified, whispered no. Then, he kneeled at the female ghost's feet. "Please, give me one more chance. Please." She didn't expect him to act this way. "I promise, I swear I won't do it again, next time." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp slash cut through the air. Fresh, dark blood splattered across the classroom wall, creating a creepy scene. The chubby boy's head fell off, rolling to Zhao Yi's feet. He calmly stared at the head below. Suddenly, he kicked his leg up with force, sending the fat guy's head flying like a soccer ball, and somehow it landed right on Zhen Tao's desk. He screamed in panic, tears welling up in his eyes. Zhen Tao couldn't bear the sight, immediately vomiting and collapsing in faint. "I'm dying of laughter. Both the person and the ghost are exaggerated. Only Zhen Tao gets beaten. Is this your so-called politeness, Zhen Tao?" Luckily, Zhen Tao fainted. Otherwise, his mental state would have dropped even further, and he might not even have the chance to die, instead turning into a dungeon monster. Suddenly, Zhen Tao walked over to the ghost teacher. He handed her his test paper, smiling brightly. "Teacher, I've finished the test." She took it from him and skimmed through it. Taking the test with someone like Zhao Yu would only add trouble. "If you disrupt the exam room again, I'll revoke your right to take the test." "Yes, ma'am." Lin Lin watched his straight figure as he left. "So you're just going like this?" Zhao Yi still wore his cheerful, smiling face as if nothing had happened. But once he stepped out of the classroom, his expression quickly returned to normal, serious and sharp. "I think I might understand a little now." 40 minutes after the exam ended, Lin Lin had something to say. "Can we be a bit more stable when playing the hell difficulty dungeon next time? Seriously, boss, what you did earlier was way too dangerous. You nearly scared Zhen Tao half to death." He smiled. "I just wanted to test that, teacher. The truth is, as long as the dead zone isn't activated, Those NPCs are actually quite generous and tolerant toward us. The three of them were surprised and still didn't understand, asking in unison. Dead zone. Lu Bai eagerly responded, eyes bright with excitement. Boss, please explain more. Zhao Yi carefully turned around, scanning the surroundings. Everything was quiet and still, no teachers passing by. Didn't you guys notice? That cursed teacher has a rule when it comes to killing. Lu Bai impatiently interrupted with a question. A rule? What kind of rule? He thought to himself, isn't it just that a randomly lucky person gets chosen and then beheaded? The words couldn't fully express it. Zhao Yi raised his hand, signaling everyone to follow him outside to the schoolyard, where they would have a better view. During lunch breaks and in the afternoon, I've observed a total of 8 classrooms in the field. If you look closely, you'll see that the number of students in each class in the lecture hall doesn't exceed the number of seats, meaning there are less than half. And the further away the classroom, the fewer people there are. For example, this class has 18 students, while the next one has only 15. Just now, I handed in my exam paper, then went to the second floor to check, and the results were just like the first floor. Our class is the farthest on the 3rd floor. Many seats in our class are empty, and there aren't many students in the class behind ours. Lin Lin put her hand to her chin, still not understanding what he was implying. Let's say, just hypothetically, that the deaths of the students are due to some curse. The curse began to spread from the 1st floor, like some kind of virus infecting one class after another. Now it had just reached our class. Zhao Yi gloomily looked towards the classrooms. This curse has created a certain set of rules, and only those who break these rules will die. At this point, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, shivering in unison. Zhen Tao and Liu Bei were terrified and hugged each other. So, does this rule have anything to do with the exam room discipline? Zhao Yi continued to look towards the classrooms, replying, no. Think about it, I just caused a ruckus in the classroom and kicked you in the head, which definitely counts as disturbing the exam room. Yet she did nothing to me. Instead, that strange fat guy in front of us got his head chopped off without understanding why. That fat guy must have done something to trigger a fatal point. The students who died probably did something similar. If everyone paid attention, they would notice that the test papers and scratch papers on the empty desks were all blank. Lin Lin trembled. That's right, earlier when I stayed in the exam room, I saw some students holding blank sheets of paper, and in the end, those holding blank sheets were all killed. Recalling the scene earlier, Lin Lin couldn't help but feel scared. Could it be that the blank test paper is what triggered the fatal point? Zhao Yi shook his head. You're still too naive. The blank test paper isn't what triggered the fatal point. Based on my experience completing the dungeon last time, even if it was a hell-level difficulty dungeon, it wouldn't have been too difficult to complete the main mission. He said, the difficulty lies in discovering the side missions, hidden tasks, and world view. So the main task of this dungeon won't be too hard. If a blank sheet of paper is the activation point, does that mean the players can only resign themselves to their fate? Lin Lin looked at him. That's right. Zhentao grimaced. You've said so much. Just telling us the activation point would be enough, right? I don't want to die. Right now, I don't know what the activation point is. Although it's not a test, it probably has something to do with it. Moreover, there's something I need to tell you all in advance. Zhao Yi covered his mouth and glanced over. This is no joke. This school has potential. Only the 4 of us are still alive. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomier due to his words. Zhen Tao seemed to be in shock, his forehead covered in sweat, standing motionless, frothing at the mouth. Liu Bai rushed to support him. In the chat box, everyone was commenting enthusiastically. Zhen Tao, brother, this is too tragic. Don't scare him like that. Someone else said, do you think Zhao Yu's words are true? Meanwhile, Liu Bei was still busy shaking his scared friend, speaking. So what should we do now? The dungeon's timing is a bit unstable, the pace seems really loose. I feel like I don't even know where to start. In response to Lin Lin's question, Zhao Yi only said, wait for nightfall. Liu Bei didn't understand. Why do we have to wait for nightfall? He felt, as students, how much time do we have during the day to check for the news we need? Lin Lin silently praised. No wonder he's ranked number 1. He truly has some skills. She suggested that everyone should go out tonight to take a look. Zhao Yi agreed, and they would gather behind the pavilion at midnight. Zhen Tao raised his trembling arm. and hesitated, interrupting, "Can I not go? I'm afraid of encountering ghosts." Zhao Yi smiled brightly. "Of course you don't have to go, but I must remind you, if you hear or see anything tonight, don't scream. No one will come to help you. None of us will be there." Zhao Yi successfully frightened Zhen Tao, and even Liu Bei was scared as well. He cried, "Boss, please don't scare me. I'll go, it's fine." After the evening self-study session ended, Zhao Yi walked among the crowd, but it seemed like everyone was lifeless, walking around like soulless corpses. The system notified, "Please pay attention to the time. Being late or returning too early will result in a warning. Exceeding 3 times will lead to expulsion." Zhao Yi calmly opened the dormitory door and glanced around. As the door opened, his eyes flashed with satisfaction at the new room. The room is clean, with 2 sets of bunk beds neatly arranged on each side. The blankets and pillows are tidy and well organized. As expected of the best high school, the dormitory environment is not bad. The system said that after a stressful day, he could finally relax a bit in the dormitory. He began to drift off to sleep and dreamed of an unsettling dream. Zhao Yi thought to himself, "It seems the system wants me to sleep." Zhao Yi couldn't control himself and fell asleep without realizing it. The night enveloped the world, and the red moon hung in the sky like a round ball. Zhao Yi was still soundly asleep in bed, as though he hadn't had such peaceful sleep in a long time. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was alone in the room. The night was silent, but there seemed to be a sound just now. He was startled and sat up abruptly. Something has happened, he thought to himself. He grabbed his phone, turned on the screen, and checked the time. Only 3 minutes were left until the scheduled meeting. Zhao Yi panicked, quickly opened the door, and rushed outside, running fast to the meeting spot. At the rest pavilion, a figure of a young girl was standing there quietly. It was Lin Lin. She anxiously looked around, the surroundings completely silent. When she saw Zhao Yi, she was relieved, but the anxiety in her eyes could not be concealed. "But where are the other 2? I can't find them. Everyone has disappeared, and I even thought you might not be here either." Lin Lin was scared and hid behind Zhao Yi. He said, "I don't know what this is, but it's definitely not a person." He took a step forward, trying to figure out what was going on. Lin Lin anxiously pulled his hand, stopping him. "You can blame me. I know it's not a person. But why go over there? Don't you want to live anymore?" Zhao Yi responded calmly, "If it's a middle-level entity, it might provide us with the information we need." Lin Lin was still frightened, hesitating as she spoke. "What if it's not?" Zhao Yi took the box cutter from his pocket, the sharp blade reflecting the light. He gripped it tightly in his hand, his gaze darkening. "Then I will turn it into an intermediate unit," he said, his voice dry yet full of determination. Lin Lin looked at him with concern, unable to suppress her worry. How could that be? Could it be that they? Zhao Yi gently comforted her, trying to ease Lin Lin's fear. "Don't think too much. For now, none of us have triggered the death point. They must still be alive. From the 4 corners of this scene, I can deduce that we've entered a place similar to an inner world. You could imagine it as a place that is both real and virtual. That's a good thing. It makes it easier for us to learn more about this school." Zhao Yi started to lead the way, determined to move forward. "Let's go. Let's see what the school looks like now." Lin Lin obediently followed behind, her heart still heavy with worry. The 2 moved slowly, Zhao Yi in the lead while Lin Lin hesitated behind. Suddenly, from a corner, a wave of dark energy spread out, making the air around them heavy. A shadowy figure began to emerge, gradually becoming clearer, revealing red eyes that filled Lin Lin with dread. She stammered, "What is that?" She turned pale as she looked at Zhao Yi, silently thinking, "This person seems dangerous. He feels even scarier than a ghost." The comments in the chat window began to explode with activity. Most of the comments were praising Zhao Yi's bravery. Zhao Yi held the box cutter in his hand and stepped toward the shadow. When the shadow saw him, it seemed mesmerized, but as soon as it noticed the knife in Zhao Yi's hand, it immediately snapped back to reality, looking at him with surprise. It was very fast, and it quickly disappeared out of sight. He watched it in astonishment. He sighed in frustration. "Hey, I still haven't activated the clear vision skill." Wait, don't go. Let's talk first." Zhao Yi quickly chased after it. Lin Lin watched him running, surprised and unsure of what exactly Zhao Yi intended to do. Zhao Yi was determined to catch up with it. He ran up the stairs, and at that moment, an eerie atmosphere surrounded them. Lin Lin asked him, "Are you usually this bold?" "Not really, I'm very cautious." She exhaled, thinking, cautious, and yet today, he caused a commotion in the exam room, right in front of the female ghost proctor. He kept accelerating but patiently explained to her that he was certain, 100% sure, that the female ghost would not harm him. "Didn't you take the afternoon exam seriously?" Lin Lin asked in surprise. "What do you mean?" A few students were cheating right under the proctor's nose, but when the proctor noticed, she only gave them a brief reminder. This indicates that breaking the exam room rules didn't trigger the death curse. Lin Lin truly had noticed this. As he was running quickly, he suddenly came to a sharp stop. Lin Lin couldn't stop in time and ended up bumping her head into Zhao Yu's back. She held her forehead and asked, "Why did you stop without saying anything?" Zhao Yi seemed to have noticed something. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for Lin Lin to be quiet. Although she didn't know what was happening, she quickly obeyed and pressed both hands tightly over her mouth. Lin Lin followed Zhao Yi's gaze, and his face darkened as well. It was unclear what he had seen that caused Lin Lin to widen her eyes, her veins turning red with anger. Through the small window on the classroom door, they stood there observing for a long while, seeing nothing but dark shadows in the shape of human figures, sitting upright at their desks. Lin Lin whispered hesitantly, "What are these dark shadows?" Zhao Yi coldly responded, "Unsure. Let's go over to our classroom and check." In the dimly lit corridor, they quickly reached their classroom door. Zhao Yi stealthily peeked his head in, carefully observing the inside of their classroom. Just like before, there were a few similar dark shadows. The teacher was giving a lesson at the front and students were seated. He quickly realized that the seats occupied by these dark shadows matched exactly with the students who had been killed earlier that morning. Lost in thought, Lin Lin suddenly turned pale, then pointed toward the door. He followed the direction of Lin Lin's hand, and a blood-red eye was staring at them. It was unclear how long it had been observing them, but the eye glowed brightly, looking very eerie. Caught off guard like this, neither of them knew how to react. They could only stand frozen in place. After a moment, they could clearly see that the shadowy figure quickly moved toward the door. Lin Lin, panicked, asked, "How are we going to get past this?" Her mental strength was also starting to weaken. Zhao Yi spoke softly, surprising Lin Lin, "We'll just pass through." He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, ran as fast as they could. At that moment, the shadowy figure revealed its true form, looking grotesque and terrifying. It stood there, sticking out its long tongue, seemingly trying to scare the two of them. Zhao Yi spun the knife in his hand and smiled wickedly. The knife shot out quickly, embedding itself straight into the top of the shadow's head. Before it could comprehend what was happening, blood poured out from the stab wound. The demon collapsed to the ground. The system announced that because Zhao Yi had killed the demon, his weapon's soul was enhanced. After the task was completed, Zhao Yi moved forward to retrieve the knife from the demon's head. Lin Lin trudged behind, and the two quickly left the area. Returning to the ground floor, Zhao Yi urged Lin Lin, "Hurry up, it can't leave the teaching area." Lin Lin was surprised. "We can't leave the teaching area. That's great, we can totally run outside." But before she could finish her sentence, a cold hand suddenly reached from behind her neck. It was another demon, and it viciously squeezed her throat. Lin Lin could only let out a scream. "Ah!" Then she was pulled back into the teaching area. Zhao Yi turned around and noticed that Lin Lin was no longer following him. Just then, he saw the scene and quickly threw a knife at the demon. However, due to the short distance, the knife only grazed Lin Lin's body, severing her ear. Lin Lin stood there dazed, not understanding what had just happened. The knife he threw lodged into the demon's shoulder, causing it to panic and release Lin Lin, stepping back a few paces. However, the demon's scream quickly brought Lin Lin back to her senses. She let out a loud scream, then rushed towards Zhao Yi with all her strength, trembling as she clung tightly to his arm. Lin Lin's face was pale, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, looking utterly pitiful. The shock from earlier had caused her to panic even more, making it impossible for her to stay on her feet. She collapsed to the ground, and warm water flowed uncontrollably from her legs. Seeing her like that, Zhao Yi felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, it's gone, it's gone. Lin Lin touched her ear, where blood was still flowing, her mouth trembling as she stammered. My ear. Zhao Yi sighed. It's okay, once the duplicate ends, the wound will heal on its own. He quickly bandaged Lin Lin's wound, while everyone started commenting and admiring Zhao Yi's brave actions. Lin Lin sobbed and thanked him. After taking care of her, Zhao Yi suddenly stood up and said, Stay here and wait for me. I need to go back to the teaching area. The comment section immediately became lively, and no one understood what he was planning to do. Lin Lin anxiously spoke out to stop him. Are you crazy? What if there's an ambush inside? Wouldn't you just be walking right into a trap? Zhao Yi was confident. I'll be fine. The monsters in this school don't move freely. They all follow their own rules. For example, the proctor from earlier, who chased after us. I'm sure it won't follow us out of the teaching building. If it does, it will violate the rules and will face punishment that we can't even imagine. Lin Lin asked in surprise, so if we go back to the classroom, is there some very important information there? Zhao Yi answered, you need a list. The book the proctor had is too dangerous. Maybe there's another one in the office. Lin Lin asked if she could go with him. Zhao Yi responded, are you sure? Lin Lin hesitated for a moment, then said, I want to go with you. She continued, you know, if we do nothing, and just act like we passed the test, our evaluation and integration scores will be really low. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble for you. If there's real danger, you can run away. I won't hold you back. I'm coming with you. And maybe I can help you at some point. Zhao Yi seemed displeased when he heard Lin Lin say that, but he couldn't leave her alone in such a dangerous place. In the end, he decided to agree to take Lin Lin with him. Lin Lin suddenly asked, by the way, Zhao Yi, why did you go up to the 3rd floor to check our classroom earlier? Zhao Yi replied, still carefully observing his surroundings, to verify a few of my assumptions. Lin Lin asked curiously, what assumptions? Zhao Yi looked around and then said, the dark shadows in our classroom are the students who died during the day. The two of them stopped in front of a registration board. It's this office room. Zhao Yi slowly opened the door and stepped in, with Lin Lin following behind him. The moment he saw inside, Zhao Yi's face immediately scrunched up. The room was in disarray, with items scattered all over the place, looking nothing like a place where someone lived. Zhao Yi carefully observed and seeing no dark shadows, said to Lin Lin, go in. Both of them entered, and Zhao Yi cautiously closed the door behind them before saying, let's look for the ledger. Lin Lin happily obeyed and followed him. Zhao Yi said, in 3 days, the 8th grade classroom on the 1st floor had a total of 472 seats. 121 students were unevenly distributed across those seats. Zhao Yi continued to explain, I took note of their positions and roughly memorized them. Earlier, in the classroom on the 1st floor, the positions of the dark shadows happened to be the empty seats during the day. If there had been only one classroom like that, it could have been an accident. But if all 8 classrooms are like that, I think it's a rule. He continued, but to be more certain, I went to the 3rd floor. There, I saw the fat guy sitting in the seat in front of me. He was killed by the teacher during the day, and indeed, a shadow appeared in his seat. Therefore, we can now draw the most basic conclusion. The shadow represents the students who were killed during the day. Lin Lin was surprised and asked again, you mean you memorize all 472 seats and the positions of 121 students across 8 classrooms on the 1st floor? But you only glanced through them briefly. Zhao Yi looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked, is that not enough? Lin Lin, still doubtful, responded, what good does knowing all this do? Zhao Yi looked at her and then explained, what good? Based on this rule, we can make an inference related to the rule. The living and the dead cannot sit in the same seat. If this rule is violated, there will be punishment. Lin Lin still didn't understand and asked, but haven't those shadows already died once? Could they die again? Her question made Zhao Yi pause, deep in thought. After a moment, he reached for a piece of paper on the table. On top of a pile of documents was a folded sheet of paper. He unfolded it and looked at it. It was the class list for 11/8, dated September 14. The date matched the daytime hours. Zhao Yi pointed to the paper and said, look, there's no name here. Zhao Yi pointed at the blank spaces on the list and began explaining. This means that no one should be sitting in these spots during the test. But that fat guy is sitting right in front of me. Actually, he knows he's sitting in the wrong spot, but he doesn't know where he's supposed to sit, so he's feeling scared. He knows that if he sits in the wrong spot, he will die. Lin excitedly said, "So all we need to do is carry this list, and in the coming days, we'll know where we need to sit. That means we can pass through." Lin smiled happily. But Zhao Yi thought things were not that simple. He explained, "We entered the duplicate on the 14th, and have to stay at the school for a total of 7 days. In theory, if the time continues uninterrupted, the duplicate will end on the 20th of this month. But on this list, all the seats for the 20th are blank. It seems things are starting to get complicated." Lin became frightened and hesitantly asked, "So, what does that mean?" Zhao Yulai remained calm and spoke indifferently. "It means that all of us have to die on the 20th. Lin's face turned pale, drained of all color. Upon hearing this, her mental strength weakened. She was so terrified that she almost couldn't stand, as if a heavy weight was pressing down on her. Zhao Yi did not stop, continuing to pick up another envelope from the table. It was an envelope that had been sealed carefully. He slowly opened it, and inside was a thick stack of money. Zhao Yi let out an intrigued exclamation. But among the stack of money, there was another piece of paper. He curiously took it out and discovered it contained a message addressed to the principal. And this money seemed to be intended for bribery. He quickly read through the letter and analyzed it, noticing that it had been sent to the principal, but had been edited many times. A lot of important information had been crossed out, and it was clear that it was too late to send it. At the same time, the system had returned the weapon to him. Zhao Yi said, "Just in time. The weapon is back. Let's head to the principal's office." Lin stood stunned, murmured, and mechanically followed him. Just as she turned to walk, Zhao Yi suddenly had an idea. He grabbed the stack of money from the table. Lin stood beside him, watching, feeling speechless and unsure of what to say to him. She curiously asked, "What are you doing with the money?" Zhao Yi looked at the stack of money in his hands, smiled, and replied, "Just in case." Lin still didn't understand, so she asked again, "Can you explain more clearly? I still don't understand why you're taking this money." Zhao Yu explained, "No matter if this school is for humans or ghosts, they all follow their own rules. The supervising teacher can't leave the room unless there's a special situation. But the principal is different. The principal is less busy than the teacher, so if it's in the room, we need to find a way to lure it out." Lin understood part of it, but she was still puzzled. So how does luring it out with this money relate to anything? Very quickly, both of them were standing in front of the principal's office. Zhao Yi gestured for silence, and Lin immediately flinched and put her hand over her mouth. The two of them secretly peered into the office, through the broken glass pane in the door. The system had warned that this was an extremely dangerous individual, a rookie who should not be approached. But this person was very limited in his movement. Although no longer human, the principal was still very obsessed with money. He was still counting money in the office. Lin immediately understood, because he was obsessed with money. Zhao Yi intended to use money to lure him out. She finally realized that he was quite smart in his thinking. Zhao Yi said, "You stay here and keep an eye on him for me. I will go spread the money." Lin obeyed and stayed in position. From the office door, Zhao Yi began carefully laying down the money, one bill at a time, creating a path leading outside. Soon, the money had been scattered quite far from where the two of them stood. Once finished, Zhao Yi dusted off his hands and said, "After I knock on the door, follow me to run up the stairs to the rooftop and hide." Lin immediately nodded and followed his instructions. Zhao Yi quickly raised his hand and knocked on the door. The principal heard the sound and immediately turned his head toward the source of the noise to investigate. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu and Lin swiftly ran to the rooftop stairs to hide. The demon principal exhaled heavily, stepped forward, and opened the door. He scanned the surroundings with his eyes, but saw no one. However, he suddenly sniffed the air, detecting an unusual smell of urine. He hurriedly ran out of the office to check, but as he walked, he stepped on a pile of money beneath his feet. Looking down, he noticed something, and his eyes immediately lit up. Money. So much money. He laughed gleefully, his strange laughter echoing. The principal was busy picking up the money that had fallen on the ground. Zhao Yi told Lin, "Wait until he goes around the corner, then we'll sneak into the office to find a file." Lin asked, "A file?" What kind of file? Zhao Yu explained. From the letter, I found out that the mother of a student had a conflict with the school, which caused her severe harm, even leading to her death. The two of them stayed hidden, observing the principal, who was still engrossed in picking up the money, completely unaware of them. The time had come, and Zhao Yi whispered, "The principal has gone far. Follow me." They both moved quietly into the office. Zhao Yi continued explaining. Now we need to find the file of that student to see what happened. Lin Lin said, "But if you're right, and this matter damages the school's reputation, wouldn't it be recorded in the school's files?" Zhao Yi opened the cabinet and replied, "The file of a student who has dropped out will be recorded. Major conflicts between the school and parents are rare, mostly involving issues of safety, health, and academic performance. Xiaoshan High School is a military-style training institution with very strict rules and tight supervision, so threats to the safety or health of students are unlikely. Therefore, the reason for a conflict between the school and parents, even to the point of fighting, is mainly related to students dropping out." Lin Lin silently praised Zhao Yi's reasoning ability. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Suddenly, as if discovering something unexpected, Zhao Yi stopped at a page of documents. A top student with excellent achievements was expelled simply for the reason of falling in love early. Lin Lin asked in surprise, "Does the school have a rule that students are expelled for falling in love early?" Zhao Yi thought for a moment and then replied, "Perhaps I've looked through the records of other students who were punished. The penalty for falling in love early is that both parties are suspended and their parents are called in. However, the female student named Chen Kong is the only one who was expelled. Under normal circumstances, a student as outstanding as her would only receive a lighter punishment than other students, unless, while being in a relationship, she provoked someone she shouldn't have." Lin Lin asked further, "Does her partner have any special background? Or does her rival have any background?" Zhao Yi thought for a moment and then answered, "Personally, I lean more towards the second possibility. After all, a student with such outstanding achievements usually has a lot of self-esteem. If they are rejected in a romantic relationship, they wouldn't continue to pursue it." Zhao Yi continued, "We need to investigate anything related to Chen Kong. There might be a useful clue." Lin Lin nodded but worriedly asked, "Where can we investigate?" Their phones were provided by the school, and they can't access the internet. They can only set alarms. Zhao Yi suggested, "Let's go to the computer room. There's internet access there." As they approached the computer room, Lin Lin suddenly noticed a dark figure standing behind Zhao Yi. She screamed in panic, pointing behind Zhao Yi, but unlike Lin Lin, he was not in the slightest bit flustered. On the contrary, he turned around to look behind. Damn, could it be that the principal came back early? He furrowed his brows, beginning to think of a solution. However, it was not the principal. This dark figure was slimmer in build. He slowly opened the office door, bent low to enter, and around him were cockroaches clinging to the walls. The noisy sound he made sent chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. He muttered, "You all deserve to die, deserve to die." This phrase kept repeating. Zhao Yu noticed that the voice of this creature sounded young, and he began to suspect that this might be someone who had once been involved with Chen Kong. He froze for a moment, then stepped forward, still making judgments. He took out an item from his hand. It was an old property deed from Old Man Liu. Zhao Yi stood in front of Lin Lin and asked, "Are you Chen Kong? We're here to clarify the truth about what happened between you and your mother back then." The dark figure laughed loudly, his tone full of mockery. He skeptically asked, "The truth?" Suddenly, he raised both hands, tightly clutching his head, and screamed loudly. Lin Lin could no longer bear the scream, immediately covering her ears. Her mental state was also gradually deteriorating. Lin Lin tried to move forward, drawing her weapon, and decided to take a risk with the dark figure. However, the shadow, believed to be Chen Kong, appeared to be under some sort of manipulation. He clutched his head, screaming and muttering to himself. Suddenly, his head began to bulge and swell, with blood pouring out in torrents. In an instant, numerous long tentacles, resembling octopus tentacles, sprouted from his brain. These tentacles continued to grow longer and thicker, eventually covering his entire body. Zhao Yu and Lin Lin stood across from each other, witnessing this spectacle, both extremely shocked. Although his body had calmed down, his mouth continued to mumble, "Damn it, they all deserve to die." Lin Lin trembled as she held her weapon and said, "What the hell is this? Damn it!" The dark figure trembled as he struggled to move towards them. In no time, the distance between the man and the creature had nearly disappeared, and he continued to scream, "Damn it!" Lin Lin stood there, motionless, with no reaction. Zhao Yi quickly stepped back a little to gain some distance. Lin Lin shouted, "You better run, I'll hold it off." She raised her gun, aiming directly at him, but his tentacles lunged toward her, aiming for her face. Realizing the danger, Zhao Yi quickly said, "You need to get out of the way." He then pushed Lin Lin aside. The spot where Lin Lin had been standing was struck violently by a tentacle, causing the floor beneath to shatter. Lin Lin fell to the ground, but still tightly clutched her gun. The violent impact was too much for her to bear, and she let out a cry of pain. The demon's target at this moment was Zhao Yi. He struggled to dodge its ferocious attacks. Temporarily unable to come up with any countermeasures, Zhao Yi bit his lip in frustration. The tentacles on the demon's head began to move around again, searching for prey. The comment section exploded, with everyone feeling anxious for him. If this continued, just one hit would surely result in Zhao Yi's death on the spot. The demon, standing at a distance from Zhao Yi, turned around and shot its tentacles from its head straight toward him. Suddenly, a gun aimed at it and fired. The bullet pierced the demon's abdomen before flying out. The tentacles, thrown off course by the shot, attacked a little off target, giving Zhao Yi the opportunity to escape. Lin Lin, still holding the gun, shouted loudly, "Zhao Yi, run quickly, I'll cover you." The comment section flooded with praise for Lin Lin, as she was truly impressive this time. The demon, immediately hit by the attack, shifted its attention to Lin Lin. It quickly stood up and stared at her. Although bullets had no effect on the demon, the impact of the shot still allowed Zhao Yi to escape the demon's strike. Lin Lin was terrified. She closed her eyes, held the gun, and fired continuously at the demon. It stood there, completely unaffected, but the collision enraged the demon. It growled, glaring at her, while Zhao Yi moved forward, facing the demon. His face was grim, his eyes sharp, and he rushed toward it. Everyone was confused as to why he didn't run away when he had the chance to escape. But he kept advancing. Wasn't he just handing his life over to the demon? He crouched in front of the demon, about to be impaled by its furious tentacles. Suddenly, Zhao Yi held up the property certificate of Old Man Liu in front of the demon. The certificate made the demon stop, halting its attack. It began to inspect the paper in his hand, and the tentacles slowly retracted, no longer in an attacking stance. Zhao Yi immediately shouted loudly to Lin Lin, "Run!" Lin Lin was startled, but both of them quickly shut their eyes and dashed outside, leaving the demon behind. Lin Lin gritted her teeth, tightly holding the gun and firing at the door where the cockroaches were swarming. The cockroaches fell in a scattered mess. Lin Lin ran ahead, while Zhao Yi provided cover from behind. Before running out, he carefully glanced back once more. Unfortunately, the seal started to lose its effectiveness, and the demon began to move. It roared in anger, causing everyone in the comments section to worry, unsure if the two could escape. Although Lin Lin ran first, her strength was insufficient, and she quickly lagged behind. By now, the demon had completely broken free from the control, and screamed as it quickly ran toward them. Zhao Yi urgently turned back, swung the knife in his hand, and threw it toward the demon. The knife lodged right in its chest, slowing it down a little. The audience began to get excited, eagerly watching. The two of them quickly escaped, gradually increasing the distance from the demon. Fortunately, the demon's body was uncooperative, which allowed them to run freely. Lin Lin's breath became rapid, and she could no longer run. Zhao Yi told her that she could rest for a bit, as they had escaped the demon. The air around the school still exuded an eerie, terrifying atmosphere. Lin Lin asked him, "What should we do next?" Zhao Yi replied, "Let's go to the machine room. It's still 3 hours until dawn. We should try our luck in the machine room. Maybe we'll find some clues about Chen Kong." Lin Lin remembered something and took out a handgun, saying, "Here, this is for you. The system will be activated in the future, and now you can use this handgun to improve your skills with firearms." Zhao Yi took the gun, smiled lightly, and thanked her. The two of them continued walking, and the comment section in the system began to buzz again. About 10 minutes later, they stood in front of the machine room door, but it was locked from the outside. Zhao Yi took the handgun Lin Lin had just given him and tried to use it. In no time, the lock was shot off, and smoke rose in thick clouds. When the door opened, no one was inside. Zhao Yi ordered, "You stay outside and keep watch for me." Lin Lin agreed, took the gun, and observed the surroundings. Zhao Yi carefully entered, walked around the room, checking every corner. He pressed the power button on a computer. Outside, Lin Lin remained on guard. Zhao Yi sat down in front of the screen, quickly began typing, and searched for information in haste. Lin Lin impatiently asked from outside, "How is it?" He said, "The opponent has an unclear background, and all the information on the internet has been completely erased." However, Zhao Yi was not worried. He said, "It doesn't matter. I can access the dark web to search." Lin Lin asked, "What is the dark web?" Zhao Yi explained, "It's a part of the internet that is ignored, where information isn't fully deleted. Even though the data has been cleaned up, as long as we have the right key and go through some complicated steps, we can still retrieve the information." Lin Lin asked, "Were you a hacker before? How do you know so much?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "No, I'm a psychologist. But my mind has the ability to communicate with data." He continued typing quickly on the keyboard. After a while, he pressed the enter key decisively. Lin Lin and everyone in the chat room didn't understand what Zhao Yi was doing. While typing, Zhao Yi looked at Lin Lin and softly said, "Fortunately, today is the first day. We still have plenty of time." Lin Lin took a deep breath, regaining her composure. "Well, luckily we still have many chances. I need to pull myself together." It was unclear how much time had passed, but from the hallway, fog started to roll in waves. Lin Lin hurriedly informed Zhao Yi, "The fog is starting to rise." Hearing her, Zhao Yi was startled and quickly began typing even faster. Finally, he clicked the mouse, and immediately, all his search data was wiped out. Without hesitation, he stood up and ran quickly towards Lin Lin. Zhao Yi suddenly grabbed Lin Lin's wrist, pulling her hard as he said, while pulling her to run quickly, "Run fast. There's something wrong with this fog." Back in the control room, Zhao Yi had successfully logged in and viewed Chen Kong's profile. He recalled the important information he had just skimmed about the demon earlier, which was believed to be Chen Kong. Lin Lin couldn't see the screen, but she could sense that he had succeeded. Chen Kong's mother had a dispute with the homeroom teacher of Class 10A8 at Shan High School, and in an accident, she fell from the third-floor corridor. Although she was rescued, she still passed away on August 13, 3032, with the cause of death being severe brain damage. A week later, Chen Kong went on a rampage at the school, wielding a kitchen knife, slicing the homeroom teacher in half, then fleeing the school. After that, he completely disappeared, and both the teachers and students at the school gradually went missing without any explanation. The police got involved, but there was no trace of anyone. Lin Lin stood outside and calculated, suddenly realizing, August 13, 2032. A week later would be August 20th. Then another month after that, which is September 20th, 3032. Isn't that the last day we complete the main mission? Zhao Yi replied, "That's right. The electronic calendar in the classroom shows it's exactly the year 3032. We've gone back 7 days before the curse happened. That explains why the events on the list only go up to the 19th of this month." Lin Lin gritted her teeth. Zhao Yi's prediction was correct. On the 20th of this month, everyone will die. At first, when I got the list, I thought I just needed one more step to get through this duplicate level. I really am foolish. Zhao Yi continued, "I once had a patient who was an extremely paranoid hacker. Every day, this patient would come to me and say that he could connect his mind to the network, traveling through the ocean of code." Lin Lin looked at him, bored and in disbelief. "You actually believed what a madman said." Zhao Yi chuckled softly, then continued. "At first, he wandered alone in the virtual world. After some time of treatment, the two of us were finally able to play together." Lin Lin felt like she was about to faint upon hearing this. In the chat window, everyone found it amusing as they listened to Zhao Yi's story. Lin Lin curiously asked, "What happened next?" Zhao Yi kept typing while speaking. "Then, I was the only one left in there." She wondered, "Why?" Zhao Yi continued typing. "Because I cured his paranoia." Lin Lin was speechless after hearing that. "I didn't expect you to be so good at joking. I almost believed you." Zhao Yi didn't pay attention to Lin Lin's sarcasm, as he had seen something on the screen that made him focus. Both of them continued to run swiftly to escape the fog. Lin Lin's mental value was rapidly decreasing, and it was clear that the fog was devouring her mental value. Lin Lin felt herself slowly losing consciousness, her eyes beginning to close. She decided to bite her tongue to stay awake. Blood flowed out, but it couldn't stop the exhaustion. Everyone in the chat box was commenting in astonishment. Zhao Yi realized she was about to collapse, and biting her tongue wasn't effective. Her mental state quickly dropped to 50. He glanced around, looking for a place to escape the fog. Ahead, there was a water tower, but they wouldn't make it to the dorm in time, so they had to take refuge there temporarily. However, the entrance to the tower was locked tight with 2 heavy chains. Zhao Yi took out his gun, and at that moment, Lin Lin was barely holding on. He quickly shot the lock off and pulled Lin Lin inside. Zhao Yi gently helped her sit down, leaning her back against the corner, then carefully closed the tower door to prevent any unexpected dangers. He even found some objects to wedge in, securing it more firmly. Lin Lin still sat there, exhausted. But indeed, as Zhao Yi had said, once the door was securely shut, the fog could no longer get in. Some people in the chat box admired Zhao Yi for his quick and decisive actions. He sneakily peered through a small hole in the wall. The fog outside was still dense. The warning system sounded, indicating that this was a high-risk area, with many strange things inside. If they didn't want to face them, it was best to find a place to hide. Zhao Yi turned to check on Lin Lin, and it seemed she was doing better. Lin Lin let out a sigh of relief. Her mental value had increased again. She said, her voice lighter, "Thank you. You've saved my life again." Suddenly, Zhao Yi's face tensed, his eyes cold and sharp like a demon. He decisively pointed the gun at Lin Lin, his expression darkening like an executioner from hell. Lin Lin, terrified, stammered and stepped back, raising both hands. "Zhao Yi, why are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, a rustling sound came from behind. Lin Lin turned around, and, in panic, realized that Zhao Yi was aiming his gun at a figure who had just emerged from the darkness. She screamed, "It's the guy with the thick beard." Lin Lin flinched and immediately ran behind Zhao Yi, seeking cover. The man raised both hands and slowly stood up. Zhao Yi kept his gun aimed at him. Wary, his eyes filled with surprise. The system notification appeared. "Congratulations! You have found someone alive in the school." The man stammered, "Don't kill me, I'm not a bad person." Zhao Yi slowly lowered the gun. But since this person was unfamiliar, he couldn't trust him completely. He asked, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer immediately, instead replying vaguely, "It's not safe here. A terrifying monster will enter soon. I'll take you two down to the underground room." Even though he had offered to help, Zhao Yi remained in a defensive stance, but he eventually agreed to follow. The man said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lai Shen, a former mysterious investigator from the city police department." Seemingly understanding that Zhao Yi might not believe him, he presented his identification. Zhao Yi carefully checked his information. Lin Lin quickly introduced herself. "I am Yang Lin Lin." Zhao Yi asked, "Is it just you?" At the same time, he swept his hand across the table, closely observing. He rubbed his fingers, checking everything. It was all clean, no dust. Lai Sheng sat down and began to explain. About 3 months ago, the police started investigating Shan High School, where students and teachers mysteriously disappeared. Despite the police sending many people to investigate, they couldn't gather any clues. So under public pressure, the mayor had to approach us. After some preparations, I came to this school with a special task force to participate in the investigation. He continued, "Unexpectedly, that night, something strange happened. We divided into 3 teams, each with 9 people. While we were inspecting, a fog suddenly rolled in. A teammate named Xiao Wang was quickly engulfed by the fog. When the investigators turned around, that person had vanished without a trace. Witnessing that scene, I was frozen in place. They were surrounded, panicked, searching for Xiao Wang. Another teammate screamed and then was also dragged away. I was horrified to realize that this fog was unusual and urgently shouted, 'Everyone, run and retreat. Stay away from the fog.' I didn't know what it was exactly, but I knew there was something strange within it." He continued, "In the end, I hid inside the dormitory building, with the other 6 members of the surviving group. But after the fog cleared, we realized we couldn't leave the school gate. The fog outside was so thick it was terrifying. So the 7 of us had no choice but to stay in the school, which was full of strange occurrences. As Lai Sheng finished speaking, he hugged his face and cried. Zhao Yi stood beside him, listening attentively and closely observing Lai Sheng's expression. He picked up his pen and continued the investigation, daring to ask, "What about the other 6 members of your team?" At the question, Lai Sheng stopped crying. His face became expressionless. He then lowered his head, and his voice became softer. "They're dead." According to what he said, he had been in the school for at least 3 months. Zhao Yi continued to ask, "What did you usually eat?" Each question from Zhao Yi seemed to make Lai Sheng more frightened. "Can I not talk about this?" he said fearfully. Lai Sheng spoke with obvious fear. Zhao Yi began to feel suspicious of this man. He stared at Lai Sheng with a scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, the lights of the basement started to flicker slightly, and all 3 of them looked toward one direction. The ground began to shake more violently, and the light bulbs swung wildly. A large foot emerged from the fog. Each step it took made the ground tremble. The light bulbs creaked continuously. Zhao Yi turned around and signaled for everyone to remain silent. The pillar in the basement seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. Zhao Yi quickly used his hands to hold it tightly so it wouldn't collapse. Above, the foot seemed to have sensed something, and it began stomping harder to investigate. Lin Lin was so frightened that she didn't dare blink. She held her breath and observed the situation. The light above shook more violently, as if it could fall at any moment. That foot stomped heavily right at the exit of the basement. Lai Sheng also looked up to monitor the situation. He didn't dare to breathe too loudly, swallowing a gulp of saliva with difficulty. Above, the sound of footsteps going back and forth, probing, still echoed. After a while, that large black foot turned to the color of normal human skin. Scene shift. Let's go back a few minutes. Lai Sheng sat down heavily on the chair and sighed. At that time, I hid in the water tower, and accidentally found this basement, so I was safe. Lin Lin seemed to have realized something, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "I know now. The water tower must be a hidden safe area. As long as we stay here and don't wander around, we can survive the 7 days." Lai Sheng quickly interrupted. "Yang young lady, things could be much more complicated than you think." Lin Lin, hearing this, asked gloomily, "What do you mean?" Lai Sheng gritted his teeth. "The power of this school is expanding more and more, continuously. The water tower used to be a safe place, and even the monsters didn't care about it. But then, they started wandering around the water tower." Zhao Yu and Lin Lin's faces grew tense upon hearing this. He continued, "Not only that, the monsters even knocked on the door to check if anyone was inside. Then they used force to break in, search, and inspect everything in there. On the 7th day of the previous rebirth, I nearly got discovered while hiding in the basement. If we continue to hide here this time, it will be very dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, the noise above grew louder and more frantic. The sound of footsteps was clear, and it was obvious that there was more than one monster. If they were discovered, they would be like turtles in a jar and would definitely die. Indeed, Zhao Yi had not yet come up with any solution. The increasing footsteps made everyone more frightened and panicked. There was no connection under the brick at the entrance. The banging echoed with a hollow sound. Zhao Yi quickly ran to the ladder, using his hands to hold it tightly so that the floor tile would not be exposed, making it look like the other tiles. He climbed in as a support, both hands gripping the hatch cover. The monster above was enormous, still stomping heavily below to search. Lin Lin and Lai Sheng quickly ran over to help, holding onto the ladder so Zhao Yi wouldn't fall. Even using their feet did not work, as the monster quickly slammed its hands down to continue searching. Zhao Yi couldn't withstand the powerful blow and groaned in pain. Everyone tried to hold on, trembling, biting their teeth tightly to avoid slipping off. In the end, the monster gave up and stood up. Above, there were indeed many monsters probing every corner. The fat one continued to slam the ground in another spot. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down exhausted, finally escaping once. Lai Sheng said, "See, I told you the waterfall is no longer safe. To survive this curse, we need to find the next hiding place, or break the curse." He slowly climbed down the ladder and asked Lai Sheng, "Do you have a way to break the curse?" Lai Sheng replied, "I know how to break the curse, but altogether it's very difficult, and I can't do it alone. I need your help." Yang Lin immediately said, "We can help you." Zhao Yi stood in the corner of the room, observing Lai Sheng. Lai Sheng hesitated for a moment, his face tense. At that moment, he relaxed, placed his hands on the ground, and decided to trust them. "All right, I'll trust you once. In the end, if we continue like this, the only way left is death. It's better to give up and take a gamble." Then he slowly stood up and continued. "Based on what we have researched and understood, I can now confirm." Lai Shen believed that the school's cyclical curse was related to a student. Yang Lin unknowingly said the name Chen Kong, which greatly surprised Lai Shen. He stepped back, his face full of astonishment. "You guys know." Zhao Yi still stood with his hands in his pockets, observing calmly. After a while, he finally spoke, responding to Lai Shen. "I don't know much, but it seems that Chen Kong's mother had an incident at this Shai Shan High School." Lai Sheng tiredly sat down on a chair. As he sat, he said, "I can confirm that what you said is true. This is a long story. Chen Kong was originally a poor student in the city. Things were somewhat okay at first, but later, when his father worked at the coal mine in his hometown, a landslide occurred. His father got trapped inside." Lai Sheng recalled the scene, his hands clenched tightly, his face saddened. He continued, "The coal mine owner, afraid of taking responsibility, fled, providing no compensation, leaving behind only a frail mother who had to work hard to survive, unable to afford medical treatment. Chen Kong's family situation was very pitiful. His mother had lost one leg and had to sew clothes to make a living, while they had nothing in their house. From then on, Chen Kong's family fell deeper and deeper into hardship." Lai Sheng fell silent for a moment before continuing. Chen Kong's mother was old, and Chen Kong always had to take care of her. Fortunately, since he was young, Chen Kong had always been a kind and good-hearted person, and his academic performance was excellent. Not only did he get accepted to Shai Shan High School, but he also received a large scholarship due to his previous achievements. Lai Sheng continued with a sad look in his eyes. This place was supposed to be where he could nurture his dreams, but unfortunately, everything turned out unexpectedly. Yang Lin and Zhao Yi listened intently as Lai Sheng recounted the story. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin nervously clenched her fists and looked at Lai Sheng. He continued his story. Shai Shan High School, in order to stimulate competition among the students, organizes 2 exams each month. Based on the results, the seating arrangement in the classroom is decided every week. Chen Kong had excellent grades, so he always sat in the front row. The other students had no choice but to sit in the back. Besides Chen Kong, there was also a female student with purple hair, who was not only very smart but also extremely beautiful, named Zhang Ya. She had maintained second place in the class for a long time and always sat next to Chen Kong. Lai Sheng continued, his voice slightly lowering. "At this age, the hormones of high school students are changing intensely, and being seated next to each other for such a long time, Chen Kong gradually developed feelings for Zhang Ya. They would occasionally glance at each other secretly, their faces turning red with embarrassment." Lai Sheng paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, the homeroom teacher, with his bald head and glasses, was announcing the welcome of new students. They looked like a match made in heaven. But then, things began to change when a new student transferred in, named Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao had blonde hair and an arrogant expression. He was the son of the mayor. Although he never achieved the top spot in class, he had a crush on Zhang Ya, and didn't hesitate to ask the homeroom teacher to switch seats with Chen Kong. Lai Sheng slightly curled his lips. Homeroom teacher Liang Ming, though hesitant, ultimately couldn't refuse Pang Xiao's request. Moreover, it seemed reasonable to move a high-performing student like Chen Kong to a seat normally occupied by a less accomplished student. So Zhang Yi sat next to Pang Xiao, and Chen Kong had to sit at the back of the classroom. He continued. Unable to fight against Pang Xiao, Chen Kong had no choice but to patiently endure. However, one day during class, Chen Kong caught sight of Pang Xiao with a wicked expression on his face, reaching his hand inside Zhang Yi's shirt, while Zhang Yi didn't dare to resist. At that moment, Chen Kong's eyes seemed to be possessed by a demon, his eyes turning blood red. He crushed a pencil with one hand. In the end, Chen Kong could no longer bear the rage inside him. Wanting to take revenge on Pang Xiao, Chen Kong used his scholarship to bribe a group of students with similar circumstances to his own. He gave them a large sum of money and devised a plan for action one night. They wore masks and silently followed Pang Xiao. The group of students dragged Pang Xiao into a bush and beat him nearly to death. Two of them took turns beating him, while the other kept watch. Unfortunately, there were cameras installed on the school campus, and everything that happened was recorded. The footage of the group beating Pang Xiao, while he begged them to stop, was captured by the school's cameras. The homeroom teacher called the three students in for questioning. After a harsh interrogation by her, one of the three students finally couldn't withstand the pressure and confessed Chen Kong's involvement. As a result, Chen Kong was expelled from school. When the teacher handed him the expulsion notice, Chen Kong held the paper in his hands. His eyes darkened with disappointment and anger. After the incident, Chen Kong's mother went to Shai Shan High School, met with the class teacher, Liang Ming, and begged for help. Lai Sheng continued. He, with a smug expression, turned his back to Chen Kong's mother, while she grabbed onto Liang Ming's sleeve. However, Liang Ming paid no attention to these matters. Then, the two of them collided. Liang Ming, with a displeased face, gritted his teeth and said, "You get out," before swinging his hand, causing Chen Kong's mother to fall backward. She tripped over her own feet and couldn't maintain her balance, her eyes welling up with tears. In the end, Liang Ming unintentionally caused Chen Kong's mother to fall down the stairs. She landed directly at the foot of the stairs, her head hitting the ground, and blood splattered everywhere, causing those around her to panic. Yang Lin, hearing this, was scared and quickly hid behind Zhao Yi, while Zhao Yi remained calm, showing no emotion. Lai Sheng continued his story. As you can probably guess, the death of Chen Kong's mother was covered up by the school and the mayor together. Lai Sheng clenched his teeth, his expression full of discomfort, one hand placed on his temple as he continued. Soon after, Chen Kong snuck into the school, carrying a kitchen knife, and personally chopped Liang Ming, the headmaster, to death. During a chase by the security guards, he managed to escape, and from then on, he disappeared without a trace. At this point, the atmosphere became silent, and everyone stood still, watching Lai Sheng, who was sitting in the chair with one hand holding his head. After a while, Lai Sheng spoke again. Actually, those were just rumors from the outside. He continued, "The truth is, Chen Kong didn't run away. He died right in the school." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin was shocked and asked, "What?" Meanwhile, Zhao Yi remained calm, thinking to himself, as expected. Lai Sheng continued, "He died in the warehouse of Zone B, and due to the immense resentment he harbored, it affected the entire school." After finishing his words, Lai Sheng extended both hands in front of him and explained how to break the curse. "All we need to do is destroy his corpse, and that will end the curse." Hearing this, Yang Lin immediately asked, "So how do we destroy his corpse?" Lai Sheng stood up and explained, "When we first arrived at the school, we brought along a set of high-powered weapons. When these items came into contact with Chen Kong's corpse, they were attacked by his spirit, and they fell into a well located in the western garage, with the words 'Dirty Fire' written on it." Lai Sheng moved closer to Yang Lin, making her feel uneasy. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, and they both looked at each other, confused. Lai Sheng stared directly into Yang Lin's eyes and said, "That special weapon requires proof of identity, but it won't take long. As long as you help me attract the attention of the spirit, I will quickly activate the weapon and destroy Chen Kong's corpse." Yang Lin, feeling confused, asked doubtfully, "How long will it take to finish?" Lai Sheng smiled confidently, his gaze sharp. "Only about 3 minutes." Yang Lin turned to look at Zhao Yi. "Do you think we should help him?" Lai Sheng also turned to look at Zhao Yi, but he still hadn't given an answer. Then Zhao Yi extended his hand towards Lai Sheng. Lai Sheng was confused, not knowing what Zhao Yi would decide. Zhao Yi, with one hand in his pocket, asked confidently, "Roughly when will we take action?" Upon hearing this, Lai Sheng was overjoyed and couldn't believe it. He was thrilled, grabbing Zhao Yi's hand tightly and saying, "It's too late for tonight, but tomorrow night you guys can come again, and I'll lead you to the garage in the West District." He could not hide his excitement. On the second evening, Zhao Yi and Yang Lin were sitting at the dining hall, eating. Yang Lin felt lucky, but still couldn't shake off her worry. She said, "Fortunately, we sat according to the seating list today. Otherwise, we might have been beheaded like the others in our class. Zhao and Yai remained calm, eating while asking, "Do you have any fishing lines?" A thread would do, as long as it's thin, long enough, and tough. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's unrelated question, Yang Lin blinked, asking in return, "Huh? What do you need it for?" He remained unfazed, continuing to eat, saying, "To kill someone." Yang Lin couldn't believe it, staring at him and asking, "Kill who?" At that moment, Zhao Yi's gaze turned extremely dangerous. He replied, "Lai Sheng." She'd screamed, "What?" Zhao Yi stopped eating and placed his chopsticks down on the table. Yang Lin looked at him, feeling uneasy. "Are you crazy? If we kill Lai Sheng, who will help us break the curse?" Zhao Yi calmly picked up a can of soda, saying, "If you still believe he can help us break the curse, then we're truly walking down a path to death." He drank water hurriedly, while she still didn't understand what he was saying. He glanced at the table next to them, and saw that no one was there anymore. Yang Lin leaned in closer and whispered, "What do you mean by that? Are you saying he's lying?" He placed the can on the table and explained to Yang Lin, "First of all, he is just an investigator, not a student from Class 10A of this school. Don't you think it's too detailed the way he described Chen Kong?" One hand rested on his chin, while the other fiddled with the can. He continued, "He even knew about Chen Kong seeing the mayor's son, Pang Chao, putting his hand inside the clothes of class beauty Zhang Ye." Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Yang Lin realized that this was actually true. He kept analyzing. Secondly, none of the three of them are on the list. If everything was as Lai Sheng described, then I think someone who cursed the whole school like Chen Kong wouldn't easily let Pang Chao and Zhang Ya go. He pressed the empty can against the table. At least he wouldn't let Pang Chao go. Yang Lin thought his reasoning made sense. She put her hand on her chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, "That makes sense. After all, Pang Chao is the root of all this suffering." He seriously continued the analysis. Thirdly, he couldn't have accidentally discovered the basement of the water tower. I even suspect that he might be the one who built this basement. Yang Lin doubted and asked, "What? That seems a bit unlikely." She voiced her thoughts, believing that the curse of this school had spread to most corners. Yang Lin asked, "Where did he find the time to build such a large basement before the evil spirits appeared?" Zhao Yi replied strangely, "No dust." Her confusion was evident from his statement. He elaborated, "I mean, there's no dust in the basement." With a confident expression, he stood up, his hand resting on the table. "Last night, I deliberately checked several corners, the chandeliers, the sofa, even the small items. Everything was impeccably clean. Not a speck of dust. I'm certain no one has cleaned this basement. It's so clean, someone must have been living there." He continued, "As you just said, it would be nearly impossible to construct a basement right in front of the evil spirits when the curse started. Therefore, this basement must have been built before the curse began." He looked at her and added, "The entrance to the basement is quite hidden, with no light. Do you think Lai Sheng could have accidentally discovered this basement while being chased by the evil spirits? Or is it possible that he knew about the existence of this basement beforehand?" Yang Lin silently thought, Zhao Yi's observational skills are truly sharp. She lowered her head to the table, hesitating as she spoke. "But if he's deceiving us, what's the purpose?" She didn't know Lai Sheng's true purpose. After all, who was his real face? Zhao Yi placed his hand on his chin, thinking seriously. According to psychology, lies with a purpose are often half true and half false, aimed at making the lie appear more reasonable and credible. It needs to contain some real elements to be convincing. He raised a finger in front of Yang Lin and gave an example. Even if Chen Kong's body isn't found in the underground parking lot to the west, there will certainly be dangers beyond our imagination. She listened to his analysis, her face full of confusion, and Lai Sheng seemed to genuinely want to enter what he called the dirty fire. He crossed his arms and continued, "It's just that once you're in there, you can't get out. That's why he lied to us, pushing us to risk our lives and help him attract the demons outside." The chat frames appeared after his analysis, with people commenting in awe of his deductive abilities. But there were also questions wondering why, after realizing the truth, they hadn't killed Lai Sheng immediately and instead waited until today. After hearing him speak, Yang Lin could not hide her fear. She said, stunned, "He's really coming." He remained seated, while Yang Lin opened her inventory to search for equipment. There were many available items, like bullets, bandages, and canned food. She selected the fishing line, and a roll of it appeared. She took it and handed it to Zhao Yi, asking, "This is a fishing line. What should I do tonight?" He took the fishing line she handed him and said, "You don't need to do anything tonight." His expression was one of great interest as he wound the fishing line around his finger and then stretched it out to test its strength. Whether it succeeds or not depends on tonight. He continued, "If we're lucky, we might be able to break the curse tonight." The two walked outside, the sky still gloomy with a blood-red hue. Zhao Yi shoved his hands into his pockets, walking confidently, while Yang Lin still didn't fully understand the situation. She huddled next to Zhao Yi, glancing at him and skeptically asked, "Do you plan to use the leash to choke Lai Shang to death?" He raised a hand to signal for silence, then whispered softly, "We're close to the water tower. Stop talking nonsense from now on." She looked at Zhao Yi in confusion as he remained alert, looking in one direction. She quickly pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, thinking that he must have some secret plan, and she couldn't afford to get in his way now. Her foolish action made Zhao Yi feel awkward as well, not knowing what to say. The two continued walking in silence, with him secretly thinking that he should still be wary of her, afraid she might pull some trick and accidentally expose him. The sky remained ominously blood-red. Meanwhile, Lai Sheng was pacing back and forth, wondering why the two of them hadn't arrived yet. Finally, they showed up. Lai Sheng saw them and was overjoyed. Looking at the two approaching, he said, "Why are you two so slow?" Lai Sheng continued irritably, "We need to get to the location as soon as possible. There's not much time left. After midnight, mist will spread across every corner of the campus." Zhao Yi stepped forward and urged Lai Sheng, "Let's go to the location now." He walked ahead while turning back to say, "Follow me to the underground parking lot on the west side." Lai Sheng pointed ahead, and the two followed him. Zhao Yi walked in the middle, while Yang Lin walked behind. Lai Sheng led the way as they entered the western underground parking lot, which had 3 entrances and exits. They walked another 100 meters before turning right into the western section of the parking lot. Lai Sheng turned around and warned the others, "The demon is lurking by the car door." He stopped in front of a car and outlined the plan to the two of them. "My plan is as follows. Both of you go into the car door and make some noise to lure the demons in. Then, split up and hide through door A and door B so that the demons will chase you, leading them out of the parking lot." He stood behind the car door and continued, "I will stay here. Wait until the two of you lure the demons away, and then I will enter and activate the weapon immediately." Zhao Yu listened, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement, his expression showing approval and satisfaction. Lai Sheng smiled quietly and hid behind the car door without saying anything more. Zhao Yi then began to move forward. He casually put his hands in his pockets and walked on, with Yang Lin immediately following closely behind. In Zhao Yi's hand was a fishing line already hooked onto the pole pin of a grenade. The line was wrapped around a utility pole several times. He gently placed his hands in his pockets, still showing no suspicious signs. Zhao Yi continued forward, with the grenade ready in his hand. All he had to do was pull the cord, and it would detonate instantly. Zhao Yi had advanced quite a distance, and Yang Lin quickly followed. Lai Sheng, who was feeling tense, hid behind the door and watched the two of them. He gritted his teeth, staring at them from afar, silently thinking to himself, "This time, it will definitely succeed." Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and he swallowed hard. On the stove, a pot of water was boiling fiercely, the liquid blood-red, sending up thick clouds of red steam. He gritted his teeth, his face tense, and his eyes full of ferocity. Since the unexpected event had occurred, he had been living in this dangerous situation for several months. Friends were becoming fewer, and food was nearly depleted. This could be the last opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Yang Lin had gotten closer, both pressing against the wall. The shadows of the demons vaguely appeared inside, with a red light emanating from the dark figures, creating loud noises. Zhao Yi crouched down to avoid being noticed, while Yang Lin stood behind him, her heart pounding in her chest, her hand pressed to her chest as she observed him. Zhao Yi slowly sat down, then carefully moved to hide behind a white car. She kept an eye on him, watching him reach the car safely. Zhao Yi squatted down, his eyes glowing with red light, preparing to check the information. A red triangle appeared in his eyes. The source code for the player Zhao Yi encountered a problem and was undergoing repairs. The system continuously displayed error messages, announcing multiple repair failures. In the distance, black demons appeared everywhere. The most notable one was the one with the designation number 12. Upon closer inspection, it had a muscular body, sharp claws, and a highly dangerous chaotic quantum state system. Its movement speed was extremely fast, enough to avoid most obstacles. Its attack power was very high, making it difficult to deal with. This demon would kill every living creature it saw, prioritizing the attack on anything that made noise. However, it had two weaknesses: Schrodinger's cat and the fact that it was only a half being. After the inspection, the red light in Zhao Yu's eyes gradually faded. He lost focus for a moment, and then the red light completely disappeared. Zhao Yu was now fully alert. He said to Yang Lin, "Follow me, to the left." Yang Lin nodded, then hurriedly ran after Zhao Yi. The two quickly moved to the left, away from where demon number 12 was standing. They found a place to hide. Yang Lin, terrified, crouched behind a car, facing outward to stay alert. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi calmly sat down, took out his phone, and sent a message to Lai Sheng. What was surprising was that he had saved Lai Sheng's name as son of a bitch. Lai Sheng was no better, as he saved Zhao Yu's name as the demon that dies in place. Lai Sheng quickly replied, "Ok." The message was sent successfully. Upon receiving it, Lai Sheng's face revealed a sly expression. His eyes bulged, accompanied by a wicked grin, staring intently at the phone screen. He muttered to himself, Die. Only when you die can I survive. If you want to blame anyone, blame your unfortunate fate. How could you trust a stranger so easily?" He laughed loudly, his sinister laughter blending with the darkness that enveloped him. On this side, Zhao Yi smirked, having already prepared a surprise for Lai Sheng. He slightly curled his hand and pulled the tightly tied fishing line. The line tightened, looping around the tail of a car and pulling toward a nearby door latch. The line was set up, connecting Zhao Yu's position to a grenade that had been rigged. Lai Sheng, who was sitting next to the door, only then realized something was wrong. He turned his head to look around, his face filled with confusion as he couldn't understand the strange sound. At that moment, the pin of the grenade was released by the pulling of the line. The grenade emitted a flash of light, signaling that it was about to explode. A thunderous explosion echoed, followed by a fierce burst of flames. Shrapnel flew everywhere. Lai Sheng was finally startled, shouting in panic, using his hands to shield his body as he tried to get up and flee. Inside, the demon also heard the loud noise, and immediately turned its head to search for the source of the sound. Lai Sheng was blown away by the force of the explosion, his body unable to react in time. He fell hard onto the floor, blood spilling from his mouth, crying out in pain. His body was flung far enough to crash into the wall, before falling face down to the ground. Struggling to rise with trembling hands, he looked around, swearing, and trying to comprehend what was happening. What the hell is going on? At that moment, he saw something terrifying. His eyes widened, and his face showed utter fear. From the darkness, the demon charged toward him with terrifying speed, emitting a blazing red aura. Its long, horrifying tongue seemed to want to swallow him whole. Lai Sheng helplessly watched as the monstrous creature hurtled toward him. At this moment, he finally managed to react, exclaiming, "Damn it!" Its whole body was covered in goosebumps, his mouth wide open to the point that it couldn't close. He ran headfirst, shouting and panicking. Adrenaline surged, and he rushed toward the door to find an escape route. But in his frantic state, he tripped and fell, creating a scene that looked truly comical. At the door, a blinding red light shone, while everything else was enveloped in thick darkness, making it impossible to see anything else. Zhao Yi glanced around, confirming that the black shadow had left, and said to Yang Lin, "Let's head to the dirty fires straight well." The two quickly sped toward the door to go outside. On the way, Yang Lin couldn't hide her confusion. She looked at Zhao Yi and asked, "Wait, where did you get the grenade? Newcomers don't have enough points to buy stuff like that." Zhao Yi smiled and explained, "I once met a person who had a bloodthirsty illness and dealt in weapons. I promised to cure him. To thank me, he gave me a whole stockpile of weapons and ammunition." After saying that, Zhao Yi casually shook the grenade in his palm and added nonchalantly, "Usually when I have free time, I carry a few grenades with me. If there's nothing to do, I take them out and play around." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin was so shocked that her eyes widened, her entire body turning pale. On the communication channel, the chat channel also commented that Zhao Yi must have some mental issues. When they arrived, Zhao Yi used a metal rod to pry the well cover open, then tossed the rod aside. The well cover was now open. Yang Lin immediately opened her gear, handing Zhao Yi a flashlight. She herself held a gun in her hand, ready to respond. She handed the flashlight to Zhao Yi and said, "Here, this is for you." The two of them descended. Zhao Yi slowly climbed down, holding the flashlight and observing his surroundings. The surface of the walls was very clean, with no dust at all, just like in the basement where Lai Sheng once lived. When he stepped onto the floor, he realized it was just as spotless, not a speck of dust. Zhao Yi walked ahead, with Yang Lin closely following behind, holding a gun. When they reached a large wall, Zhao Yi turned on the flashlight, illuminating the entire area. They both discovered something strange. Right in the center of the wall was a red button, and there was nothing else around it. Yang Lin, curious, pointed at the button and asked Zhao Yi, "What is this button for?" Zhao Yi speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, this might be a button to call the elevator." Before he could confirm it, Zhao Yi decisively pressed the button. His sudden action made Yang Lin break into a cold sweat. She nervously asked again, "Is it really an elevator?" The door slowly opened, and just as Zhao Yi had predicted, there was an elevator inside. Yang Lin looked around, unable to hide her confusion. "Isn't this supposed to be a drainage tunnel? How could an elevator possibly fit here?" Zhao Yi didn't respond. He quickly pressed the button to make the elevator move down. His tone was serious. "There's no time to waste. We don't know when the black shadow will return." The sound of gears began to echo as the elevator started moving, growing louder as it descended deeper. Finally, the elevator slowed, signaling that they were nearing their destination. The door slowly opened, and the two of them looked out, their eyes full of curiosity, not knowing what awaited them ahead. Outside, there was a long corridor, the atmosphere gloomy, engulfed by red currents spreading everywhere. Yang Lin hesitantly asked, "Where is this place?" Zhao Yi replied, "Perhaps it's some kind of strange experimental facility." The corridor stretched endlessly, dark and vague. The two of them stood in the elevator, observing, with the faint light not enough to see what the end of the corridor might be hiding. Yang Lin asked, "Do you mean an experimental base?" Zhao Yi nodded, then stepped out of the elevator. As he walked, he spoke, "Ever since I met the principal, I've felt that something is very odd. Usually, the stronger the demon, the more its attack focuses on mental power, with tactics that are hard to resist." He remembered the demon he had destroyed earlier. The principle in the duplicate was powerful, but the method of attack was very rational. This led him to conclude that the principal was not a demon but could possibly be some kind of monster. Closing his eyes to recall, Zhao Yi smiled lightly and concluded, "Obviously, the haunted school is not just a strange duplicate. Its worldview is much broader than initially expected." Suddenly, Yang Lin panicked and shouted loudly, "Zhao Yi, look ahead." Zhao Yi turned, his eyes full of confusion as he looked in the direction she was pointing. In front of them, on the floor, was a corpse lying face down. Blood was flowing from the head of the corpse, spreading across the floor. Not far from that, another body was sitting, leaning against the wall. This person was wearing protective gear, but the visor on the helmet had been shattered. The bodies were so disfigured and mangled that they were unrecognizable. Yang Lin trembled as she asked, "What on earth happened to these people to cause something so horrific?" The dismembered corpses were scattered all over the hallway, their limbs severed, creating a horrific scene. The rustling sound coming from somewhere in the darkness made the atmosphere even more terrifying. Yang Lin trembled, pointing at the bodies, her eyes filled with fear. She could barely keep her composure when faced with this sight. Zhao Yi shone his flashlight toward the corpses, then walked straight to them, without showing any sign of concern. His footsteps echoed through the quiet corridor. Although he didn't know what had happened to these people, he was certain of one thing. This place is completely unsafe. Yang Lin tried to calm herself and quickly followed Zhao Yi closely. When they reached a turn, Zhao Yi turned back and told her, "Follow me." The two continued on and discovered another door. On the surface of the door, a glowing control panel caught their attention. Zhao Yi placed his hand on it to try unlocking it, but the system confirmation failed. The door required Face ID recognition to open. Yang Lin anxiously looked at him and asked, "So what should we do now? If we turn back, we might encounter the Black Shadow." Zhao Yi didn't respond. He suddenly pulled out a scalpel from his body. Holding the scalpel in his hand, he smiled confidently and turned away without saying a word. His action surprised Yang Lin. She stood still, her gaze full of doubt and worry, not understanding what he was planning to do. Watching Zhao Yi's figure as he walked away, sweat began to form on her forehead, and a feeling of unease rose within her. She tried to ask, "What are you going to do?" But he remained silent, his grip tightening around the scalpel. Zhao Yi turned back to the original turn, heading toward the scattered corpses. Yang Lin watched from afar, her eyes never leaving him, her heart pounding with anxiety. When he reached the bodies, Zhao Yi squatted down in the middle of the pile of corpses, carefully observing his surroundings, preparing to do something that only he knew. Yang Lin watched Zhao Yi's actions, unable to suppress her shock. The scalpel in his hand gleamed with a sharp light, sending a chill down her spine. She wondered what he was planning to do with it. Yang Lin covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with panic, her whole body freezing cold. It turned out that Zhao Yi had used the scalpel to cut off the head of a corpse. He took the head, walking straight toward the door, causing the chat channel to explode in chaos. Everyone in the comment section was buzzing. "This is unbelievable. Why is the image of the head blurred out?" Another person marveled. "Brother Zhao is really amazing, doing this without even blinking." Zhao Yi kept walking quickly, passing by Yang Lin. His actions terrified her. She pressed herself against the wall, her eyes unable to look away from him. Looking at the head in his hand, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Zhao Yi approached the control panel and, without hesitation, forcefully pressed the head onto it. Yang Lin stood frozen, her mouth agape, unable to believe Zhao Yi had conceived and carried out such a bold action. The system emitted a beep, announcing successful identification. The door slowly opened, and the control panel displayed the information. Hades' head, quality, white. Yang Lin thought to herself, Hades would never have imagined, even after his death, that his head would be used in this way. She shuddered at the sight of how Zhao Yi used Heidi's head to open the door. Zhao Yi quickly entered, not forgetting to glance back and call out to Yang Lin. "Let's go." Behind the door, a long, dark, and gloomy corridor appeared. Around her, limbs and bodies were scattered everywhere. Blood splattered across the ceiling, creating a horrifying scene beyond description. The two continued walking, Zhao Yi maintaining a calm demeanor, while Yang Lin remained constantly on guard, her hand always resting on the trigger. As they passed by the corpses, they saw human body parts scattered all around, heads, legs, arms, and torsos in countless pieces. On the ground, a piece of paper lay beneath someone's fingers. It seemed that before dying, this person had tried to clutch it tightly. Zhao Yi, curious, bent down to pick up the piece of paper. Inside was a letter from a father to his daughter named Lena. In the letter, he promised that after finishing his work, he would come home to play with her. He also mentioned that he would be home in just half a month. Yang Lin read it, and with a sigh, remarked, "He truly is a father who loves his child." Even before he died, he remembered his daughter. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. Yes, he was a good father. However, he then coldly threw the piece of paper behind him and added, "But it's also possible that he was a maniac. The deaths outside the campus are very likely connected to him." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin frowned with worry and simply responded with a soft Then, she suddenly stuck out her tongue in a playful manner, teasing Zhao Yi, and muttered, "Serves him right, bastard." At that moment, from around a corner behind them, a strange sound suddenly echoed, accompanied by a dense, red mist spilling out. The two immediately fell silent, their eyes tense as they looked in the direction of the noise. This time, even Zhao Yi had to stay on high alert. They quickly crouched behind a nearby wall, carefully listening. The sound echoed through the hallway, growing closer with each moment. Zhao Yi and Yang Lin peeked around the corner in turn, watching the situation unfold, prepared for any eventuality. Yang Lin saw something. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open in fear. Inside was a bizarre monster, with a long serpentine body, covered in countless small heads with glowing red eyes, scanning every direction. Yang Lin quickly covered her face with her hand, retreating behind Zhao Yi, her voice trembling. "What is that? It's terrifying." In stark contrast to her fear, Zhao Yi smiled with delight, his eyes filled with excitement. What a beautiful creation! His words made Yang Lin stagger backward, unable to believe that he could think that way. On the chat channel, everyone was stunned, unable to understand what could possibly be beautiful about this monster. Some people on the channel burst out laughing, mocking that they now understood why Zhao Yi had been so excited when he had seen a female ghost in a previous version. Yang Lin, trying to calm herself, asked, "So when we do next with this strange creation?" Zhao Yi chuckled comfortably and replied, "Of course, we strike steadily and advance steadily." He reminded her to handle the situation carefully, and then pulled out the familiar scalpel from his bag. Zhao Yi prepared himself, gripping the knife tightly, while Yang Lin raised her gun, her gaze full of caution. "All right, I will." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yi suddenly charged straight in without any warning. Yang Lin stood frozen, then yelled loudly behind him, "We said to strike steadily and advance steadily. Is this really okay?" Zhao Yi paid no attention, his face filled with excitement as he faced the monster. The system immediately issued a notification. "Monster has mutated, medium danger level. This is only a half-finished product. With the quantum state enveloping it, it's still 1 star below." A surprising piece of information appeared. The monster's weak point is hemorrhoids. Its rear was covered with a layer of bandages wrapped carefully. It was clear that while the lunatics were conducting their horrific experiments, this mutated monster had been sitting for far too long, resulting in its suffering from hemorrhoids. It roared and charged directly toward Zhao Yi, who confidently grinned and rushed toward it without hesitation. From his back pocket, Zhao Yi pulled out a special piece of paper. The monster was getting closer, and when it was near enough, its true form became clear. Its lower half resembled a human's, but its mouth was located at its waist, and its legs sprouted numerous small heads, resembling giant worms. Zhao Yi raised the piece of paper. It was a special item. Old Man Liu's Red Book, with the ability to seal any monster within a 5-meter radius for 10 seconds. After use, the item's cooldown time was 1 day. The monster was immediately sealed, standing still like a statue, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yi swiftly charged toward it, sliding underneath its body, his gaze focused on his target. With the familiar scalpel in hand, he executed a series of sharp, swift, and decisive movements. He slid behind the monster, moving lightly but effectively. While the monster was still locked in place and unable to resist, Zhao Yi made the final strike from below, targeting its fatal weak spot. The small heads growing on the monster's legs turned to glare at him with eyes full of rage, but it was already too late. He precisely severed the chrysanthemum, the monster's weakness. When the chrysanthemum dissipated, its delicate petals drifted away in the wind, symbolizing the end. Immediately, a system notification appeared. The unit has sustained severe damage from your soul weapon. The wound will continuously spawn devourers until the unit is completely destroyed. The strength and resilience of the devourers will correspond to your actual power level. Zhao Yi stood up, his face full of excitement and satisfaction, while Yang Lin looked at him with an expression of disbelief. She could only remain silent, huddling behind the wall, trying to calm herself from the events that had just unfolded. Zhao Yi held the scalpel in his hand, the red light from the blade shining brightly. He still didn't fully understand what the evil god spreading consciousness was. Zhao Yi's attributes had been upgraded, with his health reaching 15/15, strength 16 and spirit 101. But what about luck? He couldn't help but be surprised. Only his strength had been slightly improved, increasing by 8 points after rebuilding 110,000. In addition, he had also acquired a special passive skill. Yang Lin stood at a distance, observing Zhao Yi as he swiftly destroyed the monster, feeling a deep sense of admiration. She whispered, hiding behind a wall, curiously looking toward him, "Is it dead?" Zhao Yi turned around and nodded, replying, "Yeah, that's right." He sat down, focusing on inspecting the creature. It could have been considered a perfect being, but its creator was not skilled. The monster's rear had been cut off by him. It lay still, trembling, with blood dripping from the scalpel's blade. System notification. Congratulations! You have destroyed a rampaging mutant. Your soul weapon has absorbed the remnants of the evil god within the mutant's body. Blood from the monster spread across the floor, pooling and making gurgling sounds. 0.01% strength is insufficient. The spreading consciousness construction cannot continue. Construction paused. The system continued notifying that his soul weapon had gained a new ability. Zhao Yi continued to chop into the monster's body with the scalpel. He swung the knife powerfully, and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Lin, surprised, asked him, "What are you going to do now?" Yang Lin stepped closer to Zhao Yi to observe. He was performing surgery on the monster to see if there were any clues. He was surprised as he looked inside the creature's body through the incision. It was hard to believe. There were 18 kidneys. The chat channel was buzzing with discussions about this. From its appearance, it was clear that it possessed extraordinarily powerful abnormal functions. Even someone as unusual as him, Zhao Yi, never expected it to have so many kidneys. Yang Lin felt utterly disgusted, covering her mouth with her hand and unable to keep her eyes open, only daring to observe from a distance. Zhao Yi stood up, realizing that he couldn't find any clues. He said, "There's nothing here. Let's move on." The two continued walking forward, their footsteps echoing through the hallway. Yang Lin was still terrified, her hands pressed to her chest, following closely behind Zhao Yi. They stopped in front of a room. Looking through the door, they saw tubes filled with green liquid cultivating some kind of creature. After overcoming her fear of the previous monster, Yang Lin was now confronted with a scene even more horrifying. In front of them was a laboratory, surrounded by many tanks containing cultivation solutions. Inside were children, and in the middle of the room was an operating table where a child was undergoing unfinished surgery. Blood from the child was dripping onto the floor. Zhao Yi continued without a hint of fear or hesitation. He said, "We're lucky. It really is our lucky day." He approached the table, rummaging through a pile of documents, and discovered a research diary. He said, "Here, take this." He handed the diary to Yang Lin, continuing, "This contains the experiment log." Continuing his search, Zhao Yi discovered several pieces of paper with various data, reports on the condition of the experiment samples, progress plans, and the amounts of substances used on the test subjects. Among these was information related to the market and the division of profits from this brutal action. The test subjects had become uncontrollable, and the content also mentioned a person named Alex. Alex had turned a blind eye to the reports, all because of his own ignorance, for which he would pay the price. Yang Lin deduced, "It seems that there was a rebellion in this laboratory. The test subjects they created lost control, and then killed everyone." She felt very frightened thinking about what had happened, and her eyes were filled with horror and sorrow at the terrifying things that could still unfold. After studying the experiment logs, Zhao Yi said, "Whether it's a rebellion from the external quantum state or the monster we just encountered, everything will naturally emerge. On the table and around the room, there is blood everywhere." He said to Yang Lin, "They must have a ground state." When Yang Lin heard the term ground state, she didn't understand what it meant. She looked at him blankly and asked, "What is a ground state?" Zhao Yu explained, "It's the original form of the test subject." She still didn't fully understand, looking at him with a confused expression. He pointed at the screen and asked her, "Can you understand this device?" Yang Lin looked at the screen, but didn't understand what it was. Zhao Yi didn't understand it fully either, and remained silent. On the screen was the shape of the monster that had just been destroyed, along with its data. Zhao Yi only needed to restore the original data on how it operated. After that, he would check its initial basic state, and that would be enough. He began pressing the buttons on the control panel, trying to see if he could recover the data. The screen displayed, "Data is being downloaded. Optimizing. Programming startup complete. Programming download successful." The screen then showed an image of the arms and legs, which appeared more human-like. Both of them stared at the screen, waiting for the result. Yang Lin exclaimed, "Oh my God, the disgusting monster just now turned out to be a girl." The screen displayed the original form of the monster, a girl who looked very ordinary, with no mutations at all. The cells of this monster had high development and adaptability capabilities. That meant this girl was very young. Zhao Yi made a guess based on the data on the screen, where the adaptability and growth abilities were quite powerful. He rubbed his chin and voiced his thoughts. If we think more broadly, this girl could be a student from the school. He held a file in his hand, which was covered in blood. Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin's hands trembled. She stammered, "What do you mean?" She turned to look at Zhao Yi, as if wanting to confirm her suspicion. This school built such a large underground base to turn students into monsters, right? She angrily crumpled the documents in her hands, feeling as though these people were criminals or lunatics. Zhao Yi continued his reasoning. The monster we encountered earlier had 18 kidneys, each one very healthy. This laboratory might be selling human organs. If the experiment is successful, the cells from this girl could continue to nurture more monsters. They will have a rich supply of kidneys to buy and sell, meaning they have created a living treasure trove. Then he glanced at the nutrient tanks inside, where children were being held, and continued. Furthermore, this base does not only focus on one project. Earlier, in the experiment diary, it was mentioned that the people conducting the experiment had seemingly created a monster related to quantum states. Experiment log 826. Those lunatics successfully created a quantum state, and not only did they succeed, but they succeeded. He speculated further. The monster we encountered outside might be the quantum mutant described in the experiment log. Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin's face darkened in fear. She angrily clenched her fist, gritting her teeth. Those bastards actually set up an experimental base under the school and turned children into monsters. It's completely inhuman. Zhao Yi sighed and shook his head. No, they didn't establish an experimental base involving humans beneath the school. They actually built a school above the experimental base. His face appeared faintly in the darkness, and his words left Yang Linlin stunned. She asked again. He observed and analyzed the design of the experimental base, noticing how incredibly complex it was. If this school had been completed first, and then they quietly built the experimental base afterward, that would have been almost impossible. Therefore, it is clear that the experimental base must have been constructed beforehand. This speculation of Zhao Yi was very reasonable and demonstrated the danger of the laboratory as well as the person behind these experiments. After hearing this, Yang Linlin's face clearly showed fear and surprise. Furthermore, this mountain school was also part of their plan. There was some mysterious figure behind it all, someone who had planned everything. They sent personnel to the school to collect samples, conduct tests, and check the health conditions of each student. They needed young people, individuals with the health to participate in all sorts of experiments. Zhao Yi turned to Yang Linlin and said, apart from the relevant departments, which organization could surpass the school, a well-known institution, and openly be aware of the health status of the students? Yang Linlin also found this reasoning to be true. Zhao Yi turned away and continued, now we need some documents to prove this assumption, and then we can complete this secret mission. He approached the monster's corpse, swiftly using a surgical knife to make a few cuts. On the way back, Zhao Yi had removed 18 kidneys from the creature. Yang Linlin saw him cutting it open, and she clutched her stomach, her discomfort so overwhelming that she immediately vomited outside. He picked up the piece of leather and observed it, noticing that several small human faces had appeared on it. Everyone who saw it commented that it was truly terrifying. He opened his bag, put the piece of leather inside, and then someone commented, I usually can't stand side by side with the boss because I'm not twisted enough. After that, the two continued down the corridor. The corridor no longer had the ominous red air it once did, but the space remained eerily quiet. The two reached the end of the hallway, and suddenly a large white cafeteria appeared. Zhao Yi stepped forward to check, while Yang Linlin cautiously watched. Zhao Yi raised his finger to his lips, signaling Yang Linlin to remain silent. She looked around, and he raised his hand to open the door. A dim blue light emanated from inside. Both of them leaned in to observe, and Yang Linlin hurriedly covered her mouth to avoid making any noise. Inside the room were 5 monsters, each with a different appearance, and each one was bizarre. Zhao Yi was also shocked by this scene. Some of them were wandering around, while 2 were sitting eating what appeared to be human hands and feet. Yang Linlin quietly said, I can't believe there are so many monsters like this. How many students have gone missing? Why haven't the police investigated? Zhao Yi thought, the person behind this research facility must be ruthless, and it's likely to be the mayor of the city. He thought, the mayor of City A has been pulling the strings behind the scenes, manipulating everything. But he alone probably can't do all of this. I'm afraid there's a huge team behind him, with puppets under his control. Yang Lin looked at Zhao Yi in fear. What should we do now? Should we go? Zhao Yi told her to wait a moment. He opened his equipment panel and took out the piece of skin he had stored earlier. Yang Lin felt like she was going to vomit when she saw it. She covered her mouth with both hands and backed away. Zhao Yi raised the skin high and tore it with his hands, the piece of skin ripping into two. He handed one of the monster skins to Yang Lin. Here, you step back. Calm asked, what are we doing now? She hadn't finished her sentence when she tried to run, but Zhao Yi stopped her. Come here. She struggled to escape, crying. No, I won't hold it even if you kill me. Zhao Yi simply placed the monster skin onto Yang Lin's body. Her face now wore an expression of resignation, which looked quite humorous. Everyone in the chat channel quickly took screenshots of her expression. I'm dying. The goddess Lin's expression is on point. Both of them had draped the monster skin over their bodies. Zhao Yi sighed, saying the skin wasn't bad. As for Yang Lin, she looked like her soul had left her body, her eyes wide as she said, I think I see Lei Meng waving at me. Zhao Yi walked ahead, pulling Yang Lin along. All right, let's go. Let's enter. The door was suddenly pushed open, making a loud noise. The two monsters, who were eating, heard the sound and turned their heads to look towards the door. They were still holding a human arm, half-eaten, in their hands. The two monsters stared at Zhao Yi and Yang Lin with confused expressions, wondering what was happening. They scrutinized the two of them carefully before slowly approaching. Yang Lin felt scared cold sweat dripping down her face as she clutched Zhao Yi's arm. Zhao Yi, noticing this, smiled confidently to reassure her. He held her hand, which made her look at him in confusion, not understanding what he intended to do. Zhao Yi, still holding her hand, approached the two monsters. He stared directly at them, and they too had no hesitation in facing him. One of them spoke something in a strange language that no one could understand. With his intelligence, Zhao Yi mimicked their language perfectly. The female monster was surprised, not understanding how this person could imitate her. She raised her hand, signaling with gestures as if trying to communicate with Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi also imitated her gesture, copying it exactly. No matter what the female monster did or said, Zhao Yi repeated it exactly the same. This left the female monster speechless, unsure of what to do next. The monster next to her also expressed disappointment. It pointed at Zhao Yi and told its companion that he was just a mimicking machine with no emotions. Eventually, they relaxed their guard towards Zhao Yi, and Yang Lin turned around and left. Yang Lin stood beside him, witnessing the scene just now, and she began to come up with something. On one hand, she memorized all the strange sounds that the monsters made, and on the other hand, she couldn't help but admire Zhao Yi, whom she believed to be the master of words. After successfully deceiving the two monsters, Zhao Yi took Yang Lin's hand and said, Let's go. Let's check inside. He stood in front of a strange door. This canteen had a total of 16 doors, but this one had never had a monster go through it. In fact, every time they passed this door, they would simply glide past it without stopping. Zhao Yi continued to speculate about that door. Yang Lin, feeling curious, asked him, Do you want to go in and have a look? If we go in now, we won't be discovered, right? Zhao Yi thought for a moment, and then shook his head, believing it wasn't a good idea to go in for now, because he didn't know what was behind that door. He said, Let's not go in just yet. It's not certain it will be safe. He and Yang Lin checked to see if there were any other clues. Zhao Yi suddenly noticed something in another spot on the floor, which was covered in blood and scattered with various objects. Two demons were eating someone. When they saw Zhao Yi and Yang Lin, they froze and stared at them. One of the demons, seeing them stare back, extended a blood-covered arm and offered, Would you like to eat too? The demon invited them to join in, leaving both Zhao Yi and Yang Lin speechless. The demon's enthusiasm and eager look were directed at Zhao Yi. He looked at the wriggling maggots in its hand. Zhao Yi thought to himself that he didn't eat meat, but the atmosphere had already reached this point. He sat down, took the bloodied arm with the maggots, and returned the demon's gesture of hospitality. Zhao Yi picked up a live white maggot, brought it to his mouth, and ate it with apparent enjoyment. Yang Lin stood beside him, her mouth agape, utterly shocked as she watched Zhao Yi devour the maggot. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, thought the taste was similar to crispy chicken. The demon smiled, believing Zhao Yi knew how to eat. That's the best part. Yang Lin, still shivering in fear, recoiled. After Zhao Yi's display, he guessed, they're no longer wary of us. He observed the body they were gnawing on, while Yang Lin was paralyzed with terror. Zhao Yi noticed a letter, and picked it up. When he opened the letter to read, both Yang Lin and he looked on with curiosity. The letter contained lines about the failed merger, the destruction of the gate, and how the Shaishan experimental base followed the same path as the town had years ago. The writer's deep sense of unwillingness was clearly reflected through the words. Zhao Yi looked at the lines and guessed that these events were related to Guzhuan Town, but there was too little information about Guzhuan Town. Suddenly, a notification popped up from the system. Congratulations, player Zhao Yi. Yang Lin, the secret mission has been assigned to the two of you. The task is to investigate the truth behind Shaishan University. The mission reward will be sent after the task is completed. Zhao Yi looked at the letter and smiled. As expected, these bloody drafts confirm our suspicions. The school was built because of the experimental base. The outstanding students from Sidia who gathered here became subjects for the base's experiments. Previously, in the giant dungeon at the hospital, we had already seen a disgusting screen. From these fragmented lines, it seems that the Black Shadow might be X1. The experimental base could very well involve more than just the Xiangshan Hospital and Shaishan University. Zhao Yi turned to look at Yang Lin, thinking, I should tell her this information. Suddenly, his gaze panicked, and he realized that Yang Lin was crying softly beside him. The demon seemed to realize this as well. It raised its head, searching for the sound. Zhao Yi quickly led Yang Lin away, causing the demon to be confused. It understood, but for some reason, it didn't know why the two individuals had suddenly left. Zhao Yi and Yang Lin returned to a nearby door, a place devoid of monsters. She was breathing heavily, having been pulled along by him, without a break. Zhao Yi asked, Why are you crying? Yang Lin replied, I know the secret mission has been completed, and even if we die on the way back to the base, it's still a big gain. But seeing so many students still in the canteen, I can't feel happy. She pointed inside, where demons were gathering. Zhao Yi was at a loss for words after hearing this. Yang Lin thought of the image of students who dedicated themselves and continued. They used to have hopes for the future, sweating, bleeding, and crying, putting in all their efforts to get into this high school. But they never expected they would end up in a hellish place, turned into all sorts of monsters by us. She looked at the demons tearing apart a body, their mouths watering hungrily. It's hard to imagine how desperate they must have been when they were on the operating table. Yang Lin was still lost in her emotions. After hearing her, Zhao Yi grabbed her shoulder tightly. Listen, sympathizing with them now won't help. He advised her, take advantage of this time to find the main clue. Who knows, you might even figure out who the mastermind behind this experimental base is. Upon hearing these words, Yang Lin realized that Zhao Yi had a point. She wiped away her tears, looked directly at Zhao Yi, and asked, So what should we do now? Seeing that Yang Lin's spirits had lifted, Zhao Yi outlined the plan. First, we need to figure out how to get the Black Shadow to gather at one spot near the garage. Yang Lin was taken aback by this, and a bunch of question marks appeared in her mind. Gather with that thing. Are you crazy? Zhao Yi rubbed his chin. Ever since the Black Shadow chased after Lai Sheng, it can split into parts. It's probably the final creation X2 of this experimental base. A quantum riot state, unstable, and incredibly powerful. Horrified, Yang Lin exclaimed, and you still want to gather with it in one place? I'm afraid we won't even get a chance to talk to it before. Zhao Yi looked at her. It has such power, but it's still been wreaking havoc within the experimental base. Don't you find that strange? Yang Lin guessed that it probably hadn't found a place to go, which is why it kept lingering here. Zhao Yi denied this theory, saying, Isn't it guarding the entrance? His expression grew serious as he continued to speculate. It heard the noise and chased Lai Sheng, which proves it doesn't want anyone to enter the experimental base. He said, Moreover, The monsters in this experimental base would rather eat rotting corpses than go outside, which proves that there is something out there that terrifies them. Clearly, what they fear is not X2. If X2 wanted to enter and kill them, it would be as easy as turning over the palm of your hand. Therefore, if I'm not mistaken, what they fear is the curse, which is also the demon, whose true identity is hidden in the thick fog. Hearing Zhao Yu's analysis, Yang Lin guessed. What you mean is that they in the thick fog outside are the enemies. Zhao Yu agreed with her, showing her a piece of paper. The paper provides some information about the city mayor, stating that the experimental subjects are not allowed to appear outside the base, so they plan to destroy everything here. Yang Lin seemed to have realized the key issue. I understand now. That thick fog is the method they came up with. They want to use the curse to erase all traces of the experiments here. Seeing that Yang Lin had understood, Zhao Yi smiled confidently. Correct. The unknown demon in the fog is the real killer in this dungeon, and it's the main task with the side task that needs to be dealt with. Hearing this, Yang Lin was still confused. But that fog is even harder to handle. Why are you so happy? Zhao Yi smiled even more confidently. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I've already thought about cooperating with the Black Shadow. After hearing this, Yang Lin was left speechless. She wanted to dismiss Zhao Yi's crazy idea, but Zhao Yi believed that if we talk to it properly, we might be able to obtain important information related to the curse, and it could even help us complete the side mission quickly. Yang Lin reached out and touched Zhao Yu's forehead, then did the same to her own. No fever, so why are you talking nonsense today? Zhao Yi was just as speechless at her. He pushed her away and walked off, finding it troublesome to explain. Just follow me later. She still looked confused, unwilling to understand the situation, but agreed to follow him. A few hours later, the two had moved to another location. Zhao Yi and Yang Lin were standing outside a large door. Yang Lin asked him, "What are we waiting for?" Zhao Yi answered calmly, "We're waiting for the monster in the cafeteria to go rest. If those things were modified from humans, they are still based on some kind of living creature, so they must get tired. And when they get tired, they'll sleep. We'll check the door while they're resting." Zhao Yi pointed to the door behind them. He looked at the door, still tightly shut. If I'm not mistaken, what's inside is related to X2. Yang Lin pointed at the door. But how do we get in? There's a password. Before she could finish her sentence, she screamed in terror as she saw Zhao Yi, holding a head, still wobbling. He inserted the head into the lock to scan, and the sound of the lock beeping echoed, indicating that it was in the process of recognition. Zhao Yi recalled the information about the Black Shadow. At that time, when I saw one of the weaknesses of the Black Shadow, it was its entity. If we're lucky, inside, there will be its entity. As soon as he finished speaking, the successful recognition notification sounded, and the door began to open automatically. He tossed the head aside and headed toward the room behind the door. The two of them entered the room, which was quite spacious. In the center, something was still operating, emitting a green light. Upon closer inspection, they were both very surprised. It was a storage lab. Inside, there was water, and something inside appeared to still be alive. It resembled the shape of a brain, but larger, with two very large eyes. It also had many intertwined wires, forming a shape similar to a human body. Yang Lin, seeing it, covered her mouth with her hand. What the hell is this? Zhao Yi looked at it. This could be considered a work of art. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin got goosebumps while he touched the storage lab. The body only preserves the most important part, which is the nerve fibers. Nutrients are used to preserve the life of the cells, while stimuli from the outside world replace the internal organs, completing a cycle. The surgery to remove each nerve cell. Only one person I know before could do that. Upon hearing this, a series of comments popped up. Is he bragging? How could such a surgery be completed in real life? I graduated from that academy. I take full responsibility to tell you that a surgery like this could actually be completed in real life. But the academy would use the bodies of the deceased, not living people, for experimentation. That's right, I'm a surgeon too, and I've been in the profession for 23 years. At that level, anesthesia has no effect anymore. The process would seem to occur while the patient is fully conscious. It's extremely cruel. That's illegal. Oh my God! Yang Lin still couldn't recover from what she had just heard. Zhao Yi, Do you mean it's still alive? Zhao Yi once again confirmed her words. The nutrient fluids and installation fees are very expensive. Do those crazy researchers really have to put so much effort into someone who's already dead? He pointed at the huge machine containing the fluid, so that Yang Linlin could understand better. At this point, Yang Linlin was no longer frightened. She looked at the experimental chamber and asked, "It's still alive? Then how does it feel now? Cold, suffering, or despairing?" While Yang Linlin continued observing the living object, Zhao Yu noticed a notebook on the table. He flipped it open to see what was written inside. One page contained the following. God said that focus is a quality essential to binding the spirit together, and kindness is the key to sealing the strength. Anger and fear are the keys to the lock. He rubbed his chin and silently guessed. It seems like philosophy and theology or something. Suddenly, Yang Linlin called him over to look at something. She pointed to the electronic monitor above the experiment chamber that contained the object. The electronic monitor displayed. Subject: Chen Qing, 16 years old. Adaptability: 96. High survival rate, compatible with computer waves 92. Spiritual connection: excellent. Zhao Yi recognized it. It's her. Chen Qing, the student who got expelled for falling in love too early, and now she has turned into a creature with complex blood vessels and a nervous system. Interesting. Chen Qing, who ended up being used to transform into X2. Zhao Yi rubbed his chin again, accompanied by a confident smile. This time, he felt as though he had discovered something new. He turned around and said, "I'm going to check the list of participants in the experiment." Yang Linlin was also curious about the list, so she followed him. Zhao Yi opened the notebook from earlier, inside of which was the list of experiment participants. 3 names stood out: Zhang Ya, Pang Xiao, Lai Xi. He was surprised to find the name Lai Sheng on the list. Upon seeing that name, he seemed to confirm his suspicions. Just as I thought. He stared at the list in the notebook. Pang Xiao was basically not the mayor's son, and Zhang Ya isn't the goddess of Class 18. They're all test subjects pretending to be students in the school to find help for the experimental subjects. Zhao Yi closed the notebook after he had deduced some of the tragic details about Chen Qing. Yang Linlin gasped. What? Zhao Yi seemed to have pieced together the situation with Chen Qing. Pang Xiao and Zhang Ye had taken on different roles, intentionally approaching Chen Qing with the aim of using the notes in the notebook to gradually erode her kindness and unleash the wickedness within her. Logically speaking, students with higher academic achievements should naturally have better focus. People who are indecisive find it hard to build a career. Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin involuntarily glanced into the experimental chamber, while Zhao Yi continued to voice his thoughts. This is the best school in the city, and the real goal is to select subjects with the highest concentration. Could it be that Zhang Ya and Pang Xiao aren't on that list? They're the test subjects. And maybe they escaped before the curse took effect. Suddenly, a voice broke into Zhao Yi's train of thought. You're basically right. You didn't guess wrong. A man holding a gun appeared before them. It was none other than Lai Sheng. He grinned maliciously. But those two didn't escape. They became sacrifices instead. Didn't see that coming, did you? As dangerous as it is, I still made it in here. You two hybrids. The game ends here. Yang Linlin raised both hands. Calm down first. Zhao Yi continued to smile confidently as he looked at Lai Sheng. He held Yang Linlin's shoulder and gently said, "No need to stop. Don't move." His words only made Lai Sheng angrier. He shouted, "Move, and I'll shoot you dead." Zhao Yi challenged him. "Go ahead, shoot." Yang Linlin was terrified upon hearing this, and in a worried tone she said, "Do you even have any bullets? If you did, you'd have shot by now. I don't believe you can hold back." Lai Sheng lost control and screamed before firing his gun. Indeed, the gun was loaded. However, the bullet didn't hit Zhao Yi. Instead, it struck Yang Linlin. The onlookers, feeling indignant, began posting comments. Wow, how did he even manage to hit something like that? Yang Linlin, wounded, was furious and screamed, "I didn't provoke you, so why are you shooting me?" Lai Sheng, seeing what had happened, quickly apologized. "This time, I'll definitely aim properly." He yelled and pointed the gun at the two of them, but his vision blurred, and he couldn't focus properly. The object in the testing chamber also watched the scene unfold. A second gunshot rang out, and this time, the bullet hit Yang Lin Lin again. Comments flooded in. Isn't this shooting style a bit too personal? Could this gun be called the woman's sorrow and sympathy for the goddess Lin Lin? Seeing Yang Lin Lin injured, Zhao Yi immediately took off his monstrous-looking outer clothing and told her to do the same. Yang Lin Lin covered her chest with her hands, confused about what he intended to do. Comments continued to pour in, with one person laughing loudly. In a situation like this, you're still worried. Zhao Yi bit and tore at the two sleeves of his shirt. He used his own shirt to bandage Yang Lin Lin's wound. Her injury seemed quite serious, causing her great pain. She bit her lips tightly but still remained strong, not making a sound. Lai Shen was still watching them, his eyes filled with suspicion. While continuing to tend to Yang Lin Lin's wound, Zhao Yi suddenly spoke. All right, you plotted against us once, and now we plot against you once. You owe us a favor. 4 for 5, it's your debt now. Lai Shen looked at them with suspicion. But before he could finish his thoughts, Zhao Yi turned to demand. Tell me, what can you do for us? Lai Shen gritted his teeth in anger and replied, What do you mean by 4 for 5? You say you owe us a favor. If you weren't of some use to us, I would have shot you already. Lai Sheng swallowed and tried to suppress his anger. Haven't you figured out what's going on here? At that moment, Zhao Yi, supporting the trembling Yang Lin Lin in pain, stood up. Lai Sheng walked past them, unable to hide his smug expression. That's right, it's all our doing, including the curse of this school. If you want to leave, you must figure out how to break the curse. Lai Sheng walked over to the functioning computer. Zhao Yi looked at him, his eyes filled with doubt. What are you trying to do? Lai Sheng smiled confidently and responded. All we need to do is shut down X2's life support chamber and let the X2 rebellion die. Then, the remaining basic anomalies won't pose a threat. The organization will quickly send people to lift the curse and clean up this place. Zhao Yi, after hearing this, immediately stopped him. Stop deceiving yourself, the organization won't come to save you. Lai Sheng refused to accept the truth. I was part of this experiment. I know the secret data they don't. It's of great value. The organization won't just abandon me. Zhao Yi didn't comfort him. Instead, he harshly added, if you were really that important to them, they would have sent someone to rescue you by now. Not left you in this godforsaken place, struggling to get by for so long. Waiting for the organization to come to your rescue is pointless. You might as well trust us. At least for now. Our ship can still barely take on one more person. Zhao Yi was both harsh and soothing towards Lai Sheng. However, Lai Sheng was not receptive, and he flew into a rage. Shut your mouth. He pointed a gun at Zhao Yi, shouting, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll shoot you dead. With the gun barrel aimed directly at his head, Zhao Yi remained calm. It must feel terrible to be discarded, doesn't it? You look like a loyal dog, but this is where it's led you. When they used you, they promised you a grand future. But once you were no longer of value, they discarded you like trash. Don't be stupid. If you still want to live, there's only one way left. Zhao Yi remained calm, sneering, and then stated firmly, right now, we're the only ones who can help you. If you kill me, it's no different from committing suicide. Lai Sheng, upon hearing this, became so angry that he could no longer control himself, causing his hands and feet to tremble uncontrollably. He then responded slowly, his voice full of frustration. Shut up! Witnessing Lai Sheng's trembling, Yang Lin Lin's fearful expression, and Zhao Yu's calm demeanor, the onlookers started commenting. So scary, yet he still made the mistake of falling into this trap. There were also comments like, this dungeon looks like it's already been cleared. Many puzzles are being solved. If he dies here, it would be such a waste. By this point, Lai Sheng gradually regained his composure. His trembling subsided, and he decided to lower his gun slowly. He sat down on the floor. Right in front of Zhao Yi, Lai Sheng seemed to have accepted the truth. He appeared dazed and surrendered to everything. Lai Sheng sat with his back against the wall. Yang Lin Lin, who was behind Zhao Yi, also breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself, I almost got scared to death by this guy, Lai Sheng. In that dark room, Lai Sheng took a cigarette, brought it to his mouth, and lit it. His face now looked sorrowful. He took a deep drag, exhaled a cloud of thick smoke, and said, the way I look right now, I must seem pathetic, right? Yang Lin Lin, hearing this, became angry and shouted, after everything you've done, You still have the nerve to say you're pathetic. Yang Lin calmly questioned Lai Sheng. The students you tortured for reformation, the families you destroyed, and the neural cell experiments. Aren't they pitiable? Lai Sheng slowly took another drag from his cigarette, then answered softly. Do you think I wanted that? My daughter is in their hands. As he spoke, Lai Sheng recalled the final images of his wife. At that time, she was weak, gasping for breath, while their daughter cried, knowing she was about to be separated from her mother. Lai Sheng continued, 3 years ago, cancer took my wife. Before she died, she told me to take good care of our daughter. At this point, Lai Sheng lowered his face in front of Zhao Yi and Yang Lin. Holding the cigarette in his hand, he raised it to his head, as if he wanted to crush his brain. His body trembled with each shudder as he said, I've wronged my wife. Now, I'm about to wrong my daughter as well. After speaking, he slumped down, and a few tears began to fall. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin suddenly remembered a passage from a handwritten manuscript she had once read, which mentioned the daughter. My dear Lena, I've heard that the amusement park your father built is now finished. I promised I'd come play with you. My work is nearing its end, and in at most half a month I should be home. Don't worry, this time I will definitely come back. Yang Lin rested her hand on her chin, deep in thought. Could it be? While Zhao Yi remained silent to think, Yang Lin spoke up and asked Lai Sheng, your wife and daughter are all controlled by that organization, aren't they? Lai Sheng kept his head lowered and slowly replied, what if they are? Lai Sheng rested his head against the cabinet on the right, showing signs of exhaustion, and answered, the murderer is just someone who kills with a single strike. Besides, those students, once they enter here, are no different from pigs. Facing Zhao Yi and Yang Lin, Lai Sheng spoke up again. You two think our crimes are unforgivable, but in reality, we had no choice. Lai Sheng's gaze turned lifeless as he looked at Yang Lin. If you had to choose between your loved ones and a stranger to die, would you really choose the stranger over your own family? Hearing this question, Yang Lin suddenly felt a sense of confusion and fear, to the point that she was left speechless. Deep down, for a brief moment, Lin thought, indeed from Lai Sheng's perspective, she might have had to make the same choice. Yang Lin clenched her fists and silently admitted to herself, yes, everyone has a selfish side. The three of them fell into a pensive silence in the dimly lit space for a while, before Lai Sheng finally spoke. All right, if we're talking about cooperation, then I think the fact that you two managed to get this far means you're not ordinary people. If you want to help me, then I will tell you how to break the curse. Suddenly, Zhao Yi spoke to Lai Sheng. What you want us to help with is to save your daughter, right? Lai Sheng looked up at Zhao Yi, then sneered lightly and replied, based on your current abilities, just by approaching the outer area of the organization, you will be discovered in an instant and dealt with on the spot. Don't even talk about rescuing my daughter. Lai Sheng spoke to Zhao Yi with a tone of contempt. Then, he turned to Yang Lin and added, of course, if you weren't with this foolish woman, based on your abilities and deductions, you might live a bit longer. Feeling belittled by Lai Sheng's assessment, Yang Lin shouted at him, you're the fool. Your whole family are fools. Zhao Yi took a step forward, moving closer to Lai Sheng, and slowly said, so what you want us to help you with? Zhao Yi calmly and slowly stared directly at Lai Sheng and asked, in front of Zhao Yi and Lin. Lai Sheng used his other arm to support himself on the ground, then slowly stood up and walked to the left. Let me show you this. Lai Sheng continued walking forward slowly. Zhao Yu and Lin both kept their eyes on him, curious about what information Lai Sheng was going to reveal. The light shone toward the direction Lai Sheng was headed, while Zhao Yi remained calm, keeping his hands in his pockets, watching Lai Sheng's actions. Lin, on the other hand, timidly stood behind Zhao Yi, seeking his protection. At the corner of the room, Lai Sheng crouched on one knee beside a cabinet. He used his other arm to open the cabinet door. After successfully opening the cabinet, Lai Sheng bent down to peer deeply inside. Within the cabinet, a piece of brown fabric concealed something mysterious behind it. Lai Sheng slowly grasped the fabric. As he saw that Zhao Yi and Lin had also approached, Lai Sheng swiftly threw the fabric aside, exposing what was hidden inside the cabinet, startling both Zhao Yu and Lin. Zhao Yi, upon seeing the scene inside, also pulled his hands out of his pockets. Behind the fabric was a security device with high-tech features, cleverly installed behind the cabinet. Lai Sheng placed his thumb on the security device to authenticate his fingerprint. After just a few seconds, the device emitted a signal confirming fingerprint scan successful. Zhao Yi and Lin Lin stood behind, watching as Lai Sheng sat halfway inside the cabinet, rummaging through something. After a while, Lai Sheng retrieved a solution contained in a test tube from within the cabinet. He turned towards Zhao Yi and Lin Lin, leaned against the side of the cabinet, took a breath, closed his eyes, and said to Zhao Yi, "Take it." Zhao Yi quickly grabbed the solution. Lin Lin also fixed a curious gaze on the bottle. Zhao Yi immediately asked Lai Sheng, "What is this?" Lai Sheng, still leaning against the cabinet, exhaled tiredly and replied, "Zhao Yi, this product is from another project. Although it's still incomplete, its effects are just as dangerous." Lai Sheng continued to let out a long sigh, slowly opened his eyes, and answered Zhao Yi. When he saw that Zhao Yi was holding the solution firmly in his hand, Lai Sheng looked directly at Zhao Yi and Lin Lin, and revealed that the organization would not overlook this matter. Someone will definitely come looking for it. It could be months or even years later. Even if this place turns into a heap of ruins, they will still send people to search through everything here and find it. Once this solution falls into the hands of the organization. At this point, Lai Sheng's eyes began to cloud over. Sweat streamed down his face. The images of Zhao Yi and Yang Lin Lin gradually became blurry and faded. Lai Sheng gently shook his head to stabilize his vision, then slowly sat down in front of Zhao Yi and Lin Lin. He lowered his head, leaning against the wall beside him, and then revealed to Zhao Yi that the curse all stemmed from the box he had mentioned earlier. Afterward, Lai Sheng summoned the last bit of his strength, looked up, and tried to open his tired eyes to gaze at Zhao Yi. "As long as you turn off that box, the curse will be broken." With the remaining strength he had, Lai Sheng pointed towards an exit and told Zhao Yi and Lin Lin that the box was in the middle of the foggy floor. Zhao Yi and Yang Lin Lin turned around and looked toward the exit, following the direction Lai Sheng had pointed, listening to his instructions. The fog will not attack things that are lifeless. If you can control your emotions, you should be able to reach it. He said, "They have no eyes, no noses, and no ears." After saying this, Lai Sheng let his hands fall limply, showing that he had no strength left. Zhao Yu and Lin Lin turned to look at Lai Sheng, who was growing weaker by the moment. But they did not forget to listen to the important information he was providing. They will use brain waves to emit signals to determine whether a living organism is within the attack range. At this point, Lai Sheng had collapsed to the ground. His exhausted eyes and blood-soaked wounds had drained him of all his energy. Lai Sheng struggled to give Zhao Yu and Lin Lin the most accurate information he could, urging them, "Even if you see something in the fog, do not be surprised, and do not show any fear. Because once you're detected, any change in your emotions will be sensed by the nearby demons. They will catch the scent of fresh flesh." Lai Sheng grew more serious, slowly describing the terrifying consequences, urging Zhao Yi and Lin Lin to pay attention. In front of Lai Sheng, a body completely drained of strength, Yang Lin Lin quickly suggested to Zhao Yi, "Hurry up and bandage him." But Zhao Yi coldly stared at Lai Sheng and responded to Lin Lin, "Don't waste any more energy or time." Seeing Lai Sheng weakening further, Zhao Yi could easily guess that he had been starving for a long time, which had left his body in a state of extreme weakness. During the escape, the drugs had also affected his body a second time. In front of Yang Lin Lin, Zhao Yi appeared indifferent, but his analysis was completely accurate and grounded. When she saw Zhao Yi standing in front of Lai Sheng, his hands still in his pockets as he explained, Lin Lin couldn't help but be surprised. Zhao Yi spoke in a calm voice. "With so much blood lost right now, unless there's a sufficiently large hospital nearby to immediately administer a blood transfusion, then maybe there's hope. Otherwise, even if he were reincarnated, he wouldn't be able to survive." These words left Yang Lin Lin's heart feeling empty. She stared blankly at Zhao Yi, while the onlookers began commenting. "Look at the expression on Goddess Lin Lin's face. She must be feeling very uncomfortable right now." Another person added, "That's right. Although Lai Sheng isn't exactly a good person, his story makes him seem so real." I almost forgot he's just an NPC in this dungeon. Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi and shyly asked, "Do you think what he said is trustworthy?" Zhao Yi was silent for a moment before responding, from the perspective of a psychologist. "I believe what he said is true." After speaking, Zhao Yi took a vial of liquid that Lai Sheng had handed him out of his pocket. He held the vial in front of Lin Lin and continued, "But obviously, the system won't leave us a path to survive." Zhao Yue stared at the vial in his hand, his gaze turning colder. He said to Lin Lin, "There might still be a simpler way to break the curse. But if we don't follow the path," Lai Sheng pointed out, "even if someone else figures this out, they'd only have a 1% chance of survival." Hearing the analysis and the survival rate of just 1% from Zhao Yi, Yang Lin Lin almost collapsed. She had to lean against the nearby wall to keep her balance. Lin Lin glanced at Zhao Yi, her eyes filled with unease, then asked, "So do we still need to find another way to break the curse?" Zhao Yi placed a hand on his chin, pondering Lin Lin's question. He gazed at the dark path ahead, his eyes sharp yet full of resolve. After a moment, Zhao Yi replied, "Perhaps predicting the difficulties on the next path won't help much. The shortcuts, though difficult, will certainly be more effective." Lin Lin shuddered slightly. She felt fear creeping into her heart. She thought to herself, "This is too dangerous. Even if he's calm in the mist, if his emotions get triggered, he will definitely become a target for the demons." Zhao Yi kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if reassuring both himself and Lin Lin. He spoke calmly, "It's fine. As someone who has treated many patients with mental disorders, I am very confident in my ability to control my emotions." With that, Zhao Yi took a firm step, striding past Lin Lin as he moved forward. He spoke decisively, "I'll begin now." After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard Yang Lin Lin call his name loudly. Zhao Yi stopped and turned to look at her. Yang Lin Lin stood there, her eyes mixed with shyness and fear. Her voice trembled, but she still tried to speak clearly. "Well, I hope everything goes well for you. I won't go over there anymore." By this time, the followers began to comment again. Goddess Lin Lin is really sharp. Clearly, she realizes that controlling emotions and staying calm like Zhao Yi is totally impossible. If she goes with Zhao Yi now, she will not only cause him more trouble but also be walking straight into her own demise. Some other comments offered different opinions. As long as we get through this secret mission, we could make a huge profit. In the pitch-black environment, the comments kept popping up one after another. But finally, one comment summed everything up. Now we can only wait and see what Zhao Yi will do next. After wandering through the secret passage for a while, Zhao Yi finally found an old elevator. He stopped, carefully examining the grimy and filthy elevator door, deep in thought. Clearly, this secret passage was built in a hidden, hard-to-find location. It even relies entirely on the power from the elevator. Zhao Yi slowly stepped inside. His eyes scanned every detail, missing nothing. He realized that this well was different from the straight well that X2 was guarding. The way this well worked seemed to be designed for authorized personnel only, which explained why the monsters outside couldn't come and go freely. Zhao Yi pulled out an item, the head of Heidi, and quickly placed it into the elevator's facial recognition system. As he waited for the machine to process, he silently thought, after all, they won't just sit on the ground, monitoring these hundreds of meters-long meridians. Although they're monsters, they have their own consciousness. They're killers, hunters, not excavators. After placing Heidi's head on the recognition machine, the system finally emitted a successful recognition signal. At that moment, the viewers began to comment, "It's so rotten that even his mother doesn't recognize him anymore." And yet the scan still worked. Inside the elevator, the rusty stains mixed with dried blood, creating a cold and eerie atmosphere. There was no sign that this place had ever been cleaned. Zhao Yi stepped into the elevator. At that moment, Heidi's head disappeared on its own. Zhao Yi leaned against the elevator wall, calmly waiting for it to move. The loud noises from the old gears whenever the elevator operated echoed in the silent space. After a while, the elevator stopped. The door slowly opened, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the overly old system. Zhao Yi stepped outside but immediately froze. In front of him, a monster with long white hair was standing with its back to him. Zhao Yi could feel the danger radiating from this creature. It was the Red Ghost, an entity considered extremely dangerous. This wraith had been cursed mercilessly, making fear the very source of nourishment it craved. The wraith's weakness was that it was blinded by rules that obscured its six senses, only able to hunt based on the emotional fluctuations of living creatures. However, for someone as cold-hearted as Zhao Yi, to the wraith, he was no different from a lifeless stone. A beautiful female ghost like this. I really don't mind testing whether it's troublesome or not. When the viewers saw the wraith's arm on the screen, they began commenting again. This outfit. Is this not Lai Shang's arm? Zhao Yi stood behind the demon, his gaze slowly shifting toward its arm. He immediately recognized it. This was Lai Shang's arm. Zhao Yi thought to himself, I had already anticipated this. Even though Lai Shang had taken the risk of facing X2, he would never dare to use this secret passage. There was definitely something terrifying here, lurking everywhere. Zhao Yi focused his attention on the demon in front of him, his eyes becoming more serious. He exhaled softly, preparing himself for the next move. After stretching and warming up, Zhao Yi, with a calm and innocent expression, suddenly spoke. The weather is nice, a beautiful autumn day. The onlookers outside were astonished by Zhao Yi's composed attitude. To face the female demon and still remain so indifferent, even reciting poetry. Zhao Yi took one slow step after another, cautiously approaching the demon. As soon as he made contact with its body, the demon immediately sensed something. Outside, the comments exploded. No way! The boss actually dares to touch it. Sweat began to bead on Zhao Yi's forehead. A thought flashed through his mind. I don't want to become a vengeful knight. But there's no choice. This woman is blocking the way. The moment the demon sensed the contact, it abruptly lifted its head, then slowly turned its face to face Zhao Yi. A terrifying face appeared. Its deep-set eyes were devoid of pupils, and its mouth stretched from ear to ear, exposing sharp, jagged teeth, growing haphazardly as if it wanted to devour everything. Its long, slimy tongue curled all the way up to its eyes. When its true face appeared, the followers immediately panicked and commented, suddenly turning around and scaring me. I almost got startled to death. Zhao Yi stood facing that repulsive face. Though he felt a little tense, he remained calm, not showing any emotion. Suddenly, the demon stuck out a long tongue and licked his entire face. Its saliva smeared all over Zhao Yi's face, causing the viewers to panic and comment. Everyone, I can't even breathe anymore. As long as Zhao Yi wavered just a bit, he would definitely be devoured right on the spot. In an instant, the demon quickly withdrew its filthy tongue from Zhao Yi's face. Its eyes slowly narrowed. Zhao Yi still remained silent and calm, as if nothing had happened. After a moment, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a handkerchief, and wiped his face clean, removing the disgusting drool left by the female demon. After finishing, Zhao Yi gave a faint smile, surprising the followers. A series of comments appeared. Well done. Didn't expect to see such an emotion. The female demon seemed unable to sense any emotions around her. Her eyes gradually turned white, then she turned away, treating Zhao Yi like an insignificant stone. Zhao Yi confidently passed this ordeal. He gave a shy smile in front of the female demon, ensuring she couldn't detect any emotion present here. Facing the terrifying threats and actions of the female demon, Zhao Yi remained unfazed, with no fluctuation in his emotions. Even when overcoming this trial, Zhao Yi confidently sneered, showing no fear. Walking straight ahead, he saw an iron ladder that had been set against the wall. Zhao Yi approached it and carefully examined it before deciding to place his hand on the ladder and climb up. Wasting no time, he confidently gripped the ladder and quickly ascended, eager to find out what the next trial would be. At the top, there was a hatch blocking the way. Zhao Yi used his left hand to forcefully push the hatch open and climbed out. The scene here resembled a gymnasium, but it was very dark. Shelves filled with balls lined the walls, and the floor was scattered with rolling balls. There were lockers for personal items and a table for table tennis. But everything was in disarray. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi heard a ghostly voice continuously repeating, "On the 8th of August, after cutting hair, put it away, then cut mother. On the 8th of August, after cutting hair, put it away, then cut mother. On the 8th of August, after cutting hair, put it away, then cut mother." Zhao Yi scanned his surroundings to locate the source of the sound. He listened carefully and discovered that the sound was coming from a doll figurine. The doll was in a corner, incessantly repeating the eerie dialogue. On the 8th of August, after cutting hair, cut it away, then cut mother. When the doll realized Zhao Yi had noticed it, it started repeating a more disturbing line. mother made into a doll. Suddenly, from afar, a pair of eyes fixed directly on Zhao Yi. These eyes belonged to a girl, but what was strange was that blood was flowing profusely from her face, and both corners of her eyes were continuously shedding blood. Zhao Yi raised his hand near the shelf containing the balls. Immediately, a dark red line appeared on the shelf, and the doll also repeated the previous conversation, saying over and over, "On the 8th of August, cut hair. After cutting the hair, cut mother. Mother sews into a doll." Zhao Yi gently pushed the door to enter a room next to the shelf with the balls. The eerie sound grew increasingly clear. "On the 8th of August, cut hair. After cutting the hair, cut mother. Mother sews into a doll." Before Zhao Yi stood a little girl, about 8 years old, standing in the corner of the room next to a box of balls. In her hand was the doll that Zhao Yi had seen earlier. The little girl continuously stuttered the phrase, "On the 8th of August, cut hair. After cutting the hair, cut mother. Mother sews into a doll." Seeing this scene, Zhao Yi calmly lowered his head and smiled faintly. The eerie sound still echoed without stopping. "On the 8th of August, cut hair. After cutting the hair, cut mother. Mother sews into a doll." However, Zhao Yi was not afraid. He simply walked toward the little girl holding the doll. The onlookers left hundreds of comments, some of which said, "What is he going to do? Is he going to directly go over there and chop that girl to death?" When he got closer to the girl, Zhao Yi extended his hand as if to touch her. And then, he did something no one could have anticipated. He gently rubbed the top of her head, and immediately the girl stopped repeating the eerie conversation. Zhao Yi realized that the little demon had been standing here for a long time, waiting for something. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi bent down, looked directly at the little demon, and with a tender voice, asked, "Little one, may I ask how to get to the center of this fog?" The little demon turned its neck to look at Zhao Yi, causing blood to pour from its neck. It stared at him for a while without saying a word. After a moment, it pointed in one direction with its right hand and fell silent again. Zhao Yi smiled gently and thanked it. This action left those who were watching surprised as they witnessed him thanking a demon. Ignoring the little demon, Zhao Yi continued walking. However, he suddenly heard its whisper, "Why can stones talk?" Zhao Yi paid no attention to the question and continued moving forward, leaving the little demon with its thoughts. He realized that as long as one's emotions were not disturbed, even if these demons were touched, they would not attack humans. After walking for a while, Zhao Yi saw 2 large doors appear before him. Without hesitation, he walked straight toward the doors, placed his hands on them, and pushed hard to open them. And what Zhao Yi had been searching for appeared before his eyes. Inside this room, mist swirled around, a gloomy sound filled the air, and blood stains were scattered all over the walls. Zhao Yi couldn't believe his eyes. Everything seemed even more terrifying than what Lai Sheng had described. The demons roamed through the fog, including headless ones. They moved freely, completely indifferent to Zhao Yi's presence. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhao Yi courageously took his first steps into the room. In front of him was a line of demons. They heard and recognized Zhao Yi's presence. Their eerie eyes began to fixate on him. Zhao Yi used his psychic power skill, 100+1, and shut his eyes as he walked past each demon. Slowly, he moved deeper into the mist. Zhao Yi's spirit remained at a high level, but the fog thickened more and more. The hissing and bizarre sounds of the demons slowly infiltrated and invaded his mind. The deeper he went, the more aggressive and terrifying the demons he encountered became. Dangerous demons gradually appeared as he neared the center of the fog. At that moment, a demon with the shape of a black-headed deer appeared before Zhao Yi. But on the demon's body, there were patches of bone and flesh, which made it incredibly terrifying. When it noticed Zhao Yi approaching, it stared directly at him. Immediately, maggots began to crawl out of Zhao Yi's left thigh, wriggling everywhere. At that spot, they started to spread across his body, causing it to rot. Blood began to drip from his eyes and mouth. The right side of his face slowly transformed into a rough, bumpy texture, while his neck and skin became coarser. However, Zhao Yi still maintained a silent, calm expression and continued to walk forward. As he moved deeper, Zhao Yi suddenly encountered a paper doll. The doll had a cold expression on its face, dressed in traditional Chinese attire. Its face showed no emotion, with only striking features like rosy cheeks and deep red lips, resembling the color of blood. The doll was not as frightening as the demons. It simply stood still, its hands clasped in front of its stomach, eyes staring directly at Zhao Yi. The paper doll had a thick layer of oil paint on its face. When it saw Zhao Yi approach, it exhaled a breath from its mouth. Immediately, flames erupted around Zhao Yi's body, engulfing him completely. A large blue flame surrounded him, burning fiercely, making Zhao Yi's injuries worsen with each passing moment. Although facing many difficulties on his journey, Zhao Yi's eyes remained steadfast, staring straight ahead, with not a hint of fear visible. The viewers following along began commenting, "Everyone, I can't watch any longer. This is truly too tragic." Standing amidst the fog with wounds all over his body, but Zhao Yi's emotions haven't wavered even once since the beginning. Not even the slightest trace of pain is visible on his face. Zhao Yi's determination continued to stir comments from the viewers. Although these wounds will heal once the dungeon is over, the process of enduring these challenges is so brutal, isn't it, everyone? If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this. I truly doubt if he's an ordinary person. In such pain, yet he hasn't uttered a single sound. If it were me, I would have given up long ago. Suddenly, the fog began to dissipate, revealing an empty scene with Zhao Yi standing in the middle. The viewers' comments continued to pop up. "Quick! Look! The fog is clearing up. Does this mean we've reached the end? It's also possible that the boss has stopped and won't continue." Zhao Yi paused, standing still, and before him was an incredibly strange sight. The bodies of a man and a woman, twisted together, lying in a large pool of blood. The body of a young woman in an office uniform strangely twisted into the body of a young man, and his face showed the expression of someone enduring excruciating pain. Facing that terrifying sight, a thought suddenly flashed through Zhao Yi's mind. These two people are probably Zhang Ya and Pang Xiao. But no matter who they are, it doesn't matter. Zhao Yi bent down and carefully observed the wound on his left leg, where maggots were wriggling and devouring his flesh. Zhao Yi's right hand reached for a small knife, while his other hand tightly gripped the largest maggot clinging to the wound on his left leg, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Zhao Yi held the small knife against the maggot's body and forcefully cut it off from his leg. A burst of bright red emerged from the maggot's body, and surrounding it, tendrils sprouted and writhed everywhere. After a while, the maggot's body began to shrink and a small leaf grew from it. Comments from viewers on the screen immediately appeared. "What kind of plant is this?" Another comment explained, "Just by looking, it's clear you haven't been paying attention to the live stream. This is a vicious plant grown by a demon god, also known as a carnivorous plant. From the leaf growing on the maggot's body, it quickly transformed into a vibrant red flower branch, its color identical to blood. The process continued swiftly, and after a while, the branches of flowers began to wither." Zhao Yi once again looked at the wound on his left leg, then comforted himself. "At least now, the wound on my leg is no longer rotting in the middle." Zhao Yi took a piece of white cloth and gently wrapped the wound to protect it from external contact and prevent infection. Zhao Yi stood up and continued walking forward, leaving behind the image of Zhang Ya and Pang Xiao, their bodies twisted together, lying dead in a pool of blood. After just a few steps, a golden box appeared before Zhao Yi. The exterior of the box was adorned with intricate, enigmatic carvings. The box lay still in a silent space, yet it was not without its coldness. Zhao Yi focused intently on the box, then paused in deep thought. After careful consideration, Zhao Yi resolved to squat down and touch the mysterious box with his hand. He lifted the box and opened its lid to see what was inside. As soon as he opened it, the box emitted a sound like a piece of music, and inside was a small golden pagoda. Suddenly, the space around Zhao Yi began to spin, causing him to lose control of the situation. Feeling incredibly tense, Zhao Yi focused all of his strength to regain his composure. He quickly slammed the box shut and stood up. From a distance, a thick mist appeared right before his eyes. However, these mists took on strange shapes and colors. Zhao Yi paused, standing firm to observe more closely. As the mist gathered together, it began to form a terrifying shape. A demonic face gradually took shape, starting with sharp iron teeth and a ferocious laugh. That laugh then grew louder and clearer. A demon's face fully emerged, its eyes blazing with fire, and the horrifying features on its face stirred excitement in the onlookers, who immediately commented, "This is the demon that has been summoned. quickly gathering strength, opening its wide mouth to prepare to devour everything. It emitted a red smoke, rapidly sucking all the corpses from the ground into it. Zhao Yai raised his hand in front of his face to shield himself, as the pulling force was too intense. He quietly observed the events unfolding before him, as if contemplating a plan. Immediately, a golden chest appeared before him, with the words, "Congratulations, player Zhao Yi, for completing the side quest, breaking the curse of Shaishan University." The appearance of the male gods still radiated as Zhao Yi received a secret item, a Pandora's box that had been pre-placed. At that moment, the surroundings had completely collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. She played with red, a terrifying color, a chaos that turned the world into ruin. The scene shifted to a desk with a cup of hot coffee. Yang Tao, with his serious demeanor, sat there, surely waiting for someone to arrive. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. He heard it and immediately called for the person to come in. The one who entered was Ba, with a tall and imposing figure. He walked up to the desk and asked, "What do you need me for, Yang Tao?" Yang Tao didn't answer immediately but instead said, "Sit down first." Only then did Yang Tao speak, "I want to introduce someone to you." Ba calmly pulled out a chair and sat down, listening intently. He asked, "Who is it?" With a strangely eccentric demeanor, his posture arrogant and unpleasant. Without any hesitation, Yang Tao replied, "Zhao Yi." Ba seemed slightly confused, but immediately, Yang Tao pushed a file toward him. He added, "He is the forgotten angel." Ba's expression faltered for a moment. His face darkened immediately. Then he quickly asked, his tone panicked, "Has he joined already?" Yang Tao continued, "Do you know Zhao Yi?" Ba's expression completely changed, turning uncomfortable. He bit his lip tightly, clearly agitated. He began to list the issues. "President, you know, our family has a certain kind of illness. Yeah, I still want to be called a genius. The desire to kill is deeply ingrained in our blood, and the pleasure of slaughter is embedded in our nature. That's why my father became an arms dealer, because weapons are tied to blood and crime. His talent is the most extraordinary thing my father has ever seen." In his narration, Capel had participated in many wars and slaughtered countless people. Even in these wars, women, children, and the elderly numbered in the tens of thousands, brutal to the point of inhumanity. The mindset of killing to fight for status had gradually entrenched itself in his mind to the point that people had to cheer him on. Even my father said that since childhood, he always had the thought of surpassing his own father. That was his lifelong goal. At this moment, his expression darkened, and he quietly continued, until one day, he met the forgotten angel. At this point, Yang Tao seemed to have guessed it, interrupting him with a question. "So his illness was cured, right?" He did not answer, only lowering his head, trembling incessantly. His heart was filled with rage, seeing it as an insult. He was in panic and disbelief. Killing is in our genes. How could it possibly be cured? He slammed his hand hard on the table in utter frustration, losing his composure. "I can't accept that the father who was once the king of arms, the dark hand of war, and the top predator in the food chain of the world, suddenly one day turned into a kind old man, spending his days fishing and playing chess." He kept losing control, repeatedly slamming his hand on the table due to the pent-up anger. Yang Tao remained silent, trying to listen as he struggled to continue his story. He shouted in affirmation, "So he doesn't want to cure my father. He wants to kill him." Yang Tao gently reassured him. "Right now, you need to stay calm." He asked again, "How much do you know about Zhao Yi's treatment of your father?" As he tried to suppress his anger, the man gasped in helplessness. He sat down and continued, "Their treatment was carried out in secret. Moreover, although they spent a long time together, the treatment itself was brief. This man cured my father's murderous urges in about a day, or maybe just an hour." He trembled, unwilling to accept the truth. "It's because the time was so short that I feel like my father has become a completely different person." Yang Tao thoughtfully asked, "Have you ever interacted with him?" He answered, "Only once." Yang Tao continuously pressed into the conversation. "How did you feel at that moment?" Ba's mind immediately conjured up a strange feeling, one that was vague yet filled with fear. He trembled violently in a frenzy of terror, referring to it as the horror when recalling that past. It seemed as though he was sinking into an overwhelming, haunting emotion. Yang Tao was puzzled by his words. Horror, you say? He couldn't understand why a murderer, the top of the food chain, a madman with extreme cruelty, would admit to being afraid. Yang Tao smiled slightly and asked, curious, did he frighten you that much? Ba was about to say something, but he was so tense that he couldn't speak, only clenching his fists, trying to remain calm. Then his emotions shifted to hatred. He looked at Yang Tao with a gaze full of resentment and asked, where is Zhao Yi? His hands were clenched tightly, his gaze filled with the hatred he had carried for so long. Yang Tao casually responded, he is currently at the guild, full of trash. You know, the number of people in the guild is low, and the infrastructure is terrible. Yang Tao's words suddenly ended there, filled with implications and schemes, and he simply told him to go rest. He added that the Tide of Demon would appear a month later, and perhaps they would find some opportunity in the Tide of Demon. Ba followed, silently nodding and leaving. He then turned and said firmly, if given the chance, I will wash away this disgrace to the family. At that moment, elsewhere, the heavy footsteps of Zhao Yi could be heard. His figure caught the attention of Yang Lin. She heard it and turned around with a joyful expression, saying, you're back. I thought you. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yi's figure staggered towards her, saying, I'm fine. Just came back with some experimental tools to amputate these rotten legs of mine. Seeing the table full of cutting tools he brought back, Yang Lin was startled and couldn't believe her eyes, asking, are you going to cut your own legs? Zhao Yi's expression was very calm as he prepared for the crucial task. He carefully placed his foot on the table, getting ready to amputate his leg in a stance of readiness. Then, Zhao Yi took the saw in his hand and decisively proceeded with the surgery, performing the amputation without anesthesia, carrying out the procedure from start to finish without even blinking, just like a wolf. While Zhao Yi, a true great demon lord, was performing self-surgery, calmly bandaging the cut, the goddess Yang Lin kept gagging. Zhao Yi chuckled nonchalantly, feeling quite satisfied with his recent surgery. Now he could rest easy, preparing to communicate with X2. Yang Lin was confused. Didn't the mission already end? Why are you still taking the risk to communicate with him like this? Zhao Yi responded to the previous innocent question with a sarcastic tone. They set up such a curse for me. If I don't return the favor with some other gifts, it would be too rude. Yang Lin seemed to understand Zhao Yi's intention, that he wanted to use X2 to deal with the organization behind Lai Shen. She thought it was impossible to resist, and since the other party could create such a terrifying curse, the force behind them must be incredibly powerful. Zhao Yi agreed. That's why I want to teach him a few things through his own body. Yang Lin hesitated, somewhat confused by his words. What exactly do you want to teach? With an innocent smile, he replied, just some basic knowledge. 3 days later, the main mission ended 15 minutes earlier than expected, and surprisingly, X2 returned to the laboratory. When Yang Lin saw him, she was terrified. She pointed her gun at X2, but he swiftly walked past her without paying her any attention. X2 remained silent, his steps gradually heading toward Zhao Yi. Then he bowed to him respectfully, as if greeting his master, under Yang Lin's horrified gaze. His expression broke into a satisfied smile as he observed X2's actions. The latter stood there quietly, gazing at Zhao Yi. He taught X2 not some advanced technique, but how to smile. It really resembled a human being. Although it was a clone, its emotional capabilities had been gradually and carefully trained. Zhao Yi gently reminded him with a phrase, no matter what happens, don't forget to smile. X2 also smiled contentedly. Its state slowly changed, and it gradually faded away. Then X2 completely disappeared into the void. At that moment outside, a squadron led by a captain arrived to surround the area. He had sent Squad A to scout ahead and ordered the soldiers to report back on what was happening inside. A captain stepped up to a high point to listen to the report from his subordinate. After the preliminary investigation, they confirmed that the Shaishan High School had indeed been closed off previously. After checking with equipment, they found no living beings inside. Upon hearing the report, he calmly removed his glasses and ordered Squad A to enter the laboratory and investigate. They were to report back with any unusual situations. After receiving the order, Squad A quickly grabbed their rifles and proceeded to carry out the mission to inspect inside. The sky began to show strange phenomena, with thick smoke and dust and clouds turning a dark red-black with an eerie aura. The figure of X2 began to materialize faintly in the dark sky. He flashed a terrifying smile, feeling a sense of enjoyment upon knowing that someone had arrived. The Shaishan High School now had a gloomy atmosphere surrounding it. At this moment, X2 hovered above Team A, flying back and forth uncontrollably, causing them to panic as they looked at each other upon seeing the strange creature. Then, loud screams echoed, but no one knew what had happened to them. Zhao Yi gradually appeared at Shaishan High School. A notification popped up. Congratulations! Player Zhao Yi has completed the haunted school. Zhao Yi, with a thoughtful expression, pondered, why is the world exploration level 100, but the story exploration level only 60? He wondered, could it be because I ended the dungeon early? Outside, the darkness was slowly descending, and a group of people gathered in a crowded circle, taking turns discussing. Nearby, Li Ruting was sipping a glass of wine, looking very relaxed. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, Li Ruting immediately congratulated him on completing the dungeon. She complimented, I watched your live stream. You performed very well. He responded modestly, a dungeon this simple. Anyone with skill could do it. The noise outside continued. Li Ruting spoke in a bored tone. That brat, old Versailles. Zhao Yi, curious, asked, Miss Liu, what's going on over there? She nonchalantly replied, nothing. Just someone died. It's very, very normal. He thought to himself, she must have encountered things like this many times before. Zhao Yi gently lowered his head and said, I want to go over there and check the situation. She happily agreed. He walked over and blended into the crowd, which was bustling and discussing something loudly. Zhao Yi heard incomprehensible sighs. How did this happen? The death is really tragic. At this moment, he was stunned as he looked at the mutant form of the person lying on the ground. He saw a bizarre body, with only the head, hands, and torso resembling a normal human. The rest of the body was completely deformed, like a twisted spiral. They were stuck together, coiled, and then connected into long lines. He silently deduced that it wasn't a normal death caused by the eerie energy. Surrounding the body were red mist and numerous scratches and blood stains. Zhao Yi approached, lifted the body with his hand, and began to investigate. Then, he decided to flip the body over to inspect it more thoroughly. A strange face was revealed, causing shock and fear among the people around him. They exclaimed in surprise. He can still smile. It's too bizarre. My skin is crawling. Zhao Yi touched the head of the mutant version, but there were no bones in the skull. As he pressed on it, he thought to himself, the murderer must have extracted all the bones through the wound on the back, leaving no trace. Slowly inspecting, Zhao Yi concluded that this technique was either very delicate, indicating the work of a doctor, or it was the work of a butcher. But judging by the incision and the way it was opened and closed, the opponent seemed to be a butcher. While Zhao Yi was focused on investigating the corpse below, everyone around him looked at him with fearful and terrified eyes. He turned to ask a person standing nearby with a hint of meaning, could you lend me that bottle of soda? Without hesitation, the girl thought of him as a detective and immediately agreed. Zhao Yi suggested, one bottle of soda isn't enough, I need an additional boiled egg. Someone from the crowd happily said, I just finished boiling eggs. Let me get one for you. People began to murmur, curious about why he needed soda and an egg. Zhao Yi opened the soda bottle, while questions surrounded him. What special role does this soda play in solving the case? Then, he calmly peeled the boiled egg. After peeling, Zhao Yi observed the egg under the curious gazes of others. At the same time, a mocking glance came from the crowd, accompanied by whispers. Have you seen him yet? Hurry up and learn from him. Zhao Yi looked at the egg, then opened his mouth wide, swallowing the entire egg without a second thought. He then sipped the soda leisurely. After finishing, he sighed in relief, patted his stomach, and said, in the dungeon, I ate too many potatoes, but eggs are still better. Everyone around him was surprised, looking at him in confusion, cursing, because they thought he was about to solve the case. The girl who had handed him the soda bottle burst into tears, feeling her efforts had been in vain. Ignoring everything, Zhao Yi left and went to a dark room. He walked into the room casually. With this sly demeanor, no one would know that Zhao Yi had just tricked the civilians. Reaching the door, he gently turned the lock to step inside, then lay flat on the soft bed, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Then, Zhao Yi reached out to activate the system panel to check the situation. His character information appeared, showing that he was at level 3 with many items he had gathered. After checking, Zhao Yi asked the system, "My level has increased, so why hasn't my strength improved?" The system panel displayed the full information, stating that a player's level only affects the unlocking of different dungeons, and does not increase strength. The attributes of strength include physical ability, self-healing, combat, stamina, and speed. There are only 3 ways to improve: complete major world quests, open trade cities, and receive special gifts in dungeons. Zhao Yi also realized the issue, so it turns out that level and strength aren't really related. The system then displayed the special ability fields, used to enhance the upper limits of certain aspects of a player, showing mental, weapon, elemental, and physical strengthening fields within the basic domains. The field levels are divided into 8 tiers, and higher branches can only be upgraded after the field reaches level D. At this moment, Zhao Yi suddenly had a flash of thought. This is the special ability field. He curiously stood up and searched again for the data on the type of special ability he had previously read about in the analysis reports. The information appeared twice, providing details about special abilities, with firearms being the most suitable field for beginners to evolve into machinery. Once again, the system interface provided Zhao Yi with an important piece of data. Your mental power is very high. Would you like to choose the divine power field? Zhao Yi pondered over the information the system had provided. He sat drinking water, reflecting on the information sheet, which stated that once his strength reached level S, it would be fully unlocked. He asked the system, "Can a person only choose one field?" After the system confirmed this and mentioned that he would achieve great accomplishments in this field, Zhao Yi felt quite satisfied. He leisurely made his choice, deciding to select the body enhancement field. The system was taken aback when he said this, incredulously asking, "Are you sure?" It reminded him that choosing the body enhancement field would waste his potential. Zhao Yi did not hesitate, activating the body enhancement field. Immediately, the system announced that the activation was successful. The system informed him that after activating the body enhancement field, his strength increased by 18 points, and he could now improve his physical attributes through combat. Zhao Yi quickly lifted his shirt to check and saw that his arms were covered in veins. His face was filled with satisfaction, as he felt a surge of power within himself. Without hesitation, he threw powerful punches into the air to test his strength. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door that startled Zhao Yi, causing him to stop. He went out to open the door, and a polite man greeted him. The man respectfully asked, "Excuse me, are you Zhao Yi?" Zhao Yi confirmed his identity and invited him inside to talk. The man introduced himself. "I am Fang Bai, a newcomer, currently only in high school." Zhao Yi wasn't particularly interested but asked why he had come to see him. Fang Bai hesitated a bit, his eyes darting around. He shyly scratched his head, wanting to ask Zhao Yi to take them on some missions in the big world. Fang Bai quickly mentioned the benefits. "We will offer appropriate compensation. Players can trade with each other, and the goods exchanged can be contribution points or items, even promises made by players." He hoped Zhao Yi would take them on some missions, promising to pay him with contribution points. Zhao Yi seemed interested, so he asked, "How many contribution points?" Fang Bai, a little embarrassed, gave his offer, 1,000 contribution points per person. Zhao Yi was somewhat surprised, not expecting there to be others involved. Fang Bai grew more tense and began to explain hesitantly. "The boss in our guild doesn't care about anything, and some people in the middle are always thinking about escaping. As a result, the unity of the newcomers at the bottom is very weak. Everyone basically does things their own way, forming factions. More and more people are joining the chaotic group with no leader in an environment without clear laws. The exploitation, manipulation, and harm are quite prevalent." Fang Bai sighed. "In order to live better, I can only temporarily bring along a battalion and temporarily bind them together." Zhao Yi calmly asked a question. "The internal guild rule is that we cannot harm each other, right?" Fang Bai responded with sadness. "It's just that we can't openly kill people. If one truly wants to kill, there are countless ways. The strong won't directly kill the weak, but it's very easy to suppress them." Fang Bai made up his mind, slammed his hand hard on the table, and called out Zhao Yi's name loudly. "I sincerely express my intentions to you. We came here to seek, on one hand, to strengthen our team's capabilities, and on the other hand, to hope that we can complete the world's mission together. The rewards are rich, and we don't want to give them up to others. Zhao Yi agreed with Fang Bai's thoughts, but still felt something was off. He pointed to the system board and asked, "There are quite a few people who want to take on the mission. Why is it that after I completed the dungeon and came back, the guild's world mission is still stuck at the mission guide stage?" Fang Bai replied with a tremor. "That's because the difficulty of the guild's mission guide is somewhat unusual. At the moment, there are 6 teams working on it, a total of 27 people. But the result is that no one has survived to return." Zhao Yi asked in surprise, "Is the mission guide really that difficult?" Fang Bai shared what he knew. "We went to the forums to look at the mission guides of other guilds. Most are easy, but the rewards are non-existent. There are few mission guides with 3 talent points, like those of their guild. Therefore, corresponding to the rich rewards, the mission naturally becomes very difficult." Zhao Yi placed the can of water on the table, adopting a serious expression. He asked again to confirm, "Did the person outside die while carrying out the guidance mission?" Fang Bai did not hide the truth and nodded in confirmation. He explained the conditions for completing the mission. The task was to collect food and water. To carry out this mission, one needs to visit the grocery store and the butcher shop within the station yard, complete 2 games with the ghost clown and the ghost butcher. After the player wins, 2 scenes will be unlocked. The 2 ghosts will change from neutral to allies of the guild, providing unlimited food and water to the players. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. But the person outside lost the game. As a result, the ghost butcher took his bones to cook a corpse soup, which the guild carried back. In contrast to Fang Bai's worried expression, Zhao Yi smirked, his face full of interest. He continued to ask Fang Bai, "How many people are in the team? When do we depart?" Fang Bai, full of hope, answered, "My current small team has 5 members. Besides you and me, there's also the lovely but somewhat mentally unstable girl Tian Tian, the beautiful Bai Shuji, who had once been involved in the underground industry, and a kind middle-aged man named Liu Han. As for the departure time, they could leave any time depending on Zhao Yi's decision." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi finally agreed and suggested to Fang Bai, "Let's go over and assess the situation." The 5 of them climbed a winding mountain path during the night, with Fang Bai leading and showing Zhao Yi the entrance. He speculated, "There are still." Zhao Yi said nothing, merely gazing into the distance in the direction Fang Bai had pointed. The people inside were no strangers. They were Xiang Weishan and a few of his subordinates, trembling in fear. Fang Bai approached and politely asked him, "How is the situation inside?" Xiang Weishan, who was sitting and smoking, looked up when his name was mentioned to assess the situation. What caught his eye was Zhao Yi, with Tian Tian and Bai Shuji standing on either side of him. He sneered, "Isn't this the top one? You want to share too?" Immediately, Xiang Weishan's subordinates stepped forward to provoke. "You dare come to snatch our boss's reward, you little brat. You sure are brave." Zhao Yi, not wanting to fight, spoke softly, "I know the rewards are substantial, and of course, no one wants to give them up. But have you all ever thought about it? This is just a guide mission. There are still many more tasks and rewards behind this one. The truth is, if everyone gets stuck here, no one will be able to claim what's ahead." When Zhao Yi clearly laid out the 2 options, prosper together or starve together, the 2 subordinates who had been provoking him began to waver. It was then that Xiang Weishan took action. He threw his cigarette to the ground, and, in the end, he agreed to give Zhao Yi's group a chance. The cigarette Xiang Weishan had thrown to the ground was still smoldering. He walked over, stepped on it to extinguish it, and then reminded them, "Many people have died inside. This is for your own good." Then, Xiang Weishan kindly said, "I can tell you some of the rules of the clown's game in advance. This game requires at least 3 participants, and they will play rock, paper, scissors with him. Each person takes turns guessing 10 times. Before the hands are revealed, both sides' hands will be covered with black cloth, so nothing can be seen. Anyone who guesses wrong will have a finger chopped off. Winning 3 out of 10 times will win the game. If a person does not win 3 times, the clown will throw them into the grocery store behind him. I do not know what horrors are there, but those who have entered never come out again. After the previous player failed to guess the number with the clown and was killed, the next player will continue the game, reset the scores, and start the game again from the beginning. We also discovered that the clown's third and sixth guesses are fixed. The rule is that on the third guess, the clown will choose scissors, and on the sixth, he will choose paper. Fang Bai, upon hearing this, made a deduction. With this rule, the ninth or 10th guess might also be fixed. Winning 3 times is enough. At this point, he began to wonder why no one had completed the task yet. His words made Shan Wai Shan a little startled. He furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth in annoyance. Then, Shan Wai Shan's tone became harsh as he asked, "So are you willing to risk your life to try the fixed rock-paper-scissors game just to let others benefit?" Fang Bai nodded and commented, "If the previous attempt failed but still gave people hope, there will still be some eager to try again. However, if the last attempt fails, no one will be willing to do it anymore." Liu Han also agreed. "Everyone is selfish. Why should I take the hit while others benefit?" Zhao Yi calmly walked up, feeling that lamenting was useless, so he decided to go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiang Weishan stepped aside and invited him to enter. Zhao Yu's group immediately walked in, while one of Xiang Weishan's subordinates glanced at them as they left. Then, he wondered, "Did you say something wrong to them? I remember the fixed rock-paper-scissors game of the clown wasn't rock and scissors." Seeing him so clueless, Xiang Weishan scolded him, then continued to analyze. "That Zhao Yai is the top one in the rookie rankings. Didn't you notice Liu Ru Ting's strange look when he saw him? As long as such a person is alive, do you think the guild manager will let us level up?" The subordinate nodded blankly, seemingly understanding everything. Then he took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and flattered, "Still, the boss is honorable and upright." Xiang Weishan took a puff of smoke, then exhaled a small ring of smoke. The two of them stood there smoking, the smoke rising thickly. The subordinate quietly assessed that Xiang Weishan was indeed a murderous psychopath, full of cunning tricks. Zhao Yu's death would be good, as it would remove a competitor for rewards and women from their path. The group of people led by Zhao Yu ventured deeper inside, surrounded by a dim, ethereal light. The scenery became more somber and bizarre as they moved forward. After a while, they finally saw a sign, but the further they went, the more numerous the signs became, and blood was splattered everywhere, creating a heavy and terrifying atmosphere. Bai Shuji felt a little uneasy, sensing that something was wrong. "Boss Zhao, the look in that person's eyes earlier wasn't quite right. I think he was lying," she said with concern. Zhao Yi merely responded indifferently, "I already know." Bai Shuji sighed with relief, patting her chest. "If you already knew, then I can relax." Fang Bai kept flattering Zhao Yi, praising him. As expected of the top one, you saw through them so quickly. Zhao Yi led the way, with everyone following him toward the convenience store ahead. The 5 of them reached the store, where a clown was waiting to greet them. The clown cheerfully raised a hand and waved. "Welcome to the convenience store. May I ask if you'd like to buy something or play a game?" Zhao Yi got straight to the point, asking, "What are the benefits of playing this game?" The clown explained, his voice full of allure. "Dear customers, if you wish to play rock-paper-scissors with me, and if you win 3 out of 10 times, I will provide you with everything in the store for free, with no limits." Zhao Yi nodded, then asked another question. "What happens if we lose?" The clown smiled wickedly, his eyes sparkling. "If you lose, you'll only have to pay a very small price." He continued with enthusiasm, "You know, there's no fun in a game without stakes." Zhao Yi did not hesitate and agreed. "We choose to play the game." Upon hearing the answer, the clown smiled brightly. "Then please allow me to introduce the rules of the game to you," the clown said, his voice filled with excitement. A few minutes later, after hearing the clown explain the rules, Liu Han whispered, "These rules are exactly the same as Xiang Weishan described. Is he really that kind-hearted?" Fang Bai, however, did not think so. He advised, "We should still be a bit cautious." The clown spoke again. "I want to emphasize one point to you all. Do not try to break the rules of the game by killing me or chopping off my fingers during the game." At this point, the clown pointed to the door behind him, which was emitting a strange aura. The door slowly opened, and it seemed as if countless eyes were staring at them. At the sight of their horrified expressions, the clown ordered the door to be closed. Chen Tian also saw the scene, but she showed no sign of fear. Then, she calmly bent down to stroke her stuffed bear. The clown continued to explain. After the player participates and wins the game, you will receive 3 talent points, while those who entered the game together but did not have the chance to participate will receive 1 talent point. After finishing, the clown turned back and said, "If you decide to form a team to participate in the game, please come in and sit at the round table in the shop. Our game will begin immediately." With a confident expression, Zhao Yui stepped in first without hesitation. At this moment, as she watched him walk, Tian Tian's face slightly furrowed, a bit unwilling, but she soon happily ran after him. The remaining 3 were still standing still. Liu Han hesitantly asked, "Shall we go in together?" The more he thought, the more terrified he became. This game belongs to the guild, and if you die, you won't be able to respawn. Fang Bai, upon hearing this, was horrified. Cold sweat poured out continuously. He immediately made a guess. If Zhao Yu wins, we can receive a talent point. This is extremely valuable, especially in the early stages, where each point of power can lead to significant visible progress. Bai Shuji, who was standing beside him, heard this and fell silent for a moment. She said nothing further. Then, she stood up, her face resolute, and stepped forward. "If a woman like me wants to secure a firm foothold here, I must be willing to invest. I've already given 1,000 points. If I don't move now, it will be a loss." Fang Bai and Liu Han, hearing her words, couldn't help but admire her reasoning. They also made up their minds to move forward. Fang Bai thought to himself, whether life blooms or falls into stagnation, it all depends on this moment. The clown stood beside the large table, eagerly waiting for everyone to approach. He immediately flashed a sly smile and said, "Guests, please have a seat." He picked up the remote control and cheerfully said, "Let me turn on the TV to enhance the experience for everyone." As soon as the TV was turned on, a scream echoed throughout the room. The screen displayed a scene of a man in agony, crawling on the ground. Thick dark energy surrounded him, crazily invading his body. Seeing this, everyone was struck with terror. Fear spread throughout the room, causing their mental power to quickly dwindle. In contrast to everyone else, Tian Tian and Zhao Yai remained extremely calm, maintaining their mental composure. Zhao Yu looked at the lovely girl, unable to hide his surprise. "It seems like you're not afraid at all." The clown suddenly burst into a cunning laugh and asked, "Who will go first now?" Zhao Yai immediately spoke up. "Mr. Clown, I'll play with you." Upon hearing this, the clown laughed loudly, his face full of delight. "You're quite straightforward. I like you very much." He then turned to Zhao Yi, laughing arrogantly and declaring the game to begin. Fang Bai was startled as the chair he was sitting on slowly moved away. It wasn't just him. Everyone else was being moved away from the large table, leaving only Zhao Yi and the clown facing each other. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shone down from the ceiling directly onto Zhao Yi, highlighting his image at the game table. The clown began to explain the rules of the game. In the next 3 minutes, you may discuss with each other to decide what to guess. After making your decision, the player will place their hand into the black bag in front of them. The bag will then be pulled up simultaneously by the robotic arm above. He pointed to the mechanical arm, and then continued, his eyes glaring dangerously, but his lips curling into a slight smile. "Of course, I can assure you all that there are no surveillance devices in the bag. Honestly, I'm not even free enough to do such a thing." After hearing this, Zhao Yi maintained his confident expression. He smiled slightly and replied, "I trust you." He then turned to Fang Bai, calmly asking, "What should we guess?" Zhao Yi's unexpected question left Fang Bai stunned. His eyes filled with amazement. Zhao Yi noticed that Fang Bai seemed not to believe his ears, so he smiled and reassured him. "That's right. I'm asking you." Fang Bai immediately began to think seriously. The fact that Zhao Yi had just started by asking for external help was really not in line with his usual style. Did he have some special intention? For example, was he trying to confuse the opponent? After thinking for a moment, he replied first, "I'll say this, if you lose, don't blame me." Zhao Yi nodded in agreement, but Fang Bai still couldn't help but hesitate. However, very quickly, he decided on his choice. Rock. As soon as Zhao Yi heard the answer, he didn't hesitate for a moment, and reached into the bag on the table. He smiled slightly, turned to look at Chuhi, and said, "I'm done." Chuhi glanced at him, his eyes carrying a hint of surprise, as if he was weighing something. Soon after, he also placed his hand into the bag on the table. The robotic arm began to move, and a mechanical voice sounded. Both sides have made their choices. Now, the results will be revealed. The countdown echoed slowly, and the atmosphere grew heavy as everyone eagerly awaited the outcome. When the curtain was pulled up, everyone was stunned. Zhao Yai had chosen rock, while Chubi had chosen paper. The audience behind them was deeply disappointed, many thinking to themselves, it's over. Choosing rock against paper is a guaranteed loss. Chumi looked at Zhao Yi and flashed a sly smile. I'm terribly sorry. It seems your luck is a bit poor today. He pointed to the machine on the table and calmly said, please proceed with the penalty. Zhao Yi was extremely calm, signaling his readiness to the clown. He decisively placed his finger into the punishment machine before him. A cold swish echoed, and the sharp blade fell without hesitation, immediately splattering blood. Zhao Yi maintained a composed expression, calmly sighing, luckily I prepared plenty of gauze before coming here. Immediately afterward, he turned to call Fang Bai, startling him into a state of panic. Zhao Yi, with an expression full of composure, asked him, what should I choose for the second round? Fang Bai waved his hand, his voice trembling, I don't know. You decide. Even after losing a finger, Zhao Yi remained incredibly calm. He gently picked up the black bag on the table without any panic, then turned to the clown and said, next time, I'll choose the hammer. The clown glanced at him, a faintly sinister look crossing his face. In his heart, he felt a rising sense of doubt, silently evaluating the man before him. This man was different from the others. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes filled with contemplation. This guy makes me uneasy. That calm expression. What exactly is he planning to do? The second round quickly began. Both sides acted simultaneously. The result was revealed, and the winner was still the clown. Zhao Yi was unshaken. He calmly placed his pinky finger into the cutting machine. The blade descended once more, and blood splattered again. Seeing this horrifying sight, the three people sitting behind him couldn't help but break into cold sweat, their faces clearly showing fear. Liu Han trembled, her face pale, desperately biting her finger. She muttered, if this keeps going, we'll definitely lose. What should we do? Bai Shuji, upon hearing this, turned around and scolded Liu Han. It's only been 2 rounds. Don't speak like that. Contrary to everyone's anxiety, Zhao Yi calmly smiled and casually waved his hand. He secretly thought to himself, in the previous 2 rounds, I didn't really want to win. His eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on his opponent. The clown was being thoroughly examined by him from head to toe. Suddenly, a system panel appeared in front of Zhao Yi, displaying the clown's profile. After reading it, Zhao Yi smirked knowingly. He silently made his deduction. This person can accurately predict what others will play. It's definitely not by chance, but based on a special ability to cheat. However, in order to win this game, there's no need to expose him. Instead, I must use that very ability of his to trap him. Fang Bai, behind him, clenched his fists, his face full of tension. We're already at the 3rd round. According to the information Xiang Weishan provided, the clown will play scissors this time. But can his information be trusted? Bai Shuji, standing beside him, pondered deeply. If we can verify that what Xiang Weishan said is true in this round, the chances of winning will increase significantly. But if the information is wrong, everything will become incredibly difficult. Amid the tense atmosphere, Zhao Yi casually leaned back in his chair, even smiling comfortably. He leaned back further, curling his lips into a slight knowing smile. When I first arrived here, someone told me that in the 3rd round, you would play scissors. Right. Hearing this, the clown laughed, his voice full of mystery. Originally, I wasn't supposed to reveal the rules of this game. The clown looked at Zhao Yi, his smile full of amusement. He said, I like you very much, so I'll give you a little hint. As for round 3 and round 6, I'll make them fixed. But what exactly they are, I cannot tell you. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, his face showing satisfaction. That's enough. Round 3 began. Both of them placed their hands under the black cloth, ready for the new round. The 3 people sitting behind couldn't hide their tension, their hearts pounding loudly. Here it comes. This time Zhao Yi has a chance to beat the clown. He must win. Liu Han was so anxious that he bit his nails, his body trembling nonstop. At the same time, the robotic arm slowly descended. It quickly lifted the black cloth covering Zhao Yi's hand. The cloth on the clown's side was also pulled up, revealing his hand, full of smugness and a confident expression. Fang Bai and the others watched, holding their breath. The final piece of cloth was removed, revealing the result. Zhao Yi smiled confidently and raised his hand, which had already been revealed. Tian Tian jumped up, happily shouting, "Amazing! Big brother Zhao Yi won!" Fang Bai and Bai Shuji sighed in relief. Both couldn't hide their admiration for Zhao Yi. On the other hand, the clown remained unfazed. He calmly placed his hand into the punishment machine, still smiling cheerfully as if he didn't care. "Congratulations!" Then he looked directly at Zhao Yi, a cryptic smile on his lips, and said, "It seems the one outside has deceived you." Zhao Yi smiled brightly and joked, "Next time, I'll pay him back both the principal and the interest." Fang Bai and Bai Shuji, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Both of them thought to themselves, "You've slipped up, big brother." The clown smiled faintly, wiped the blood off his hand with a handkerchief, then asked in a tone full of disdain, "Are you sure you'll make it out of here alive?" Zhao Yi, unwilling to back down, responded with a counter-question, "How are you so sure I won't make it out of here?" Hearing this, the clown nodded, his gaze filled with interest. "You really are an interesting person." Zhao Yi squinted slightly, resting his chin on his hand, his sharp, meaningful gaze lingering. "You like thrills, don't you? Well then, let's add a bit of spice to this game." Zhao Yi's words caused the clown to pause for a moment. He looked up at him, threw the blood-stained handkerchief to the ground, and then laughed. "A bet? What's the fun in that?" Zhao Yi wore an enigmatic smile, appearing inscrutable. "As for that, you'll find out in a bit." The game continued. The two stepped into another round of rock, paper, scissors. In the fourth round, Zhao Yi lost, but maintained his composure. In the fifth round, he lost again, his finger cut off. By the sixth round, for the first time, the clown was the one to face defeat. The battle grew more intense. In the seventh round, Zhao Yi lost again. In the eighth, he lost once more, his ring finger severed. By the ninth round, Zhao Yi still couldn't turn the tide. At this point, Tian Tian couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, "We're at round 10. The clown casually tapped his fingers on the table, sneering, "It seems like you're having trouble choosing a finger to cut." He began to analyze. "With the remaining fingers on both hands, you can only throw rock or scissors." After hearing this, Bai Shuji turned to Fang Bai, asking in confusion, "What does that mean?" Fang Bai patiently explained, "If Boss Zhao leaves 3 fingers on his right hand, he can still throw paper. But now, when he spreads his fingers, it will be scissors, and when he clenches his fist, it can only be rock." His voice carried a hint of worry, but he still continued speaking nonstop. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, remained calm, seemingly uninterested in their analysis. He had lost the ability to throw paper a long time ago. At this moment, Liu Han, with a gaunt face filled with fear, spoke up. "According to the rules, if both players throw the same gesture 3 times in a row, the clown wins." This meant that if the clown repeatedly threw rock 3 times, Zhao Yi would definitely lose. Realizing this, the clown's face lit up with excitement, as if victory was already in his hands. Suddenly, Zhao Yi spoke, his tone calm, but with hidden meaning. "Clown, do you remember what I just said? Let's make this game a little more interesting." The clown quickly nodded, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He propped his chin up, putting on an ominous expression. "All right, this will be the final round of the game. Although I like you very much, rules are rules. If you have any idea that doesn't break the game's rules but can make it more exciting, then after the game ends, I will let you choose the way you want to die." Zhao Yi stared intently at the clown and uttered 4 challenging words. "Let's make a bet." The clown raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What do you want to bet on?" With full confidence, Zhao Yi raised his remaining 2 fingers and replied, "I bet that in the next round I will win." The clown paused for a moment after hearing this, unsure of how to respond to the situation. After a few seconds, he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Mr. Zhao Yi, I think you still don't understand your own situation. At your current condition, you have no chance of beating me." However, Zhao Yi maintained his confident smile, his eyes sharp. He curled his lips and said, "This bet will have a condition. I want you to close your eyes." At the same time, a strange item appeared in the air before Zhao Yi, causing everyone to freeze in surprise. He slowly made his request. If I win, you will owe me a favor, and you must do a few things within your ability to repay that debt. The clown looked at the fake Pandora's box that had appeared before him, and the system quickly displayed a brief description of the item. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze flickering when he sensed the determination in Zhao Yi's words. Zhao Yi emphasized, his eyes cold and sharp like a blade. If I lose, my life will belong to you, and I will give you this item. Zhao Yi's words left the clown momentarily stunned. Finally, he burst out laughing, his eyes narrowing with cunning, and he leaned forward as though preparing for an amusing trick. Mr. Zhao Yi, no problem. I accept your bet. In the final round, Zhao Yi made his demand. You can only open your eyes after the black cloth is lifted. Any objections? The clown smiled without hesitation and replied, no problem. Looking at Zhao Yi's hands, which now only had 3 fingers left, the clown silently despised his opponent, thinking to himself, in his current state, even if I don't use my ability to see through, I'm still sure to win. Bai Shuji felt confused and softly asked, why did Boss Zhou do that? Could it be that there's no chance left to win? Fang Bai also didn't know and could only anxiously reply, we'll just have to rely on fate. At that moment, Zhao Yi invited the clown to act first, asking him to place his hand under the black cloth and close his eyes. Upon hearing this, the clown did not immediately comply, but instead glanced around, his gaze not straying far and focusing on Zhao Yi's hand, which still had only 2 fingers. After a careful look, the clown nodded in agreement and followed the request. Under Zhao Yi's watchful eyes and the tension of everyone around, the clown slowly placed his hand under the black cloth. Zhao Yi also put his hand under the black cloth opposite him, his expression serious and cautious. Bai Shuji and Fang Bai, sitting behind him, couldn't hide their anxiety, holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Zhao Yi smiled faintly and said, I'm done. Please, the machinery may lift the black cloth. The robotic arms quickly sprang into action, slowly pulling up the black cloth. As per the agreement, the clown was now allowed to open his eyes and observe the result. But what surprised everyone was that Zhao Yi's hand no longer had any fingers at all. Shock was clearly evident on everyone's faces, except for Tian Tian, who was smiling happily, as if she had predicted this outcome. The clown couldn't believe his eyes. Stammering as he looked at Zhao Yi in disbelief, Zhao Yi merely smiled lightly, his sharp gaze steady, and calmly declared, sorry, I'd won. Bai Shuji exclaimed, not expecting Zhao Yi to cut off his own finger. Fang Bai, standing beside her, added, since he has no more fingers, Boss Zhao can only play with a glove. Looking at Zhao Yi's hand, he confirmed that he had indeed used a glove. The announcement sounded. Round 10, Zhao Yi wins. The clown's face darkened upon hearing this, and he was left speechless. He stared blankly for a long time, deep in thought. For a moment, a gloomy atmosphere spread across the room. However, the clown smiled faintly, placing one hand on the cutting machine. He willingly put his hand into the machine and lost another finger. Only then did Bai Shuji let out a sigh of relief and smile. Afterward, she jumped up, shouting joyfully, we won! Fang Bai and Liu Han breathed a sigh of relief, glad they weren't going to die. Liu Han held his head and trembled, saying, that was so close. The clown, wiping his hands with a towel, spoke, Mr. Zhao, I want to know. He asked with suspicion, when did you start plotting against me? Immediately, Zhao Yi replied, from the moment I lost 3 fingers. He slowly explained, anyone knows that rock, paper, scissors is a game of chance, so there can't be just one champion. At this point, Zhao Yi asserted, if you always beat me, it proves you've been cheating. He continued, so in the 5th, 7th, and 8th rounds, I kept my hand with the scissors shape under the fabric and deliberately switched hands in the black cloth. He continued, as expected, I still lost. I guess it's probably because you have the ability to see through things. He raised his 5-fingered hand. At that moment, I realized that in order to win in the final round, I could only create a special situation. Zhao Yi concluded, take away your ability to see through and lure you into a fixed position. The clown clapped once and exclaimed, I understand now. He replayed the situation in his mind, when Zhao Yi cut off the 7th finger, deliberately choosing the thumb of his right hand to make everyone think that in the final round, whether using the left or right hand. Zhao Yi would only be able to show scissors. Then the clown pointed to his own eyes and continued with the betting trick to lure him into closing his eyes, preventing him from using his ability to see through. He was certain that in order to win, he would throw a fist. He lowered his head for a moment before continuing. In the end, you cut off your own finger, turning your left fist into a paper. Zhao Yi blinked slightly, as if confirming the clown's answer. Immediately, the sound of clapping from the clown rang out. He looked up and praised. I was amazed by Mr. Zhao's actions. It was the first time I played rock, paper, scissors, and had so much fun. After that, the clown stood up and announced, I will fulfill my promise. He put the hat on his head and said, from now on, this convenience store will offer all goods for free and without limit to you and your guild. The clown continued. In addition, when you leave the grocery store, I will award Mr. Zhao a talent point according to the rules of the game. Each individual will receive 1 talent point. Upon hearing this, Fang Bai was surprised, as this personal gift was not part of the main world mission. Bai Shuji was also quite pleased. This time, I've made a profit. Adding talent points to strength can enhance physical abilities and overall skills. Tian Tian happily patted Nini's head and said, smile for me. The clown removed his hat to show respect and said, as for you, Mr. Zhao Yu, I owe you a personal favor. If you ever need anything, just let me know. He bowed immediately, and Zhao Yi responded, actually, I have something I'd like to ask. Zhao Yi looked up and inquired, do you know the situation at the butcher shop upstairs? The clown honestly replied, there's a madman up there. He doesn't follow the rules like I do. The clown's hat slowly started to disappear. Zhao Yi continued with his questions. So what is he trying to do? The clown didn't hide anything, answering, the butcher is looking for his daughter. The system announced that Zhao Yi's group had successfully unlocked a new context for the guild. The grocery store, within a 10-meter radius around the train station, is safe. Everyone was shocked and began to discuss. Someone actually solved it? The new guy this year is so impressive. Could he really take down a clown? One person spoke up. I think that's Zhao Yi, the top newcomer on the leaderboard this year. At this moment, the group of people continued to discuss Zhao Yi excitedly, while Xiang Weishan felt extremely irritated. He clenched his fists, a series of questions racing through his mind. Why didn't Zhao Yi die? I clearly leaked false information, so how did he win? Or does he know about my plan? He hurriedly called a few of his underlings over. Come here quickly. One of them asked, Boss, is there something you want to say? Another underling nodded. Don't worry, boss. He then instructed the other thugs, I need to talk to you all. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu's group walked out of the grocery store, all looking cheerful. Tian Tian noticed that Zhao Yi's hand was bleeding and became extremely worried. Standing beside him, Fang Bai also expressed concern. Boss Zhao, there's no need to rush to the office. Your hand injury is too serious. Bai Shuji agreed. Whether the injury was caused by the duplicate or the mission, it needs to be treated immediately. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's eyes darted ahead, and he saw something. He looked up at the sky, smiled, and said, they've all arrived. Zhao Yi's face clearly showed anticipation. Don't go back yet, let's go open the butcher shop. The group stood in front of the elevator, their eyes fixed on the door, waiting for it to open. Fang Bai, feeling a bit bored, couldn't help but say, Boss Zhao, even that perverted clown won, so I have faith in him. The other two didn't hesitate and also expressed that they shared the same view. While they were passionately discussing, oblivious to everything around them, the elevator door suddenly opened. Zhao Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, pressed the control panel without hesitation. Just as he was about to step inside, a rough hand suddenly appeared, stopping him. A cold voice, tinged with provocation, rang out clearly. Zhao Yi, you've finished your game and gotten your reward. Isn't this mission about letting others go first? Before Zhao Yi could respond, another person spoke up in his stead, voicing their displeasure and distracting the thugs who had just arrived. Fang Bai, angered and bolstered by the support of his allies, spoke out resolutely. If you don't dare to go, why won't you let us? Confronted with this question, the thug merely sneered and casually ran his fingers through his hair, responding with an arrogant tone. The butcher game kills more players than the clown game. I'm just looking out for you guys. Hearing such shameless words, Bai Shuji couldn't hide her disdain. She bluntly mocked. What's your game here? Do you think I don't know? You're afraid we'll be stronger than you if we complete this mission, aren't you? Hit where it hurt, the thug's eyes flashed with anger, clearly harboring malicious intent. He reached into his pocket in a mysterious manner. From it, he pulled out a knife, its gleaming, cold blade making the air tense. He spun the knife in his hand, seemingly declaring his authority. Today, I just don't want you to go. Zhao Yi didn't even bother to respond to the thug, casually raising his middle finger in a friendly gesture. Then he smiled, 3 parts cold and 7 parts contemptuous, and arrogantly said, "Right now, I could take your life with just 1 finger." Insulted, the thug's face twisted with anger, unable to conceal his fury. Then, he suddenly realized there was no reason for him to endure Zhao Yi, and in a fit of rage, he swung his knife and charged forward. Even with the blade so close, Zhao Yi remained calm, fearless. He spoke, moving with lightning speed and absolute determination. "You know, my strength has reached 21 points." Zhao Yi applied overwhelming force, crushing the thug with ease. As his elbow jabbed into the thug's side, Zhao Yi casually mocked him, taking advantage of the thug's pain as he clutched his stomach and screamed. Zhao Yi quickly raised 2 fingers and struck, denying him any chance to retaliate. Serves the villain right. Having just escaped the elbow jab, he was now subjected to the devastating 2-finger boat technique. The thug, who had previously held his head high, was now being lifted by his nose, continuously crying out in pain. Tien Tian, witnessing the thug's defeat at Zhao Yi's hands, mischievously giggled, perhaps because she felt her hands were too dirty. Zhao Yi gently rotated his ankle, then, with a tremendous force, hurled the thug into the air like a weightless object. The thug traced an arc through the air before crashing violently into the wall, with such force that blood spurted from his nose. The excruciating pain made him no longer care about his image, trembling and groaning. Zhao Yi glanced at him, then looked at his 2 blood-stained fingers, showing a look of disgust at having to touch such filth. Such filth should not be left for long, so he casually wiped his fingers on the shirt of the person standing nearby. However, seeing that it wasn't clean yet, he continued to scrub and wipe, fully focused on the task at hand without noticing the glare of the shirt's owner, who was looking at him as if he could set him on fire with his gaze. Fang Bei took a moment to react, jumping to one side to avoid him, then looking at Zhao Yi with disbelief in his eyes. "You're wiping this filth on me. Do you have any paper?" Zhao Yi gave a fake smile but didn't feel embarrassed, even though his unclean actions had been noticed. He replied, "No need, I've cleaned it already." Then he turned his attention to the conversation of the 2 remaining thugs. They were whispering, discussing what to do next. Bai Shuji, with an expression full of disgust and contempt, demanded they stay away. She also shut down their sinister plans. "We're all in the same guild. You can stop us now, but you can't stop us forever." One of them, hearing this, thought it made sense and quietly told his companion to scatter. But the other one remained resolute. He thought that if they scattered now, they would lose the chance to grab the delicious prize. Seeing that his partner's confidence was wavering, he loudly threatened Zhao Yu's group to regain his authority. "Stop wasting your breath. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Otherwise, we'll break your legs and throw you to the butcher as meat for his feast." Hearing this, Fang Bei slightly turned his shoulder, intending to charge forward for a life-or-death showdown. "In that case, I'll risk it with you all." However, before he could move on to the dangerous path, Liu Han quickly stopped him, advising him not to fight with them. At that moment, Xiang Weishan led a large group of people, marching over. He had an unpleasant face, and on top of that, his sinister smirk made the situation even more tense. Fang Bei immediately froze in fear, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts, all related to the possibility that Xiang Weishan might be collaborating with the group to deal with them, which could put them in danger. Bai Shuji, too, was no different from Fang Bei, immediately recognizing that this man was no good. However, what happened next took everyone by surprise. Xiang Weishan pointed at the thugs and asked, "Did you do this?" To everyone's astonishment, he sided with Zhao Yi. This was something nobody could believe. Xiang Weishan continued, "If I didn't do it myself, why would I let others do it?" The thugs dared not argue, immediately lowering their heads and apologizing profusely. Fang Bei was confused by the scene, but Bai Shuji could guess what was happening. and she explained that Xiang Weishan was helping them. However, Xiang Weishan's next move only made everything more confusing. He approached Zhao Yi, showing a level of familiarity and concern, as though they were very close. Then, when Zhao Yi wasn't paying attention, he grabbed his shoulder. Xiang Weishan smiled what he believed to be a sincere smile. "I will take you into this game. They won't be able to stop you." Zhao Yi's gaze flickered with a hint of understanding, but he didn't expose the plan, instead going along with it. Bai Shujai had also realized. This is a plan that Xiang Weishan had set up beforehand. He caused chaos, then saved himself to attract attention, thus drawing people into his team. She gently extended her hand, lightly tugging at the hem of Zhao Yi's clothes. She intended to speak her thoughts after drawing his attention, but Zhao Yi seemed completely uninterested in her. He even enthusiastically extended his hand to Xiang Weishan. "Big brother, come with us, we can help each other out." Xiang Weishan indeed had a purpose, but the ease with which it succeeded still surprised him somewhat. However, he didn't care as long as he achieved his goal. The two shook hands, as if wishing their collaboration success. As their hands parted, Xiang Weishan raised his hand in satisfaction, feeling that Zhao Yi was so easy to deceive. Bai Shuji saw that the matter was settled, and since there was no need to call Zhao Yi anymore, she let go of her hand. She turned around and exchanged a glance with Fang Bai, signaling that Zhao Yi seemed to trust Xiang Weishan. The two of them, without a word, understood that they must remain cautious of this sly man. The group stood before the large door, which gradually began to open, revealing a horrifying scene behind it. Various human body parts, bloodied and mangled, hanging like bizarre merchandise. Except for Zhao Yi, who wore a calm expression, and Xiang Weishan, who was quietly scheming. Everyone else was in a state of panic. The butcher, with his back turned to the group, raised his large knife and slammed it down onto the lifeless body. Zhao Yi appeared unaffected by the horrific scene, continuing to step forward. He calmly introduced himself, stating that they were participants in the butcher's game. The butcher lifted the large knife, still dripping with fresh blood from the dismembered corpse. With a strong swing, he chopped down onto the wooden chopping board, and the knife immediately stuck at a 60-degree angle. The butcher wiped his bloody hands on the stained apron in front of him before turning around, and, in a deep, hoarse voice, announced, "My game has 3 types." He raised his index finger, still smeared with blood. "The first is to help me with a delivery. I just so happen to have an order from several guests. Whoever is the fastest and wins will receive a bowl of my exclusive meat soup. As for the losers..." The butcher paused, chuckling harshly, revealing his sharp teeth. Though Xiang Weishan wasn't afraid, he couldn't deny that the butcher was truly terrifying. The group surrounding Zhao Yi began to panic. The butcher then raised a second finger. "The second is to go into the kitchen and prepare a dish. If it satisfies me, you'll have completed the game. If not, I'll personally teach you how to cook." Then he raised a third finger. "The third game is to go to 100 Burial Valley, deep in the barren mountain, and help me gather ingredients." Finally, he asked, "So which game would you like to play?" Zhao Yi did not answer, hurriedly saying, "We need time to discuss." Then, he turned to look at the team behind him to ask for their opinion. Fang Bai spoke his thoughts. "We should play the second game, as it allows us to help each other without having to harm one another." Xiang Weishan disagreed. He believed it was impossible to accurately predict which dish would be good. "Do you think he can guess the taste?" He stared at the man, then continued, "Moreover, if he wants us dead, the game won't be able to be completed." He then asked in return, "So according to you, which task should we choose?" The man heard this and immediately replied, "Of course, the first task is simpler." Xiang Weishan smiled, stating, "Delivering the goods is all about speed. If you're slow, you only have yourself to blame." Bai Shuji saw through his intentions, knowing this was only advantageous to him. Given his physical condition and experience with close combat, he would definitely finish the task the fastest. He agreed with this idea, as once the task began, he could call his underlings to block others. Upon hearing this, Xiang Weishan appeared helpless. "You guys really think I'm that cruel, huh?" She angrily shouted his name. In the end, Bai Shuji turned to Zhao Yi and said, "We trust you. You choose." Fang Bai showed his agreement, briefly glancing at Xiang Weishan. The latter, feeling the gaze, became slightly uncomfortable and turned his head away. Zhao Yu's response startled Xiang Weishan. I think what Sean brother said makes a lot of sense. He explained, this world is inherently cruel. Some things are unavoidable. It's better to follow destiny. He laughed loudly, fully supportive. She was stunned and asked, are you serious? What about your head? Isn't there any reliable way out of this butcher's game? Even someone as smart as Zhao Yai is planning to follow destiny? Bai Shujiai had always been paying attention to Xiang Weishan. So at this moment, he saw him cover his mouth with his hand. Xiang Weishan grinned slyly, thinking to himself, everything is proceeding as planned. This is perfect. Next, once the butcher confirms the game has started, he will regret it. The butcher set out the food and said, the food is here. You all hurry up and finish quickly. I'll only accept the first person to complete the task. He continued to announce in his deep, hoarse voice. Xiang Weishan and Liu Han were both extremely surprised by this, and couldn't find any words to say. They quickly got to work, each doing their best to make the most of every second to pack the boxes. Everyone else also worked frantically, hoping to be the first. Meanwhile, Tian stood still, calmly observing everyone as they hurry around. Zhao Yi glanced at the steaming rice on the table in front of him. Fang Bai sighed, his breath heavy with the tension after finishing one portion. Taking the opportunity for a few seconds of rest, he scanned the surroundings. Fang Bai saw that Zhao Yi had his hands free and asked, Boss Zhao, why aren't you doing anything? He was startled and suddenly remembered that Zhao Yi only had one finger left, so he couldn't pack. Fang Bai felt a bit uneasy, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to go over to Zhao Yi and help him pack the box. Bai Shuji and Liu Han were still keeping an eye on everything, and of course, they noticed his actions. She glanced at him with disdain, thinking, has Fang Bai not yet adapted to the rules of survival here? Helping Zhao Yi now is just harming himself. Liu Han felt pleased at this, and thought to herself, Fang Bai is as stupid as ever. The more he messes up, the bigger my chances of surviving. Xiang Weishan was confident in the neat box he had packed. The three of them took advantage of the fact that everyone around was focused on their work and quickly slipped away. Fang Bai turned around just in time to see them sneaking off. He then said to Zhao Yi, you're on your own from here. I can only help you this much. After saying that, Fang Bai grabbed his own box and ran after the three of them. Zhao Yi looked at the box that Fang Bai had packed and asked, isn't your packing technique terrible? Zhao Yi glanced at Tian, who was still lounging in the corner of the room. He asked, Tian, aren't you going to do your task? She replied, I'm not going. Tian didn't want to do the task. Zhao Yi made a funny face but didn't tease her, saying, if you don't do the task, you'll die. Tian didn't believe him. You're lying. Nini said nothing bad will happen to me. Zhao Yi didn't understand what she meant, so he asked, who is Nini that you're talking about? Tian immediately held up the teddy bear she had been hugging tightly to her chest and joyfully introduced, Nini is the first friend I made when I came into this world. Zhao Yi observed the strange bear carefully and silently called up the system. Instantly, the system interface appeared. Nini, activating neutrality. Note, if you attempt to harm the girl, it will be alert. If you leave a wound on the girl, it will go berserk. Weakness. Unknown. Zhao Yi patted Nini's head and complimented, this little bear is really cute. I've never seen a bear so adorable. Tian smiled happily at his words. Thank you, Zhao Yu. If you praise Nini like that, it will get embarrassed. Zhao Yu looked at the girl, her face blooming with a smile as bright as a flower from the compliment, and couldn't help but find it amusing. He then stood up and slowly walked toward the table in front of him. He sat down with a thud, seemingly unconcerned about the task at hand. Calmly, Zhao Yi said, Butcher, do you have any braised beef? Cut me some. The butcher momentarily didn't understand his intent and looked at him with a confused expression. However, right after, his face changed. The butcher suddenly became angry, grabbed the large knife that was placed nearby, and shouted, Get out! You're not my customer. Zhao Yi tilted his head, calmly crossing his arms and replying, The clown told me you have a daughter. How long have you been searching for her? Upon hearing this, the butcher was stunned. Perhaps due to the overwhelming emotion, he remained silent for a moment. The large knife in his hand tilted slightly, its blade gleaming, now stained with animal blood. He took a step forward, standing before Zhao Yi, and snarled, What's it to you? Zhao Yi raised his hand, his voice calm. I have a deal related to your daughter." The butcher glared at him with wild, bloodshot eyes. Zhao Yi continued, "Obviously, you can't leave your butcher shop for too long. A madman like you, who doesn't like to follow rules, also has rules you can't break, right?" His grip tightened around the knife, his hand trembling under the pressure. Zhao Yi slowly turned his hand, revealing a finger that had been severed before, now appearing once again. "I can go places you can't, and help you find your daughter." He spoke seriously. "For example, in Guchuan town, there might be some clues." The butcher narrowed his eyes, his voice full of suspicion. "Do you think that by saying this, I'll let you go?" Zhao Yi responded with ease. "Of course you will. The fact that I've completed the clown's game proves my capabilities." He casually asked, "What's the difference to you, a butcher who has washed his hands in blood, whether you kill one more person or one less?" Sure enough, upon hearing this, the butcher no longer held his initial resolve. He lowered his arm slightly and set the knife down. The large knife rested quietly on the wooden cutting board, no longer exuding the deadly aura it had before. Then he turned around and entered the always locked room behind the meat counter. No one knew what he did in there, but the atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. After a while, the butcher emerged, carrying a bowl of delicious meat. He said to Zhao Yi, "I need you to find my daughter and bring her back to me. You will be generously rewarded." Zhao Yi confidently replied, "No problem." At that moment, the system appeared. "Congratulations! You have received the hidden quest of the Grand World. Find the butcher's daughter. Quest reward: unknown." Looking at the butcher's retreating figure, Zhao Yi couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking to himself, as expected, I was right. He recalled the words of the clown. The butcher is different from him. He doesn't like to follow the rules. In other words, even if Zhao Yu's group tried to complete the butcher's game according to the rules, the opponent could still kill them if he was in a bad mood. Zhao Yi turned to look at Tian Tian, thinking, rather than tempting fate and creating a pointless game, it's better to strike a deal with the butcher. He then decided to sit quietly and wait for the others who were on the mission to return. Tian Tian took the plate, her small, smooth hands picking up a piece of meat, and she was about to feed it to Zhao Yi. Seemingly reading his mind, she suddenly spoke, rather than tempting your luck and creating a meaningless game, it's better to strike a deal with the butcher. Zhao Yi was slightly taken aback, his eyes glinting with amusement. This girl, she's truly not simple. Tian Tian looked at Zhao Yi and smiled brightly. Zhao Yi, big brother, Nini said your hand isn't very convenient. Let me help you pick up the meat. You like Nini, and I like Nini too. Meanwhile, on Xiang Weishan's side, the atmosphere was extremely tense. He was at the front, ordering to block the other group. A bunch of his subordinates immediately surrounded Fang Bai, Shu Ji, and Liu Han. Xiang Weishan shouted loudly, "Don't let them leave the bus station." Fang Bai, with a panicked expression, questioned Xiang Weishan, "Are you daring to plot against us?" He turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over all three of them. "So what? Should I wait for you to complete your mission first, then go die?" Xiang Weishan glared at the group, his voice dripping with mockery. "If you want to blame someone, blame Zhao Yi. After all, it was he who agreed to the butcher's mission." Liu Han, furious, was about to charge forward, his hand clenched so tightly that veins were popping. But Shu Ji quickly pulled his hand back, whispering to him, "Calm down. If you rush out now, they'll break your legs." Liu Han gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Xiang Weishan glanced at them, sneering sarcastically, "I'm leaving now. This place is up to you." As he walked away, he whistled, looking pleased with himself. His subordinates surrounded the three of them, their faces cold and full of threat. One of them, holding the baseball bat, stepped forward, grinning wickedly. "Be a little more obedient. Only then will we let you die quickly." The others, armed with knives, stepped closer, their eyes sharp and cold. Shuji clenched her fists in anger and shouted loudly, "Are you all stupid? Why are you helping Xiang Weishan? Do you not know what kind of person he is? If he can betray and stab us in the back today, he can do the same to you tomorrow." The people surrounding them stopped, seemingly hesitant. One of them stepped forward, sneering, and said, "Don't try to sow discord among us. You don't know how much worse the end will be for someone who betrays the boss. If we don't follow orders, the consequences will be even worse. Today, no matter what, you won't escape." Upon hearing this, Bai Shuji became even more tense. She clenched her fists, sweat dripping down her forehead, her eyes full of anxiety as she considered something. Suddenly, she yelled, "I'll risk it all today with you." Fang Bai was startled and didn't have time to react before Bai Shuji rushed straight toward the group. Fang Bai tried to stop her but was too late. Before he could say anything, she was already restrained. One of the men grabbed Bai Shuji's hands and hair, preventing her from moving. A lackey of Xiang Weishan sneered triumphantly, "You think you can escape with just yourself?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her hair with one hand while holding a baseball bat in the other, his expression full of challenge. Bai Shuji struggled, gritting her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. She shouted, "Let me go." But her actions only irritated him more. He growled, still dare to talk back. With that, he delivered a hard kick to Bai Shuji's stomach, sending her crashing to the ground. Bai Shuji curled up in pain, clutching her stomach, her cries echoing through the air, making the atmosphere heavier than ever. A powerful kick sent Bai Shuji crashing to the floor, the pain so intense that it made her drop the bag she was holding. She rolled away, her body trembling. The leader of the thugs gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, pointing a finger at her. "Beat her. Don't stop until she submits." Immediately, the group lunged at her, throwing punches and kicks without mercy. Bai Shuji could only curl up, protecting her head and enduring, her mouth constantly crying out for help. "Someone, please help me." Her bag was knocked to the ground, its contents spilling out, shattering and leaking a bright red liquid that looked like blood. Fang Bai and Liu Han stood at a distance, watching the scene with a mixture of worry and anger. Fang Bai clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage, shouting, "Enough! Stop right now! Are you trying to kill her?" Fang Bai's fury surged, so intense that his body trembled. He glared at the thugs in front of him, his voice full of challenge. "If you want to kill someone, take it to the battlefield." A few of the men exchanged glances, their expressions showing some hesitation in the face of Fang Bai's overwhelming presence. The group started to hesitate, then stepped back, revealing Bai Shuji lying motionless on the floor. She was still clutching her head, her voice weakly calling for help. Fang Bai immediately rushed over to her, his face filled with concern. One of the men muttered, "This guy is tough. He almost dragged all of us into a battlefield of bloodshed." Fang Bai knelt down and gently helped Bai Shuji sit up. He softly asked, "Are you okay? Let me help you sit over here." Bai Shuji was covered in bruises, her face pale, yet she managed to force a faint smile. "Thank you, Fang Bai." Bai Shuji was propped up against the wall, her face pale, her breathing weak. Liu Han stood in front of her, his expression tense and full of worry. He muttered, "It's over. We're all finished." Xiang Weishan coldly replied, "Yes, it's all Zhao Yu's fault." Liu Han furrowed his brows, his face turning ashen, then growled, "If he had chosen option 2 or 3, maybe we wouldn't have ended up like this." Fang Bai stood behind Liu Han, so angry that his hands were clenched tightly, his eyes burning with fierce intensity. He shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Liu Han immediately spun around, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging in his irises. He glared at Fang Bai and yelled, "Did I say something wrong? If it weren't for him always going on about fate being decided by the heavens, would we be in this mess? If it weren't for him agreeing to let Xiang Weishan join the team, how could we have been plotted against by him?" Fang Bai remained calm, his voice cold as ice. "I think it's more of a bad habit of yours. You're used to bullying the weak, but fear the strong. Ha! Xiang Weishan hurt you, and you're too scared to touch him. Yet you blame someone else in the team. Have you forgotten who helped you get that reward in the last duplicate?" Fang Bai's gaze darkened, his eyes locking onto Liu Han's without a trace of hesitation. Liu Han was struck where it hurt, his face changing color as he took a step back, biting his lip, unsure how to refute. But in the next moment, he angrily grabbed Fang Bai by the collar, his swift movement catching Fang Bai off guard. The two stood facing each other, their eyes locked in tense confrontation. Liu Han gritted his teeth, his hand tightening on Fang Bai's collar, lifting him slightly. He growled, "Say that again." Fang Bai still did not resist, merely staring coldly into Liu Han's eyes, making the atmosphere even more charged, as if it were about to explode. Liu Han raised his hand, but still held tightly onto Fang Bai's collar. Fang Bai began to feel anxious, sweat forming on his forehead. He looked up at Liu Han, thinking to himself, "This guy is scared out of his mind. It's best not to provoke him." Liu Han gradually loosened his grip, his tense expression shifting slightly to one of relief. He let go of Fang Bai's collar, and then smiled in a strange way. "What, you're not saying anything anymore? Does this mean you agree with what I said earlier?" Fang Bai looked at Liu Han, his face confused, not understanding what he was babbling about. Suddenly, Liu Han summoned his weapon. A flash of light flickered, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. Liu Han spoke resolutely. "That's right, I'm going to kill Zhao Yi." He gripped the weapon firmly, a twisted smile clearly visible on his face, as though this action would save his life. "As long as I kill Zhao Yi, Xiang Weishan will definitely let me leave. Yes, it will definitely happen." In Liu Han's mind, a plan quickly formed. He thought, "After killing Zhao Yi, I'll use the excuse of delivering goods and head straight to the guild's headquarters. No matter how strong the butcher is, he wouldn't dare kill anyone in a safe zone like the inn." Thinking this, Liu Han hurried out, his eyes gleaming with smugness, muttering excitedly to himself, "Yes, let's do it this way." When he arrived, Liu Han shouted from outside the door, "Zhao Yi, come out here." Inside, Zhao Yi and Tian Tian were sitting and eating. Hearing the shout, both turned their heads to look at the door. Liu Han strode in, an intense murderous aura enveloping him, his hand gripping the weapon tightly, ready to charge at Zhao Yi and kill him. Zhao Yi remained seated, his gaze calm. He raised his hand, now only 2 fingers, and pointed to the chair across from him. In a steady voice, he asked, "Shall we eat beef together?" Liu Han raised the sharp tip of his weapon, pointing it directly at Zhao Yi, his voice full of murderous intent. "Come out here now." Zhao Yi showed no sign of fear, only smiling as he looked at Liu Han. He slowly spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Your acting skills are terrible. I could tell what you were trying to do the moment I saw you." Zhao Yi's expression darkened. He spoke softly. "I've already made arrangements with the butcher. You can leave now." Liu Han froze, completely stunned, unable to say a word. His eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Yi, his rage-turned murderous expression quickly shifting to one of joy he could hardly conceal. Liu Han stammered, You're serious?" Zhao Yi turned and leaned against the table, his face full of smugness. "Of course I'm serious. How else could I be sitting here eating so calmly?" Zhao Yi smirked, then asked, "Oh, by the way, you called for me earlier. What was it you wanted?" Liu Han quickly hid his weapon behind his back, struggling to make up an excuse. He lied without blinking. I just wanted to ask if there's a way to complete this mission." Zhao Yi laughed derisively. "Really? I thought you wanted to kill me and take the credit from Xiang Weishan." Zhao Yi's words struck a nerve with Liu Han, causing his face to drain of color. He fumbled, unsure of how to respond, and only managed a forced smile. "How could that be? You're my great benefactor. How could I dare do that? I was hoping you could help me leave here later." At that moment, Fang Bai caught up to Liu Han, supporting Bai Shujie. Both were panting heavily, and Fang Bai spoke in a stern tone. "Boss Zhao, you should be careful." Liu Han panicked when he saw the two of them appear, fearing that what he had just done would be exposed. His eyes darted around nervously, his heart filled with unease. Zhao Yi raised his hand to greet Fang Bai and Bai Shujie, but that hand no longer had any fingers after the deadly game with the clown. Fang Bai and Bai Shujie stared at him in confusion, their eyes full of disbelief, as if they were preparing for a battle to break out right before them. Fang Bai spoke, his voice still uncertain. "Are you eating meat?" Zhao Yi gave a slight nod and smiled. Fang Bai quickly waved his hand at refusal. "As long as you're okay, that's good. Eating meat? I wouldn't dare." Bai Shujie, exhausted beyond measure, didn't say another word. Suddenly recalling Zhao Yi's offer to eat meat, Fang Bai became worried. He stared at Zhao Yi, then glanced at Liu Han with a look of confusion. Zhao Yi and the girl beside him just silently looked at each other, saying nothing more. Fang Bai helped Bai Shujie sit down, both of them looking utterly drained after the long run to get here. Still with a serious expression, Fang Bai asked, "Boss Zhao, have you figured out a way to complete the butcher's game yet?" Zhao Yi shook his head slightly, but his face still wore a calm, untroubled smile, showing no signs of panic. Hearing that Zhao Yi had not found a solution yet, Fang Bai and Bai, Shuji could not hide their disappointment. Fang Bai hesitated for a moment, then looked directly at Zhao Yi and asked, "So right now, are we just waiting to die?" Zhao Yi remained unruffled, one hand in his pocket, the other pushing the bowl of meat toward Fang Bai. He spoke slowly, "Don't rush. Eat some meat first." Looking at the bowl of meat in front of him, Fang Bai furrowed his brow, his eyes tinged with sadness. In his heart, he thought, "Looks like Zhao Yi has already accepted defeat." But then, almost instinctively, he didn't use chopsticks, but picked up a slice of beef with his bare hands and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing ravenously. The taste of the meat spread across his senses. As he chewed, Fang Bai thought, "If I'm going to die, then I'll die as a well-fed ghost." The feeling of despair slowly faded away, replaced by a sense of resignation, tinged with a simmering anger. Half an hour later, suddenly a loud shout from someone outside echoed in, causing everyone in the room to look out in surprise. The person outside laughed loudly. "I've won. You all have to die. All of you. Die for me." Bai Shujai had recovered by this time. She placed her hand on her chin and looked out the door. Zhao Yi remained seated, smiling confidently. Fang Bai anxiously said, "It's over. Xiang Weishan is back." The door was pushed open, and indeed, Xiang Weishan stepped in. Liu Han trembled as soon as he saw him. Xiang Weishan bent down and peered inside, slowly walking in with a mad expression on his face. He had lost an arm, and saliva dripped down like a beast about to pounce on Zhao Yi. Xiang Weishan opened his mouth and shouted, "The top of the rookie rankings. What garbage is that, huh? Are you worthy of competing with me, Xiang Weishan? I only set up a small plan, and an idiot like you jumps in without even using your brain. A piece of trash like you deserves to call me brother." Zhao Yi remained seated calmly, responding indifferently, "Yes." Xiang Weishan moved closer to Zhao Yi, his face growing even angrier. Zhao Yi maintained his composed demeanor, which only made Xiang Weishan more enraged. "You're about to die, and you're still pretending to be calm. Let's see how long you can keep up the act." Xiang Weishan slammed his hand on the table, laughing triumphantly. "Butcher, I've completed your game, and I'm the first to return with the delivery." At that moment, the butcher, who had been walking back inside, raised his knife high, preparing to chop meat. Xiang Weishan commanded the butcher, "Now, quickly give me the reward." He extended his hand forward, waiting. The butcher remained with his back turned, focused on chopping the meat, blood splattering everywhere. After finishing, he stopped, lifted his head, his body covered in blood. Holding the meat hook, he looked at Xiang Weishan, but did not respond. On the butcher's table were a severed hand and fingers. The butcher turned and glanced at Xiang Weishan, murmuring, "It's here." His mouth was full of sharp teeth, his hand gripping the iron hook, and his gaze was cold and piercing. The henchmen outside looked in, admiring their boss. "Incredible. Shan Brother is about to finish this task. Shan Brother is getting stronger, and we'll all benefit from it. Who knows, maybe we'll get to hug some pretty girls." Zhao Yi smiled, casually sitting on a chair, while the little girl remained calm, playing with a stuffed bear. Bai Shuji rubbed his forehead, sighing, "It's over. Everything's over. We're all going to die." Xiang Weishan stood opposite the butcher, feeling somewhat afraid, but still spoke boldly, "Bring it on. Announce it to the whole area. I, Xiang Weishan, will become the top existence among the newcomers. I want everyone to know that what you all couldn't do, I, Xiang Weishan, can. And that Li Ruting, he'll have to look at me differently, right?" The butcher stood, staring at him, a burst of purple energy emanating from his head, preparing to strike. Xiang Weishan was still arrogant. "From now on, if you're dragged to bed, won't you have to kneel at my feet?" Before he finished speaking, he spat blood from his mouth. The pain surged through him, causing his face to swell with veins. He couldn't even process what had just happened. The butcher had stabbed through Xiang Weishan's body with a hook, a sudden action that left him no time to react, and blood continued pouring from his mouth. Pressing his head close to Xiang Weishan's face, the butcher widened his bloodshot eyes and smiled with delight. He lifted Xiang Weishan off the ground with the hook still embedded deeply in his body. Xiang Weishan, now managing the pain, looked slightly calmer. The butcher released the hook, but it remained deeply lodged in Xiang Weishan's abdomen. He collapsed his head onto the table, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Why? Why kill me? I was the one who completed the first task. It shouldn't have been the 5 of them, Zhao Yi. It's them. They should have died, not me. Turning to Zhao Yi, he trembled as he called out his name. Zhao Yi sighed, smiled, and didn't even look back at him. Xiang Weishan glared at him, furious, his limbs trembling from the pain. It must have been something Zhao Yi had done. Blood continued to pour across the table where he had collapsed. Zhao Yi glanced at him, casually picking up a piece of meat and continuing to eat. Xiang Weishan's face darkened. Fang Bai and Bai, Shu Jie were both terrified by the scene. Xiang Weishan weakly raised his hand towards them, calling for help. Save me. He crawled towards them, blood still flowing from his mouth and wound. Xiang Weishan collapsed, his face darkened. Zhao Yi stood up and approached him. Xiang Weishan weakly raised his hand toward him. Zhao Yu put his hands in his pockets, walked closer, and looked down at Xiang Weishan's pitiful state. His eyes were vacant, as if he were about to collapse from blood loss. Xiang Weishan looked up at Zhao Yi, while Zhao Yi smirked in disdain and asked, "Regret it now?" Xiang Weishan, weak and trembling, tried to lift his hand and stammered, "I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Save me. Spare my life." Zhao Yi raised his middle finger in front of him, his hand now with only 2 fingers. Behind him, the butcher, dripping with murderous intent, yanked the chain hard. Bloodshot eyes appeared in Xiang Weishan's gaze as he stared at Zhao Yi. Fang Bai, Bai Shuji, and Liu Han were all terrified by the gruesome sight of the killing, none daring to look. The little girl, hugging a teddy bear, smiled, seemingly delighted by the scene. Xiang Weishan fell to the ground, giving a final smile as he wheezed. The butcher jerked the chain again, his muscular arms on full display as he opened his mouth, exposing sharp teeth. The butcher swung his hand, and Xiang Weishan was pulled up high. Fang Bai looked up, his wound seeming to tear open, and he cried out in agony. Xiang Weishan was hung high in the air, with his limbs already severed and hung beside him by the butcher earlier. His blood flowed down to his feet. The underlings, seeing their boss murdered in such a brutal manner, were terrified, their hairs standing on end. What's going on? Didn't Xiang Weishan complete the mission? Why is he the one who's dead? Why? Liu Han fearfully covered his mouth, while Bai Shuji and Fang Bai turned pale with fright. Fang Bai thought to himself, even if Xiang Weishan had completed the task, he was still killed. Who will be next? Couldn't be Zhao Yi, the one standing closest to me. After finishing his task, the butcher turned away, his previously murderous expression gone. Fang Bai and Bai Shuji, watching from a distance, saw him enter another room. Fang Bai couldn't comprehend what would happen next. The butcher's voice echoed, "Did you complete my task?" A bowl of blood-red liquid was brought before Zhao Yi. He curiously looked into the bowl and realized that the butcher had gone inside to get Zhao Yi's reward. "This is your reward, Zhao Yi, the one who completed the mission." Zhao Yi took the bowl with both hands, happily thanking the butcher. The system displayed that the item was a soup made by the butcher himself, a consumable item. Though a butcher, his cooking skills were beyond reproach, but for some reason, the dishes he prepared always carried an air of resentment and injustice. The effect of the item was to put the body into a state of rage for 5 minutes, after which the person would lose all combat ability for the next 12 hours. Zhao Yi happily stored the item in his equipment warehouse. This item was quite good, though it had significant side effects. Its effectiveness was very obvious, and in some special cases, it might be useful as an emergency tool. Outside the building, the sky was gray, with a stream of red mist surrounding it. The system announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for unlocking a new setting in the meat shop guild. This setting remains neutral. Players can purchase meat from the meat shop, but they will not receive protection near this area. Note: do not provoke the butcher in the meat shop. Inside the building, many people stood listening to the announcement. Zhao Yi received 3 talent points, and Fang Bai's group each received 1. The world quest had been updated. Resolve the grudge on the train. People sighed. This newbie really is quite impressive. One person clenched his fist and frowned, saying, "It's a pity. This world quest has already marked Zhao Yu's name. Now, no one higher level than him can undertake world quests on this map, unless he dies." The person across from him advised, "Brother, your method is a bit dangerous." The other person explained, "But if we don't kill him, we'll just have to wait until he unlocks the next large map. World quests completely release secondary NPCs, and that gives us a chance to act." Above them, a woman with her arms crossed observed and turned to speak to Uncle Quan. It seems everyone is quite eager for these rewards, and many of them already have twisted thoughts. Uncle Quan stood with his arms crossed, listening to her speak, adjusting his glasses, then furrowing his brows. "There is no clear regulation in our guild that prohibits players from killing each other. They can do whatever they want." She turned to look down below, showing an expression of interest. "So is there a show worth watching then?" After saying this, Uncle Quan decided to stand there and ignore everything happening around him. At that moment, Zhao Yu's group was standing around the table. Zhao Yi sat with his arms crossed, staring at the butcher. Though the murderous aura he had displayed when he killed Xinang Weishan was no longer there. Bai Shuji placed her hand on her forehead, feeling disappointed in herself. "Zhao Yi has completed this mission, but what about us?" Fang Bai responded, his face a bit embarrassed. "Are we just waiting to die?" Zhao Yi looked at the butcher. "Any news related to your daughter?" He walked over to a cupboard, sat down, and opened the door to search for something. Zhao Yi watched him. He reached deep into the cupboard, pulling out a box-like object and placing it on the table in front of Zhao Yi. It was an old radio, covered in blood, along with an old ID card that was torn in several places. The butcher said, "There are many things related to before she was born, but I can no longer remember them." The ID belonged to a schoolgirl, his daughter. He hoped that with these two items, Zhao Yi could help him find her. Zhao Yi opened his inventory and stored the two items he had received from the butcher, preparing to help him fulfill the promise of finding his daughter. He sat confidently, leaning against the chair, and spoke to the butcher. "I will find it soon, and in addition, I want to take a few people with me." The butcher responded generously. "You can take them all with you." Bai Shuji was stunned, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. She stammered, asking again, "Is this true? Not only are we still alive, but we also get rewarded with 2 talent points." Fang Bai was overjoyed. "So we can leave too." Liu Han collapsed in happiness, covering his head with both hands, speechless. Zhao Yi glanced at Liu Han, causing him to shrink back in fear. Before he could hide his smile, he had to lower his head, avoiding Zhao Yi's gaze. Zhao Yi was also happy, bowing his head. "This is great, I survived." He then looked up at the butcher. "Actually, I didn't intend to take them all. There's something I can't do, but you can help me." The butcher furrowed his brow, unsure of what Zhao Yi needed him for. The 3 others heard Zhao Yi speak to the butcher. "You've done this many times before anyway." The faces of all 3 changed, and they broke into a cold sweat. When the topic of murder came up, the butcher reverted to his true nature, radiating a murderous aura. He grabbed his knife, his eyes bloodshot. He doesn't intend to take all of us. He wants to borrow the knife to kill someone. Zhao Yi smiled, looking at the butcher. "The one I don't want to take is Liu Han." Liu Han heard this and was terrified, his hands clutching his head, trembling. He shouted loudly, his mind in panic as if he were about to go insane. "No, you have no reason to kill me." Liu Han pointed at Fang Bai and Bai Shuji. "I've never done anything wrong to you. I'm the same as them." Bai Shuji and Fang Bai looked at him, concerned as they saw him becoming increasingly frantic. Zhao Yi raised his hand, closed his eyes, and calmly spoke to Liu Han. "I've never held a grudge when eating meat with others, but there are 2 things I cannot tolerate." Zhao Yi leaned back in his chair, his demeanor exuding that of a boss. His gaze was sharp. "First, those who rely on me to get meat, and then want to feast on the meat on my own body. Just because I don't have a passion for killing doesn't mean I won't kill." Liu Han, hearing Zhao Yu's words, immediately realized what his fate would be. He stood there dazed, desperate. Zhao Yi closed his eyes and continued, "You should have understood this long ago." Liu Han huddled, trembling as he looked at the butcher approaching him with a knife in hand. Liu Han clasped his hands together, shaking, and looked up, pleading with the butcher, stuttering, "Please, don't." The butcher lowered his head and looked at him without responding. The butcher raised his knife high, and Liu Han screamed in terror. The sound of the blade cutting through the air rang out, and Bai Shuji couldn't bear to watch, while Fang Bai, also frightened, shrank back. Zhao Yi calmly sat, enjoying his beef, his expression unchanged. Zhao Yi glanced over at Liu Han and said, "Be more careful in your next life." Liu Han was still picking up a piece of meat, while Liu Han's head had already rolled over to where Xiang Weishan's underlings were. The group froze, pale with fear, and retreated without a word. The blonde-haired man glanced towards Zhao Yi, his lips trembling, fearing that he might be the next one. Zhao Yi placed his hand on his chin, his face dark and terrifying, and shot them a cold look. The group immediately fled, screaming as they ran, "There's a ghost!" Zhao Yi stood still, his eyes following them. Bai Shuji and Fang Bai watched Xiang Weishan's subordinates run for their lives, and then Zhao Yi calmly walked toward the door. As he was leaving, Zhao Yi suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at the two of them. "What are you still doing standing there? The briefing's over. Aren't you all heading back?" Fang Bai hesitated, unable to form words. "We." Zhao Yi placed a hand on Fang Bai's shoulder, looking worriedly at his hand. Zhao Yi flashed a bright, friendly smile and said to Fang Bai, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm not that kind of cruel person. Killing people is pretty hard for someone as kind and soft-hearted as me." Fang Bai was speechless at Zhao Yi's actions. Bai Shuji and Fang Bai, upon hearing Zhao Yi claimed to be a kind person, both showed disbelief, casting him skeptical glances. Bai Shuji spoke up. "Are you lying to ghosts?" She looked at him. "If I hadn't seen you talk about killing two people with my own eyes, I'd have been fooled by your harmless, handsome appearance." Fang Bai let out a sigh of relief and placed his hand on his chest. "No matter what, the 2 attribute points are from you. Thank you." He continued, "Also, I want to remind you that Xiang Weishan has a biological older brother who is a core member of the guild. If you killed Xiang Weishan, you might run into trouble." Bai Shuji and Fang Bai both reminded Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi placed the remaining 2 fingers on his chin and smiled. "I'm not surprised by this. Someone like Xiang Weishan, who wants to use force to recruit so many people, is not very realistic. There must be a strong backing." Tian Tian asked, "So what are you planning to do?" He looked at the innocent girl hugging the teddy bear in front of him and couldn't resist ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Even with only 2 fingers, Zhao Yi typed very quickly and skillfully. He was searching for information about Sun Bai Bai, who was the new goddess. Zhao Yi rubbed his head, thinking, these people are unrelated to the butcher's daughter. He closed the laptop and decided to calm down and think carefully. Finding the butcher's daughter is a hidden mission, so it has to be planned properly. Therefore, there's no way I'll just die for no reason. But if I do die in the sewers, she wouldn't turn into a vengeful spirit causing chaos. Zhao Yi checked if there was anything useful from the system. He had received a blood-stained voice recorder from the system. Zhao Yi pressed the button to turn on the recorder. The recording was the final conversation between his daughter and the butcher. The last time Sun Bai Bai came was to Guzhuan town. The girl had said that it was cold there and didn't want to go back anymore. But Sun Bai Bai didn't elaborate on the details. There was only an interrupted part of the recording. "What happened? Sun Bai Bai, tell me clearly." "Dad, Sun Bai Bai is cold. Can you come pick me up?" The butcher agreed and asked where she was so he could come to pick her up. But before she could answer, the connection was lost. After listening to the conversation, Zhao Yi began to think. He turned off the recorder, his gaze stopping on the words Guzhuan town. From the recording, Sun Bai Bai had been on a train to Guzhuan town, but the butcher hadn't traveled with his daughter. So what exactly happened on that train? Zhao Yi pulled out a map and studied it carefully. The locked areas couldn't be accessed yet, and it seemed the butcher's mission couldn't proceed for now. There were only a few days left before the new duplicate for the next month would be released. After calculating, Zhao Yi decided to first check out the new Unlock World mission. This mission required 6 participants. He needed to go to an abandoned station and find a short train with 6 carriages at the station. To explain briefly, a duplicate mission means that if a player dies, their life value will not immediately recover, but they can respawn after returning to the guild. In contrast, the Butcher and Clown death missions result in actual death, though players can run away and miss the mission. As for world missions, they have a duplicate state. If players cannot escape the mission, they must either complete it or die. However, there was no need to rush. Zhao Yi decided to assess the situation further before making his next move. Suddenly, Zhao Yi's hand slowly began to grow back to its original length. He looked at his hand with satisfaction and smiled. Not bad, this new hand is fine. Sitting on the bed and looking at his hand, he suddenly heard a strange noise outside. He got up, opened the door, and saw a group of unfamiliar people standing in front of his door, looking for him. As soon as they saw Zhao Yi, one of them spoke up. Zhao Yi, right? Our gang brother wants to see you. Zhao Yi frowned, stroked his chin, and pretended to be troubled. Well, although it might make me seem a bit childish to say this, but the nose hairs you've ruined into such a stylish look create quite an interesting effect. Zhao Yi smiled politely, trying to maintain an innocent appearance. The others, hearing what he said, turned pale. It was indeed a sharp mockery. The man who spoke before glared at Zhao Yi, not expecting him to dare say something like that. The gang brother was aggressive, but he wasn't about to let Zhao Yi humiliate him like that. He swung his fist with full force toward Zhao Yi, but the punch only hit an invisible barrier, a protective wall created by Zhao Yi. Enraged, he pressed his face against the wall and shouted, "If you're so brave, come out here and face me." Zhao Yi stroked his chin and pretended to sigh. "Ah, this situation is really rare." Suddenly, a new idea flashed in Zhao Yi's mind, making him feel excited. He took out a large, heavy durian and said, "This is from Liu's sister. I was planning to eat it, but I couldn't find the tool to open it. Since you all are free, why don't you help me crack it open?" The guys outside were so angry they were gritting their teeth. "You brat, I don't think you fully understand the situation you're in, but I can kindly explain it to you." Zhao Yi, smug in the face of the gang member's fury, responded, "No need." Seeing him so calm and still trying to provoke, the gang member got even angrier and was about to throw another punch. But before he could act, Zhao Yi struck first, catching him completely off guard. The durian fruit from earlier flew straight at his face just before the second punch was thrown. The impact was so sudden and painful that he grimaced in agony, but he was too shocked to dodge and could only brace himself to take the full hit. Damn it! The throw was so powerful that the durian split open upon impact, breaking into several segments. They tumbled across the ground, while the gang member collapsed, face down, blood spilling everywhere. The lackeys watching from the side covered their noses, a few of them gritting their teeth, and one even muttered, "That looks painful." Zhao Yi walked over and squatted down next to the gang member to check if he was still alive. He smiled brightly and said, "Your head's pretty tough. Did you ever practice Iron Head Kung Fu?" The gang member, humiliated by the remark, struggled to lift his head. True to his role as the leader of the gang, he quickly pushed himself up with his hands and managed to get back on his feet. He glared angrily, clenched his fists, and shouted, "What Iron Head Kung Fu?" Zhao Yi coldly said nothing, quickly dodging his punch. He maintained an indifferent demeanor, as though he were simply dividing up authority in a room. The Bang brother was trapped by a net, his body immobilized. He struggled in frustration, but was still unable to do anything. Zhao Yi then swiftly pushed him outside. The underlings were thrown out, landing sprawled on the ground. Zhao Yi casually walked over and picked up the durian that had been split earlier. The Bang brother, now thrown outside, was in a very pitiful state. Two of his underlings helped him up, each holding one of his arms. Zhao Yi smiled brightly. "Thank you for helping me open the durian." The Bang brother was so furious that it seemed like he could explode. He yelled hysterically, pointing his finger at Zhao Yi's face. "If you're so tough, why don't you stay in there for the rest of your life?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yi quickly slammed the door shut. Bang brother stood outside, staring at the closed door with eyes so full of rage that they seemed about to burst. "Damn it, this new guy, Zhao Yi, how dare he disrespect me? Damn it, within 24 hours, this brat will be out of there. I don't believe he won't come out." His underlings quickly obeyed. That evening, when Zhao Yi went out for his usual walk, he was captured and taken to room 511 of the guild's facility. Another member of their gang was sitting, pouring tea. This one appeared to be the leader. "Wei Shan is playing the butcher's game with you, huh?" Instead of being afraid, Zhao Yi calmly answered in a simple manner, "Yes." Unlike the earlier guy with the hairy nose, this one seemed much more composed. He set the teapot down and slowly asked Zhao Yi another question. "Why did the boy die?" Zhao Yi wiped the smile from his lips and answered briefly and honestly, I killed him. The man started to get angry. Why did you kill him? Zhao Yi sneered coldly. Well, you're suddenly asking me why I killed him. I honestly don't know how to answer that. He continued, his tone full of provocation. Maybe, because it was fun. The henchmen were stunned, unable to comprehend. Is he crazy? Killing for personal gain is scary enough, but killing for fun is truly terrifying. Someone like this could be laughing and chatting with you one moment, and then stab you in the next without a second thought. The leader remained calm. Hearing such a challenge, he gently picked up his teacup, blew lightly on the rim, and kept his eyes fixed on Zhao Yi without blinking. Do you know who I am? Zhao Yi replied flatly. Let me guess. His face had returned to its usual expression. You're the older brother of Shan Wai Shan. The leader nodded. That's right. If you've heard of me, then you should know what kind of person I, Shan Babang, am. Zhao Yi waved his hand dismissively. No, I've never heard of you, and I actually suspect you're not his biological father. If old Wang hadn't interfered, your father really shouldn't have given you such a name with such a tone of enmity. His subordinates were sweating profusely. The one thing his gang brothers hated the most was when anyone dared to touch his name. The fact that Zhao Yi was still alive after all this, it was clear that he had truly angered him. It seemed that he was genuinely furious, as the teacup in his hand had developed several cracks from the force of his internal energy. He glared at Zhao Yi, his face darkened, and asked, Do you think you're funny? Zhao Yi smiled, still managing to describe himself with a single word. Handsome, though it was somewhat casual. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy, and none of the subordinates dared to even breathe too loudly. Zhao Yi stepped forward, heading toward the seat. Talking so much has made me a little thirsty, he said. He casually sat down next to him. At this point, the gang leader was visibly losing his composure, his face darkening further. Zhao Yi acted as though he were right at home, slowly pouring himself a cup of tea. The gang leader watched him, thinking for a moment. After so many years of dealing with people from different realms, this is the first time I've seen someone so arrogantly daring. Suddenly, one of the subordinates raised a gun and aimed it at Zhao Yi, saying, Bang, brother, this brat is too arrogant. Just say the word, and I'll shoot him right now. The others chimed in. That's right, Bang, brother. While Nolan can die in the guild headquarters, they can still be hurt. Let's take him down a peg. Seeing his subordinates act this way, Shan Babang, the gang leader, showed signs of displeasure, but he didn't respond to them. Zhao Yui lifted the steaming cup of tea to his face, sighed, and said, I know he could kill me, but I can't kill him, because he has a good older brother, and I do not. After saying this, he exhaled again. The leader looked at him and curiously asked, If you understand this principle, then you should not kill my younger brother. Zhao Yui slammed the cup down on the table and asked in return, Do you know what I'm thinking? He gave a sinister smile. I don't need to know the thoughts of a madman, but soon, you'll know exactly what I'm thinking. His gaze darkened as he looked at Zhao Yi. I'm thinking that if I had a shotgun right now, I could blow your head off with a single shot. Zhao Yi's reaction startled him. The older brother froze, not expecting a rookie like this to speak such words. Well, you look like a pathetic reptile, so poor you can't even afford a gun. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was shattered, completely unrecognizable. The cigarette in his hand hadn't even been smoked, and fell to the ground in a daze. Zhao Yi grinned maliciously, moving so quickly that no one had time to react. He calmly said, Sorry, I do actually have a shotgun. Before the subordinates could process what had just happened, it was already over. They began to chatter in panic. What's going on? This madman just fired a shot. At the guild headquarters, players could still be resurrected even if they were burned to ashes. Thinking of this, Bang Brother wasn't too worried. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that a level 3 player could take out a gun from the room of a level 22 player and directly shoot the opponent to pieces. Seeing them so frightened, he glanced over and said, Why are you all so surprised? If I had randomly opened fire, he could have dodged it. Of course, I had to use words and acting skills to distract you. Then, let him experience the feeling of being shot on my behalf. When Zhao Yi said these words, his eyes looked somewhat crazed, but he had successfully scared them. The guy couldn't hold back after hearing him, and trembled, shouting, Crazy pervert. After saying that, he shakily pointed his gun at Zhao Yi. In the end, he aimed directly at Zhao Yi's head and pulled the trigger. Zhao Yi's head exploded just like the boss's, but it seemed he was quite happy to die. A satisfied smile still lingered on his lips. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Elsewhere, the tower was tightly bound by many chains. Inside, a narrow passage that could only fit one person was surrounded by eerie red light. A shadowy figure with an unclear identity was bound to a bronze pillar. It had a shape like a human, also resembling a dog, but with a tail. Not just one, but many such beings, in different forms, were being fixed around the area. They were all shouting, their large mouths filled with sharp, jagged teeth that looked terrifying. Among the thousands of black demons, a small beam of blue light descended from above. The shadow slowly took form. This was Zhao Yi, and this place was perhaps the hell reserved for demons that had been killed. As soon as they saw him, they recognized him. But for some reason, they appeared to be terrified. He's back. The demons stared at him, their mouths hanging open in shock. It seemed this place wasn't exactly welcoming to Zhao Yi. He was the one who had captured them and locked them in here. From the bodies of those mental patients, he gradually revealed his true form, but something indefinite appeared above his head. It emitted a strange yellow light that was unlike theirs. In their eyes, Zhao Yi had no clear shape. He was a mystery that couldn't be unraveled, a meaning that had yet to be decoded. More importantly, he was the master who ruled over this undefined borderland. He was angry, jealous, cruel, bloodthirsty, and stubborn. These were the words the demons used to describe him. They couldn't understand how he could clearly call out the names of the demons and monsters here. Wherever he went, the most terrifying creatures in this place would bury their heads and pretend to be dead. A beam of yellow light, like a ray from heaven, shone directly onto Zhao Yi's face. He happily tilted his head up, savoring the moment. "You resurrected so quickly. Looks like Zhao Yi prefers to die." He opened his eyes. He was still in the place of that gang leader, but this time it seemed like he had been revived first. The man had bound his hands to the chair. For him, a crazy kid like Zhao Yi was probably a serious threat, so he stood at a considerable distance, observing him. Damn it, getting blown to bits by some high school brat in front of my underlings. If word gets out, where the hell can I hide my face? He gritted his teeth and made a resolution. He would make Zhao Yi feel so much pain that he would cry and beg for mercy. One of the gang brothers raised a remote control in front of Zhao Yi and asked, "Kid, do you know what this is?" Instead of being afraid, Zhao Yi smiled brightly. Zhao Yi guessed with amusement that the chair he was sitting in was an electric chair, and what the man held in his hand was its remote control. Well, for ordinary people, this would be an extremely uncomfortable punishment, one that they might not survive. But for me, it clearly won't have much of an effect. The man's eyes widened, his veins bulging as his anger grew. The gang leader was so enraged that he was trembling, clenched his fist tightly, and stammered, "You." He quickly flipped the switch and pressed the button to activate the electric chair. Zhao Yi was shocked by what seemed to be the highest voltage. His entire body lit up, his hair and skin twitching as if they were being electrocuted, causing them to rise and his hair to stand on end. Very quickly, Zhao Yi was smoking, his hair a mess, his body shaking from the electric shock, but he still sat there motionless. The underlings, seeing him tortured so brutally, turned pale, with one of them even covering his mouth to prevent himself from shouting out. Zhao Yi lowered his head, his body charred black like a lump of coal, continuously emitting smoke. The gang leader laughed loudly, thoroughly enjoying the moment, eager to see if this brat could still keep his tough demeanor after such an electric shock. But just a few minutes later, Zhao Yi was able to return to his original state and appearance. He even cheered excitedly. The leader, in a frenzied mood, raised the controller, asking him how it felt, to which he replied, "It's fine. A strong electric shock can cause intense pain for a short time, but once you've adapted." Hearing this, the leader became so enraged that he almost wanted to rush over and beat Zhao Yi to vent his frustration. Zhao Yi, with a bright smile, continued, "Actually, it's pretty comfortable. Why not do it a few more times?" At that moment, the leader's face looked utterly dumbfounded, resembling that of a droopy dog. He couldn't understand why this kid was unaffected. The leader was so puzzled that he even wondered to himself, could it be that he's suffering from a reverse sadism complex? Still holding the controller, the leader gritted his teeth, clearly not satisfied with the previous torture. But he continued to taunt. You must be in a lot of pain, right? Why pretend? If it hurts, just say it. At this moment, Xian Babang no longer maintained his initial calm demeanor. He had already revealed his true face. Zhao Yi, however, remained as cheerful as if nothing had happened. He spoke to him. Could you pass me the remote? He grinned wickedly. What happened to your tough act earlier? Aren't you scared now? Zhao Yi replied, no, I think this trial product is actually not bad. If you don't press it, I will do it myself. The gang leader and his brother were left confused, not understanding what Zhao Yi meant. Zhao Yi then smiled wickedly. Actually, just using the electric chair is a bit boring. You could add a little more flair. With an excited expression, he continued, for example, boiling a frog in warm water? Do you know about that? At this, the two of them stared wide-eyed at Zhao Yi, and upon hearing him, they desperately shook their heads. Zhao Yi began to play his intimidation game again. He suddenly leaned back a little, and although he hadn't done anything, they were truly frightened, their faces turning pale. The gang leader, panicked, pointed his weapon at Zhao Yi, and shouted, "Don't move." At this moment, he was genuinely a little flustered. Zhao Yi seemed to sense the unease, and he spoke in a low voice. "Don't worry, I just want to tell you something. The most interesting part was when a patient once told me how to kill someone. He revealed it, his face twisting into a dark, sinister, demonic grin, and continued, You prepare a jar of mercury, carve a cross on my head with a knife, and then pour the mercury over my head. The weight of the mercury will continuously separate the layers of my muscle tissue. Eventually, in the end, a whole piece of human skin will be successfully formed." The more Zhao Yi spoke, the more excited he became. Normally, at this time, I probably wouldn't even be dead yet. I could jump out of my skin and put on a show for you guys to watch. After finishing the story of his torment, he looked over at the other two. Their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. The one sitting sat upright, motionless, while the one standing stood at attention, meekly, like a newly daughter-in-law just entering her husband's house. The boss stared at him, unable to stop himself from swallowing hard, his body trembling slightly. Ba Bang and another subordinate looked at him, still grinning like they had just won the lottery, silently thinking, "Is this guy even human? He's terrifying, truly terrifying." The boss clenched his teeth, thinking. He couldn't kill him here in the guild, and he couldn't take him outside either. The only way to avenge Zhang Weishan was to threaten and torment Zhao Yi. As he thought this, he put the dripping wet bacon he was holding back into the system. He pulled out a cigarette and considered his next move. Since his current method of torment wasn't doing much to Zhao Yi, the boss lit the cigarette, took a drag to calm himself. After going through so much with him, he concluded, Zhao Yi is no longer just a sadist, he's a freak, psychologically twisted. While deep in thought, suddenly there was a knock on the door. In such a tense atmosphere, this was indeed a good thing. The group turned toward the door. Xian Babang gave an order with a smirk, telling his subordinate to open it. The subordinate obeyed and immediately went to do so. With an imposing look on his face, the subordinate opened the door and asked, "Who's there?" His mood wasn't any better after Zhao Yi's psychological torture. But the moment he saw the person outside, his blood started to boil. He let out a howl like a wild bull, a woman dressed provocatively on my turf, wanting something without even asking me. That's not really following the rules, is it? Seeing this girl, for some reason, Ba Bang's name made him startle. He froze, stammering as he greeted, "Sister, Miss Liu." The boss was also surprised, saying, "Why has this girl come here?" She didn't pay attention to the two of them, and directly waved her hand, looking at Zhao Yi, saying, "Zhao Yi, come with me for a trip." The two gang leaders, Ba Bang and his deputy, nervously looked at Zhao Yi, suddenly feeling uneasy. Zhao Yi began to lift his foot, and the iron band on his right leg snapped off easily. Then, he moved to his left leg, and despite it being a solid object, Zhao Yi calmly stepped out without any difficulty. Once again, he left Ba Bang and his subordinates frozen in shock. Miss Liu calmly stood there, observing him play with the two men, secretly pleased, her lips curling into a smile. Zhao Yi seemed to be enjoying himself like he was playing with a child's toy. He remained seated, slowly removing his handcuffs. Standing next to Miss Liu, Zhao Yi made Ba Bang feel uncomfortable. His face darkened with anger as he glared at Zhao Yi, causing his subordinate beside him to be so confused that he nearly turned pale with fear. Suddenly, Miss Liu looked at the boss and mocked, "By the way, who are you? I've never seen you on the 7th floor." Ba Bang panicked but couldn't stop her in time. One of his subordinates quickly pointed at Ba Bang and said, "The 7th floor is for the top-tier players who are qualified to be in our guild." The boss didn't even let him finish his sentence before Ba Bang quickly slapped him on the head, telling him to shut up. Xian Ba Bang was extremely irritated but had to hold it in, because Miss Liu was one of the highest-ranked fighters among the core members. No matter what, he had to endure. "Forget who you are, but remember, I don't care what happens in the dungeon. But this person, if you dare to cause trouble in the guild headquarters, you'll regret it," she said. Her tone was gentle, but carried a clear threat. After speaking, she winked at him. Xian Ba Bang held the cigarette in his hand, pretending to stay calm, though in reality, he was sweating bullets. His subordinates quickly bowed and bade Miss Liu farewell as she left with Zhao Yi. Xian Ba Bang remained seated. A moment later, his face suddenly darkened, and he extended his hand. Seeing this, Ba Bang quickly turned his head and asked if the boss had any orders. Then, they whispered among themselves. The content of their conversation was unclear, but it was evident that Ba Bang mentioned he would clean up the mess thoroughly. Back with Miss Liu and Zhao Yi, they went up to the 7th floor. The light shining on the balcony created a picturesque scene. As Miss Liu closed the door behind them, Zhao Yi walked over to the large table. Seeing him casually take food from the table, she teasingly said, "You really aren't polite." Zhao Yi popped a piece into his mouth while glancing around. The view from the 7th floor was indeed beautiful. She also directly sat down comfortably across from him. "There's nothing beautiful about it. It's just like the one below." He didn't beat around the bush, quickly placing the chocolate wrapper on the table. Zhao Yi had always been a straightforward person, so he said, "You saved me. Do you want me to do something for you?" Miss Liu pondered, looking at Zhao Yi and smiling. "Can I stand up for the weak because of you?" He responded indifferently, briefly, and without hesitation. "You can, but I don't like owing anyone a favor, especially not someone as ruthless as you, or else people wouldn't be so scared of you." Miss Liu looked at him, intrigued. "So what do you think is the reason I saved you?" Zhao Yi fell silent, thinking. Unlike the men she had met before, he didn't flatter her, nor did he show any signs of fear. Someone like that piqued her interest. Zhao Yi just sat there, saying nothing, staring at Miss Liu, who was lounging in front of him. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Miss Liu also felt a little embarrassed and shifted her gaze elsewhere. To break the awkward tension, Miss Liu poured herself a glass of red wine. Then she slowly raised it to her nose, casually sniffing it. "You look very much like someone I know," her face turning more somber. Zhao Yi, while eating chocolate, teased, "I bet it's your ex, right?" Miss Liu tilted her head back, took a sip of the wine. "That's right." For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. "I still have unfinished business with him. You should just go find him directly." She looked at the glass of wine, sadly saying, "He's dead." Zhao Yi, curious, asked further, "How did he die? Did I kill him?" He raised his hand to his chin and stroked it. "Why?" Miss Liu responded with a question of her own. "Do you want to know more about me?" Feeling that he had overstepped, Zhao Yi awkwardly rubbed his nose with his hand. "Sorry, it's a habit." Miss Liu smiled faintly, then leaned back in her chair, tilting her head upward. The Forgotten Angel has treated thousands of the most dangerous and terrifying mental patients, successfully healing their psychological trauma so that they could completely return to being normal people. She wore an expression full of sadness and unspoken thoughts, asking, "You're so skilled. Can you help cure my illness?" Zhao Yi looked at her seriously. "To be honest, your illness is not easy to treat." She looked at Zhao Yi, her expression unchanged. "You haven't even asked me what my illness is." Although psychology involves many complex and difficult-to-treat conditions, in reality, the most challenging patients are those like her. People who seem outwardly healthy. To summarize in my words, your state of clarity is much harder to treat than any mental disorder. It seemed Zhao Yi had truly discerned her condition. Miss Liu leaned forward slightly, then retracted her arrogance, sincerely asking Zhao Yi, "Dr. Zhao, you can really cure me, can't you?" He paused and thought, "It will take some time." "So you can actually cure her illness?" "Time is something I have plenty of," she said. "If you can cure me, I could give you a precious gift as payment." He thought, although I can't be absolutely certain that I can cure her, Zhao Yi is very interested in patients with such severe conditions. He stood up and said, "All right, let me think of a solution." She responded calmly. "Then thank you in advance, Dr. Zhao. As for the rest, Gang Babang won't dare to directly cause trouble for you in the big world anymore, but the danger in the dungeon, you'll have to handle that yourself." Zhao Yi didn't mind and said indifferently, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave now." Miss Liu took a sip of wine and did not see him off. Leaving Miss Liu's room, Zhao Yi walked calmly on his own. The corridor was silent, with only him. Suddenly, a girl stood waiting for him at the end of the hallway, surprising Zhao Yi. She was holding a teddy bear in her arms, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Boss Zhao, I'm so glad you're all right." Zhao Yi hurried over with concern. "Tian Tian, what are you doing here?" The little girl innocently held up the teddy bear and said, "The bear said you were in danger, so it told me to come check on you." He looked at the innocent girl before him and couldn't help but smile gently. Zhao Yi reached his hand through the teddy bear's head, gently patting Tan Tan's head, and said softly, "Thank you." Tan Tan was also very happy. "It's nothing. The bear is happy to see you're okay. By the way, it's getting late. Fang Bai has cooked some delicious dishes. Let's go to his room and eat." Zhao Yi agreed immediately. "Okay, let's go together." And so, the two of them, one big and one small, walked along, chatting and laughing merrily. At the dining table, Fang Bai opened a can of drink and handed it over to Zhao Yi. "Boss Zhao, Shang Babang hasn't caused you any trouble, has he?" Zhao Yi extended his hand to take it and briefly replied no. As he poured his drink, he asked Fang Bai, "You were the one who talked to Miss Liu, right? I was worried when I saw you getting captured. I don't have any background, nor any abilities. The only thing I can do is reach out to the elders in the guild. On the 7th floor, it was just Miss Liu and one other person who kept knocking without opening the door. Thankfully, Miss Liu is kind-hearted. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it through today." Zhao Yi gently lifted his glass towards Fang Bai. "Thank you." He then asked again, "Has there been any movement on the new big world mission?" "Not yet." Bai Shuji reported. 6 groups went, and all 6 died. A group of 6 people, totaling 36 people. Zhao Yi seemed somewhat distracted. He stared at the drink in his hand and inwardly sighed. "It's so good." Fang Bai continued. "The bodies of the dead were thrown haphazardly around the train station. Their conditions were incredibly tragic, almost unrecognizable as human. It seemed like they had endured immense fear and suffering before they died. The most troubling part is that there has been no information transmitted from the dungeon. No one knows what the dungeon is like." Zhao Yi finished his drink and placed the glass down. He asked, "Are you guys going? If not, I'll go by myself." Fang Bai and Shuji hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Fang Bai lowered his head and said sincerely, "Boss Zhao, to be honest, I would also like to be as decisive as you. After all, those are 2 points of talent. But the death rate of this mission is just too terrifying. If I fail..." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Shuji hesitated and said, "Me too." He turned to ask the little girl who was munching on her food next to him, "Tam Tian, do you want to go?" The little girl cheerfully chewed her rice and vegetables, then said, "Yes." Zhao Yi Kang Chao reached over and wiped a grain of rice off Tian Tian's face. Bai Shuji seemed to be lost in thought. She stared at Tian Tian, feeling somewhat stunned. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "This little girl, Tian Tian, dares to go. I feel so weak and cowardly." Shuji then put down her bowl, forcefully placed her chopsticks on the table, slammed her hands down, stood up, and said loudly, "I've changed my mind, I want to go too." Fang Bai happily raised his glass. "Since everyone has decided, let's toast and wish each other well." Everything went smoothly, and they raised their glasses, toasting with a spirited and joyful mood. The banquet ended, and it was already dark, with the sky painted a deep red, like blood, eerily frightening. At platform number 3, Tian Tian, Zhao Yi, and Shu Jai had arrived in front of the ticket counter. The little girl and Zhao Yi remained calm, but Shu Ji was a little panicked. She looked at the bodies on the ground, a chill running down her spine. The surroundings were eerily quiet, almost deserted, with no one else around, except for the 3 of them. Notification system. Welcome to Platform 3. To board the train of resentment, 5 to 9 people are required. Please form your group. After hearing the announcement, Shuji asked, Boss Zhao, the mission requires 5 people. We only have 3. What should we do? Zhao Yi replied calmly, the entrance to the mission is at car number 1. Let's go there and figure it out. Over there, the situation was chaotic. One person shouted, don't run. Don't panic just because many people have died. Those 2 talent points can't be ignored just because we're scared. As they were trying to encourage and motivate others, they saw him approaching. And the 2 others were surprised. Among the 3 walking toward them, it seemed the person in the lead was top 1 Zhao Yi. The man with the rodent-like teeth cheerfully stepped forward. Hello Zhao Yi, here to take the mission. Join our team. We definitely won't be a hindrance to you. The girl standing next to him sneered condescendingly. Flatterer. Zhao Yi also walked forward with a smile. Of course we're happy to join, but I'm not sure if your teammates will be okay with it. The person with the spiky hair looked delighted. No objections, no objections. Come on over. The other 2 agreed as well. 7 people stood together, and that was enough to form a team. A stream of green light quickly surrounded them. Notification system. Welcome to the mission of the resentment train in Big World. Good luck to you all. Zhao Yi was unconscious, struggling to open his eyes, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He didn't know how long he had been there, but he was sitting alone in a train compartment. The rain outside fell heavily, adding to the already gloomy atmosphere. Zhao Yi wasn't fully awake yet, so he remained seated for a bit longer. Once his senses began to return, Zhao Yi quickly looked around to assess the situation. He was seated in compartment number 6, and the silence around him was eerily unsettling. He silently thought to himself, calculating, am I in compartment number 6? Zhao Yi stood up, still with his usual calm demeanor. He scanned the area, but there was no sign of anyone. It seemed like they had been separated. His immediate priority was to inspect his surroundings and ensure his safety. If their dungeon mission was to dispel the lingering resentment, then he needed to understand what had happened here before. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from behind Zhao Yi, as though something was approaching him. But, as always, Zhao Yi remained calm. He examined the rows of seats and noticed something that made him feel quite startled. His expression shifted immediately. On one of the seats in the train compartment lay a few colored pencils and an open pencil case. Zhao Yi, curious, bent down to pick something up from it. It was a white box, but it looked old and worn. The laughter continued to grow nearer, but it didn't attack Zhao Yi, leading him to conclude that it was temporarily not dangerous. Just ignore it, he thought. Zhao Yi examined the pencil case once more. It was made of metal, but it had been dented and warped beyond imagination. Clearly, something had happened here. He assessed quietly, but he wasn't overly concerned. Zhao Yi tossed the pencil case back to its original spot, maintaining his usual composure, and continued walking forward. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Ahead, he saw an old suitcase. Next to it, a backpack lying in disarray. Zhao Yi stood still, staring at them for a long while. Having lived in this world for a long time, he knew better than to casually touch strange objects. Just as he was about to step closer, a warning from the system echoed in his mind. This is a high-level dangerous object. You may be curious, but you must not open the suitcase. Zhao Yi frowned, his eyes momentarily showing caution. He turned his attention to the backpack beside it and decided to check that first. He opened it and rummaged through the contents. It was filled entirely with student books, most of which were worthless. After flipping through the literature book, he set it aside. At that moment, Zhao Yi's gaze returned to the suitcase. The system had warned him, but another voice echoed in his mind. Open it! Open it! The curiosity surged within him, as though something was urging him on. Zhao Yi focused intently on the suitcase. His hand slowly reached out, gently brushing its surface. A growing desire to open it and satisfy his ever-increasing curiosity. Zhao Yi's face was blank, like someone who had been hypnotized. The voice still echoed persistently in his ears. As his hand neared the zipper, half of a face appeared behind him. She was intrigued and continued to encourage him. That's right, open it. His hand had unconsciously landed on the zipper without him even realizing. But suddenly, his movements stopped. The voice questioned, Why aren't you moving anymore? Open it. Open it. Zhao Yi gave a faint smile, one that no one could see. It seemed that he had been pretending to fall into the trap all along. Seeing how eager the voice was for him to open the suitcase, he decisively stood up, turned around, and walked away without hesitation. Zhao Yi wasn't the type to meddle in things, and he certainly wouldn't throw caution to the wind. Behind him, a shadow quickly appeared. It angrily called out, "Where are you going? Open it." This little demon was just a newly grown child. Clutching a teddy bear in its hands, it gritted its teeth in frustration. Damn it! How could he break free from my enchantment? Suddenly, Zhao Yi turned around, which confused the little demon. It quietly observed his movements. It seemed he had changed his mind. He walked back toward the suitcase. The demon stood by, grinning with excitement. He reached for the suitcase, which made it even more excited, cheering loudly. "That's right, just like that. Open it! Open it!" Before it could finish its sentence, Zhao Yi suddenly drew the knife he always carried with him. A wicked smile appeared on his face. He raised the knife high and coldly slashed at the suitcase. No one knew the true purpose behind this action. Zhao Yi's actions sent the little ghost into a panic. It didn't understand why he was doing this. Did he really want to slash the suitcase? The knife in Zhao Yi's hand quickly stabbed into the suitcase, burying the entire blade. He decisively pulled it out, then repeatedly stabbed, slashing it mercilessly. The suitcase, filled with resentment, was ruthlessly dealt with by him. Finally, the task was done. But blood was now oozing from the suitcase. After finishing, his clothes were soaked in blood. A notification sounded from the system. "You have killed the vengeful spirit. The soul weapon has been strengthened. The dream demon is being rebuilt, but it lacks the required energy. This time, you have received a strength of 4. However, the chaotic power of the spiritual weapon is still weak." Zhao Yi sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Finally, it's dead," he muttered. The little ghost stood behind, bewildered, still not understanding what was happening. Seeing Zhao Yi's overwhelming aura, it began to retreat, cautious. It knew this man wasn't someone to mess with. Sweat dripped from its forehead, and it felt shaken to its core. By accident, as it stepped backward, the little ghost kicked a tin can, making a loud noise. In a panic, it bent down to check what it had just kicked. Fear engulfed it, and sweat poured out relentlessly. Suddenly, Zhao Yi looked up and turned around. His face was grim, even more terrifying than any demon. He looked at the little ghost and gave a smirk. Even though it was a ghost, she was still just a child. She was startled and let out a high-pitched scream. Zhao Yi stood up, his face cold, and slowly walked towards the little girl. The small demon trembled, backed away, and fell flat onto the ground. Terrified, it quickly raised its hands to cover its face. "You, don't come any closer," the little girl stammered, her voice trembling. Zhao Yi stopped, his gaze devoid of any malicious intent. Realizing this, the small demon slowly lowered its hands, eyeing him with suspicion. Zhao Yi bent down and crouched to get a better look at the girl's face. Smiling, he said, "Are you a little demon?" The girl burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was forced." Seeing how frightened the girl was, Zhao Yi didn't tease her anymore. He reached into the system and pulled something out. It turned out to be the 2 eyes of the teddy bear the girl had lost. He carefully reattached the eyes to the bear, leaving the girl stunned in surprise. It seemed that Zhao Yi always had a special gentleness reserved for little girls. He smiled and reached out to pat the small demon's head. "Don't be scared. I'm a good person," he reassured her. The girl, still with tears rolling down her face, looked up at him. "Is that true?" Zhao Yi smiled, but the girl suddenly innocently exclaimed, "Uncle, you're clearly so young. Why do you call yourself uncle?" The word uncle immediately made Zhao Yi's expression darken. He reached out, grabbed the girl by the neck, and spoke sternly, "I'll give you a chance to say that again." The poor little girl gasped for air, coughing violently, trying to correct herself. Brother. Zhao Yi snorted lightly, released her, and smiled in satisfaction. "Now that's better." The girl clutched her neck, turning to the side, and coughing heavily after just escaping danger. Zhao Yi sat down, looking at her with a serious expression. "I need to ask you, what exactly happened with this ship?" The girl immediately became terrified, hugging her head and curling up. Her lips quivered, and she stammered, I can't say. If I do, it will definitely find out." Seeing little demon's expression like that, he darkened his face and asked, Who is she? The teacher's lesson on page 38 of the textbook taught us that we should never carelessly share secrets with others. You are a good child. You must not say bad things. Zhao Yi was puzzled, wondering which teacher would say such a thing. He looked at the book in the backpack, then picked it up to examine it. It was the literature book he had glanced through earlier, but he hadn't thought it was anything special. There wasn't much time, so Zhao Yi decided to store the book in the system and would read it later when he had a moment. After putting it away, he stood up and neatly packed Little Demon's things back into the backpack. The little girl trembled as she watched his actions. Zhao Yi brought the backpack in front of her. She still didn't understand why he was doing this. He gently said to Little Demon, "Don't scatter your things around. If not, you'll cry later when you can't find them." She hugged the backpack to her chest, seemingly lost in thought. She stared at Zhao Yi's back, her face full of concerns, as if she wanted to say something to him. Zhao Yi continued forward without hesitation, walking toward the door. The little demon, seeing Zhao Yi about to open the door, clutched her backpack tightly, trembling. She tried to hold on to it even more firmly to steady herself. Finally, as Zhao Yi stepped outside, she gathered all her courage and shouted, "Big brother, don't go to car number 1. Zhao Yi turned his head, smiled at her, and made an odd gesture with his hand. "Okay, got it." The little girl hugged the teddy bear to her chest. She raised her hand as if wanting to say something more to him. But in the end, she couldn't find the courage to speak another word. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and the train carriage door slowly began to close. The little demon couldn't hold it in anymore, and tears streamed down its face as well. It quietly watched him, crying like that, until the door was completely closed. No one knew what the little girl had truly gone through, and no one knew what made her cry. Zhao Yi began to take out the book from the system to study it more carefully. He thought about how the little demon had mentioned its teacher earlier, so he carefully flipped through each page to see what it contained. Indeed, there was a title mentioned by the teacher. The 4 places circled in red have content. The control room has the morning report and the latest map. To start the train, you need diesel oil, but do not enter the cockpit. The last circled part was also the most terrifying. It will always stare at you. Zhao Yi closed the book and silently pondered, who exactly is it? In other words, what kind of thing could make that little demon so scared that it cried like that? Since the little demon had warned him not to go to car number 1, Zhao Yi chose door number 5. He stood before the door, thought for a moment, and finally pushed the door open. Inside, everything was in chaos. In the distance, several figures were gathered there. It was Wang Zi and Li Miao Miao, sitting huddled next to a fire pit, with 3 demons standing in front of them. Upon seeing him, all of them were startled by the movement and turned to look in his direction. Li Miao Miao showed firmness in front of his appearance, while Wang Zi appeared cheerful and fawning. "You came at the perfect time. Quickly save us." The fattest demon spoke first. "Outsiders are forbidden from joining the game, unless you are willing to wager your life." Zhao Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully, revealing a mischievous smile on his lips. "Wager my life." Li Miao Miao shouted loudly. "Why are you hesitating? Right now, we are all comrades in the same boat. If you see death and don't save us, that's really selfish." Seeing her so fierce, Wang Zi immediately spoke up. "This game is not difficult with your abilities. You'll definitely complete it." In fact, he was also curious to see what kind of game they were playing, so he agreed. "All right, I'll participate." Li Miao Miao sighed in relief, and Wang Zi secretly sighed. Thankfully, Zhao Yi agreed. "This Princess Syndrome girl, if we offend him, will be dead." He quickly walked over to the 3 demons. "What kind of game? How do we play?" The demon in the middle laid out the rules. "This game is called Guess, Guess, Guess. Within 10 minutes, you must figure out the cause of our deaths. You can ask us 3 questions. We will not lie, but you must never ask about the cause of our deaths. It will be revealed through the other 2. When the task ends, we will take away their 2 arms." Then it pointed at Zhao Yi and told him the price to pay for losing. "It's death." Zhao Yi calmly looked at the demon, smiling brightly. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also composed. "Is that so? I understand." Li Miao Miao snapped. "What kind of attitude is that? Can you be a little more serious? I don't want to lose my arm." Wang Zi also pleaded urgently. Zhao Yi smiled brightly, secretly thinking, these 2 really don't know how to be polite. Besides, they had already asked all the questions, and only one remained. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, quickly coming to a decision and said, "All right, then I'll ask." Then Zhao Yi wiped the smirk off his face and asked seriously, "Do you desire freedom?" The three demons were confused as to why he would ask such an unrelated question. "Are you crazy?" Wang Zi, having already wasted 2 questions, now saw him wasting yet another one. He couldn't figure out how Zhao Yi managed to stay at the top. Wang Zi felt uneasy. "You can scold him all you want. Why drag me into this?" Zhao Yi ignored the bickering between the two and looked at them with a serious expression. "Answer me, do you desire freedom?" The 3 demons exchanged looks and giggled. This guy must be insane. Doesn't he care about his life, asking such an absurd question? They replied in unison, "Desire it. We desperately desire it." One of them clenched his fist, his hand still trembling slightly, but regrettably there was no hope left for freedom. Zhao Yi smiled with satisfaction. "All right, you've asked your questions. Now, tell me the cause of our deaths. If you're right, you can stay safe for a while. But if you're wrong..." At this point, the demon grinned maliciously, thinking to himself, "There's no way he can guess it." Wang Zi broke into a cold sweat on his forehead, terrified as he bit his lip. "This is bad. How could I have guessed it?" Lai Mio screamed in panic. "Don't kill me, it's because of them. It has nothing to do with me." The demon seemed to think the same way, and its hands began to transform into blades. "You couldn't guess, right? Then all of you will die together." The 3 demons quickly turned their hands into sharp weapons. Suddenly, Zhao Yu's eyes brightened, and he pointed at the fattest demon. "When you died, the other party killed you with the intention of eating your flesh." He then pointed at the thinnest demon. "You died from asthma. There was no medicine on the ship at the time, so you suffocated and died." Finally, he pointed at the demon who had committed suicide. "And he died by suicide, crying in despair before he died." The 3 demons were puzzled as to how he knew all of this. They stared intently at Zhao Yi. Finally, the suicidal demon spoke. "You have completed the game, and now you are temporarily safe. Even though we are demons, we have principles. We absolutely do not go back on our word." Lai Mio and Wang Zi were overjoyed. "We did it. Truly, you deserve to be number 1. Suddenly, Zhao Yi extended his hand and grasped the hand of the suicidal demon, his face dark as he said, "Thank you. I and you all share the same desire for freedom, and I am willing to pay any price for it." These words were truly heartfelt. The 3 demons exchanged surprised looks. No one had ever spoken to them like that since their death. Looking at the door of carriage number 4, Zhao Yi quickly passed through the 2 doors. Suddenly, he approached the suicide demon. It seemed to be the smartest one. "Right, I want to know what happened on this train," Zhao Yi asked. Upon hearing his question, the demon was startled, and all 3 of them hesitated. It seemed this was truly a difficult topic to discuss. The little demon girl even seemed on the verge of tears when he mentioned it. He hesitated for a long while, following the principle that they couldn't speak about it, but perhaps because of the handshake earlier, it had reached the deepest part of the demon's soul. "There is no answer to what you seek on the train. You must go outside to find it," he replied. The demon added, "But the world outside is very dangerous. You will need to find the demon candle if you want to survive out there." Zhao Yi recalled the little demon's previous warning not to go at carriage number 1. The demon candle. Zhao Yi silently speculated, perhaps the demon candle he needed to find was in carriage number 1. The 3 demons watched Zhao Yi's retreating figure. He smiled and nodded in thanks, then intended to step out, but a hand quickly reached out to stop him. Hey, where are you going, brother Zhao Yi?" Zhao Yi replied nonchalantly, "To find the freedom that belongs to me." "Going with you," he said, and continued walking. Lai Mio angrily followed after them. "You guys are leaving. What about me?" Wang Zi glanced at her, with disdain, useless, and still acting like a princess. "I'm bored. You can go with us. But being with someone like you on the team is just bad luck." She didn't agree to stay behind. But as she walked with them, she asked, "Wang Zi, do you want me to go die with them?" Wang Zi held onto Zhao Yu's arm, listening to her speak in silence. "I didn't go through all this trouble just to find a safe place to hide. Do you think I'm stupid?" At this moment, Wang Zi was truly enraged, and he directly shouted in her face, "So what do you want to do? Everyone's on a dungeon mission. Do you want to take advantage of us? She arrogantly hurried to say, let me tell you, if you brought me here, you have to take responsibility for getting me out. And don't act like you're doing this mission because of me. If we don't complete the mission, we'll all die. Wang Zi was so furious that he was trembling, pointing his finger at her face. But he was normally a person who spoke gently, and now, faced with such a fierce woman, he didn't know what to do. Seeing that he was about to explode, Zhao Yiyang remained calm and said, we're going anyway, it's up to you. After that, he moved forward without looking back at her. Wang Zi quickly followed Zhao Yi, and the two of them truly left. With no other choice, Lai Miao Miao couldn't just stay alone with the three ghosts, so she angrily shouted, wait for me. Upon reaching car number 4, as soon as they stood outside, a melodious singing voice could be heard. Zhao Yi and the others entered, and the singing grew louder. At the other end, several figures were swaying. Tian Tan was sitting there, and the singing voice belonged to her. But at that moment, her face looked a little different than usual. Zhao Yi walked over and saw the shadows trembling continuously. The little girl quickly noticed the arrival of others. She turned to see Zhao Yi, and Tian Tan joyfully smiled brightly. Boss Zhao, the little one immediately hugged the teddy bear in her arms, stood up, and ran toward Zhao Yi, leaning her head against him. The teddy bear said you'd come to save us, and I didn't expect you to really show up. Zhao Yi looked at her in surprise, then gently stroked Tian Tian's head, affectionately praising, good girl, you did really well. The little girl quickly pointed out the dark figures huddling and trembling in the corner, saying, it's them, the passengers from the train car, who were playing games with me earlier, very enthusiastically. Then, she pouted sadly, saying, but they stopped playing halfway through. So annoying. The figures continued to tremble incessantly. Tian Tian turned and cheekily stuck her tongue out at them, teasing, and the group screamed in fear. One of the women with long hair couldn't help but wet herself and continued to shiver uncontrollably. Lai Miao Miao sneered. What luck is this? Running into a bunch of cowards. Zhao Yi didn't respond, only glaring at her. What? Did I say something wrong? Suddenly, he looked up at something, then turned his head to look away. The two of them fell silent, not saying anything further. A small red light flickered in his eyes, like a camera scanning around. It seems these doors won't open. The mission doesn't want us to take a shortcut. In other words, the system's rules are protecting us. Zhao Yi fell into deep thought. He had to get the ghost candle first, before he could find a way to leave this train. He glanced over at the group of people crying and trembling on the ground. All right, stop shaking. I'll take Tian Tian to the first carriage. You all can figure it out yourselves. As soon as the 6 people heard he was going to take the little girl, they all knelt down at once, overwhelmed with gratitude to the point of tears. Good person, we bow in thanks to you. 2 figures, one big and one small, quickly moved towards the exit. Wang Zi, seeing Zhao Yi leaving, immediately tried to flatter him into letting him tag along. Zhao Yi didn't seem to have much liking for this rat-toothed man. Lai Miao Miao turned her head and saw the group still huddled in the same corner. She smugly spat at them, sneering at these cowards. Oh no, she didn't even notice that the group had long since reverted to their true ghostly forms. The spit hit the head of a female ghost. Furious, the ghost gritted her teeth, turned her head, and glared at Lai Miao Miao. The others followed suit, all staring at her. Lai Miao Miao shrieked in panic, losing her balance and stumbling forward, causing her to slip and fall to the ground. At the same time, someone stood behind her. Lai Miao Miao turned her face, only to inadvertently plant it straight into Wang Zi's backside as he walked ahead. Lai Miao Miao slammed her head into Wang Zi's behind. Her face turned pale as she quickly pulled her face away from his rear. Zhao Yi asked, what's going on? Wang Zi blushed, nothing. Zhao Yi smiled. All right then, let's keep going. Then Zhao Yi met Wen Long and Bai Shuji on the second car. They found Qin Shufang in the third car, and they had all completed the devil's game inside. On the door marked with the number 1, the 7 of them, none missing, entered car number 1. Strange heads were placed on the table, with a candle stuck into their brain, and a decapitated girl appeared. Welcome, everyone, to the night train, number 19. Wen Long was startled, his face pale, and said, what exactly is this game? The decapitated girl explained, this car has no game. Before, you were assigned to 5 cars. After completing the game, you would uncover some hidden clues. Next, you can use the clues you gather to explore more. There are 6 demon candles here. Each demon candle can only burn for 1 hour after being removed from the skull. During this time, the person holding the demon candle will not be attacked by the other demons on the train. If the demon can also dissipate the darkness outside the train to some extent, it will cause the extremely aggressive demons in the dark to treat you as one of their own. Of course, this doesn't mean they won't attack you. The candles will go out. The decapitated girl raised her hand. When all the demon candles are burned out, the seal on the cockpit behind me will be broken. Wenlong asked, "So what happens if the seal is broken?" The girl replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just that the captain and another guest cannot promise they will come out from there." Shuji spoke up. "It seems that the captain and the guest cannot say that it's very dangerous. It's best not to let them go outside." The girl whose head had been severed advised, "Also, I need to remind you of something. The door of car number 1 is the only door that can be opened on the G19 train. Once you choose to open it, you can go outside, but whatever is outside can also come in. All right, now you could start with the demon candles." She observed the candles placed on the table for a while. But Shuji quickly realized something was off. "But there are 7 of us." He thought for a moment. 7 people, 6 demon candles. Only those with demon candles are protected, meaning we must sacrifice 1 person. There's no doubt about it. The best choice is to abandon the oldest lady. They all glanced at Qin Shufang. She pulled something out of her pocket, and then Shufang stepped back. She threatened, "I want a demon candle. If I don't get one, I will kill everyone who has a demon candle." Zhao Yi smiled. "This old lady is very ruthless. Interesting." He was shocked. "What are you doing? Aren't you all negotiating?" She replied. Wang Zi trembled. "Yes, although she's old, she's still part of the group. How could we abandon her?" Qin Shufang asked. "Then how do you intend to divide the demon candles?" It seemed like they had been hit right in the heart. Bai Shuji asked Zhao Yi, "Do you have any good ideas?" He relieved the tension. "No matter how it's divided, 1 person will still not have a demon candle. But if we do the opposite, that's a good way. No matter how the remaining demon candles are distributed, those who leave the train and go outside to search for clues must have 1 candle." He seized the opportunity. "I think what Zhao brother said is very correct. Those who contribute to the group should be prioritized in using a demon candle." Wenlong also chimed in with Wang Zai. Lai Mio sneered. "Who knows if he's really contributing to the group, or if he's just taking the demon candle to run away outside. I think he wants a candle for himself, but is too embarrassed to speak up, so he's making an excuse." She angrily scolded, but Zhao Yi calmly reached into his pocket. "That's right." He pulled the trigger and shot her in both legs. Mio's legs were soaked with blood, and she fell back, her head thrown back. Lai Mio screamed in panic. She called for help, and he broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe Zhao Yi actually had a gun, and a hunting rifle at that. He was puzzled. This gun requires thousands of points. How could someone new like him have one? He put the gun away. Zhao Yi moved closer to the alcohol, kneeling on the ground. Zhao Yi teased, "Oh my God, look at this, you're so careless. Now you've bitten off your own hands and legs." The 3 people behind him froze when they heard him speak. Zhao Yi wiped his face. She screamed, "He wants to kill me. Aren't you going to stop him?" They ignored Lai Mio. Wang Zi grinned maliciously. "Even if Zhao Yi actually kills Lai Mio, we wouldn't stop him. If 1 person dies, we can split the ghost candles evenly." He signaled for silence, and Zhao Yi's face was full of killing intent. "No need to scream. I'm going to perform surgery on you. I'm not going to kill you. But if you resist too much, and by accident I pierced your mouth, causing bleeding, don't blame me." She trembled and begged. Mio cried out in despair. He took out a pair of scissors, and Zhao Yi inserted them into her mouth. Immediately, blood gushed from Lai Mio's mouth. The scissors were now soaked in blood, and her teeth and tongue fell onto the ground. She could only scream in horror. Zhao Yi comforted her. "All right, stop crying. I'll stop the bleeding for you, as long as you don't speak. You won't die." "What a shame." He added, "Earlier there was a lovely girl who, because of her carelessness, ended up losing her hands, legs, teeth, and tongue. A low-level mistake. So, everyone, don't make this mistake." Wang Zi's face turned pale. This person is too terrifying. Wen Long swallowed nervously. This person is too dangerous. Others, when they fight, it's usually just a warning. Like when you have to unbutton your pants and pull out a gun before peeing, right? But Zhao Yi, this guy, he wets himself without making a sound. Who can stand that? Qin Xu Fang looked at him thoughtfully. The guild's information was indeed correct. We can't keep this person. But for now, we need to complete the mission. No need to act just yet. He reached out to grab it. All right, now, I'll take a ghost candle. Zhao Yu picked it up. Bai, Shuji grabbed the candle and followed. I'll go with you. He instructed. The three of us will go outside. You two divide the other 3 candles among yourselves. The girl tilted her head and started to open the door. She took out the key and invited everyone in. He calmly stepped inside. The other 2 followed behind Zhao Yi. She asked, Boss Zhao, what do you think about this mission? He asked in return, didn't you find any clues on the train? Wen Long wondered, clues? What clues? Shuji placed a hand on her chin. I was just playing jump rope with a group of little demons. It doesn't seem like there are any special clues. He realized something. Wen Long guessed. I get it now. It seems like we're supposed to go to some kind of control room. Zhao Yi walked toward the door, which led to the control room. Here is the translation. Among them is the map of the station. The station, in the chaos of our time, we don't know how many years it has been abandoned. Many places have long since fallen into ruin. He turned his head. Mojia village is not a small village, so the station built here is not small either. If our ghost can only burn for an hour, in order to avoid wasting time, we must find the map first. Bai Shuji asked. But once we find the map, what should we do next? Wen Long shared his opinion. I think the way to complete the mission is on the outside of the train, so we need the map to find some additional information. Zhao Yi also agreed. Exactly, the task requires us to remove the resentment. First, we need to understand what the resentment on the train actually is. Why does this resentment exist? Only by understanding what happened here back then, and learning about the conflicting relationships, can we complete the mission. I've asked some of the monsters on the train, and they all dared not mention what happened back then, which means there's some terrifying presence on the train that we cannot see, always watching them and us in every corner of the station. He explained, so we can't investigate inside the train. We can only go outside to look for clues. For example, recordings, notes, newspapers, or the words of the ghost. She nodded, realizing how it was. After a moment of looking around and observing, Wen Long concluded, this station must have completed the control room, which should be in that direction. Zhao Yai immediately headed in the direction he indicated to check it out. Bai Shuji stood behind a wall. The wine control must be right behind this corner, right? Suddenly, someone appeared and shouted, causing both of them to panic. Their faces turned pale, and one of his eyes suddenly lit up as information about the person immediately appeared. The guardian ghost is extremely dangerous, with no weaknesses. Don't be fooled by it opening its eyes. In fact, it's sleeping, and unless it's struck or severely injured, it won't wake up. Most of the demons around here are afraid of it. If it detects you, run away as fast as you can. Zhao Yi smirked ominously, which made her uneasy. What's he laughing at? What's he planning? Seeing him approaching the creature, Wen Long reminded him, be careful, this ghost is very violent, it could attack us. Zhao Yui held the candle close to the guardian ghost's face, calmly explaining, no, it won't. It's already asleep. He wondered, how do you know it's sleeping? Zhao Yi touched its nostrils, and then sharply pulled it down, causing the guardian ghost to startle. The two of them were frightened and shouted loudly, did you wake it up? Zhao Yai reassured them, it's fine, it's still asleep. The two of them sighed in relief, and Wen Long asked, how are you so brave? He reminded them, don't speak nonsense. I've had a small heart all my life, that's why I'm so cautious. Hearing Zhao Yu's words, he choked. Cautious? And you're yanking someone's nostrils like that? Where's the caution in that? Wen Long could only let it go. Forget about it. It's better that it isn't awake yet. He went to open the door. He grabbed the doorknob but twisted it for a long time without it budging. Wen Long turned around, and Zhao Yi smiled. The door is locked. He was startled by the sight before him. What the hell are you doing? He calmly replied, can't you see? I'm taking its clothes off. Wenlong slowly stepped back and whispered, "Maybe we should run now. This guy is going all out. The guardian ghost will wake up." Bai Shuji seemed to somewhat disagree with Wenlong's suggestion. Zhao Yi became more excited. He struggled to take off its clothes. The guardian ghost body was now only wearing underwear. She thought, even though it's a ghost, its sensitivity would still be very high. Zhao Yi is going too far. This might wake the guardian ghost. Shuji stopped him. "Brother, enough, let's not strip it anymore. Let it go, we still have business to attend to." At this moment, Zhao Yi finally listened. She sighed in relief. Wenlong asked, "Isn't it the boss? We just need the key. Why do you have to strip it clean?" He pulled out a key from the guardian ghost's clothes. Zhao Yi handed him its clothes to put on, leaving Wenlong confused. "Huh. Why don't you wear it yourself?" He explained, "I'm too thin, it wouldn't look right. Your build is more similar to the guardian ghost's, wearing its clothes, and adding its scent too." Zhao Yi reached out to grab the demon guard's club, holding its hand. "Zhao Yi, give it to me. Take this club, and hit anyone you see." The system notification appeared. "You have received an item." The club. Stinky Demon. Originally just an ordinary club, this demon guard always liked to use it to poke the butts of other demons. Every time it saw the grimacing expressions of those demons, it would feel extremely pleased, as if doing so helped alleviate its own sense of inferiority due to its small lower half. Effect. Striking the butt increases damage by 500%. Striking the flower of the chrysanthemum will cause a critical hit 10 times the damage. Note, a serious warning to players with abnormal mental states: please do not try to place such a foul-smelling item into the item column, and bring it out of the dungeon. Wenlong's face turned pale. He pinched his nose. A weapon that looked so imposing was actually just a stinking stick. He stood in front of the door. "All right, let's go in quickly. We don't have much time." Bai Shuji also pinched his nose. "Stay away from me." Zhao Yi inserted the key into the door and turned it. He opened the door, and the three of them pushed the door and entered. The dark, eerie atmosphere quickly overwhelmed everything, with only the faint flickering of red candles to provide light. Not far away, the demons shuffled about. The stench of rotting corpses filled the air. Bai Shuji and Wenlong exchanged worried glances and observed, "With so many demons like this, the best option is probably to just run." Zhao Yi, on the other hand, remained calm. He only gave a subtle, confident smirk. Then, on the surface, he pretended to suddenly fly into a rage, pointing his finger at the group, scolding them, and ordering them to take off their pants. "Put your asses against the wall. Face the wall for the boss to check," he commanded, causing his teammates to be confused and horrified. Zhao Yu's voice echoed throughout the room, quickly attracting the attention of the demons. They angrily rushed toward them. Wenlong's face turned pale, trembling, and screamed, "Are you crazy? How dare you talk to them like that?" But contrary to expectations, the demons actually began to line up neatly and face the wall one by one. They didn't even give them a moment to prepare themselves. Their taut buttocks were exposed, their backs glistening with sweat. The entire group of demons obeyed Zhao Yu's command. Each demon's exposed backside was visible, with their pants falling to their thighs. Their cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, making the scene incredibly awkward. Wenlong stood there, stunned by the sight before him. Seeing that he was still frozen, Zhao Yi gave a smug smile and urged, "Hurry up and go spank them. Make sure you hit hard." He didn't forget to add a note: "Be precise, steady, and don't let them realize what's going on." Reluctantly, Wenlong picked up the baton, still filled with immense confusion about such a situation. At that moment, his body was drenched in cold sweat. Uncertain, he turned back to Zhao Yi one last time, as if seeking confirmation. "Do we really have to personally spank the demons?" Zhao Yi squinted, and instead of answering, he countered with a question to his tall teammate. "Are you saying you're not going to listen to me?" Wenlong swallowed hard, then replied, "Fine, if you want to hit, then hit." He swung the rod high over his head, his complex gaze fixed on the tight, round buttocks of the first demon. Smack! With that, Wenlong gritted his teeth and struck the metal rod forcefully against the demon's backside. He couldn't help but let out an unpleasant, satisfied grunt. The other demons all turned their heads to watch the one receiving the punishment, marking the first step in the bloodletting. Once they confirmed that the demon was shaking all over and gasping for breath, they broke into smiles, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for their turn. Seeing their reaction, Wenlong twitched the corner of his mouth and cursed. This kind of thing is not even pleasurable, you know. He made them lower their heads, forbidding them to watch any further. The scene quickly became chaotic, but it was still under control, and it seemed there were no issues. Zhao Yivai seized the opportunity to check for any additional clues on the computer. Hearing this, Shuji also volunteered to go with him. A short while later, the two of them were in the computer room. The room was eerily quiet, with no one around, but the equipment was still running. Zhao Yi placed the half-burned demon candle on the table. He selected a computer, sat down, and began typing carefully to search for information. It didn't take long before he found a blueprint of the station layout. Shuji, standing next to him, furrowed his brows, following the screen closely. The floor plan diagram of the station appeared, complete with detailed dimensions and information for each location. But suddenly, Zhao Yu noticed something unusual. He leaned closer to the screen, puzzled. Why is there a focus on the height of the buildings in the floor plan, while the regular plans don't usually include the front elevation? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yai attempted to look it up, but the result was that the data did not exist. She muttered in frustration, "Is this architect crazy?" They went ahead and marked all the height data on the floor plan, but didn't bother to create an elevation drawing. Zhao Yi paused, deep in thought. These figures must have a purpose. I need to remember them. Then suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Wait a minute. He thought, in the diagram earlier, why is it that only the underground warehouse doesn't have any data? Zhao Yui realized something odd and calmly said, "Something's not right." Bai Shuji tilted her head, curious, and asked, "What's wrong?" He pointed to the diagram and explained, "This station only has the warehouse, and the basement is B1. There are no other basements. This creates a strange feeling because the B1 basement has a warehouse built in it. This is completely unnecessary." Zhao Yi ordered her to find all related reports and bring everything back. Shuji nodded and hurried off to search, leaving him alone to ponder. He thought, could it be that the demon is referring to this idea? Zhao Yi's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. If that's the case, then it seems you've understood the real danger of the game. A few minutes later, Shujin returned with a thick stack of reports, both old and new, and handed it to him. She said, "This pile is a compilation of all the reports from every office." He received it with satisfaction. "Now we will leave here," he said. In the other room, Wenlong's lashes cracked down on the last demon. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief, his face enjoying the moment, completely different from how it had been at first. "Seems like I'm quite satisfied with having the chance to take revenge today. The demons have always bullied me, so I wanted to make it known a little." Suddenly, Zhao Yi turned around and signaled for the large-nosed man to leave quickly. He asked, "Did you find any clues?" But Zhao Yi didn't say anything more, only requesting that the three of them change locations first. A little later, after they had settled into a new spot, Wenlong raised his hand, as if a student volunteering to go to the board, to express his confusion. Why did they have to sit in a circle around the demon candles and exchange information in the women's restroom like this? Isn't that a bit too strange? Zhao Yi whispered, half in mystery, half in jest. "That's a very good question. Next time, it's best not to ask anymore." This unexpected answer left both the large-nosed man and Shuji utterly stunned. And not wanting to waste any more time on pointless questions, Zhao Yi spread his hand and took out the book of secret techniques from mid-air, flipping through its pages one by one. It contained highly classified information that not everyone could access. When he reached the necessary page, Zhao Yi began to recount. "The clue in this book was something I struggled to obtain in compartment number 6 of the train. On the page, strange, disjointed notes appeared, such as starting the train requires gasoline, do not enter the control room, and other information along with eerie warnings that were hard to explain." Wenlong finished reading and scratched his head in confusion. "That's not right. Isn't our goal to eliminate the resentment in the train? Why mention starting the train?" Bai Shuji, who was beside him, added with suspicion, "Could this be a trick that the system deliberately used to mislead the attention of the three of us?" Zhao Yi quickly refuted, showing them another piece of news. "This is information about a terrible accident from years ago. A sudden black storm swept through the Mo family. The day after the storm, monsters appeared all over the village. They were ruthless, bloodthirsty, with bizarre shapes, always accompanied by a black mist, making their appearance inexplicable. They would always remain in the shadows but could only stay at one spot. Anyone dragged into the black mist would be assimilated into horrifying monsters like them. When people received this news, the riots had already broken out quite severely. He said, fortunately, their bus station still has 3 trains, which can accommodate most of the people who fled Mo Village without vehicles, heading to Guzhuan Town. The early reports and the electronic newspapers immediately called on most of the villagers. They squeezed their way to the bus station, determined to catch this last train to escape that dreadful place. After hearing all the information, Wenlong was startled and understood. Connecting all the events, the bus station had a total of 3 trains, but now only 1 remained in front of them. This meant that the other 2 trains had safely reached Guzhuan Town, and the remaining train was the fateful one that had encountered an unexpected problem. Seeing that Wenlong had figured it out, Zhao Yi nodded in confirmation. He suspected that this place was the source of their resentment, so the 3 of them needed to know what the source was. The man with the big nose nodded in agreement, thinking it makes sense. He then fell into deep thought, calculating. The recorder of that scoundrel showed that Sun Bai Bai was also on the train to Guzhuan Town at that time. Could it be this very train? Suddenly, a sound echoed in the stillness. The 3 of them instinctively exchanged glances. The sound seemed to be that of something heavy and damp being dragged, scraping directly along the terrifyingly cold floor. The noise grew louder and louder, as if it was moving closer toward Zhao Yi's room. The stench of decay and the aura of death quickly spread to the women's restroom. Bai Shuji immediately grabbed the cursed candle in her hand, gently pressing it against her chest, nervously and cautiously glancing toward the door. Is someone coming? Immediately, the door creaked open, and in walked a seemingly gentle old lady, a ghostly janitor, with one of her eyeballs dangling from the socket. It turned out that the sound earlier had been caused by the old lady's mop. She quickly noticed the presence of the person wearing a security captain uniform. Not only was she gentle, but also more frightened than expected. She hurriedly turned around and rushed out the door to escape, thinking the person was Bao and Hang Ryan. In her panic, she even left her weapon behind. Zhao Yi understood and quickly came up with a plan. He shouted after her, demanding that she stop. Stop! The old lady jumped in shock. He continued, speaking with an air of authority. The man with the large nose sitting next to me is the newly arrived security captain. If you dare run, do you believe that he will use that baton of his to knock your intestines out? The old lady froze, slowly turning around with a whimper. Please don't hit me. Encouraged by his success, Wenlong snorted like a water buffalo, then sternly commanded, Old lady, come over here and sit down. Without hesitation, she scrambled to her feet and hurried over, sitting down in a submissive position, ready to listen to any further instructions. Zhao Yi changed his tone to one of reconciliation, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Don't be so nervous. The new security captain just wants to ask a few questions. He didn't forget to warn her in a stern voice that she must tell the truth, causing the poor old woman to shiver in fear and comply. Then he slowly asked, what exactly happened at the beginning in this car? Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly clutched her head, trembling in fear, stammering that she knew nothing. Seeing this, Wenlong raised his baton in his hand to threaten her, loudly shouting, You're asking to be beaten. You have to speak. But the old woman remained obstinate, still clutching her head, refusing to speak, and loudly said, Even if I'm beaten, I can't say anything. The 3 of them faced this situation with no idea how to react. Zhao Yi frowned slightly, realizing that his earlier guess was correct. Even here, it was still monitoring them closely. He decided to try a different approach and asked, Where is the gasoline stored? Hearing this question, the cleaning woman finally calmed down and said, The bus station initially had a proper gas station, though it was a bit far. But later, for some unknown reason, it was dismantled during the station's renovations. She hesitantly added, There are still several barrels of gasoline in the basement, but the staff in charge there are not very friendly. If someone wanted to get gasoline from them, it would probably be quite a hassle. After hearing this, Zhao Ye waved his hand, signaling her, You can leave now. As soon as she got the signal, the old woman dashed off, not looking back. Shuji and the one with the big nose hadn't even fully loaded yet when she was already gone, which was puzzling. Why did you let her go so easily? She even felt that the cleaning staff might be more useful. He casually took the cursed candle, stood up, and said, "It's not necessary anymore. The basic task line has already been completed." Wenlong and Shuja exchanged glances, both of them confused. They quickly grabbed their own cursed candles and stood up to follow, turning to the captain with a question. "What exactly is the basic task line?" The three of them continued walking towards the basement. Zhao Yu led the way, explaining as he walked. The resentment in the train comes from the passengers inside before they died. What they want to do is leave this place. So, to resolve their resentment, we need to start the train. But to start the train, at least 3 conditions must be met. The first is that the train conductor must be able to control the locomotive from the cabin. The second is that we need to go down to the basement warehouse to get the fuel. At this point, he stopped talking. This made Wenlong impatient, prompting him to ask, "So what's the third condition?" Zhao Yi continued striding forward, but said that he couldn't explain further. The one with the big nose immediately fell silent. She warily turned her head, looking around. "Is there really some kind of ghost watching over them?" she asked. He smirked and confirmed, "The good news is that it's still not fully awake yet." And with an utterly indifferent attitude he added, "Once it wakes up, they will all die." Lost in conversation, it wasn't long before the group reached the warehouse area in the basement. Shuji hesitantly said, "According to the janitor earlier, the warehouse manager down here has a very bad temper. Should we really be walking into this place like this?" Zhao Yai immediately reassured them. "The truth is completely the opposite." He slowly explained, "If you two knew who was supervising them, you would understand that the warehouse in the basement is actually the safest place." The two of them grew more and more confused. "Why is that so?" Suddenly, loud, chaotic screaming sounds came from the ceiling above them, making everyone jump and pay attention immediately. Zhao Yi quickly calculated and concluded, the time is about right. He turned his head, without any warning or explanation, and told Wenlong, "Quick, get into the car as fast as you can." Wenlong stood there, stunned, and asked, "Do I need to do this alone?" Zhao Yi didn't answer right away. Instead, he waved his hand and pulled a long weapon out of the air. Shocked, he quickly loaded it, an expensive hunting rifle. He handed it to Wenlong, then calmly smiled and confirmed, "The security guard is awake now." That bastard. He just stripped him of his clothes, took his big club, even plucked his nose hairs. He won't forgive him. Right now, only the rules could save Wenlong's life. So he had to quickly go back to the station, take the magic candle, strip off his clothes, and return all the remaining items to him. The guy with the big nose was so frightened by these words that he stuttered, but still tried to hold on to some reason and stubbornly retorted, "Isn't this all Zhao Yu's doing?" He, however, ignored him and shoved the gun into his hand, then pressed it to his throat in warning. "It's too late now. You'll have to leave this weapon with him for now." He also added, "Remember, no matter what, try to keep some of the demon's wax. The more you can keep, the better. Whatever you do, do not let them use it all up." Wenlong's face turned as pale as a ghost, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something more. But the roar of the monster once again echoed, so loud it seemed to pierce through the thick walls, cutting off the argument. The demon was now completely naked, except for a small pair of bird-patterned underwear covering what needed to be covered, furiously turning around to shout at anyone daring to come close into his sight. Seeing his teammates still hesitating, Zhao Yi, as the team leader, quickly nudged his shoulder, urging him, causing him to snap to attention. "The demon guard has already reached the main hall. If you want to live, follow my instructions and act quickly." Wenlong had no choice but to angrily run off, tears and snot streaming down his face, clutching the 2 weapons in his hands, not forgetting to curse, especially at the bastard who had ambushed him. "After you die, he will definitely go mad and steal the offerings from your grave." Bai Shuji anxiously watched his retreating figure and softly asked, "Will he die?" But Zhao Yi only smiled, half joking, half seriously, and replied, "In theory, no. Although the demon guard is extremely powerful, its movement speed is limited." Then he reminded her, "You and I should make the most of our time because the Devil's Candle only has 1 hour left. In this hour, we need to complete all the tasks we prepared. Because once the vehicle starts, we will no longer have the opportunity to check the loopholes. Zhao Yi and Bai Shuji gradually ventured deeper into the dark warehouse area. All that could be heard around them was the sound of their heavy heels tapping against the silent floor, sending shivers down their spines. The air was thick with murderous intent. Suddenly, something on the floor caught her attention, and she looked down. It seemed that the floor was inexplicably sticky. The sticky patches clung to the soles of her shoes, making her feel nauseous. Looking up, she realized that the captain had left some distance behind. Shuji quickly chased after him. In a moment, both of them stood before the large warehouse door. She glanced at the imposing door in front of her, hesitantly reaching out to gently push it open. Through the gap, she could only make out a few scattered parts and miscellaneous furniture scattered throughout the room. Bai Shuji breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed there was no one inside. But before she could speak, half of a grayish-blue face suddenly appeared at the gap. Dark, pitch-black eyes with glowing red pupils, the bloodshot gaze glaring fiercely at the uninvited guests, made her scream in shock. Shuji, terrified, pointed aimlessly and shouted, "There's a ghost!" Unable to control herself, she staggered backward. Luckily, Zhao Yi was right behind her in time to catch her, holding her by the shoulder, making her face flush with embarrassment. He, however, seemed unconcerned, staring intently at the demon, and calmly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. It's actually unusual if there are no demons here." He let go of her and moved closer to the door, which was still ajar, politely knocking a few times before asking about the warehouse owner. But inside, it was tightly locked with strong iron chains, difficult for ordinary strength to break. The demon inside seemed to still be agitated, growling as if trying to drive them away, believing that this place no longer welcomed them or their master. Zhao Yi remained calm, giving a faint smile. "I have a way." The demon candle in his hand was immediately retracted and vanished into thin air, revealing his true form. He said, "Look carefully. We are not slaves to that man. I am an outsider." The demon inside squinted suspiciously, observing him. "Are you really an outsider?" Zhao Yi smirked triumphantly. "As you guessed, the warehouse demon is a neutral demon." He then looked up to confirm the information he had just shared and explained that the demon energy earlier was created by the demon candle, simply used to protect them. The demon's expression turned serious as he pondered for a few seconds. After a while, the door suddenly opened wider from the inside. It turned out that he had been successfully persuaded and allowed the two of them to come in and talk further. Bai Shuji held the candle as she entered the warehouse, her eyes scanning the surroundings, with Zhao Yi by her side. Suddenly, Bai Shuji looked back and saw a shadow. She froze, her face filled with fear. The shadow was still chained, its legs wrapped in chains. He was the warehouse ghost. He brought a cigarette to his lips, lit it, and while smoking, he looked at the two of them. "You're not the first top people to come to me." Zhao Yi remained calm, smiling confidently. "Don't worry, we'll be the last top." Hearing Zhao Yi's confident words, the warehouse ghost snorted with disdain. "You want to get rich? Go ahead, take it from over there." He pointed to several barrels of oil at his feet. Bai Shuji thought, "Why is it so easy?" But Zhao Yi continued to look at him, smiling with full confidence. "We don't just want to get rich, we want you to help us." The warehouse ghost was momentarily confused. "Why should I help you?" Zhao Yi calmly replied, "Don't you want to leave this place?" Hearing this, the warehouse ghost retorted, "No one can leave this place." Though most of the time it keeps its eyes closed, it still maintains some vigilance about anything around it. Zhao Yi lifted the ghost candle, keeping his eyes fixed on the warehouse ghost. Before the ghost candle burns out, there's still a chance. The warehouse ghost took a drag from his cigarette, staying silent for a moment, not knowing what else to say. Bai Shuji, who had been standing outside the conversation, was puzzled and didn't understand what was going on. "What are you two talking about? Who exactly is he?" At that moment, both Zhao Yi and the warehouse ghost spoke in unison. "Adults are talking. Children shouldn't interrupt." The warehouse ghost exhaled cigarette smoke, then said, "I know this thing is powerful, but your ghost candles are fewer than the number of people, aren't they?" Zhao Yi admitted, "That's right. Earlier, one of my teammates returned, and I observed him. He seems trustworthy, and should be able to follow my instructions to leave some demon candles." The warehouse demon shook his head. "Not enough time. This train is too old. It's very slow. and it takes time to get out of the station. Once it starts, the demon candles in your hands will burn very quickly, and they won't last long. Zhao Yi placed the demon candles on the table and said to the warehouse demon, "This is the reason I came to find you. You can help us buy some time." The warehouse demon was confused, thinking Zhao Yi was joking. He shook his head again. "If I had the ability to deal with it, would I have been cornered like this? I'm just curious, how did you know of its existence?" The warehouse demon was still puzzled by the information Zhao Yi had gathered. "The demon in the station surely can't mention its name, can it?" Zhao Yi took a chair from the warehouse. "I found an electronic map in the control room." He sat in the chair and continued talking to the warehouse demon. "Although it's a top-down view, it's marked with elevation data for all internal devices. Through this data, I was able to reconstruct the station in my mind. When the whole image of the station appeared in my mind, I was very surprised. Someone actually built the station in the shape of a demon's head." As he spoke, Zhao Yi visualized the entire station in his mind. "What does it look like?" Zhao Yi crossed his arms and calmly stated his guess, then added other ominous thoughts. "It is monitoring the station, which is why I started to have suspicions. The so-called it is actually the station itself. This means that the entire station has been built in the shape of a skull." Moreover, Zhao Yi had also discovered, this underground warehouse is extremely strange. Beside him, Shuji was still listening attentively. Zhao Yi recalled the layout of the underground warehouse. This is not only the only place in the station that is not marked with data, but it also seems like a tumor on this demon's head, looking very out of place. Zhao Yi raised his hand, gesturing to the warehouse demon and Bai Shuji to understand the peculiarities of this ghost station. It absolutely cannot stand if it doesn't take control of this warehouse. The main reason is... Zhao Yi tapped his fingers on the table. "It cannot take control of this place. Therefore, if I'm not mistaken, in the past it couldn't recover due to the suppression by you." The expression of the warehouse demon was not very good, but he still silently listened to Zhao Yi. "However, when the station was repaired in July, a link between you was severed, allowing it to successfully break free from your control and awaken." The warehouse demon was surprised that Zhao Yi's guesses were completely correct. Bai Shuji, who was standing next to him, also realized. "So it turns out it is the station itself. No wonder the ground I stepped on earlier felt like it was in direct contact with flesh and blood." She couldn't forget the chilling feeling she had when moving earlier, as if she had realized something else. She spoke up. "Wait a minute, earlier I felt the ground was somewhat like flesh and blood. Does that mean the station ghost is gradually recovering, right?" After asking this, her face was already drenched in sweat from fear. The warehouse ghost, still holding a cigarette that was emitting thick smoke, replied, "You're not wrong. Although its strength cannot penetrate this place, I can't leave the station either. Except for the warehouse underground, all the places in the station are under its surveillance." Saying that, he threw away the cigarette that had burned out. He looked at Zhao Yi, who was still sitting, with hopelessness in his eyes. "As soon as you get close to the exit, it will awaken." Zhao Yi seemed to understand his helplessness, and he told him that he had a plan, holding the ghost candle in his hand. "The burning time of my ghost candle and Bai Shuji's is the same. My ghost candle will keep track of the time for you. When the ghost candle is almost burned out, you should leave this warehouse and sabotage the station's main control room, as well as its eyes. In short, try to attract its attention." Zhao Yi didn't want to deal completely with the station ghost, but only wanted the warehouse ghost to hold it back, so they could leave. "When the station is about to fully recover, immediately move to the train and escape with us. As long as we break out of the station's coverage range, we will be able to escape its control." He patted the warehouse ghost on the shoulder. The warehouse demon saw this as a good idea to try. He took the demon candle, but the demon guard was very troublesome. It was the most capable underling in the station's ranks, and if one truly risked their life, it could delay us for quite a while. Hearing this, Zhao Yi rubbed his nose with his hand, like a rat caught in the act. He said to the warehouse demon, "Don't worry, it's not here." The warehouse demon was surprised to hear this. Zhao Yi's expression was somewhat unnatural. He thought of the warehouse demon that was still chasing Wenlong. Wenlong, terrified and confused, didn't understand why it kept chasing him. "I have already returned your clothes and bacon. Why are you still chasing me?" Zhao Yi reassured him once again. "In short, it's not here. You can rest easy." Upon hearing this, the warehouse demon seemed reinvigorated. He agreed to Zhao Yi's plan. He lifted the oil can from the ground, placed it aside, and then walked over to a chair. "All right, I'll tell you what I know." The warehouse demon sighed and sat down on the chair. At first, when the Mo family incident happened, the villagers all ran madly into the station. The image of people crowding into the station flashed in his mind. They knew that once this train left, it would not return. Therefore, not only did the monsters massacre the villagers, but there were also many cases of fratricide. It turned out that this station had been the site of many innocent deaths as people tried to escape the monsters. One by one, they killed each other just to secure a spot on the train. They squeezed into each train car. However, the train still didn't move. The crowd of villagers, dissatisfied with the conductor, now only had one last train left. The monster had already begun chasing from the village and was coming their way. "Conductor, hurry up and start the train." "That's right, why aren't you starting the train?" The conductor turned his head and looked at the people crowded on the train. "I won't start the train until my mother gets on." The crowd, terrified of dying, was extremely angry. "Are you trying to kill all of us just for your mother? We don't want to die, hurry up and start the train." But no matter what they said, the conductor remained silent. One of them, holding a knife, stepped forward from the crowd. He cursed, "Let me go and force him to start the train." The man pressed the knife to the conductor's throat, threatening, "Start the train now, or I'll kill you." But the conductor remained firm, unafraid. "Killing me won't help you escape. If my mother doesn't board, I will never start the train." The man, furious but powerless, could only leave a warning. In the crowd, there was a scream of fear. A monster. A huge pitch-black monster appeared at the large door, causing the villagers to panic. But they knew that only by fighting it could they be safe, so they joined forces to fight it off. Together, they managed to knock the monster out of the train car. In the distance, an elderly woman, her legs trembling, slowly walked forward. The crowd also noticed the old woman moving toward them. The man who had previously held the knife to the conductor's throat also breathed a sigh of relief. The immortal has finally arrived. The train conductor smiled when he heard that his mother had arrived. The other man, seeing the old lady walking too slowly, urged her to hurry, and he quickly rushed out to help her. Perhaps because he was in too much of a hurry, the old lady couldn't keep up, and she softly complained, "Be gentle, young man." A shadow suddenly darted towards them, grabbing the man's leg, causing him to startle. Reflexively, he cursed and shoved it away. "Get out of the way." The conductor saw his mother was almost at the train and went out to greet her. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he saw the man who had previously held a knife to his neck, now pushing his mother toward the monster. The monster, unable to distinguish anyone, quickly swallowed the old lady when she flew toward it. The conductor cried out for his mother in pain, but it was too late. Zhao Yi, after hearing the story about the station, still showed no emotion. So did his mother turn into a ghost? The warehouse ghost nodded, confirming, "She's just not the same as the usual ghosts you encounter." He lit another cigarette and added, "The ones killed by it, those turned into ghosts, not only lose all memory and consciousness, but also fall into a state where they can only know destruction." Zhao Yi stood up, his gaze sharp. "Where is it now?" The warehouse ghost puffed on his cigarette. "I know what you're thinking. The conductor's mother is his obsession. You want to find her to release the conductor from his obsession, right? But right now, she's just a crazy killing weapon. Moreover, at the south waiting hall of the station, there are many vicious ghosts. Without a..." The warehouse demon tried to stop him, while also warning Zhao Yi about the level of danger, but he just smiled gently with a friendly face. Zhao Yi assured her that he had a plan. Zhao Yi pushed 2 oil barrels, while Bai Shuji followed him with a candle in hand. He gestured for her to give him her demon candle. Bai Shuji covered the demon candle and handed it to him, then asked, "What about me?" Zhao Yi, still pushing the barrels, looked at her and said, "There's the smell of the warehouse demon left on this ship. The strength of the warehouse demon is through the protective demons. The monsters on the ship won't bother you. After you pour the oil onto the ship, use this cart to block the door, and the ship will be temporarily safe. If possible, put it back in those spots. Leave a candle in Wenlong's hand to time it, and there's no need to waste them." Bai Shuji remained fearful. "You're not going to deceive me, are you?" Zhao Yi shrugged. "Well, if not, I'll just push the cart back." She went to the south waiting room to search for the captain's mother, who had degenerated into a murderous monster. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuji gasped in fear. She shoved the candle into his hand. "You should go. You're brave and skilled. I'm just a weak girl who can't handle something this dangerous." At the same time, she quickly pushed 2 barrels of oil and ran off. Zhao Yi turned and headed south. After walking a few steps, he looked down at his feet. His steps felt sticky. The ground is getting stickier. The station will be awake soon. I must seize the time. In the southern waiting area of the station, Zhao Yi entered and saw that the place was filled with monsters scattered everywhere. He turned around and saw a monster doing something. It turned out that it had just slit the throat of one of its kind. The head flew into the air, causing Zhao Yi to crouch down and dodge. Suddenly, he looked into the corner and saw a monster with several grotesque heads. It was incredibly large, and, notably, it was eating one of its own. This monster was the mother of the clan leader. Another of its heads shouted, "It's my turn! It's my turn!" But the head with hair that was eating was incredibly irritable, saying, "Get out, I haven't finished playing yet." While the 2 heads were arguing, Zhao Yi bent down, knelt on one knee, and observed. He summoned the weapon in his hand, waiting for the right moment. Realizing the opportunity had arrived, he smiled. Zhao Yi held a small surgical knife, and with a swift motion, he launched it at the monster with the head full of hair. He swung his hand, and the head with hair was severed from the monster's body. At the cut, the flesh gathered into strips, then bloomed into the shape of a flower. Because they were part of the same body, the other heads were also harmed. They felt excruciating pain and groaned. It hurt so much. Zhao Yi remained calm, simply apologizing. The monster was furious, and it advanced toward Zhao Yi, intending to kill him. Zhao Yi turned and walked away, casually taking the head he had just severed. "I don't have time to play with you. Goodbye." Seeing Zhao Yi's indifference, the monster became even angrier and chased after him. It was determined to kill him. A head emerged, roaring and lunging toward Zhao Yi, but it only managed to grab a few strands of his hair. Upon realizing it had lost a few hairs, Zhao Yi became angry, muttering curses, and rubbed his head. Suddenly, he spotted a red-horned monster ahead. He leaped over it, and as the head that was still trying to bite reached out, he bit into the red-horned monster. The bite landed on the monster's rear, causing the red-horned creature to scream in pain and embarrassment. Unable to bear it any longer, the red-horned monster turned back to argue with the large monster. Unable to resolve their argument, they immediately charged at each other. The large monster wanted to kill Zhao Yi, but it no longer had the chance. Zhao Yi felt relieved after cutting off its tail. He hurriedly ran out of the resting area. Looking at the demon candle in his hand, Zhao Yi saw that it was almost burned out. At that moment, he realized that something sticky was stuck to the bottom of his feet. Holding the monster's head, Zhao Yi quickened his pace. He felt the station gradually waking up. The white bones inside the wall began to become visible. He ran down the staircase, needing to board the train quickly. As he descended the stairs, the protective demon was hastily running up. It was flustered, rushing into the control room, worried that something without eyes might be attacking it. Its master had already started to grow displeased, and it had to resolve the issue quickly. Zhao Yi and the protective demon ran past each other, each heading in the opposite direction. The protective demon recognized Zhao Yi and turned back. It only saw his back, but when Zhao Yi turned around and glared at it, the demon immediately panicked and turned to flee. This person was truly terrifying. Zhao Yi continued running toward the waiting train. He also noticed that the path was becoming more and more sticky, as if the station's demon was trying to hinder his steps. Bai Shujie saw him from afar and anxiously shouted, "Zhao Yi, it's too late. Hurry up and come in." Zhao Yi aimed straight for the door of the train car, running quickly and leaping inside. His hand was still holding the demonic head of the train conductor. As soon as Bai Shuji saw him enter, she quickly shut the train car door. Zhao Yi looked over at the demonic candle table. There were only 3 candles left. Nothing bad. Better than he had expected. Wen Long, upon seeing Zhao Yi, suddenly flared up in anger. "You damn it! Finally came back, I was about to." But then he noticed something. It was the demonic head that Zhao Yi was holding in his hand. Seeing that, Wen Long immediately softened his tone and became docile, which left Zhao Yi confused as to what was going on. He asked everyone in the train car, Did you all encounter any unusual situations in the train car? Everyone responded. The ghosts at the station are very well behaved. There's almost no hostile intent toward us. And there are no frightening monsters outside. The power of the demonic candles is still quite strong. Zhao Yi felt that this was good, so he summoned his weapon, and then turned back to call out to everyone. If you have any weapons, take them out. It's time to get to work. Wenlong suddenly grabbed Zhao Yi's hand. Wait, doesn't the clue say that we can't enter the control room right now? At that moment, Zhao Yi's hand was on the doorknob. It seemed like he wanted to tease Wenlong, saying something that Wenlong couldn't quite hear. Unable to say anything further, Wenlong was left speechless and released Zhao Yi's hand. Zhao Yi pushed open the control room door. Inside, the atmosphere was incredibly terrifying. Two heads peeked in and out, and when Zhao Yi calmly stepped in, those outside couldn't help but be shocked by the scene within. Two demons were fiercely battling each other, struggling and attacking with brutal force. The bloody and savage scene caused everyone to panic. Everyone hurried toward the demonic candles on the table, intending to pick them up. But before they could, one of them had their hand severed, blood splattering everywhere. His face turned pale, yet he still couldn't understand what had happened. He rolled on the ground in agony, crying out, "My hand." Zhao Yi immediately raised the surgical knife, threatening, "No one is allowed to touch the demonic candles on the table. If anyone does, I won't be so polite." Qin Shufang frowned, saying nothing. Suddenly, she drew a gun and pointed it directly at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi asked, "Are you threatening me?" But she coldly replied, "Hand me the demonic candles, Mao, or I'll shoot your head off." She showed no fear of Zhao Yi, keeping the gun aimed straight at him. The tension in the air was palpable. Outside, Bai Shuji and Wenlong stood by, while on the table, the four demonic candles continued to burn, creating an atmosphere of intense standoff between the two sides. Bai Shuji frowned as she looked at Qin Shufang, who was threatening Zhao Yi. She gritted her teeth, clearly determined to do something. After making up her mind, she lowered her head and said, "Sorry, old lady." Qin Shufang was startled when she heard that, but before she could understand what was happening, a fist struck her face. She spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Bai Shuji quickly grabbed her arm and forced her face down onto the ground. Realizing she had been subdued, Qin Shufang screamed and struggled, but couldn't do anything. Her eyes were bloodshot with rage, but all she received was an apology from Bai Shuji. She decided to trust Zhao Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi thanked her. "Thank you for trusting me." Wenlong, who was behind, reminded him, "Zhao Yi, stop saying things like that." At that moment, the demon controlling the room came out. Two demons embraced each other as they stepped forward, and one of them spoke. "Who gave you permission to open the control room door?" Zhao Yi raised the demon's head, which was the mother of the ship's captain. He pointed at the head and threatened, "I'll only say this once. If you don't want to see your mother die again, start the ship now." The captain saw the head and shouted loudly. Zhao Yi, still holding the demon's head, stood face to face with the captain and asserted, "Your mother has been controlled by its power. If you want to save her, the only way is to leave this place. It's about to wake up." Zhao Yi continued, "If you don't want to see your mother die again, then start the ship now." Zhao Yi's expression was extremely serious at this moment. The ship's captain, upon hearing the situation, immediately understood and agreed. He shouted, "I want to take my mother out of here, to drive the ship away from here." After that, the ship's captain turned around and walked into the control room to start the ship. However, things did not go as planned. Another demon, still clinging to him, kept blocking him. He was the one who years ago had caused the ship's mother to become a demon. He kept raising his hand to attack the ship's captain, preventing him from starting the ship. His determination was clear. He wanted to cling to the doorway of the control room, filled with resentment. He said, "You want to leave. I told you to leave back then, but you didn't. Now you want everyone on the ship to leave." His words caused the ship's captain to tremble. The evil demon was determined to drag everyone down with him. "Today, no one will leave. I want to drag all of you to die with me." He would not allow anyone to survive and leave this station, or he had died here himself. Seeing his determined look, wanting to drag others to die with him, Zhao Yi immediately ordered Wenlong to fire. Wenlong summoned the gun named Defeater and aimed. The sound of the gunshot rang out, shooting straight at the demon, threatening everyone. Wenlong's shot blew off his head, and he only had time to let out a scream before collapsing. His demon head flew off, and after firing, Wenlong gave a thumbs up toward Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi seemed to sense something and turned around with a serious expression. The demon, which had just been shot, was still alive, and let out an enraged growl. "You dare strike me?" Zhao Yi observed carefully and realized that, in its fury, the demon had undergone a transformation. It said, "I will kill all of you. All of you must die." The demon had now turned into the new village tyrant ghost, extremely dangerous. Its weaknesses were unclear, but it possessed terrifying abilities such as the double egg and ghost claw, soul-catching ghost peoples, and various other fearsome spells. It killed as easily as slaughtering a stray dog on the street. Information about the demon appeared on the screen, making everyone feel an immense sense of danger. Zhao Yi ordered Wenlong, "Take out all the system props, or we won't have another chance." Suddenly, Zhao Yi sensed something attacking. He quickly dodged, losing only a few strands of hair. The demon, still unharmed, failed to attack Zhao Yi and shifted its focus to another target. It looked at Zhao Yi, saw that he was fine, and simply smiled faintly. The demon grew even more furious, a dense black aura spreading around it, looking extremely ominous. Bai Shuji, standing behind, broke out in a sweat, feeling that the demon's claws were truly terrifying. Just a brush from it could leave someone dead or crippled. Wenlong, holding a gun, kept aiming and shooting. "I'll take you on." Bullets rained down toward the demon, but it just smiled, completely unaffected. Wenlong, seeing this, grew even more terrified. The hunting rifle was useless, and he truly didn't know what else to do. The demon at that moment shifted its attention toward Wenlong and Bai Shuji. Bai Shuji was terrified when it looked in his direction. The demon attacked Wenlong, raising its hand to strike at him forcefully. Wenlong had his arm slashed off, and he screamed in fear. The demon didn't relent, continuing to raise its claws to strike Wenlong again. This time, Wenlong was truly terrified, crying out for help in a state of utter panic. Seizing the opportunity while the demon was attacking Wenlong, Zhao Yi rushed forward. He swung a surgical knife, aiming to strike at the demon. Whether by accident or design, his knife landed squarely on the demon's rear. It cried out in pain, but was unable to do anything further. The demon, startled by the wound, screamed in agony. Something strange suddenly sprouted from under its rear, resembling a tail, which it barely managed to control in an attempt to suppress its increasing power. The demon cursed angrily, filled with resentment. "Damn it!" It turned to glare at Zhao Yi with a gaze full of hatred. "You damn reptile!" The demon cursed, then advanced toward Zhao Yi, who was calmly sneering. The demon threatened, "I will kill you." But Zhao Yi remained silent, just looking at it. He summoned item T-202. It was a syringe, which Zhao Yi took, and without hesitation, injected it into his own neck. A notification appeared. "You have used item T-202. Quality. Consumable." Introduction to the system. A project created by a mysterious organization, one that took risks and paid a great price. But in the end, they only achieved half of their intended results. The goal of the project is to materialize the dark personality. Perhaps you have never truly understood your inner self. Do you know how terrifying your true nature can be? Wenlong and the Demon Lord looked toward Zhao Yi, perhaps both sensing the danger from what Zhao Yi had just injected. After Zhao Yi finished injecting, he threw the empty syringe to the ground and stared directly at the Demon Lord. His voice was filled with threat. "You're finished. Soon, I will turn into a terrifying monster, ripping out tendons, skinning, eating bones, and sucking marrow from people." The empty syringe rolled across the ground. The Demon Lord stood frozen, staring at Zhao Yi. The atmosphere became tense as everyone around them watched the demon and Zhao Yi intently. Zhao Yi smiled confidently, while the Demon Lord remained in a defensive stance. Suddenly, Zhao Yi realized that the drug seemed to have no effect. The Demon Lord still stood there, observing him with a look of suspicion. Zhao Yi cleared his throat awkwardly. He rubbed his chin and chuckled softly. "To be honest, I'm not really satisfied with this T-202 experimental product. Next time, I'll find a way to report it to their research team." The Demon Lord grew even angrier. "Clearly, there's nothing going on. So why are you putting on this act with me?" The tyrant demon raised its hand to attack Zhao Yi, aiming to kill him. But just before its claws could reach him, a cute little demon suddenly jumped out, tightly hugging the tyrant demon's arm, not allowing it to strike her brother. The tyrant demon, furious at being obstructed, ripped apart the little demon's two arms, causing her to cry out in pain. Then it swung its hand, flinging the little demon far away. The little demon spat out a mouthful of blood. The cruel tyrant demon looked at the little demon and coldly cursed, "Bitch, you and your father are just as useless. Daring to help an outsider oppose me, I will devour you first." It advanced toward the little demon, who was slumped in the corner. At that moment, 3 demons suddenly appeared from nowhere, blocking the tyrant demon's actions. The tyrant demon, enraged, threatened, "Do you dare to resist me?" One of the 3 demons replied firmly, "No one can stop us from seeking freedom. We want the ship to depart, and we will block this evil tyrant." The tyrant demon sneered, "Hem. You think you can stop me with just you 3? Wen Long, outside, saw the situation was dire. They couldn't defeat the tyrant demon. He had to go help. Wen Long immediately summoned an item, the immobilization talisman paper. He took a leap, seizing the opportunity to slap the talisman onto the tyrant demon's back, causing it to let out a scream. As soon as the talisman was applied, the tyrant demon stood motionless, its body stiff as if frozen in place. Zhao Yi saw the tense situation and immediately shouted to everyone, "Take this opportunity to run to the back of the train. I'll handle things here." Everyone looked at him with worried expressions. Bai Shuji decided to follow his advice and said to Wen Long, "Trust Zhao Yi." Bai Shuji helped Wen Long along, while the little girl with the teddy bear Ninny and the 3 demons carried the little demon girl along. At this point, only 3 people remained in the carriage: Wang Zi, Qin Shu Fan, and Lei Miao Miao. The immobilization talisman paper quickly lost its effect. The demon beast turned around and sneered coldly, "Now there's no one to help you. Are you ready to die?" Zhao Yi walked forward, looking straight at the demon beast, and asked, "What about you?" Taking advantage of its distraction, he opened the carriage door. A familiar figure appeared, and it was none other than the warehouse demon. Zhao Yi turned back to look at the demon beast and asked, "Are you ready to die?" The demon beast was taken by surprise and felt a chill upon seeing the warehouse demon. It gave a sinister laugh and opened the chest compartment, intending to suck the demon beast inside. However, the demon beast couldn't escape in time. It felt its body being gradually sucked into the compartment, and it cried out in pain, "My body, but I can't do anything about it." Zhao Yi took back the demon beast's head. The warehouse demon asked, "What do you need its head for?" Zhao Yi replied, teasing, "To make a toilet." This made the warehouse demon look at Zhao Yi with a face full of question marks. Seeing this, Zhao Yi stopped joking and explained, "I'm just kidding, I just wanted to kill it myself." The demon lord was gradually absorbed by the warehouse demon, leaving only its head behind, looking truly pitiful. Zhao Yi sat down next to it, a heavy demonic aura still emanating from it. He took a surgical knife and stabbed it directly into its head. A notification from the system appeared. "You have killed the demon lord of the new generation. The soul weapon has been enhanced, and the evil god Mim is being recreated at 0.05%. The soul weapon's energy is insufficient, and the recreation failed. Please try harder." During this recreation, the host gains strength 8, and the glutton evolves into plunderer. Plunderer refers to a unit damaged by your soul weapon. A plunderer will continuously absorb the life force of this unit until you heal a wound or the unit dies. The intensity of the plunderer is related to the strength and level of host Zhao Yi. Holding the surgical knife in his hand, Zhao Yi realized that the plunderer would continuously absorb the opponent's life force to heal a wound. He thought, "Not bad, as long as I attack my opponent, I'll keep healing." This upgrade left Zhao Yi extremely satisfied. He turned his head and looked at the person standing, saying, "Captain, please set sail now." The train captain quickly agreed. Zhao Yi smiled at him, but just a moment later, the smile on his face changed. He stood on the train car, his gaze directed toward the station, where a mass of messy red substance surrounded the train car. Zhao Yi plunged the scalpel into the copper, and immediately, the copper reacted to his attack. However, not long after, they began to disintegrate. All of them moved toward the train car, where Zhao Yi was standing. He absorbed all of them into his body inside, The feeling of absorbing life is truly amazing. Bai Shuji supported Wenlong, who had lost an arm. As they walked toward Zhao Yi, she looked at him with a joyful expression and asked, "Has the train started? There's no more problem, right?" Zhao Yi immediately denied her assumption. "No, the station has completely awakened." A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the train car. The train sped forward rapidly, and the station had fully awakened. Waves of blood-red liquid surged, and beneath these waves, countless human bones surfaced. The station's demon had awakened, its eyes emitting a deep blue light as it gazed at the train. The train was heading straight toward a place of light, surrounded only by red, nothing but silence. The station demon glanced at the train, as if trying to prevent it from escaping this place. Outside, other demons were chasing after it. The train was nearing the place of light. The demons continued to chase from behind. Suddenly, a hand emerged from beneath the ground. The massive arm of the station demon reached out, right next to the train's tail, with sharp claws. The demon used its gigantic arm to pin the entire train down, rendering it immobile. The carriages at the back began to sway and collide with each other. Meanwhile, the candle in the carriage flickered due to the vibrations, causing Bai Shuji and Wenlong to lose their balance. She was supporting Wenlong as they moved, while Zhao Yi stood facing the warehouse demon, observing from outside. Zhao Yi stepped outside, and the warehouse demon turned to look out as well, unsure of what he intended to do. He quickly opened the carriage door, and the warehouse demon followed. Zhao Yi shouted seriously, calling to the demons in the carriages behind, "Hurry to carriage number 1. Upon hearing this, the demons hurried toward carriage number 1. The other monsters were confused, hesitating as they looked at each other. One of them asked, "Should we trust a human?" The others were still hesitating, uncertain whether they should trust Zhao Yi. After making the announcement, Zhao Yi quickly shut the door. "All right." He glanced at the warehouse demon and ordered, "Cut off the carriage behind." Obeying Zhao Yi's command, the warehouse demon opened the carriage door, sat down, and placed both hands on the floor, exerting a powerful force. The carriage was separated just in time before the shockwave reached Zhao Yi's and the other's carriage. Zhao Yi's train carriage had completely detached from the others. The carriages behind were violently shaken, sending debris flying in all directions. Inside these carriages, the intense tremors caused the demons to panic. A river of blood-red water surged in from outside, and before they could react, the water had risen to their necks, drowning them all. The carriages were destroyed, with only Zhao Yi's carriage managing to escape in time. The train sped forward, rushing past the station, heading toward the light. Once everything was settled, Zhao Yi slammed the door shut. Wenlong looked at him, a look of admiration on his face, thinking to himself that Zhao Yi was truly decisive, saving them from a disaster. The train sped quickly to escape the area, but suddenly there was another shock from behind. The demon had caught up to Zhao Yi's carriage. Its arm emerged from the ground, reaching out to grab the train. The conductor's face tightened with tension as he glanced back. "This isn't good. It will take at least another minute to leave the station, and we'll be delayed even longer." Zhao Yi turned to look at Wenlong and Bai Shuji, who were both worried. He told them, "Go and take the demon's candle, and hold it in your hands." The two replied in unison, "Understood." Wenlong and Bai Shuji, tense, stood holding the demon's candle. Bai Shuji, terrified, huddled close to Wenlong. The train station demon's arm swiftly reached down from above, ready to grab the train, and the surroundings were engulfed in a blood-red hue. Neither Bai Shuji nor Wenlong dared to open their eyes, both of them tense, waiting for whatever would come next. Suddenly, the demonic candles in the hands of the two people flared up with fierce flames. The fire blazed intensely, turning it deeper red. Bai Shuji was frightened, clutching tightly onto Wenlong's arm. Wenlong also felt fear, and slightly recoiled. The ghostly arm from the station seemed to be about to grab Zhao Yi's train. It was approaching from behind, but the train still sped forward. A huge explosion erupted, and golden light radiated everywhere. Furious waves of energy surged, dragging countless human bones that rose from the ground. Wenlong, terrified, shut his eyes tightly, while Bai Shuji opened one eye, focusing intently on what was happening. Both of them gritted their teeth. Bai Shuji was astonished, her eyes widening and mouth agape as she looked down at her hand. She looked up at Zhao Yi, who had calmed down a bit, and asked, The demonic candle is burning so fast this time. What should we do next? The candle continued to burn fiercely. Zhao Yi, with a grim expression, turned to look at the people standing around. He said, "Everyone, our fates are now tightly bound together." Bai Shuji, Wen Long, and the group of demons looked at him in confusion. Zhao Yi continued seriously, "If you want to live, if you want freedom, then the next step is to follow my instructions." Zhao Yi turned to the warehouse demon and gave an order. The warehouse demon and the conductor teamed up, channeling all their strength into the train's propulsion system to ensure that it could depart as quickly as possible. He then turned to the group of demons and commanded, "You stay in the train car to prevent the other demons from chasing us." 3 demons and a little demon stared intently at Zhao Yi. He didn't need to cause much harm to them. All he had to do was strike at the crucial moment and knock them off the train. They nodded slightly in agreement. Zhao Yi glanced at Wang Zi and his group, startling them. He coldly spoke to them. "Aside from this little girl, I purposely left 3 of you, Wang Zi, Qin Chu Fang, and Li Miao Miao. When necessary, you can throw them out as bait. Is that okay?" He closed his eyes, smiled faintly, and said in a calm voice. Wang Zi was horrified, taking a step back, his eyes wide. Qin Chu Fang opened his mouth in shock and stammered, "Don't." Li Miao Miao sobbed uncontrollably. Wang Zi trembled in fear, thinking to himself, "I haven't done anything to you. Why do you want to harm me?" Zhao Yi walked up and sat in front of him, smiling as he said, "This is your opportunity for training. Why would I harm you?" Zhao Yi looked at Wang Zi, his expression still cold. "Oh, I am a good person. Don't waste the opportunity I've given you." Wang Zi stammered, unable to speak, as he saw Zhao Yi's dark expression. Zhao Yi stood up, turned to the group of demons, and ordered, "Tie them up." The 3 demons stepped forward towards Wang Zi, causing him to look at Zhao Yi in fear, his mouth trembling as he said, "No, Zhao Yi, demon." The train sped off quickly, and Wang Zi's shrill cry echoed. "Zhao Yi, you're a demon." A skeleton soared high right in front of the train's front. It released a burst of fierce, greenish air, and angrily shouted, "Don't even think about leaving." The train sped past it, but upon seeing that the train was attempting to escape, the skeleton yelled and ordered it to stop. The train was suddenly pulled back by an invisible force, its speed drastically decreasing, as if it were about to come to a halt. Zhao Yi urgently turned to look at the warehouse demon and called on it to act immediately. The warehouse demon quickly opened its lid, and from its body, a powerful red air surged out, enveloping the train like a protective shield. The train began to accelerate again, this time faster than before. Suddenly, the guardian demon appeared, raising its fist high and roaring in a threatening tone. The guardian demon jumped over the shoulder of another demon, almost as if it were playing leapfrog, and flew over its head, causing the other demon to stagger. The guardian demon landed outside the train car. Wen Long, still holding the demon candle, was startled and fearful upon seeing the guardian demon. His face turned pale, and he shouted loudly, "Damn it, why won't this guy disappear? Push him down quickly." 2 demons behind Wen Long quickly rushed out. The guardian demon stood up, growling like a wild beast, forcing the 2 demons to stop, on high alert. It slowly lifted its head, its gaze darkening, and then suddenly tilted its face upward to look at Wen Long and the 3 demons in the carriage. Its eyes were brimming with tears, and it put on a pitiful expression. It pleaded, big brother, don't attack. I'm here to help you. Please let me join you." The 3 demons in the carriage were confused, unable to fathom why the guardian demon would act so foolishly. Meanwhile, the demons outside, attempting to climb onto the carriage, were mercilessly kicked down by the guardian demon. Go, get off." The 3 demons inside the carriage only needed to watch and did not have to intervene. They happily whispered to each other, "Turns out he really has joined us." The guardian demon clasped its hands in a show of sincerity, and after being invited, stepped inside. One of the guardian demons said, "Come on, I'll give you a spot to fight monsters with us." The 3 demons quickly made way for the guardian demon to enter. Zhao Yi, who was inside the carriage, turned to look at the guardian demon who had just stepped in. The presence of the guardian demon made dealing with the monsters easier. However, the guardian demon suddenly betrayed them, causing the station demon to seethe with anger. With the help of the station demon, Defending against the monsters would have been easier, but it might also provoke the station demon, making the situation even more dangerous. The station demon grew larger, emitting waves of green and black air, glaring at the train. Its skull with angry eyes screamed, "Damn traitor!" The tracks ahead were destroyed by the station demon, and rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The train would not be able to escape without a path. The cables below were severely impacted, forcing the train to slow down immediately to ensure safety. The train driver slammed on the brakes, and the screeching sound of the brakes echoed loudly. The driver looked ahead and saw the cables blown high into the air right in front of him due to the explosion. The windshield was also shattered by debris from the blast. In panic, the driver, still holding onto the control lever, said, "The train is about to crash. What should we do?" Zhao Yi calmly stood behind and gave orders. He directly ran forward and used all his strength to charge into the train. The driver glanced back at him, his face filled with confusion and worry. Zhao Yi said, "This is the only way to activate the demon candle's protection mechanism." The warehouse demon was also looking back in fear. Following Zhao Yi's instructions, the driver pushed the control lever to the limit, deciding to trust Zhao Yi and accelerate to full speed. The explosion erupted violently, completely destroying the cables, which flew everywhere. The train was no longer on the tracks. It was hovering in mid-air, surrounded by a golden light emanating from the protective demon candle. Wen Long and Bai Shujie were shaken so violently that they could barely stand, but both remained determined to protect the demon candle, clutching it tightly in their hands. The train shot up off the ground, soaring over the destroyed tracks, emitting light and golden lightning bolts, shooting through the air like rockets. Beside them, the massive skull of the station demon watched. As the train flew further away, escaping the station demon's pursuit, it stood there, screaming in rage, "No, this can't be happening." System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the Grand World Quest. The Vengeance Train may leave this world quest at will and will receive rewards afterward. Zhao Yi sat down beside Wang Zi's group, smiling friendly. "I'd let you all go, but will you take revenge on me?" The three of them were still tied up. Lai Mio's eyes were spinning, and she shook her head repeatedly, crying as she said, "Don't come here." Wang Zi glanced at Zhao Yi, worried, and replied, "No, we won't." Meanwhile, Qin Chu Fang lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Zhao Yi decided to spare them. He cut the ropes and said, "Good." The three of them quickly left. System notification. Player has withdrawn from this world. Zhao Yi stood and watched the three of them leave one by one. Suddenly, Qin Chu Fang drew a pistol from behind her back, aimed it directly at Zhao Yi, and fired 3 shots, catching him off guard. Before he could react, she, seething with anger, gritted her teeth and shouted, "Die." The 3 bullets shot straight at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi stood still, calmly watching the bullets approach, smiling confidently, not the slightest bit frightened. As the bullets flew closer to Zhao Yi's face, a hand reached out and easily blocked all 3 of them. The warehouse demon had shielded Zhao Yi, standing in front of him like a barrier. Zhao Yi stood behind, smiling triumphantly. Xuan rushed in front of Qin Chu Fang, her hand now regrown. She pointed at her face and angrily said, "You evil old woman, you actually wanted to harm my brother." Xuan opened her mouth wide, preparing to attack Qin Chu Fang, with her sharp teeth and mouth wide open, larger than her head, which made Qin Chu Fang panic. Xuan's neck extended as she lunged forward to bite Qin Chu Fang's head. At that moment, Qin Chu Fang quickly left the world. The system notification appeared. Player Qin Chu Fang has left this world. Xuan froze when she saw the woman suddenly disappear, not understanding what had just happened. Zhao Yi sat down and observed, picking up a bullet and examining it closely. Indeed, someone was controlling her, but I still don't know who. Xuan turned to Zhao Yi, concerned, and asked, "Big brother, are you all right?" Zhao Yi looked up, glancing at Xuan, and said happily, "I'm fine, thank you. You warned me earlier." Zhao Yi stood up and said, "I have to go now." Upon hearing this, Xuan's face turned sad as she looked at him, unsure of what to say. Zhao Yi patted her head to comfort her. Xuan hugged her teddy bear, looking up at Zhao Yi and asking, "Will you come visit Xuan?" Zhao Yi replied, "Of course, I'll come to Guchuan town." Hearing this, Chuan Xuan smiled brightly, raising her hand towards Zhao Yu. Pinky promise. Zhao Yai raised his hand to make the pinky promise with Xuan Xuan. Both of them said in unison, pinky promise. 100 years, unchanged. At that moment, Wenlong walked over to Zhao Yi, holding the gun and said, Zhao Yi, your gun. Zhao Yi turned around to look at Wenlong. Wenlong thanked Zhao Yi for saving him. Wenlong held the gun with both hands and handed it to Zhao Yi, then said, goodbye, Zhao Yi. From now on, I will no longer participate in mainline missions. It seems I am not someone who can overcome this. As soon as Wenlong finished speaking, his body began to gradually disappear. The system notification sounded. Player Wenlong has left this world. Zhao Yi looked at the gun in his hand, his face full of contemplation. Bai Shuji said, see you outside, Zhao Yi. Bai Shuji and Tian Tian waved goodbye to Zhao Yi. The system notification sounded. Players Bai, Shuji and Tian Tian have left this world. Tian Tian, holding a teddy bear, waved at Zhao Yi and said, goodbye, big brother. Zhao Yi stored the gun back into his inventory. The warehouse ghost stood behind him, watching him and smiling. Zhao Yi turned to look at the warehouse ghost and said, I told you, I am the last one to arrive at this station. The warehouse ghost was grateful that Zhao Yi had helped him and the others escape. The warehouse ghost raised his hand and said, thank you for giving me my freedom back. In the future, if you face any difficulties in Guchuan town, you can come directly to our place. We will help you. Zhao Yi placed his hand on Xuan Zhuan's shoulder, looked at the warehouse ghost, and said, please take care of Xuan Zhuan. She's still young, and I won't feel at ease without anyone watching over her. Xuan Zhuan looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. The warehouse ghost nodded and said, don't worry. The system notification sounded. Player Zhao Yi has left this world. The train stood still, wisps of white smoke rising into the air, and the space that had once been dark now felt peaceful, with a sense of tranquility enveloping the place. The system broadcasted. Congratulations to the players Zhao Yi, Wenlong, Bai, Shuji, Tian Tian, Li Miao Miao, Wang Zi, and Qin Shu Fang for completing the mission to remove the grudge aboard the train. All players received 2 talent points. The new map of Guchuan Town will be unlocked, and a large number of side quests will be available for earning credits. Everyone stood still, listening to the announcement. The affinity of the special demon on the train towards Zhao Yi has increased to reverence. From now on, Zhao Yi will be able to receive assistance and services from them in Guchuan Town. The affinity of demons has various levels, the lowest being bloodthirsty, deep hatred, dislike, indifferent, like, reverence, frightened, adoration. Loyalty is the highest level. One person, leading with his hand on the wall, said with envy, damn it, what kind of monster is Zhao Yi? How can he complete every single mission? Someone else admired him. He's really at the top. A girl said, it's a pity, he's about to disappear from the new player rankings. If he reaches level 5 next month, he won't be considered a new player anymore. Everyone started discussing. One person offered a guess. Next month, there will be a Tide of Demon event. I think he'll participate. When the girl heard Tide of Demon, she immediately became scared and covered her mouth. I heard that besides the demons, the Tide of Demon also involves terrifying legends, curses, and even some players with unstable mental states who slaughter each other. Another person chimed in. The demon humans love to go on frenzied killing sprees against their teammates and duplicates. During the last Tide of Demon, he made a fortune by killing his own teammates. Behind her, Qin Shu Fang had just left the world. Standing in deep contemplation, full of worry, a person stepped up in front of her, and she looked up, leaning on her cane, her face worn out. The person called her name. Follow me, Brother Lai wants to see you. She gazed in the direction, but said nothing. The person led Qin Shu Fang to meet Brother Lai. He was sitting in a chair, holding a cigarette, with smoke swirling all around. Qin Shu Fang took the gun out from her coat, her face haggard, too afraid to meet the person's gaze. Gently, she placed the gun on the table with both hands. Your gun, sir. Brother Lai, with a grim expression, took a long drive of his cigarette, exhaled in slow, circular puffs of smoke, looking utterly disappointed. He then slowly fixed his gaze on Qin Shufang and asked, "Why didn't Zhao Yi die?" Qin Shufang didn't know how to respond. She nervously swallowed, her face flushing. 3 large men stood behind her, surrounding her, while Brother Lai interrogated her. Qin Shufang hesitated before replying. "That boy is very hard to deal with." Upon hearing her answer, Brother Lai grew in rage. Slamming his hand down on the table, he shouted directly at Qin Shufang. "You shot him in the beginning. Wasn't that supposed to be the end of it? You're just an old woman on the verge of death. Who would have thought you have a gun on you?" Qin Shufang could only lower her head in resignation, not daring to resist. She hesitated and said, "There's some kind of demon blocking the bullets for Zhao Yi." Qin Shufang recalled the scene of the warehouse demon, with one hand blocking all the bullets for Zhao Yi. Shan Lai, however, didn't fully understand what kind of demon Qin Shufang was referring to, and he was confused, unsure of what to say. The subordinates around them also looked at her, not understanding what could be so terrifying in the world of missions. Shan Lai muttered a vague response and leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. After Qin Shufang spoke, she lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the ground. Shan Lai extinguished his cigarette, sitting still in silence, anger simmering inside, realizing that Zhao Yi was indeed a formidable opponent. Shan Lai spoke to Qin Shufang. "Get the gun back. There will be a Tide of Demons summoning event next month. With the nature of that bastard Zhao Yi, there's no way he won't participate." The subordinates furrowed their brows, feeling confused after hearing Shan Lai's words. Shan Lai looked at Qin Shufang and continued, "If we kill him, then the promises we made earlier will come into effect." Qin Shufang, feeling that she had escaped disaster and was being given a new opportunity, responded, "Yes." Zhao Yi had returned after completing his mission, walking joyfully. This time, he had performed exceptionally well, and even gained more allies for future missions. Liu's sister, who was behind him, saw Zhao Yi and affectionately called out to him, "Zhao Yi baby." She then propped her chin up with her hand, leaning against the door, giving him a provocative look as she said, "Come by again next time." Zhao Yi turned around, feeling awkward and confused, clearing his throat a few times. He thought for a moment, and then said, "You understand, I came here to treat the illness, but outsiders think I came to exorcise demons." As he walked down the stairs, Zhao Yi flipped through a book, searching for information. He focused on the book, finding details about the patient Liu Ruting. Her condition was stable, but she couldn't control the red demon personality. The manifestation, when strongly stimulated from the outside, was that the red demon personality would awaken and could launch a fierce attack, accompanied by an image of a red-haired female demon with sharp claws. The book also mentioned treatments, such as using different kinds of strong spirits combined with fresh green vegetables for consumption. If no fresh green vegetables were available, the red demon would refuse the food and fall into a frenzied state, constantly killing people. After consuming these foods, the red demon personality would be satisfied and fall into a deep sleep until it was awakened again. It was noted that the red demon was an atomic hybrid species, a spiritual plant created from the offspring of black goats from the Western world. It was manufactured from the solution of evil sea and its foul saliva, and the seeds were typically sown with an extremely high level of mental concentration. Though the black goat offspring did not favor the red demon it accidentally created, it could not be denied that this was the most perfect creature according to human records. At the bottom of the page was a temporary chemotherapy treatment plan, though the specific food ingredients had not yet been determined. Zhao Yi turned to the next page to search for more information. The next page records the case of the patient Tian Tian, who has a dissociative personality. The girl always believes she has a friend named Nini and often hugs a torn teddy bear. However, this bear does not exist. Only patients with a similar condition are able to see and clearly identify it. The scene shows the girl holding Nini, the teddy bear, which is about her size, spinning around like a child's game. When the dissociative personality senses danger, the body automatically unlocks genes and handles the source of the threat. If the dissociative state lasts too long, the genes will be destroyed, leading to death or the creation of an irreversible form. The notes indicate that the patient's personality has severely dissociated, and it seems she has encountered some indescribable objects in the darkness, indicating her condition is extremely serious. At the bottom of the page, A temporary treatment plan for the patient suggests no immediate intervention is needed, only further observation and adjustment of her diet to better suit her needs. After reading, Zhao Yi put his hands in his pockets, stowing the patient's notebook in his storage. He continued walking to his break room and opened the door to step inside. Zhao Yi quickly sat down in the chair and opened his attribute checklist after completing the mission. The system displayed Level 3, Experience 25 100ths. All items obtained from the previous mission had been stored. Health 20/20ths, Strength 35, Spirit 101, Luck unavailable, and some unexpected titles like Ghost Seeing had appeared. The Rule Breaker accumulated points on their face, with a score of 12,000. The evaluations received were all at level S, and a surgical weapon was among the rewards. Zhao Yu looked at his personal stats and realized that he had already earned 3 ratings of S or above. He thought that he might be able to open a high-end store. Zhao Yi opened the high-end store page, and numerous high-tier items appeared. As he scrolled through the store, he noticed a strange book. Curiously, he asked, "Huh, what is this?" It was asterisk swinging word asterisk, priced at 5,000 points. The book recorded the history of the Eastern world during the Warring States period, telling the story of a sage named Kong, who founded his philosophy on benevolence and righteousness, using virtue to persuade others. Kong was 2.2 meters tall, could snap a city wall with one hand, had 3,000 disciples, and traveled across the 7 states, successfully convincing their rulers to promote his teachings. Asterisk swinging word asterisk was a set of rules that Kong established for the rulers of the time. If collected in full, it could form a complete volume. The system evaluated Zhao Yi. Your purity level is still too low. After learning about Kong's asterisk swinging word asterisk technique, Zhao Yi didn't hesitate and clicked the purchase button. The system notified him that the item had been added to his inventory. The system announced, "You've purchased the asterisk swinging word asterisk technique." Zhao Yi placed his hand on his chin and fell into deep thought. A makeover costs 5,000 points. I need to figure out a way to earn more points. He decided to open the world map for further investigation. He was studying the map of Guchuan Town, which was surrounded by pockets of land and rivers. Zhao Yi continued his research to explore new world quests that would allow him to earn points, while also searching for clues about Sun Bai Bai. The system displays detailed information about the world-scale mission. The job-seeking mission is ranked from level 5 to 10. The number of participants and rewards depend on the job position. You have repaired the train at the abandoned station and successfully driven it to Guchuan Town. However, as you venture deeper into Guchuan Town, you discover that there are many dangers and demons wreaking havoc here. To survive, you must try to integrate with these demons. After being introduced to some kind-hearted monsters, you learn that having a stable job in Guchuan Town is necessary to continue living. Zhao Yi looked up at the information board, feeling disheartened. All right, my level isn't enough. The notice board gradually disappeared. He waved his hand. Let's skip it for now. If there's an opportunity, I'll ask the warehouse demon to investigate the matter of Sun Bai Bai. Thus the days passed peacefully, and Zhao Yi lived a tranquil life. During his free time, he played cards with Bai, Shuji, Fang Bai, and Tian Tian. Until the beginning of the month, Zhao Yi was standing in a room, connecting to some game. The system notification appeared. Successfully connected to duplicate Wilderness Death. The mission shifted to Wilderness Death. In the dense forest and towering mountains, a man was happily jumping up to greet. The system displayed mission information. The participants of the mission must survive for 15 days in the Rubako mountain range. The reward for the main mission is 150 experience points, while the reward for the side mission is the Destiny Protection and Hell Difficulty Training. Here is the translation. Introduction to the mission. You are invited to participate in a program organized by wildlife experts, Bai Yi and Dai Yi, to live together for 15 days. Note that in this duplicate, the player's inventory will be sealed and all items in the inventory cannot be used. The player's strength will be reduced by 50% until the mission is completed. The sky above the mountain range was filled with dark clouds. Zhao Yi was transported here. He lay on a patch of ground. While Zhao Yi was still unconscious, voices could be heard nearby. The old rule, one person leads 4. The voices woke Zhao Yi up, and they were arguing. Did you know? I'm hosting the program this time, and I also found the sponsor. You still want to take a share with me? Don't you think that's a bit ungrateful? Zhao Yi, curious about what they were talking about, turned toward the source of the argument. The other person replied, Ungrateful? Ungrateful. If it weren't for me using my connections to find them, do you think you could have brought 8 people to the Rubako Mountains for filming just with your own ability? Zhao Yi saw 2 people sitting by a campfire, arguing. One was wearing a backpack, a blue jacket and pants, while the other wore only a pair of shorts. The 2 were so absorbed in their argument that they didn't notice Zhao Yi had woken up. The other person said, Damn it, like this. Ed. He pointed at Bell. You are in charge of checking the weather. Although he had accepted the compromise, his attitude was still quite displeased. If something goes wrong with this program, I won't let you off the hook. Zhao Yi was observing the 2 others. Bell stood up, turned around, and walked away. Zhao Yi sat back down by the fire, his eyes still following Bell. It wasn't until Bell had left that Ed noticed Zhao Yi had woken up. He glanced at Zhao Yi and smiled brightly. Ed asked Zhao Yi, You're awake. The system provided information about why. Neutral, weakness, none. Ed was once a Special Forces soldier, then discharged from the military, and began participating in wilderness survival programs. Zhao Yi scratched his head, looked at Ed, and asked, Are we in the Rubako mountain range now? Ed stood up, looked at the sky, and raised both hands as if embracing the entire mountain range, his expression joyful and relaxed as if at home. That's right, look around you. Isn't it beautiful? Zhao Yi looked up at him, still scratching his head in confusion. Ed continued, I've wandered through many places to survive, and every time I come here, I can't help but think this place is definitely the most beautiful. Zhao Yi seemed a little frustrated, looking at Ed as he started rambling again. Just as Ed was about to speak, Zhao Yi raised his hand to cut him off, leaving Ed feeling slightly disappointed. Zhao Yi quickly asked before Ed could continue his rambling, What is Bell going to do? Ed pointed behind him. Oh, he went over there to get the camera. Then Ed crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and began explaining to Zhao Yi. Sometimes, the live broadcast equipment and network can be interrupted due to weather conditions. That's why we often use recording devices to capture the process of our guests conquering nature with their will. Ed smiled brightly and placed his hand on Zhao Yi's shoulder. You should rest for a while. Once Bell returns and the other guests wake up, we'll start filming our show. Zhao Yi replied briefly, All right. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi was leaning against a rock, resting. Bell had returned. He was carrying an oversized backpack as he walked towards Zhao Yi. The backpack was taller than Bell's head, but he wore it effortlessly, without any sign of fatigue. Bell looked at Zhao Yi and flashed him a friendly smile, waving his hand in greeting. Zhao Yi rested his hand on his chin, carefully observing and analyzing Bell. Bell's speed in climbing the mountain far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Zhao Yi smiled, feeling a hint of amusement. It seems like this wild adventure is going to be quite interesting. Zhao Yi stood by the fire, hands in his pockets, observing Bell. Ed, too, glanced over at Bell. Ed held his hand out in front of the fire to warm up. Zhao Yi looked at Ed. Ed, too, was dressed lightly, wearing only a pair of pants despite the fact that the grass was frozen and the temperature must have been below freezing. It seemed that both of them had somehow improved their physical abilities. Next to Ed, 2 others had just woken up. One was holding his head, looking dizzy, struggling to sit up. One was Ji Teng, ranked 8th on the new player board, and the other was Ding Fei Long, ranked 14th on the same board. This showed that both of them were quite strong. The big names were gathering for this duplicate. No wonder the difficulty of this trial was so high. A few more people gradually woke up, and the chat channel began to buzz. I'm a newbie. Can someone explain the difficulty levels of the Inferno rank? Can some senior figure please help me? One person commented, The difficulty of duplicates is divided into several levels. Common, Nightmare, Hell, Inferno, Torment, Desolate, and Unsolvable. 2 more people woke up, a girl and a large guy. Everyone who woke up felt exhausted. The group of people stood gathered around the fire, looking at each other. The chat channel was also anticipating. Everyone is awake now. The event must be starting soon, right? An excited guest commented. Looking forward to seeing Senior Zhao Yu's new moves. Ed waved at Bell. Bell placed his backpack beside him and started rummaging through it. He took out a camera and handed it to Ed. The camera was compact, perfect for a forest trip. Bell tossed a battery to Ed. "Here, your camera battery. But there's only one battery." Ed asked, "Why am I missing one battery? What happens when it runs out of power?" Bell gave Ed a look that clearly showed his displeasure. "The budget is limited, and besides, when have you ever used up the battery?" Ed glared at Bell, but he didn't say anything further. He slung his backpack over his shoulder. Ed's backpack was half the size of Bell's, much smaller and more compact. Fine, saving a bit should be no big deal. Regaining his enthusiasm, Ed looked at everyone and shouted loudly to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wilderness Death Show." One hand held the camera, recording the process. He explained to everyone about this duplicate. "In the next 15 days, you will be divided into 2 teams of 4. Each team will follow me and Bell to complete challenges in different areas, and then return to human society." The group listened carefully as Ed continued. "Before we begin, you have 10 minutes to discuss freely and decide who you want to take part in the challenges with. If too many people choose one side, the excess will be randomly assigned to the other team." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, eyeing each other cautiously. After the announcement, Ed slowly stepped back and said, "Now, you may begin your discussions." He gave everyone 10 minutes to deliberate. Bell also stood nearby, waiting. Ed focused on filming, capturing the process of everyone discussing and getting to know each other. Bell remarked, "Hurry up, it's getting dark." Not only are there wild beasts in the mountains, but also dangerous poisonous insects. After a few minutes of discussion, the teams were formed. Bell's team consisted of Rand Sin Ping, Hirohito Negishi, Ning Wen Chao, and Ji Teng. The advantage of this team was that Bell had sophisticated equipment, and also a divine artifact that could be used for combat. Ed's team was made up of the remaining people: Zhao Yi, Wei Yun, Ding Fei Long, and Ying Xiang Ying. Ed's team had no particular advantage and seemed somewhat unstable. The two looked at Ed with disbelief. Originally, they had wanted to choose Bell, but they were randomly selected into this team. Ding Fei Long sighed in frustration, holding his head, and then the 2 teams began splitting up to find a place to rest for the night as it was getting dark. If they didn't quickly find shelter, they could easily get lost and encounter dangerous wild animals. Ed walked while filming, and above, a large spider was lowering itself from the treetop. It landed on Ying Xiang Ying's shoulder. He glanced over and saw the spider was very large, with a dark brown color. He pointed at the spider, shouting in panic, "There's a spider!" A hand landed on Ying Xiang Ying's shoulder and grabbed the spider off him. It was Ed. He caught the spider and, excited, put it in his mouth to eat. Zhao Yi silently chuckled, feeling a sense of admiration for Ed. He thought to himself, "It seems that Ed is not only resistant to the cold, but also has some resistance to toxins." The other 3 were shocked. Their faces darkened as they stared at Ed. They stammered, "You ate it?" Ed wiped his mouth with his hand. The spider had already been swallowed. He turned to look at everyone and said, "Everyone, be careful. This reality show doesn't provide any medicine, water, or food. If you're bitten by a poisonous creature, it could very well be fatal." Zhao Yi continued to observe Ed intently, while Wei Yun widened his eyes and said, "That's right, and it's getting dark. We need to quickly find a cave and make a fire. Otherwise, it will be very difficult tonight." Everyone started following closely behind Ed. Ding Fei Long pointed and came up with an idea. "Ed, I see there are tall trees around here with vines growing on them. How about we handle the poisonous creatures on the trees tonight and sleep up there?" Ed, walking ahead, continued, "Ding brother, normally, your method would work fine, but not this time." Ed looked up at the sky, which was covered with dark clouds, and explained, "See, based on the weather forecast and the humidity, it's very likely to rain tonight, and there will be heavy rain in the coming days. If we can't find a cave to shelter in, once we get wet, we'll quickly die from hypothermia." Wei Yun shivered and asked, "Then what about food and water?" Ed opened his mouth and laughed loudly. "Don't worry. As long as we find a place to stop and safely survive the night, it'll be easy to find protein and other food sources." Wei Yun was still trembling, worried. Zhao Yi, walking with the group, kept his eyes on the surroundings to assess the terrain. Ed walked ahead, still focused on recording the process with a small camera. Zhao Yi glanced to the side and noticed fresh bear dung. He thought, for an expert in wilderness survival like Ed, to not notice this bear droppings is strange. However, Ed continued walking without paying any attention. Zhao Yi speculated in his mind. If Ed completely ignores the fresh bear dung like that, it means an adult bear poses no threat to him. Zhao Yi smiled, thinking, with a strong survival expert like Ed around, it should be safe. But still, this duplicate is rated at hell level difficulty. Could it be that Ed isn't really on our side? Zhao Yi looked at Ed and thought, things can't be this simple. The group had arrived at a cave, and inside it was pitch black, with nothing to be seen. Ed was still holding the camera in one hand, and with the other, he pointed outside and said, "It's not raining yet, so you all should hurry up and find some dry wood to start a fire. If we light a fire here in the cave tonight, not only will we sleep soundly, but we'll also have cooked food tomorrow." The group looked at Ed, and then Ying scratched his head, feeling confused. Zhao Yi volunteered to go gather the firewood. He said, "I'll go find the dry wood by myself. The rest of you can do as you wish." Wai Yun and Ding Fei Long nodded in agreement at the same time. Zhao Yi walked around and managed to collect a few dry branches. The sky outside was gradually darkening, and as he entered a patch of forest, he suddenly noticed that the trees here had all been broken, indicating the presence of large wild animals. Broken trees were scattered everywhere, forming a pathway. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yi also found fresh bear droppings nearby, confirming that the culprit who had broken the trees was a bear. Zhao Yi smiled. With these clues, finding the bear was no longer an issue. After surveying the area and gathering all the necessary information, Zhao Yi returned to the cave. Inside the cave, the space was pitch black and the sound of striking flint could be heard. The sparks from the flint ignited, and the fire flared up. Survival expert Ed had managed to start a fire for the group. Ding Fei Long was sitting across from Ed, while the others sat around the fire, warming themselves together. Outside the cave, it had started to rain, and nightfall was settling in. Wai Yun looked outside and sighed. Indeed, the air had grown colder. Fortunately, the group had a campfire. Zhao Yi suddenly noticed something. Ed was clutching his stomach, his face turning pale, and he was breathing heavily. Zhao Yi asked what was wrong, and Ed simply replied, "It's nothing. I might have eaten a slightly poisonous spider. A good rest, and I'll be fine." He forced a smile, drenched in sweat, then added, "Tomorrow morning, we'll figure out how to find food and water. The rain contains some special impurities. Although it's not corrosive, it's undrinkable." As he spoke, Ed collapsed, turning his face towards the stone wall, resting his head on his backpack. "For tomorrow's mission, everyone should just rest," he said. Ed decided to sleep early to recover his strength. Zhao Yi glanced at him, thinking to himself, the venom of spiders and poisonous snakes only takes effect when it enters the bloodstream, so eating them shouldn't cause any major problems. He raised his head and looked outside, silently contemplating. At this point, even Ed, with his strong physique, can't withstand the spider venom. If they come into contact with each other, they'll definitely stink soon. Ying spoke to Ding Fei Long. "Since Ed said so, let's go to sleep. We'll deal with the food situation tomorrow morning." Ding Fei Long nodded in agreement, brushing the dirt off his hands as he prepared a place to rest. The group decided to sleep early. 2 hours later, Zhao Yi was lying on the ground, asleep. Suddenly, he woke up, opening his eyes. Zhao Yi sat up and looked outside. At this moment, the rain had stopped, and the moonlight illuminated the scene outside. Zhao Yi picked up a burning piece of wood from the fire. He gently held the burning log, using it as a torch, and quietly stepped outside, but he was noticed by Wai Yun. It was unclear when she had woken up. Wai Yun sat up and looked at Zhao Yi as he walked outside. The scene before her now was truly mysterious. Curious, Wai Yun decided to follow Zhao Yi, but the rain began to fall again. The rain in the forest made Wai Yun feel cold. She wrapped her arms around herself, her legs shaking from the cold. Although she had seen Zhao Yi head in this direction, now she couldn't see him anymore. Suddenly, Zhao Yi appeared from behind, holding a surgical knife pressed to Wai Yun's neck. Wai Yun froze, not daring to move. Zhao Yi stared at her, his gaze darkened, and with a harsh tone, he asked, "Are you following me?" Wai Yun broke out in a cold sweat, glancing behind her. Even though players were banned from using their item inventory in this duplicate, soul weapons could still be used. She glanced back at the surgical knife pressed against her neck and recalled the rumors about Zhao Yi, that he was extremely ruthless. She worried, trying to figure out how to respond to stay safe. Wei Yun's face turned pale, and she turned back, stammering, I'm not following you. I just went outside to, use the restroom. The chat channel lit up with endless laughing comments. What do we call this? Is she so desperate that she needs to pee right now? Zhao Yi furrowed his brows as he looked at Wei Yun, his gaze filled with doubt about what she had said. He opened his hand, letting her go. Oh, you need to go to the bathroom. Wei Yun sighed in relief. But before she could rejoice in escaping the situation, Zhao Yi unexpectedly said something that stunned her, her eyes widening as she looked at him. Immediately, he smiled and added, if you can't go to the bathroom, I'll escort you. Zhao Yi pointed toward a bush. Wei Yun, embarrassed, stared at him in disbelief. At the same time, the chat channel couldn't hold back their laughter at Zhao Yi's actions, continuously commenting with amusement. How can someone say something so vulgar like that? Wei Yun's face turned red, and she hurriedly gripped her skirt with both hands. Too shy to look directly at Zhao Yi. Hesitant, she finally confessed, Zhao brother, I admit I was following you. But it's not because I have any bad intentions toward you. I was just really cold, and wanted to borrow something of yours to wear. She shouted, still trembling from the cold and the increasingly heavy rain. Zhao Yi smiled at her, then put his weapon back into the storage, making Wei Yun feel safer. You wanted to borrow something. Why didn't you say so earlier? Honestly. Wei Yun gave a bright smile. Although Zhao Yi was somewhat intimidating based on rumors, she felt that he was actually quite easy to talk to. Zhao Yi raised 3 fingers in front of her, making Wei Yun feel that something was off. She asked, why are you holding up 3 fingers? What does that mean? Zhao Yi answered calmly, briefly. 3,000 points. Wei Yun was shocked and speechless when she heard the price. Are you kidding me? You're selling a torn outfit for 3,000 points? She shivered from the cold, both terrified and unable to believe the audacity of this person. A torn outfit, and you want 3,000 points. Why don't you just rob me outright? Zhao Yi responded indifferently. Isn't that what I'm doing? Wei Yun stood there, frozen, unsure of what to say. The coldest place wasn't the rain in the forest, but Zhao Yi's heart. Anger replaced her fear as she gritted her teeth and said, Zhao Yi, let me tell you something. Even if I die from the cold or jump off the mountain, I will never spend 3,000 points on your torn outfit. As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew through, making Wei Yun shiver uncontrollably, and her nose started running. Zhao Yi just stood there watching her, saying nothing. Wei Yun cried from the cold, and finally, with a deep sigh, she said, it's so cold. Fine, I'll buy it. 3,000 points doesn't matter. She transferred 3,000 points to Zhao Yi and confirmed the transaction. The success sound of the transaction rang out. Zhao Yi received 3,000 points, and his total balance now was 6,000. He felt pleased because he had just spent 5,000 points to purchase a language reward, and now he was selling the torn outfit for 3,000 points, recovering 60% of its value. It was a real bargain. Wei Yun asked if Zhao Yi could give her the clothes yet, as she was freezing. Zhao Yi began to take off his jacket, but instead of handing it to her, he hung it up on a tree, leaving Wei Yun surprised and flustered as she stared at him. Zhao Yi continued to take off his inner shirt. Wei Yun looked at him in confusion, her body beginning to shiver from the cold. Zhao Yi handed her the shirt, but she looked displeased. She pointed to the coat hanging on a branch and said, isn't that the outer coat? She thought the 3,000 G-Fen would be enough to exchange for a coat, but now she was only receiving a shirt. Zhao Yi turned back to look, then realized she was referring to the coat. He raised a finger and said, this is the price I offer. After hearing this, Wei Yun's face turned pale, and she nearly spat blood and fell backward in shock. She screamed, causing the entire forest to tremble. The birds on the branches flew away in panic. Zhao Yi, you're too ruthless. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Zhao Yi put the coat back on, picked up the torch again, and continued to search for a path. He thought to himself, thank goodness, I finally got rid of that big-breasted little sister. Now he could continue following the trail to find the bear. He walked while keeping an eye on his surroundings. The so-called find food tomorrow Ed had mentioned was, in fact, hardly reliable. Stepping through the puddles left from the rain, he realized that if the rain kept falling like this, by morning, the temperature wouldn't recover. Over the next 14 days, all the firewood would be soaked through and unable to burn. Zhao Yu ventured deeper into the forest. He imagined the scene of the group in the cave when they lost the fire that kept them alive. If they couldn't find food, staying there would be useless. They would have nothing to do but wait to die. Zhao Yi smiled as he realized the problem. Tonight is a critical moment. If I don't seize this opportunity, the initiative for the next 14 days will no longer be in my hands. The moonlight illuminated the entire forest, creating a hazy atmosphere. Zhao Yi quickly spotted the bear. To avoid leaving any traces on his clothes, he stripped off his garments and fought the bear in a state of undress. The massive black bear stood nearly twice Zhao Yi's height. Zhao Yi easily soared above the bear's head, quickly circling behind it, catching the bear off guard. He lifted its head with one hand while the other held a surgical knife close to its throat. Zhao Yi slashed across the bear's neck, and blood sprayed from the wound. After a brutal life-and-death battle, despite being covered in injuries, Zhao Yi finally brought the bear down. It collapsed to the ground. Zhao Yi approached the bear's corpse, using the surgical knife to puncture its abdomen and make a long incision. Blood poured out in torrents from the wound. At that moment, the plunderer function of the surgical knife was activated, and a stream of red-orange air flowed from the cut. The bear's life force continually transferred into Zhao Yu's body. He stood there, arms outstretched, feeling the strength surging into him. Zhao Yu looked up at the moon, and after absorbing the full life force, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what incredible power!" He put his clothes back on, and the system notified him. After the life and death battle, your physical enhancement domain has been activated. Your physical constitution has improved, and your strength has increased by 1. Currently, the rank of the physical enhancement domain was F, and his strength value stood at 18. Zhao Yu pulled up the jacket's drawstring, preparing to return to the cave. He looked up at the sky, the light from the moon illuminating his face. Zhao Yu attached the bear to a rope and began to pull it along, saying, "All right. Now let's find a cave and start stockpiling firewood." Half an hour later, inside a cave, Zhao Yi was busy gathering firewood. The bear's carcass was also stored there. A curious person in the chat asked, "Why is Zhao Yi doing this?" With a top-tier wilderness survival expert nearby, he can't possibly be short on food, right? Once he had gathered enough firewood, Zhao Yi let out a sigh of relief, his mood quite cheerful. This amount of firewood should be enough. He stood up, dusted off his hands, and looked at his work. Another viewer commented, "It looks like Zhao Yi is being extra cautious this time." Zhao Yi roasted the bear skewers over the fire. Viewers were also impressed, saying that smells amazing. Is Zhao Yi here for vacation? Enjoying the skewers, Zhao Yi ate heartily, finishing his meal flawlessly. Now he began to think about the next steps. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Zhao Yi sat by the fire, eating meat, gazing out as he thought about the need to find a water source. He ate while contemplating. The system displayed a notification. The rainwater is toxic and cannot be drunk directly. Note that if you use a container to boil it and then filter it through charcoal, a small amount can be consumed. However, do not drink more than 1 liter within 24 hours, as it will accumulate certain unidentified metals, potentially causing kidney failure. While eating, Zhao Yi observed his surroundings. He noticed a large stone near where he was sitting. Zhao Yi picked up the stone. It was bigger than his hand. He raised the surgical knife and smiled as he looked at the stone in his hand. People in the chat channel began to wonder, what is Zhao Yi doing? They saw Zhao Yi turn his back and start chopping at the stone repeatedly with his hands. After a while, he had crafted 2 large bowls. Zhao Yi had used the surgical knife to carve the stone into these shapes. The viewers in the chat channel were amazed. He actually managed to do that. No wonder it's called the soul weapon. Someone asked, "Can you share the link? I want to buy 100 of them." Zhao Yi used the bowls to collect rainwater and then went outside the cave entrance. It was raining heavily outside. He stood there, collecting water until the bowls were full, then carefully brought them back inside, holding them with both hands. He approached the fire and placed the bowls next to it, before starting to remove his socks. People were curious. Why is he taking off his socks? Is he going to dry them? He's been sitting by the fire for half the day. Surely they should be dry by now. Zhao Yi stretched out the socks he had just removed, then took the freshly boiled water from one of the bowls and poured it into his socks, using them as a filter. He then used the second bowl to collect the filtered water. Zhao Yi drank the water, which made the viewers in the chat channel feel a little disturbed. One person commented, "Seriously, big bro, I feel like the water has a taste to it." Another replied, "It's cruel, but as long as it's not poisoned, I guess the water filtered through socks is fine." Zhao Yi looked down at the pocket of his jacket and pulled part of it out. He tore a section of the jacket pocket, held the weapon in his hand, and turned his head toward the deeper part of the cave. Zhao Yi used a surgical knife to kill 3 poisonous creatures: a centipede, a scorpion, and a spider. He placed the 3 creatures into the torn part of the pocket and let out a sigh of relief. These should be enough. We can head back to the cave now. When he returned to the cave, everyone was still sound asleep, and no one noticed that Zhao Yi had gone out, except Wei Yun. Zhao Yi lay down on the ground to rest. Wei Yun gently approached him. Zhao Yi lay on his side, facing the rock wall of the cave. Wei Yun lay next to Zhao Yi, and by chance, her chest brushed against his back. She placed her hand on his shoulder and softly asked, "Where did you go?" Zhao Yi did not turn around, only replying quietly, "I went to the bathroom." Wei Yun found this unreasonable and asked again, "You went to the bathroom for 6 hours?" "Exactly 5 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds. Zhao Yi replied, leaving Wei Yun speechless. Unsure of what to say, she gently shook his shoulder with her hand. Wei Yun persisted, "You know something, don't you?" Knowing that Zhao Yi needed the points, she tempted him, "I'll use my points to buy information from you." Zhao Yi raised his hand. 500 points per piece of information. Wei Yun was immediately shocked by the price he quoted. Zhao Yi turned over, waiting to see if she would agree. Wei Yun forced a smile. "Could it be a little cheaper, or could I pay it another way?" She placed her hand on her chest. Zhao Yi didn't say anything further. He just looked at her hand resting on her chest, then abruptly turned away. "No need. I'm going to sleep." Wei Yun angrily sat up, thinking to herself, "I'm this beautiful, and he doesn't care." Someone beside her suddenly jolted and let out a soft grunt, causing Wei Yun to panic and turn to look. She quickly lay back down to avoid being noticed. Zhao Yi remained lying there, indifferent to her. Wei Yun leaned closer and whispered, "All right, 1,500 points it is. Give me 3 pieces of information. They must be real. Don't scam my points." The system congratulated Zhao Yi for receiving 1,500 points, bringing his current total to 7,500. Zhao Yi received the points and smiled contentedly. The two of them slowly sat up, carefully glancing around to see if anyone had woken up. Zhao Yi covered his mouth with his hand and said, "First, all edible animals on the mountain will continue moving out of our area tonight. Second, the heavy rain may not stop until the duplicate ends. During this time, the temperature will keep dropping, and the firewood outside will not burn after being soaked in heavy rain for hours. And one more thing, third, the most dangerous threat could be right next to us." Zhao Yi glanced at the others. Wei Yun listened intently to him, her face filled with fear and tension. After speaking, Zhao Yi lay back down in his previous position. Wei Yun looked at the others with concern, reflecting on his words. The most terrifying danger could be right next to us. She glanced at the others. They are all sleeping. None of them seem suspicious. Apart from me and Zhao Yi, there are only 3 others. So who among them is the danger Zhao Yi was talking about? The sky grew darker, and Wei Yun, overwhelmed with thoughts, gradually drifted off to sleep. Perhaps she was simply exhausted. The next day, the rain continued to fall softly. Fei Long and Xiang Ying could only gaze hopelessly at the sky. They crossed their arms, huddled together at the entrance of the cave. Fei Long was irritated that the rain was even heavier than the day before. He regretted not bringing back firewood. Xiang Ying also stood there with arms crossed, agreeing that going to search for firewood now would make them sick. But without firewood and medicine, they would die. As everyone worried about the rain, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Ed was standing in front of the camera, his muscular frame visible, his voice loud and clear as he filmed and told the story. He spoke of the second day in the Rubako Mountains. His hand raised to his forehead, expressing concern about the weather there. He continued to grumble about the detestable, unreliable bell. Zhao Yi stood silently, looking at him, thinking of himself. After a night of rest, it seems Ed has recovered quite a bit. Zhao Yi's gaze revealed a sharp awareness. He looked towards Ed's hairy legs, silently thinking. His leg muscles are still twitching, trembling, indicating that the venom in his body hasn't been completely neutralized. This shows that Ed's resistance to poison isn't high. Zhao Yi found a stone bowl, surprising both Fei Long and Xiang Ying. Fei Long gaped, unable to understand how Zhao Yi managed to find the stone bowl. Ed turned to see Zhao Yi and noticed he was collecting rainwater, so he hurriedly ran over. He touched Zhao Yi and warned him that the rainwater was poisonous, stopping him from drinking. Zhao Yi looked at Ed with a confident expression and replied, "Don't worry, I had a ritual last night." Zhao Yi carried the rainwater he had collected over to the blazing fire. Perhaps Ed still didn't believe the rainwater could be drinkable. Zhao Yi calmly sat by the fire, boiling the rainwater and using charcoal to absorb most of the sediment, making it drinkable to some extent. Zhao Yi stood up with a grunt and said, "Although I didn't feel too gray after drinking last night, I've recovered today." Ed still looked at him in disbelief, astonished and unable to accept it. Indeed, Zhao Yi today showed a strong aura, making others feel that he was in perfect condition. Fei Long clenched his fists, supportive. No matter what, having something to drink is a good thing. Ed had no choice but to accept it. Everyone stood around, their eyes always on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi said loudly, "Wait for the water to boil. Then we can add some herbs to it. After drinking, it will be beneficial for the body and can neutralize the toxins of some substances in the water." Zhao Yi found a piece of grass and said that when he studied medicine, he had seen this kind of grass before. His teacher had once mentioned its effects. From a distance, some people started to talk. Isn't Zhao Yi a psychologist? They guessed that Zhao Yi was deceiving everyone. If it's really a herb, why didn't he boil it with water yesterday? Zhao Yi placed the grass on a stone. He sat beside it, continuously grinding the grass with his hands. In his heart, he knew that these herbs were not poisonous. Zhao Yi's hands kept grinding the grass. A black substance began to flow down from the stone, but this grass wasn't really a herb. The strange substance that remained on the stone proved that Zhao Yi had ground it and soaked it in water to cover up something. Zhao Yi quickly filtered out the green herb, then brought out a bowl of herbal water with a satisfied expression. The first person to taste it was Wei Yun. She took the bowl in her hands and drank it without hesitation. Wei Yun was the first to bravely try it, showing her complete trust in Zhao Yi. However, the bitter taste of the herb made her unable to stop herself from choking lightly. Next was Fei Long. He took the bowl of herbal water and drank it under Wei Yun's dissatisfied and worried gaze. Xiang Ying is the next person. His face slightly wrinkles, clearly showing discomfort. Finally, Zhao Yi casually picks up the bowl, but his gaze is enough for everyone to realize that the liquid inside is not simple. Zhao Yi holds the herbal bowl while drinking, but maintains an air of mystery, his hand slipping into his pants pocket as if searching for something. It turns out to be a small cloth bag hidden inside. He quickly takes out a small green leaf and drops it into the water for Ed. The old man hastily drinks, without the slightest hesitation. Zhao Yi stares at him. The large man sitting on a rock tilts his head and hums an ancient Eastern saying. The weather is unpredictable, and so is a person's fate, from morning to night. The meaning of this saying is that anything can happen at any time. For example, just after Ed finishes drinking, his body begins to heat up as if it were a fire blazing, and a snap sound is heard as the bowl falls to the ground. Everyone witnessing the scene is panicked, exclaiming, "What's happening to him?" Fei Long watches closely, thinking that he has been poisoned, but only Zhao Yi remains calm. Zhao Yi's gaze sends a signal, and Ed collapses, mouth agape. Zhao Yi realizes that he is in mild danger. Ed's weakness lies in his low resistance to poison. Though he's been poisoned, the effect is not severe. Despite his hazy consciousness, the wild instincts within his body are not fully extinguished. If anyone intended to kill him now, they would have to pay a heavy price. And at this moment, Ed seems to be a bit hungry. Fei Long and Xiang Ying approached and gently helped Ed to his feet. Everyone looked worried and stood around him, but only Zhao Yi remained calm. Fei Long and Xiang Ying supported him toward the blazing fire, and with Ed's large frame, Xiang Ying couldn't help but break into a sweat. Zhao Yi, with a self-satisfied look, lifted his hand to his chin, thinking to himself, the system gave Ed the beastly instincts to protect him after the poisoning and coma. If he's attacked by a player, his chances of survival will be higher, thus lowering the difficulty of the duplicate. He felt pleased with himself, his expression devious, thinking, I'm smart, both kind and sharp, so I won't do something foolish to kill him. Ed lay motionless, and Zhao Yi smugly thought, keeping him alive still has great value. Fei Long and Xiang Ying were deep in thought as they looked at Ed, wondering, why was he poisoned? After all, we've all been together this whole time, and we've never seen him eat or drink alone. Fei Long stared at Zhao Yi, a suspicious look on his face, thinking, could he be the one who poisoned Ed? Zhao Yi, noticing Fei Long's gaze, seemed a little nervous. He waved his hand as if trying to explain that he wasn't the one responsible. Fei Long glanced at Zhao Yi and thought to himself, with that expression of his, I almost believed he was the culprit. But it's best not to cause trouble with him. Time passed, and by the evening of the next day, everyone was sitting around the campfire, while Ed remained unconscious, showing no signs of waking. Suddenly, a soft noise came from Zhao Yi's direction, startling Fei Long. He quickly stood up and rushed towards Zhao Yi, but he couldn't match Zhao Yi's pace or swift movements. Zhao Yi reached Ed, helped him up, and brought a bowl of water to his lips, reminding Ed to drink slowly and not rush. He reassured him, saying that they would take care of him until he recovered. Fei Long still didn't understand what was going on. After finishing the water, Ed's eyes slowly opened, though he still looked exhausted. He thanked Zhao Yi before drifting back into sleep. Zhao Yi gently laid him back down, and nearby there was a red backpack. He moved towards it and took out an old camera. Opening the camera, he began to examine it. The technician started the footage, and the sound coming from the camera piqued everyone's curiosity, causing the other three to rush over and see what was happening. In the footage, Ed was chasing a short-haired girl, his demeanor looking dangerous, as if he were about to pounce on her, laughing sinisterly. Heh heh, got you now. Everyone focused on the video, while Xiang Ying, watching it, sighed. How lucky they are, being able to play such a game. While we... Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. His brows furrowed, and he looked as if he were witnessing something horrifying. Oh my God, he's already grabbed her by the head. His face now bore a savage look, his malicious smile, making it even more terrifying. His hand had tightly grasped the girl's head. He twisted her neck backwards, and blood splattered everywhere. Her eyes were wide open, filled with frustration and pain. The screams from the group of people watching the scene echoed in fear. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed, their mouths hanging open in shock and horror. Zhao Yi remained calm. Ed's face at that moment looked like that of a monster. In his hand was the flesh of the unfortunate girl. His mouth was still dripping blood, creating a terrifying sight. The panicked whispers rose. Is this guy a cannibal? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Ed was still unconscious, or else they might all have been in danger. Xiang Ying, terrified, gulped nervously, his body trembling and drenched in sweat. His voice also quivered. Lucky Ed got poisoned. Suddenly, Ed's body twitched, and he began scratching his chest. Ed woke up, turned around, and looked at everyone. Xiang Ying screamed in terror, then quickly fled, shouting, "Help!" Wei Yun watched in fear. The girl also began to get up, running after Xiang Ying. Zhao Yi ordered, "Stop," with a serious expression. Fei Long immediately grabbed Wei Yun's hand and pulled her back. Wei Yun was in a panic, not knowing what to do. Fei Long told her, "Don't go outside. If you do, you'll die." Ed was still lying unconscious there. Wei Yun felt anxious and uneasy. But if she stayed, she couldn't help but worry about Ed waking up and not knowing what would happen next. Fei Long appeared calm, comforting Wei Yun and telling her, "Ed has been poisoned by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is a smart man. He must have calculated everything carefully to make sure Ed couldn't wake up at this moment." Wei Yun still couldn't believe that Zhao Yi had poisoned Ed. Fei Long looked at Ed, who was still unconscious by the fire, his eyes full of thought. He reasoned, water is the only thing that both Ed and Zhao Yi indirectly came into contact with. After Ed drank it, Zhao Yi must have poisoned it. At this moment, Zhao Yi looked pale. Fei Long felt lucky that he hadn't intended to do anything strange. Otherwise, the order of drinking the water would have definitely been altered. Wei Yun was horrified at the thought. If that were true, we'd all be dead. Wei Yun and Fei Long exchanged confused looks. I don't understand why Zhao Yi didn't kill them. Could it be that he's a good person? Fei Long scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, realizing I was so foolish. Before coming here, I thought I was in the top 14 of the new rankings, just as good as Zhao Yi. Unexpectedly, Wei Yun glanced at Fei Long, thinking to herself that he had finally realized his own status. She picked up a stone, placed her palm on it, and then swung her hand as though she wanted to kill Ed. She gritted her teeth, her face filled with fury. Fei Long panicked, not having time to react, and rushed to stop Wei Yun. He advised her, don't act impulsively. If killing Ed were that easy, Zhao Yi would have taken action long ago. She seemed unconvinced, glancing at Ed, who remained motionless, but was unable to do anything to him. The two stood silently, contemplating the situation. She slowly lowered her hand, and agreed with Fei Long that they should wait for Zhao Yi's return to discuss the plan again. 6 hours passed, and night fell, bringing with it a clear moon and a cool breeze. Zhao Yi's men were drenched, and there was a puddle of water forming beneath him. Anyone looking would think he had urinated in his pants. Zhao Yi, however, sat calmly next to the campfire, roasting a skewer of meat. At the same time, Fei Long and Wei Yun had drifted off to sleep. Perhaps the scent of the roasting meat had roused them, and they suddenly woke up. Wei Yun, still groggy, asked, Zhao Yi, have you returned already? The two exchanged puzzled looks as they noticed Xiang Ying was nowhere to be seen. Didn't you chase after Xiang Ying last night? With a calm expression, Zhao Yi, holding a skewer of roasted meat in his hand, responded. Fei Long and Wei Yun were terrified, their faces pale, fearing that Zhao Yi had killed Xiang Ying and was now roasting his flesh. Indeed, Zhao Yi always maintained a calm demeanor in every situation. He sat there grilling meat while recounting. Last night, I chased after Xiang Ying. Not long after, he couldn't run anymore. Zhao Yi smirked, continuing the story. Then I sat down to chat with Xiang Ying and waited for him to freeze to death. At this point, Wei Yun felt a chill run down her spine, sweating as she stammered, You're not really going to eat him, are you? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yi immediately confirmed, I've never eaten human flesh. Eating human flesh is no different from eating shit. The other two were left dumbfounded by his shocking, but oddly reasonable response, leaving them speechless. Still, Wei Yun couldn't help but ask, but where did that skewer of meat come from? Zhao Yi answered the curious girl, It's the tenderloin of Xiang Ying. He glanced at him, holding the skewer of meat up, and loudly declared, This meat isn't for him to eat, it's for that guy to eat. Wei Yun lost it, shouting at Zhao Yi, You're insane. Instead of thinking of a way to kill this flesh-eating demon, you're letting him eat. Zhao Yi, still in a playful mood, smiled brightly. He's so cute like this, it'd be a waste to kill him. Fei Long and Wei Yun were completely bewildered by his words. What's cute about a flesh-eating demon? Fei Long, with a somewhat annoyed expression, asked Zhao Yi. With your observation skills, can't you tell how strong the two dark forces, Aid and Bear, are? Why didn't you take his life when he was sick? Are you afraid that he'll kill you once he recovers? Zhao Yi, still calmly roasting the meat, confidently replied, He won't kill me, he'll only kill you. Upon hearing this, both of them suddenly felt a surge of fear. Zhao Yi continued, If you want to kill Aid, he wouldn't object. He held the skewer of meat up towards them, his face arrogant as if to say, Go ahead, make a move. This made Fei Long and Wei Yun hesitate. Fei Long looked at her, silently thinking, That smile makes me even more sure that if we kill Aid off so casually, something big is bound to happen. She agreed with him. At that moment, Zhao Yi slipped his hand into his pocket, searching for something. He pulled out a small blue pouch, holding the roasted skewer of meat in his other hand. He gently squeezed the pouch, letting a liquid drip onto the meat. Then, he brought the skewer over to Aid, gently placing it near his nose. Although Aid was unconscious, his sense of smell remained sharp. A person who used others as food was indeed a cannibal. Just the smell of meat made him instinctively open his eyes wide. He snapped awake effortlessly, as if revived. His mouth opened wide, and he thrust the skewer into his mouth, exclaiming, Meat, real meat. Zhao Yi felt pleased, as everything was exactly as he had expected. Aide devoured the skewer, as though he had been starving for ages. His eyes suddenly showed a hint of doubt. Holding the meat skewer in his hand, he calmly asked Zhao Yi, "Where did you get this skewer from?" Wei Yun, anxious, leaned closer to Fei Long and whispered, "Do you think he might have figured out that Zhao Yi poisoned him?" Fei Long was also a little worried, but still tried to reassure her. If he figured it out, Zhao Yi would have been executed by now. He probably just noticed the smell of human meat. Nevertheless, Fei Long couldn't help but worry about how Zhao Yi would explain himself. At this moment, Zhao Yi rushed over to Aide, looking pitiful, screaming Aide's name, his eyes shimmering, his expression innocent, as he sat next to Aide and began to weave his story. Last night, a young man in military fatigues, holding a sharp knife, took the chance when Zhang Ying went to the bathroom and attacked. I curled up, clutching my shoulders tightly, then followed the screams and found Zhang Ying, who was only half left. Truly as expected from a psychologist, Zhao Yi's acting made the two people behind them whisper in admiration. Aide, upon hearing this, immediately became furious, his face grimacing as he rasped, "The person you're talking about isn't Bear, is it?" He clenched his fists in anger. "That bastard took advantage of me while I was sick and stole from me. I have to go after him immediately." Zhao Yi quickly set the trap, advising him, "Calm down. He's poisoned. His body is weak. He won't be able to fight Bear." Zhao Yi gently approached Aide and handed him the skewer of meat. Although eating human flesh is cruel, if you don't eat, your body won't have enough energy. When Bear appears, you'll be in danger. Zhao Yi was truly clever, scratching exactly where Aide itched. He immediately followed, biting into the piece of meat, eating while angrily muttering, "I'm definitely not going to let him get away with this." From a distance, Zhao Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. He took his time, even expressing concern for Aide. The other two thought to themselves, "So he's keeping Aide around to use him against Bear. How devious he is." The scene was rather quiet, with only the silhouettes of the four people about to face Bear. Indeed, Zhao Yi's plan was quite shrewd, but Bear had more clues on his side. There was certainly something deeper going on with this program. Bear and Aide would inevitably clash. This was a wild program, a deadly game created by the rich. The participants were homeless people or prostitutes who had had their memories erased. On one side was Bear, his hair disheveled, and on the other, Aide with his beard. To participate in this game, they had to endure extreme weather and escape from the two men, for they were both skilled in reconnaissance and hunting. Bear's side had learned of the inner workings of the game, so they joined forces to attack Aide's side in order to prolong their lives. As night began to fall, a light rain still fell outside, while inside, the rules of the game were being discussed. If they find out Aide is a real human, why would they want to attack the players on Aide's side? They kept discussing, their minds filled with 1,000 questions about the players. Aide finished eating the skewer of meat, then collapsed unconscious, foam at his mouth. Zhao Yi kept his eyes on him, waiting and watching. Zhao Yi approached, bringing his face close to Aide to ask him something. The voices of discussion from behind could be heard. What is he asking? Aide is unconscious. How can he answer? Zhao Yi patiently waited, but after half an hour, there was still no response. He stood up and sighed. Finally, he's asleep. A slight smile curved on his lips, his expression somewhat satisfied. Zhao Yi turned to Fei Long and Wei Yun and said, "I want to discuss business with you." He emphasized, "This matter concerns your lives." It sounded serious, and Fei Long and Wei Yun were uneasy, not quite understanding what Zhao Yi meant by business. Zhao Yi calmly sat down to arrange the firewood, then said, "Each of you give me 5,000 points as the entry fee. I'll guide you in the games." Wei Yun was upset upon hearing this, clenching his fists and shouting, 5,000 points? Are you kidding? You're making a ridiculous profit. This is insane. For anyone below level 15, this amount of points is no small sum." But Fei Long, on the other hand, immediately agreed to Zhao Yi's terms. Wei Yun still couldn't understand why Fei Long had agreed so easily. In truth, Fei Long had no other choice. Hearing Fei Long's decision, Wei Yun reluctantly agreed as well. She really is quite adorable, Fei Long thought. Someone so naive and gullible, especially since she's so big and fair-skinned. Zhao Yi had already received 1,000 points from both of them, Standing opposite them, he solemnly announced, "Now you are one team, but dangers will come." He pointed upward, his expression serious, and continued, "But this danger does not come from Bear. It comes from the 4 players on Bear's side." Why Yun was still confused. Why those 4? When he was poisoned, wouldn't they stop attacking? Bear wouldn't attack them either, right? Zhao Yi calmly explained, "If Bear had ambushed you, the difficulty of this dungeon wouldn't be hellish, it would be unsolvable." Fei Long understood the issue, his eyes filled with concern, and he turned to Wei Yun. No one can survive in such a harsh environment, hunted by goblins for over 10 days. Wei Yun still couldn't understand why other players would ambush them. Zhao Yu put his hands in his pockets and explained calmly, "Actually, from the start, the dungeon has already given you hints. Bear and Aid, although well-equipped, really had nothing at all. Look at those 2 vicious ones. Their teammates not only had food and water, but also weapons." Zhao Yuhai elaborated further. What those 2 truly wanted wasn't guests, but the process of them killing each other. From hope to despair, Fei Long and Wei Yun's faces turned pale. Wei Yun still didn't understand and asked Zhao Yi, "Then why did he initially choose Aid's camp?" Zhao Yi replied clearly, his voice somewhat arrogant, "No choice, I thought of myself as a good person, unable to harm others." Hearing that answer, it was like cold water splashing in their faces. Both of them silently thought, who would believe him? Zhao Yu continued to sit idly by the fire. Wei Yun, looking at the dying flames, anxiously said, "They have no food, and the fire is almost out. I'm afraid they won't survive much longer." Zhao Yui reassured her in a calm voice, "He brought food. Although it won't be enough to fill us up, if we persist for 15 days, we'll be fine." Zhao Yi kept adding firewood to the flames, which flickered brightly in the night. The firewood was nearly gone, and he began considering the idea of stealing supplies from the bear camp. With a composed attitude, he reassured everyone, "Don't worry." At this moment, Zhao Yi had asked Aid. During the first 12 days, the 2 guards were merely record keepers, and would not pose any trouble for the guests participating in the program. Wei Yun glanced at Zhao Yi, her eyes full of confusion. She couldn't understand why he was sharing this with them. Zhao Yui interlaced his fingers, his expression smug. He smiled and said, "Because I hypnotized him." Wei Yun was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief. She couldn't believe it, but Zhao Yi continued calmly. Such primitive psychological techniques hardly work on people with strong minds, but that dark-hearted Aid has been poisoned for 2 consecutive days, and his mental defenses are very weak. Zhao Yi sat by the fire, composed. He squatted down on one knee, resting the other hand on his thigh, looking entirely relaxed. He smugly recounted, "The food I gave him earlier also helped lower his guard. That's why I was able to hypnotize him successfully." Suddenly, Zhao Yi stood up and turned to say, "Tomorrow morning, I'll bring back food and firewood, and then I'll teach you both how to set up some practical traps." He looked at Fei Long and Wei Yun with a goofy smile. After a good meal, it's time to get to work. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Beneath the tree canopies lining the road, the shadows of 4 figures, like bandits, quietly appeared. Each held a weapon and wore a raincoat resembling ghosts in the night. A faint rustle of sound made them stop, their faces showing caution and calculation. In the distance, a shadow hid behind a rock. It was Bear, who had smeared a strange substance on his face to prevent anyone from recognizing him. His expression was sinister as he crouched behind the rock, holding a camera, his malicious grin showing. He thought to himself, "Kill them, kill them." He enjoyed watching prey slaughter each other. The more brutal, the more it pleased him. Truly a madman. In the hand of the man wearing a brown coat was a screen from a reconnaissance device, and he was intently watching it. The man in black urgently assessed the situation. The man in brown reported, "Zhao Yui has been left alone." Zhao Yi stood alone in front of the cave entrance, in the quiet of the night. The thugs couldn't understand why he had run out of the cave. The moment had come. The man in black ordered, "Kill Zhao Yi, then dispose of the body." He believed that the food supply at Bear's location was insufficient, and as long as Zhao Yi and Aid had no human flesh to eat, the following days of hunger wouldn't be enough to break them. He was confident they would easily take them down. He spoke with dark delight, raising a knife to his lips, his expression gleaming with malice. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded, "Ning Wen Chao, go quickly and cut off Zhao Yi's head." Ning Wenqiao didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately obeying his command. The man in the brown robe revealed a sly expression on his face. He thought to himself, today, we'll be able to kill Zhao Yi and offer the top-ranking list to the heavens. That Ning Wenqiao was rushing like a madman. Was he a ninja? How could he know the tracking technique so well? It seemed like Zhao Yi was about to be ambushed. Indeed, this guy was cunning, no less than the thugs he had encountered. Hearing the wind by his ear, Zhao Yi immediately sensed someone was approaching. He instinctively turned around and asked, "Who?" Ning Wenqiao wore a blue shadow cloak, which allowed him to remain invisible for 1 minute. During this time, all sounds and scents would be masked, but movement was prohibited. If he moved, the invisibility would break. He stood before Zhao Yi, thinking smugly to himself, I didn't expect Zhao Yi to be so vigilant. Too bad, he's met someone like me, Ning Wenqiao. Indeed, this man didn't know the one who knew him, full of arrogance. He still thought to himself, Zhao Yi is weak. However, Zhao Yi kept advancing toward him, and within moments, Ning Wenqiao felt a slight fear. Zhao Yi drew out a small knife. He had already figured out the plot behind this man. Each step he took was faster, rushing straight toward where this fool thought he could fool Zhao Yi. The man couldn't move, fearing his invisibility would be disrupted. A sharp sound rang out as Zhao Yi stabbed straight into his left chest. In that instant, Ning Wenqiao felt both pain and fury. How could he see me? Zhao Yi is unpredictable. Truly, I never expected him to be able to see through my invisibility. In the screen, along with the drizzling rain, Zhao Yi saw raindrops falling onto the cloak, clearly revealing the figure of the fool. As soon as the question was asked, he fell down, unable to hold on any longer. The pained expression no longer carried any arrogance or satisfaction. His brows furrowed as he couldn't believe he was dying in such a ridiculous manner because of this detestable person. In the heavy rain that night, Zhao Yi, a level 3 player, killed Ning Wenqiao, a level 7 player, triggering the first mission. Kill enemy players at any cost. The second mission would be to kill Aid and Bear. On the 4th day, Zhao Yi returned. True to his promise before leaving, he brought firewood and bear meat. Wai Yun and Fei Long were sitting, eating greedily. Aid had woken up at some point. Zhao Yi brought him Jiang Yin's meat, tending to him like a pet dog. The smell of the meat made Aid stir and wake up. While eating, Zhao Yi chatted with him, but Aid could only listen and could not respond. After finishing his meal, Aid fell back asleep. The meat skewer was left with a single piece lying on the ground. This time, Zhao Yi did not poison him like he had in the past. Aid was unconscious. Zhao Yi stood beside him, his hand reaching into his pants pocket to find the walkie-talkie that Ning Wenqiao had discovered. He pulled out an old, slightly worn black walkie-talkie, took a deep breath, and suddenly laughed heartily, feeling triumphant. Last night they lost one person, so they won't dare make a move today. He mused aloud, then answered himself, Yes, you're absolutely right. Fei Long and Wai Yun were munching on bear legs, staring at Zhao Yi with a dazed expression. She exclaimed, Fei Long, look at him. What is he doing? He looks like he's got split personality, or something. Fei Long whispered to Wai Yun, he's probably putting on a show for the others. Keep it down, don't let your voice mix in. She understood right away, nodding and following his advice. Zhao Yi stood up and, without hesitation, threw the walkie-talkie into the fire. The other two looked on in confusion. The walkie-talkie quickly heated up and malfunctioned, with the number 19 flashing on the screen. He glanced at them and said, Let's get to work. You two will be killed tonight. I've prepared the secret weapons the other side sent for you. Ding Fei Long immediately cheered up. Great, finally some weapons. Hurry up and show us. Zhao Yi raised his fist in front of them and said, Here, each of you gets one. Both of them were stunned. A pimple extractor and a small nail clipper. Fei Long bluntly said, Zhao Yu, if I were to guess, these aren't weapons. It's probably something from Aid's side. He casually took the nail clipper from Wai Yun's hand. She looked at him, slightly puzzled. What's the deal? Is the nail clipper not sharp enough? As he spoke, he clipped his nails. Look at how sharp this weapon is, how terrifying. Both of them stared at him, speechless. Wai Yun lost her temper and cursed. You clearly want us dead, right? Can this thing even kill someone? It's not even as good as my middle finger. Seeing that they were tense, Zhao Yi stopped joking and relaxed. You guys really have no sense of humor. All right, I admit we're lacking equipment, or you could just pick up a random stone from the ground. Wei Yun pointed to the sword in front of him. Can't we use this blade? After all, you already have a soul weapon. Leave the sword to us. It would make things a bit easier for us. But Zhao Yi quickly refused. No, the sword must be left for aid. He doesn't have equipment like bears, so he needs a proper weapon. Otherwise, he'll be at a disadvantage facing Bear. Fei Long agreed with him. Indeed, Aid is the only one who can deal with Bear. If he has this sword, he might stand a better chance. All right, then it's settled. Wei Yun said, we've already given up 5,000 points. There's no turning back. We have to take the risk. Wei Yun and Fei Long each held a stone in their hands. Let's go while it's dark. It might actually be easier to strike under the cover of night. Once they had left, Zhao Yi turned to Aid. Wake up, Aid. It's just the two of us here now. Indeed, a good psychologist. No sooner had he spoken than Aid opened his eyes. He had been fiddling with the piece of meat on the fire. Upon waking, Aid sat up immediately as he smelled the delicious aroma of the meat. He glanced at the hot, steaming chunk of meat on the stove, salivating at the sight. Zhao Yi quickly brought the food to him, whispering in his ear, eat all the meat, kill Bear, then commit suicide. The system began analyzing this Aid's name, while he reddened his eyes, eagerly tearing into the meat, completely ignoring Zhao Yi's words. At Bear's base, the three men were sitting around a fire, discussing their plans. The fattest one among them, while biting into a chicken leg and laughing heartily, said, that fool didn't expect Ning Wenshou to have a walkie-talkie on him. Ha! Another man was calculating, tonight, when they rest, we'll go straight to their base and capture them all in one sweep. But the leader seemed more cautious, skeptical. Will it really be that simple? Ning Wenshou, wearing an invisible cloak, still got killed. Surely Zhao Yi can't have missed the walkie-talkie. The other two reassured him, don't overthink it. This is a rare opportunity for us. If we miss it, there will be trouble. That's right. Even if they know, so what? We have so many weapons, they can't possibly fight back. We have to go and kill them tonight. With that, the three of them stood up and stepped outside. Behind Bear, hidden in a dark corner, a camera was recording everything. Go ahead, kill them as you please. I'll capture the whole process for you. He was excited by the spoils of his conquest when suddenly, a noise came from behind. The man turned cautiously and was surprised to find Aid had been there all along, without him noticing. He held the knife, pointing it at the person with the camera, tilting his head, and giving a sinister smile. Bear quickly drew the knife from his waist and dodged. Aid, why are you still standing here, instead of filming? Aid smirked maliciously. I told you, the group has 4 people. How dare you secretly take one of mine? After finishing his sentence, Zhao Yi immediately grabbed the knife and rushed toward him, shouting, Bear, die. In the cave, the two were locked in a fierce battle, while the rain outside continued to pour relentlessly. A little over 10 minutes later, Wei Yun and Fei Long arrived at Bear's Groot's cave. Where are they? Why is no one here? Wei Yun marveled. Impressive. Their mountain hideout is ridiculously spacious. You'd think they were here on vacation, Fei Long remarked, walking around to explore and see if there was anything valuable inside. He spotted a long sword in the corner by a rock and tossed aside the crude tools in his hands. Damn it, system, we're all dungeon players, but the treatment is just too different, Fei Long grumbled. The system immediately issued a warning. Player Ding Fei Long, if you continue to insult the system, you will be silenced. Meanwhile, at Aid's camp, Zhao Yi was already sitting by the cave entrance, waiting for the others to arrive. He threw on a cloak and activated his invisibility. Soon after, 3 of Bear's men arrived, holding flashlights and sweeping the area, carefully observing everything. Finding the cave empty, they became frustrated. Damn it, where did they go? One of them said, looks like they're hiding somewhere. They rummaged through Aid's luggage and found the camera, checking if Aid had recorded anything. The fat man was standing not far away when suddenly he froze, feeling as though someone was behind him. His flashlight dropped, and the noise made the other two, who were busy searching, glance up. Zhao Yi pressed a knife to the fat man's throat, controlling him. He stood still, not daring to move. System notification. Player Zhao Yi has deactivated stealth mode. They defensively scanned their surroundings and asked, "It's just you. Where are your teammates?" Zhao Yi, holding the fat man's neck, slowly backed away, coming up with an excuse to make them leave. Zhao Yi's expression suddenly shifted, and he whispered, "You're like a demon from hell. I want to enjoy the last meal alone." With that, he grabbed the fat man and quickly darted out. The fat man, too scared to move, was easily taken away by Zhao Yi. Jidang and Hen Ping were furious, gritting their teeth. They chased after him, but it was too late. Nevertheless, they had to keep pursuing to kill Zhao Yi. When they reached a dense thicket, they lost track of him and couldn't see him anymore. They grew wary. "Be careful, don't let yourself be ambushed." Standing in the rain, Jidang suddenly felt something strange underfoot and looked down. Because of the rain, everything was slippery, and he fell hard, having stepped on something. The other man heard the strange noise and turned to look. He too stumbled and fell painfully, closing his eyes. Hen Ping, concerned for his teammate, rushed to help him up. "What happened? What did I trip on?" When both of them took a closer look at the thing on the ground, they were horrified. It was a human skin, still red with patches of blood, slashed open with a long cut across the stomach, looking truly terrifying. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a gruesome sight, and they both screamed in panic. Before they could collect themselves, the system suddenly announced, "Player Kanto Nejishi has died. The killer is Zhao Yi." They were bewildered. How long has it been since Zhao Yi skinned Kanto? Can a person really skin someone that fast? At that moment, they realized that Zhao Yi was a dangerous opponent. They quickly retreated to Aid's cave, as it was dark there, making it easy to be ambushed. The human skin they had seen earlier had truly terrified them. And now they were even more cautious, trying to calm themselves down. On the ground, there were many footprints near Hen Ping, but it seemed he hadn't noticed them yet. As they were standing guard outside the cave entrance, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind. Zhao Yi, who had been quietly observing, grinned maliciously and raised the knife in his hand. The system quickly announced, "Players Hen Ping and Ji Dang have been killed by Zhao Yi. Players Zhao Yi, Wei Yun, and Ding Fei Long have completed the mission." After the main mission was completed, the side mission would be rewarded based on the contribution value. In the comic section, people were buzzing with confusion. Wasn't Kanto skinned already? Why is his body here on the ground, still intact? Someone replied, "I think that skin is from Nin Wen Chao. I get it now. Zhao Yi just wanted to scare them." After finishing the fire, Zhao Yi turned around to look at the 3 corpses he had neatly arranged on the ground. He quickly approached the bodies and sat down beside them. Each face was ashen, their mouths dripping with blood, looking utterly grotesque. Zhao Yi then directly lay next to Hen Ping's body, which was still bleeding onto the ground, but it seemed as though he was enjoying the sensation, as if he had found a peaceful place. The viewers couldn't have imagined that he could be so twisted. Soon, word spread, and people began recounting the fight between Zhao Yi and Bear. The rain outside still hadn't stopped, but Zhao Yi had already driven Bear to the edge. In his fury, Aid grabbed a knife and screamed, "Bear, go die! Go die!" Bear, heavily injured, knelt down, his voice pleading, "Aid, wake up. Don't let them take advantage of us." Aid's eyes were bloodshot, tears of blood streaming down his face as he spoke earnestly. "I know, Bear, but I really can't go on like this anymore. Let it end. We've done so many wrong things. On the contrary, death is the only release." Bear fell silent, the two of them staring at each other for a long time. Then, Bear collapsed to the ground. He said, "You're right. We've done too many wrong things." He closed his eyes and whispered, "Come on, Aid. Let's free ourselves together." In the rain, Aid screamed loudly and drove the knife straight into Bear's body. The outcome of what followed was all too clear. The rain stopped on the 12th day. Zhao Yi was preparing to leave the dungeon. But before he did, he used Aid's camera to record a video. No one knew what the contents of that video were. After that, the player left the dungeon world, and the mountains returned to their usual tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. A few days later, a helicopter flew to the mountaintop. The people aboard were dressed in tactical gear, each holding a gun. One of them made an unknown call, but after listening, he hurriedly said, "My lord, we've arrived at the Rubako mountain range. But the two beasts, Bear and Zhao Yi, have vanished. The person on the other end of the line said something unclear, but the soldier quickly responded, "Yes, sir." He began searching around, eventually finding a camera. This is the camera Zhao Yi intentionally left behind before he left. He turned the camera on, and the first image that appeared was Zhao Yi. He had recorded a video, but the content inside was very strange. The video showed Zhao Yi murmuring something in a very low voice, with the sound being indistinct. The soldier, curious, asked, "What's this? Try putting your ear closer." But despite his efforts, the content remained inaudible. Zhao Yi's gaze was strange, and then, suddenly, he broke into a cunning smile. It felt like something wasn't right. Before the soldier could think any further, he suddenly grabbed his gun and opened fire relentlessly at the only person in the group wearing a suit. No one knew what Zhao Yi had said in the video, but clearly something in it had enraged the soldier. The system announced that Zhao Yi had completed all the main and side missions, and he had done so ahead of schedule. Just as the system was scolding him for his attitude, all the data was wiped. The system cursed so much that it was completely erased. Zhao Yi felt very satisfied with the result. He also recalled what the system had said when teaching him the basic skills. In just a short time, he had directly killed a series of bosses in another dungeon. This proved that the dungeon they had gone through was not an ordinary one. After using those NPCs, they would be released into other dungeons for further use. In other words, players who now encounter NPCs in one dungeon will very likely meet them again in another dungeon. While thinking, Miss Liu immediately contacted him. "Little brother, come to my room." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi knew his sister was having another episode. She took a photo and said, "Take a look at my picture." Miss Liu quickly agreed and sent Zhao Yi a seductive selfie. He felt helpless. "I told you to send me a picture of the affected area. Who asked you to send me a selfie?" Miss Liu immediately apologized and sent another photo. A red growth had appeared on her leg, resembling the cluster of mushrooms from her ankle up to near her knee. Zhao Yi observed and noticed a lot of red bloodstains, which seemed to suggest that the red demon was about to revive. The red scales on Miss Liu's leg quickly disappeared almost entirely. She looked at Zhao Yi in admiration. "Little brother, I am very satisfied with the treatment today." She poured a glass of red wine into a cup. "The old Zhang Xiao has already helped you register. Once the demonic tide arrives, you will be summoned and teleported. Not only that, but Miss Liu has also paid the registration fee for you." Zhao Yi was surprised. He hadn't thought there would be any fees involved. Miss Liu swirled her glass, brought it to her lips, and smiled lightly. "What else would it be?" she said. "The demonic tide carries high risks, but the profits are just as significant. It's a destination many players dream of but can't reach. Therefore, there will be many registrations, and the system won't be able to filter through the thousands of people. As a result, the high registration fee is the most effective way of screening." Zhao Yi politely thanked her. Miss Liu also responded frankly, "No need for thanks. Anyway, last time, the old Zhang Xiao lost a bet and gave me a golden tool. Selling it would still earn quite a bit of contribution points. Just during this period, don't enter the dungeon. After registering for the demonic tide, the soul seal will be locked. At that point, you can only wait in the chaotic realm, but world missions can still be completed." Zhao Yi agreed with her, then stood up to leave. Miss Liu smiled and waved him off. Zhao Yi turned around, but he flashed a mysterious smile. Miss Liu's arm suddenly pulled back, and she murmured to someone unknown, "You're afraid." A voice seemingly from nowhere in the void answered, "Yes, because it wants to eat me." In his own room, Zhao Yi sat on the bed, reviewing his system level and equipment. "Very good. I've got 30,000 contribution points now. I'll spend 20,000 to buy the fragmented pages first." Thinking it, he did it. He clicked to purchase, then pressed to activate. Immediately, two streams of blue light surrounded Zhao Yi. They intertwined with him, forming a link. Soon, the magic was absorbed into his body, and he contentedly raised his hand to check. Then he smirked. "This martial arts style is really perfect for me." Zhao Yi had received another item, the Destiny Treasure Box. He opened it, but couldn't sell it, as there was no man who didn't enjoy opening a treasure chest. The system then rewarded him with a corpse suction machine. This device could crush anything that wasn't too hard. Once players or monsters were sucked into this machine, they wouldn't be able to be resurrected. After the machine killed a player, it would simultaneously erase all the replacement items on the player. Zhao Yi was horrified. This truly is a divine weapon for killing and setting fires. He decided to test the machine, placing a test item inside and pressing it down. The machine immediately sucked it in and crushed it into pulp. Zhao Yi happily praised it. Indeed, it was a good item. His face turned vicious as he thought, "Tomorrow, I must bring this to Guchuan town to see what happens." The next day, as soon as he stepped out of his room, the clown-faced man blocked his path. "Zhao Yi, you're planning to go to Guchuan town, right? Could you help me with something?" He hesitated, scratching his head, then continued, "I want to open a general store in Guchuan town. But my finances are limited. I only have about 150,000. Could you help me find a suitable location in Guchuan town? If you can help me find a good spot, I'll give you a personal item as a gift." Zhao Yi happily agreed. "Of course. Leave it to me." Then, he turned and left. The train conductor waved his hand and instructed him, "Be careful on the road." The level of favorability also increased to one of respect. Zhao Yi was granted the privilege of sitting in the command room on the train. The kind train ghost driver asked, "Are you sure you want to go to Guchuan town alone? I've taken many people there, and I've heard they all died." Zhao Yi curiously asked, "Is it really that dangerous?" The train ghost driver replied seriously, "Very dangerous. There are demonic beings of extremely high levels there, though they aren't as strong as the two at the guild base." Zhao Yi calmly responded, "The butcher and the clown, right?" The train ghost driver answered, "Yes." Zhao Yi stroked his chin and silently laughed. "I didn't expect the clown and the butcher to be so powerful. Could it be that they are hiding some more strength? Remember, when you go to Guchuan town, don't leave the station. Let the warehouse ghost pick you up. It's quite influential in Guchuan town, and will be able to protect you." Zhao Yi replied briefly and happily, "Okay, thank you." In a moment, the train arrived at Guchuan town, and the warehouse ghost asked Zhao Yi, "If you need anything, just let me know. I already told you I'll help you." Zhao Yi stood up and, without hesitation, said, "Then I won't be polite anymore. There are 3 things I need your help with. First, the issue of employment. I want to settle here, so I'd like you to help me find a job. Second, the daughter of a friend, Sun Bai Bai. She's gone missing, possibly in Guchuan town. I'd like you to help me gather some information about it," he said. "The third is another friend who wants to open a grocery store and asked me to help find a storefront. But with limited finances, he only has 150,000 mintai." As he spoke, he took out an item, which was a Pandora's box. Zhao Yi brought the box in front of the warehouse demon. "This is the reward," he said. The warehouse demon looked at the item Zhao Yi had brought and couldn't help but drool. "This is truly something that seduces others. This gift is really too precious, but I won't accept it for nothing. I'll help you handle these matters. For the next 2 days, just stay at my place. There will be servants to attend to you." Zhao Yi was not polite and agreed right away. 3 days later, Zhao Yi happily held a letter of recommendation to apply for a job. He stood in front of a fruit hospital. This must be the place the warehouse demon had recommended. It seemed quite decent. The regular salary for a surgeon here must be considerable. 2 demons there saw him wandering around, exchanging glances with greedy looks. "Someone's here. The scent is so delicious. I'm about to drool," one demon said. "The genitalia is the tastiest part. Should we eat it now, or save it for the end?" Then, not just the 2, but a whole group of demons charged at him. Zhao Yi, listening carefully to the noises, looked up, but they were already about to pounce on him. The group surrounded him from all sides. Zhao Yi glanced and immediately knew they were all wild beasts, each with a strength of 36 points. Any of them could tear him apart casually. But who is Zhao Yi? He smiled slyly, his face like a demon. These monsters couldn't help but be a bit too interesting. Before he could act, at that moment, a figure that seemed plump shouted loudly toward the group of beasts, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?" She was angry. "I warn you. This is the newly hired surgeon at our hospital. Don't cause trouble, or I'll crush you all." The beasts, frightened, whispered among themselves before running off quickly. They really couldn't handle the weight of this nurse. Zhao Yi silently sighed in regret. Don't go. Dr. Zhao, come with me. There's a demon with a severe intestinal inflammation inside who needs emergency surgery. If you can successfully complete this surgery, you'll have passed your job assessment. Zhao Yi casually replied. It's just an appendectomy. It won't be a challenge for me. In the operating room, Zhao Yi was wearing surgical attire and preparing for the surgery when suddenly someone came in. Doctor, please wait a moment. A female demon, looking quite disheveled and battered, stepped forward, holding 4 small gold pieces out to him. Please, you must save my husband. Please. Zhao Yi was secretly surprised. This demon looked like that. Yet she still wanted him to save her husband. He smiled warmly, pushing the gold pieces back. Don't worry, it's just an appendectomy, nothing difficult. The female demon stood there, stunned, silently watching his figure as he entered the operating room. The door closed, and the demon on the operating table screamed when he saw Zhao Yi. Damn human! What are you doing here? Want me to have a meal before the surgery? Zhao Yi said cheerfully. Here's the thing, I'm your treating doctor. You can call me Dad or Father, but I will never acknowledge someone like you as my son. He continued yelling. Damn it, are you asking for death? How dare you talk like that, you piece of garbage? Do you believe that after the surgery, I will eat you alive? Zhao Yi took out a surgical knife, simultaneously asking him, Do you often resort to domestic violence with your wife and son? The demon replied irritably, Why do you care? They deserve it. I told them to give me all the money they make so I can buy alcohol. But that bitch dared to secretly save money and send that mixed-blood bastard to school. It's a miracle I haven't killed them yet. Zhao Yi slipped his hand into his pants pocket, casually glancing at the demon. You've misunderstood. I'm not trying to meddle in your family matters. I just wanted to have a little chat. He quickly took out something from his pocket, and the demon shouted loudly, Hey, what the hell is that you're pulling out? Zhao Yi's face now displayed a sinister expression. Relax, it's just a corpse grinder, perfect for my surgery. The demon screamed in panic. No, I was wrong. But it's too late. Zhao Yi unemotionally pressed the corpse grinder against his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and the demon screamed in agony before everything fell silent. After fumbling around for a while, Zhao Yi finally finished. He took off his mask and left the operating room, his clothes soaked in blood. The female ghost saw him and immediately ran over to ask, Dr. Zhao, how was the surgery? Was it successful? He took off his hat and calmly replied, Don't worry, the surgery was very successful. She anxiously asked, Then where's my husband? Why hasn't he come out yet? He remained calm and took something out from his pocket. Oh, right. He handed a piece of fresh, bloody appendix to the female ghost. Your husband is here. Seeing her staring at the piece of intestine in his hand, seemingly still not understanding what was going on, he continued, So, what do you think? Did I do a good job cutting it? The female ghost continued asking. What I mean is, where are the rest of his body parts? Zhao Yi calmly replied, Those parts. I didn't see any use for them, so I got rid of them. Seemingly understanding his meaning, she quickly took out her phone from her pocket and said, Hello, hi. I just want to confirm, does the insurance company compensate for death, right? I want to ask, my husband passed away not long ago. If I buy an accidental insurance policy for him now, would it still be valid? But it seems the insurance company has reported that no compensation will be given for this, right? All right, that's really unfortunate. Anyway, thank you very much. Dr. Zhao happily replied, Will you take someone's money? You should help them eliminate their troubles. Oh no, I mean, treating illness is the doctor's duty. It's something I should do. He watched as the mother and child happily left. Today has been another good workday. Congratulations on passing the hospital's test. Here is your card. With this card, you are now someone with a job in Gutuan town. The spirits in the town will see you as one of their own. Also, the monthly salary is 5,000, which will be paid in the middle of each month. Zhao Yi agreed. The system congratulated him for completing the job search mission. The reward for the mission was 5,000 per month and a legitimate identity. The major world missions ahead would be a bit more difficult, but for now, he can relax. However, the registration fee for the demonic tide required as much as 50,000 points. The woman, Liu Ruting, will not give me 50,000 points. She must want me to help with something related to the demonic. The demonic energy seems to fuse with her very well. She won't be controlled. I feel like she's probing me. While he was thinking, a letter from the warehouse ghost arrived. The news of Sun Bai Bai had been found. After work, come to my place, and we'll talk. A long time ago, the D-17 train that Sun Bai Bai was on had an accident in Zila County to the south. Afterward, everyone on the train disappeared. This afternoon, I sent servants to Zila County to investigate, but they haven't come back. Something must have happened. Now that I have property in Guchuan Town, I can't leave here. For now, you should not go there. It's too dangerous. Zhao Yui chewed while speaking. It's okay, I will pay attention. The warehouse ghost continued to advise. Also, here is the phone number of the owner of Chongqing Shangxing. Tomorrow, you can contact him to choose a time to help you inspect the storefront. The door quickly opened, and Zhao Yi arrived at the shop owner introduced by the warehouse ghost. The owner of Shangxing is neutral. His weakness is his useless son. And a point to note is that he exudes a capitalist aura. The shop owner arrogantly asked, "Are you the doctor recommended by the warehouse ghost?" Zhao Yi replied briefly, "Yes." He continued, "Then let me get straight to the point. I only lease, not sell in Chongqing Shangxing. Moreover, your 150,000 yuan is barely enough for my wife to wipe her bottom." Zhao Yi showed a sympathetic expression. "So your wife's bottom must be quite big, huh? Can you handle it?" He angrily shouted, "Don't interrupt, let me finish." He calmed down and said seriously, "Everything has exceptions. My son always complains that his body is uncomfortable, and that he can't study well. I've seen several doctors, but none could cure him. If you can cure him, I will agree to your deal." Zhao Yi suspiciously asked, "You'll keep your word, right?" He cunningly replied, "Of course I, Huo Tian, am not lacking in a little storefront kindness." Zhao Yu pretended to cover his face as if he were thinking, as if wondering, "So what? It's understandable to be scared. Even the demon aid can't cure it. How could a weak human like me do anything?" But Zhao Yi was excited and continued, "Mr. Hu, I still want to ask one thing. With your wife's big butt, do you manage to handle it?" Mr. Hu became angry and shouted, "Why are you so concerned about my wife's butt? I warn you, if you dare to have any ridiculous thoughts about my wife, I'll kill you." Zhao Yi, with a defiant expression, replied, "Sorry, I'm just curious about strange things." Immediately after, he quickly stood up. Mr. Hu, surprised and not having time to react, Zhao Yi calmly walked toward the door and went to Mr. Hu's house to treat his son. Under the gloomy sky, two figures, one tall and one short, were walking together. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the window upstairs. Then came a scream. "Hayes, I've told you so many times to clean the room. Don't touch me." The old man fell down, blood flowing from his nose, and he just quietly wiped it away. Mr. Hu kept walking, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Yi stopped and silently watched the old man, who was trembling as he stood up. He licked his lips and thought, "It smells so good, it's the smell of food. I need to eat more." Mr. Hu saw that Zhao Yi stopped and curiously looked at him. "Not going anymore. If you're scared, then just leave. I'm not joking with you. The previous doctors who tried to treat him all got eaten by my son." But Zhao Yi quickly dismissed his words. "No, Mr. Hu, let me treat your young master." The door was gently opened, and Zhao Yi quickly stepped inside. The door to the room was immediately flung wide open, and the smell of blood filled the air. Mr. Hu could not stand it, and immediately covered his nose. His son, whose face looked nothing like a human, was holding a set of teeth in his hand. The old man then brought food to him. Looking at his son, he was also scared and stepped back. "Dr. Zhao, may you have many blessings." It seemed that Huo Tan had made a great effort to say the last words to him, and then he quickly ran off. Zhao Yi, without any fear, moved forward. "Hello, Hu Liang. I am the doctor your father invited to treat you." The kid glared at him fiercely, his eyes wide open, and asked, "Excuse me, doctor, how do you plan to treat me?" He calmly sat down nearby and gently said, "Don't be afraid." Hu Liang was surprised and stood up to look at him. Zhao Yi glanced at him and immediately knew that he had a severe rebellious personality disorder. This was a combination of a rebellious nature and an aggressive temperament. It was poor quality material. If Zhao Yi were hungry, he could eat this kid, but it still wouldn't improve his mental strength. He rushed towards Hu Liang at lightning speed. The kid panicked and dodged, screaming, "What are you going to do?" Zhao Yi's face darkened as he stared at him. The kid became even more frightened, stammering, You don't." A few minutes later, Huo Tan was sitting outside, smoking. He then saw a figure lurking by the door to his son's room. He stood up suddenly, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. "Dr. Zhao, how are you still alive?" Zhao Yi smiled and replied, "I finished the treatment, Mr. Hu. From now on, your son will obey you unconditionally, study seriously, and in the future, he may inherit your business." Huo Tian was so surprised that he was in a state of panic. "Is it really that good? You're not lying to me, are you?" At that moment, Hu Liang had returned to his normal self. He was sitting diligently, studying. Seeing his son like this, Huo Tian was so shocked that he jumped up. Tears streamed down his face as he joyfully grabbed Zhao Yi's hand. "As for the property, if you don't have enough money, you can owe it for now." Zhao Yi was surprised to see the change in attitude, from indifference to liking so quickly. It seems that he really values his son. The father and son escorted him to the door. Zhao Yi then called the train conductor to report, "I've transferred 150,000 Ming dollars to Mr. Hu, and I also sent the deed of the shop to you." The clown smiled happily. "Thank you so much. I'll give you a private artifact. Please accept it." Immediately, Zhao Yi received a precious artifact, but it can only be opened once it reached level 5. All right, now back to the guild-based to inform Butcher about the news of Sun Bai Bai. The butcher clenched his fist upon hearing this. So, the girl disappeared in Zila County. No wonder Zhao Yi asked if I knew anything about Zila County. Expressed its disgust. Finally, unable to be patient any longer, it directly charged toward Zhao Yi. He quickly glanced behind him, and Zhao Yi had just enough time to use a sealing item on the monster for 10 seconds. The monster immediately froze, and Zhao Yi ran to its back, holding a surgical knife in his hand, ready to strike. In the second that followed, he decisively thrust the knife deep into its chest. He then carved open the monster's abdomen, and the green fluid smeared onto his hands, causing a large burn, but Zhao Yi remained calm. In the 6th second, he shoved his hand inside its belly and fished out what he had read about in a book. Eventually, he found what he was looking for inside the monster's body. Zhao Yi happily raised his knife and cut through the core of the Xianling Tian, splitting it in half, and then shattering it. Just a second after the core was destroyed, the monster screamed in agony, clutching its head and writhing in pain. At the same time, the young boy praying in the church quickly sensed this. He paled, feeling something was wrong. The dean had been killed. The boy hurried back to his room as fast as he could. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned by the sight before him. Inside the room, blood was splattered everywhere. The monster was torn to pieces, with its limbs scattered across the floor. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu and Kai Lai were leisurely sitting on the bed, playing cards. It seems that Kai Lai has lost consecutively, having switched to 3 different decks of cards. Yet she still couldn't win against Zhao Yi. He began to feel frustrated and decided to stop. Playing cards with you is truly an insult to my IQ. Zhao Yi sighed. Kai Lai, regretful, said, my 200 points. Zhao Yi replied smugly, you've only lost 200 points. Why are you so upset? Each game costs 1 point, so you've lost a total of 200 games. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. The scene was truly amusing. The young boy standing beside them trembled. You dare to kill the director? He looked at the boy and sneered. The real culprit is back, just in time. I have something I want to say to you all. The boy, trembling, said, "How dare you? He should have died in the flames with me. You're the ones who kept him from reaching heaven. I want to avenge him. I want to kill you all." Kai Li, impatient with his ranting, raised her bow and aimed to shoot. The boy, now completely out of control, transformed his mental power into intent power. Zhao Yi pretended to be alarmed. Had he been resurrected? The boy turned around, thinking the director had come back to life. But in that split second, Zhao Yi took the opportunity to slip past him like a breeze. The surgical knife in his hand was raised. Kai Lai watched the scene in a daze. So he's really dead. As the spectators eagerly commented, the boy's head fell to the ground. Zhao Yi turned back to look at the headless corpse and said, "All right, you can rest now. I know you and the director were the ones who murdered the people in the mental institution." The system quickly notified. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the main mission. Find the murderer. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Lu Kaila for completing the mission to kill the murderer. Based on their participation results, player Zhao Yi received 100 experience points. Lu Kaila received 75 experience points, and other players did not receive any rewards. The mission rewards have been sent via email. Zhao Yi quickly opened his personal interface to check the results. He opened his mailbox and found a special reward: the Eye of the Demon Killer. Sure enough, this could be attached to a camera, but he still needed film to be able to use it. He then received another reward, a strange camera. Zhao Yi asked Lu Kaila what reward she had received, and she showed him an item, a small phone. He said, "I see now, so this is the closed-loop logic of space and time." Kaila asked in surprise, "What?" Zhao Yi patiently explained, "It's very simple. We will give some hints from the future, and we have to follow them. When we reach a certain time node, we have to remind our past selves. If not, the closed loop will collapse and we will fail. If I'm not mistaken, your phone can contact the past, but it doesn't have a battery yet. The battery will be obtained at the next location in the third day's duplicate." Lu Kaila quickly understood. "So that means we have to get the battery at the next point and call our past selves." Zhao Yi answered, "Exactly." She asked, "So, what should we do next? How can we enter the third day's duplicate?" He said, "When I arrived at the underground Beast Arena, I received a call from myself. On Monday night at the Beast Arena, the sky remained gluey with a fiery red hue. Everyone had quickly gathered. It seemed that Zhao Yi and Kaila were the last to arrive. Looking at the terrain, it could be guessed that most of the fight would be between players. Zhao Yi, hearing this, became very interested and said, "I like it this way, the more challenging the better." Suddenly, from a distance, someone approached and said, "Hello, Dr. Zhao." Both of them heard the voice and turned to look. The person had a fierce expression, was tall, and had tattoos on his face. Lu Kaila became alert. Zhao Yi looked at this person and felt a sense of unease. Kaila asked anxiously, "Who is he?" Zhao Yi calmly replied, "Don't worry, he's just my prey." Kaila still didn't quite understand what Zhao Yi was implying. She asked sternly, "What do you mean?" Zhao Yi directly walked over and said, "Hello, Bar. It's been many years. Your talent has now surpassed your father's." Upon hearing his father's name, the man became enraged. He shouted, "Don't mention that old man. He's the disgrace of our family." Suddenly, he released his grip from Zhao Yi's collar. His expression softened, and he flashed a strange smile. "But it's all right. Heaven has given us a chance to correct our mistakes. The game ahead looks so interesting. Playing alone would be too boring. Play with me." Zhao Yi asked, "Is there really such a good thing?" "Actually, not long ago, I visited your family's estate to pay a visit. The purpose was to find you, but you weren't there. At that time, I was really disappointed because after such a long time, to say you're gone and that's it." The man spoke, poking his finger harshly into Zhao Yi's chest. "Zhao Yi, listen closely. The shame of my family will be washed away with your blood. However, don't worry, I won't kill you that quickly. Killing an ant is really too boring. Let's play the third game together." Despite the threat, Zhao Yi remained very calm. "Fine, Mr. Bar, I hope you enjoy yourself." As soon as the man walked out of sight, Zhao Yi's hand, which had been waving, quickly stopped. His face turned fierce. "The food is almost ready. The smell is truly intoxicating. The next morning, on the third day, everyone had gathered early in the waiting hall. Zhao Yi felt that the crack in front of him was growing wider. Could it be related to time? Every time it's the next day, the crack gets a little bigger. Kai Lei agreed. You're right. However, the urgent matter now is to get through the third challenge first. The system quickly announced. Welcome to the abalone game. The main mission is to survive and pass the challenge. The secondary mission is to find the one behind it and kill them. The first game has very simple rules. Within 30 minutes, leave this grand hall and proceed to the next game through the 2 doors on the left and right. Reminder system. Of course, there are a total of 600 people here. But once 100 people pass through each door, it will close completely. 30 minutes later, the 2 doors will be shut tight. After that, the square will release a large amount of deadly poisonous gas, and the consequences don't need further description. Next, the game will begin, and the timer will start. When the clock hit 30 minutes, everyone began to push and shove, frantically running towards the doors. They started using weapons to slaughter each other, using everything they had to defeat their opponents. It didn't take long before many people died, fresh blood flooding the ground. Most of the female players were panicked and terrified when they saw the corpses scattered around. Kai Lai thought, damn it, if Ji Tai Mai were still coordinating with adulterate skateboard here, Zhao Yi, and I would have a high chance of getting through the door. But at that moment, she saw Zhao Yi looking around, so she curiously asked, what are you looking at? Zhao Yi replied, I'm looking at the pinhole cameras. There are a total of 67 pinhole cameras in this arena. They can observe every corner. Kai Lai was surprised. So many pinhole cameras. What's the purpose of them? Zhao Yi said, I'll answer that question for you later. Let's focus on this corner for now. Kai Lai was puzzled. What's special about that corner? He gave a silly smile. I'll die there later. Kai Lai, feeling helpless, turned her back to him, not knowing what to say anymore. Chi La couldn't believe what he was saying. Are you kidding me? He said, no, I'm serious. From now on, you'll have to complete the side missions on your own. If you're lucky, I might help you a little. Kai Lai stared at him blankly. Do you mean? She had vaguely guessed what Zhao Yi meant. He raised a finger. Don't say it out loud. It wouldn't be good if someone overhears us. She asked, all right, then what exactly are you going to do? Zhao Yi looked around, carefully observing the surroundings. Do you have a flashlight? Give it to me. Kai Lai quickly took out the flashlight, but she was still puzzled. Yes, I have it. But what do you need the flashlight for? Zhao Yi answered immediately, to perform photosynthesis. She was confused. Photosynthesis? Are you a plant? The viewers started commenting. Poor Kai Lai, having to deal with someone as bizarre as Zhao Yi. She can't win an argument, fine, but fighting him might be a different story. With Zhao Yi's way of thinking, us mere mortals really can't predict what he's going to do next, so we can only wait and see how this drama unfolds. As time passed, the players facing off in the Beast Arena began to feel restless. Only 100 people could make it through the door, but there were a total of 600 of us, including the dead, so around 500 people were still left. If we wanted to survive and make it through the door, about 300 more people had to die. Killing one more person meant a higher chance of survival. And then, the next ones to fall were the female players, as they were often at a disadvantage in these situations. The young men, with muscular arms and reckless courage, ruthlessly defeated each female opponent one by one. The crowd quickly panicked, and the place soon turned into a deadly arena. One man saw Zhao Yi and cautiously approached, cunningly thinking that the man in front of him was only at level 5, an easy target to bully. Thinking it, he acted. He grabbed a hammer and charged at Zhao Yi, shouting, die. Zhao Yi successfully spun around, dodging his attack. With one hand, he punched the man in the stomach, while his other hand casually stayed in his pocket. But the punch was forceful. The man spat blood, but Zhao Yi didn't stop there. He swiftly swung a knife, cutting a deep gash into the man's hand, blood splattering everywhere. Zhao Yi had never shown mercy to his opponents. He violently squeezed the man's neck. This fool who dared attack him. He was punched until he coughed up blood, and the wound on his hand bled profusely. Very soon, unable to bear the weight of Zhao Yi's force, he collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolled back as he trembled, begging, no, don't kill me. Big brother, I was wrong. Zhao Yi said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I'll even invite you to have some soup." The man continued to shake, clearly aware that what Zhao Yi had just mentioned was not something pleasant. The bowl of soup he referred to was indeed prepared by a seasoned butcher. Its effect was to drain a part of the drinker's life force, rendering them powerless to fight for 12 hours. He clutched his throat, coughing violently. Zhao Yi continued to take out the adulterer's skateboard, and it was unclear what he intended to do. Zhao Yi laid him flat on the board, using Kai Li's rope to secure him. Then, he forcefully pushed the skateboard toward Ber, who was standing at some distance away and still didn't understand what was going on. Zhao Yi's cunning face looked at him and he said, "Here's a gift for you." For some reason, the man's body began to transform into a monstrous shape, his hand veins bulging unnaturally. He stood up, staring toward Bear, and his eyes and teeth completely changed, now resembling a beast. Perhaps this was the effect of the soup the butcher had made. He lost control as his eyes turned from white to a deep red, holding a knife in his hand and gazing at Bear hungrily. At that moment, Bear finally realized that this person no longer resembled a human. The man frantically slashed wildly, but Bear only managed to shout in surprise before quickly dodging. However, one side of his shirt was sliced cleanly. Such a sharp knife. If Bear hadn't managed to dodge earlier, he would have likely been seriously injured by now. Bear quickly drew his weapon to counterattack, but the man only grew more frenzied, charging at him again and again. The people around them, seeing the man's ferocity, screamed loudly to warn each other, "Run quickly, be careful not to get hurt." Just as Zhao Yi had anticipated, the square quickly descended into chaos. He ordered, "Go, follow the plan." Kai Li quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing Zhao Yi and Kai Li preparing to flee, how could the group let them go so easily? They shouted, "Someone's trying to run. Damn it, kill them." Dozens of bullets flew towards Zhao Yi at high speed. He quickly drew his weapon to shield himself, but they kept shooting. Taking advantage of the moment, Kai Li dashed towards Zhao Yi, gliding swiftly like the wind on her skateboard. She delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Yi's face, causing him to fall backward. The onlookers were confused, not understanding what was happening. This must be part of their plan, but it was clear they could have run together. When they saw Zhao Yi fall, the other players immediately seized the opportunity and began firing at him, with so many bullets hitting him. Zhao Yi quickly spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Just as planned, he fell onto his back, his body riddled with bullet wounds. Everything happened so fast that the audience couldn't fully grasp the situation. Suddenly, someone commented, "Wait, did you guys notice that Zhao Yi's wounds are healing? The wounds are actually healing. The Predator's power is draining Liu Hong's life force to help Zhao Yi heal. Maybe Zhao Yi is using this to escape from Bar's pursuit? Look, Bar isn't even paying attention to Zhao Yi anymore, but Liu Hong is drawing his attention." Zhao Yi took the chance to escape with Kai Li, but why complicate things like this? Another person commented, "Moreover, his body has been beaten to the point of being shattered. Even if the wounds heal, he won't be able to come back to life, right? This isn't pretending to be dead. He is clearly dead." Liu Hong was stabbed by Bar with one blow. The stab was so deep that half the blade sank into his body. Once the effect of the meat broth wore off, Liu Hong was no longer a match for Bar. But at least he had fought Bar before he died. That's not too bad. Liu Hong was stabbed directly, collapsed to the ground, and took his last breath. He was truly dead. Bar looked around, not seeing Zhao Yi. Has he passed the next stage already? He then took large strides toward the door, with no opponent daring to approach him. His face darkened, and he smiled viciously. "Zhao Yi, wait for me. I'm coming." The remaining players stood still, watching. Suddenly, something appeared from another door. A green smoke quickly enveloped the area. "We're done for. We're done for. What do we do? The poisonous smoke is here." The poisonous gas kept increasing, surrounding everyone. None of the players present could escape it. Only Zhao Yi, lying there, was unaffected, as he had already died, and the poisonous smoke no longer posed a threat to him. It quickly merged into the poison container. In the end, the viewers realized that Zhao Yi wasn't running from Bar. He had sought death to escape the poisonous smoke. Once he was dead, naturally, he wouldn't be poisoned anymore, right? When the poison cloud disappeared, he would have the chance to be revived by merging with the poison gas. Others disagreed with this viewpoint. If that's the case, why didn't you just run outside earlier? This death definitely has some kind of conspiracy behind it. Just wait and see. When all the players were killed by the poisonous smoke, two individuals entered. They appeared to be medical staff, but instead of wearing masks, they were wearing demon-like masks. One of them spoke. "Quick, take all these bodies to the cremation room. Don't leave any trace." The other quickly complied, pushing two gurneys and glancing around as though searching for something. "Check which bodies are still intact. Don't take them to the cremation room yet. Take them to the doctor first. They've just died. Their organs are still fresh." The two of them quickly loaded the bodies onto the gurneys and pushed them away. They treated the bodies as if they were livestock, not human beings. They took them into a room, and Zhao Yi was among them. One of them said, "Time is tight today. You have 30 minutes. After that, we have to drag the bodies to the cremation room." The other replied, "All right, I'll try to extract as many kidneys and organs as I can within this half hour." The two individuals responsible for moving the bodies placed them on a bed, and finally, it was Zhao Yi's turn. The doctor, holding a scalpel, was trembling, and it seemed he had no surgical experience. Suddenly, Zhao Yi opened his eyes. Calmly, he asked, "With your sloppy technique, you think you can extract kidneys? Do you even have any medical knowledge?" Zhao Yi, frustrated, sat up abruptly. "Why are you holding the knife like that? You've been holding it for so long, and you're still gripping it so tightly. Don't just randomly swing it around with your eyes closed. Do you really think you can cut through blood vessels and nerves connected to the internal organs like this? I'm really amazed. Were you rejected from medical school?" Hearing Zhao Yi's insults, the two men carrying the corpse beside him started to wonder if Zhao Yi was deliberately looking for trouble. They exchanged a glance, silently signaling each other, preparing to act. "Damn it, who the hell are you? I'll shoot you dead." As soon as he finished speaking, one of them pulled out a gun. But for some reason, the gun in his hand suddenly vanished, only to reappear in Zhao Yi's hand. His expression changed and he smiled coldly, aiming the gun at them. "Make the first move. Let's see. Get on the operating table." Upon hearing this, the doctor trembled. He knew he was no match for Zhao Yi, and quickly turned to run. But how could Zhao Yi let him escape so easily? The sound of a gunshot rang out immediately. Zhao Yi didn't say a word, just coldly shot him in the head. The onlookers couldn't help but curse. "The doctor's been killed. He lost his head. That guy died horribly." As if lost in thought, Zhao Yi approached the headless corpse and lifted it up. "You two want to sell organs for money, right? How about we make a deal?" Seeing Zhao Yi's cold-bloodedness, they didn't dare to raise their voices anymore, stammering, "A deal? What kind of deal?" Zhao Yu put on his gloves and placed the doctor's body on the operating table. "I'll take care of the organ harvesting. I'm 1,000 times better at this than that trashy doctor, and you'll make a lot of money without spending a single penny. What do you say?" The man carrying the body silently thought to himself, "The doctor is dead now, and we need someone to perform the dissection. Should we make this deal with him?" But there was also a doubt in his mind. Can he really remove all the organs? Is he trying to trick us? While the two of them were still hesitating, Zhao Yi swiftly placed the scalpel on the doctor's abdomen and made a decisive, straight incision. He expertly opened the belly and carefully removed the organs, all while the two men observed. Seeing him work so swiftly and precisely, they couldn't help but admire him. He was clearly very skilled, even exceptionally so. The other man couldn't hold back and urged, "Hurry up! Keep going!" In just 3 minutes, Zhao Yi had removed all the organs and neatly packaged them into storage bags. "Of course it's a deal. You'll need to help me with a few things as well. How about it?" The two men said, "Do you want me to help you get out of here?" "No problem. There are plenty more bodies to harvest organs from in the game behind us. If you can maintain this efficiency after the second game ends, I'll help you leave." Zhao Yi wiped his hands and flashed a sinister smile. "Leave here? Who told you I want to leave?" They were surprised to see Zhao Yi calmly sitting on the operating table, seemingly having no intention of leaving. One of them asked, "So, what do you want to do?" Zhao Yi replied, "First, tell me who is behind Abalone Game. Second, what is the next game, and what is its difficulty level?" The spectators began to admire him. This was Zhao Yi, not only refusing to run away, but also wanting to expose the mastermind behind everything. One of them answered, his voice full of worry, "As for these two questions, we're afraid we can't tell you. If we do, we'll have to die as well. Zhao Yi smiled slyly. No, it's you guys who won't tell me, and that's your sure death. Zhao Yi knew well that they had secretly been in contact with the outside to sell organs, and therefore, they had probably been working for the mastermind for some time. He continued, during this time, have you heard of anyone surviving and getting out of here? Both of them paused for a moment, then answered, actually, we've never heard of anyone surviving and leaving here. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, so, have you been tricked? He added, the fact that I made it here means I had some skills. If I manage to kill the boss, you guys can leave here with a large sum of money. If not, it's still fine. This is a profitable deal. The two men, who were carrying the corpse, fell silent for a moment, as if Zhao Yi had convinced them. Finally, one of them spoke. All right, we'll tell you. Clearly, this business isn't afraid of making losses. They didn't know the exact identity of the person behind Abalone Game, but they knew that after the third game, he would reveal himself and reward the surviving players with a valuable fruit. If Zhao Yi wanted to meet him, he would have to finish the third game. The next game is Prisoner's Maze. The two of them began giving Zhao Yi a detailed explanation of how to play this game. In this game, players have 5 minutes to reach the safe room while being chased by hunters from the maze. If they fail, they will be killed. These hunters are not human, but bloody weapons created by humans. They appear to be products of the X series, developed by a mysterious organization. Zhao Yi silently calculated, X series, huh? Things from the X series are never easy to deal with. This bloody weapon is injected into the human body with a lizard-like mimetic creature, causing those injected to harbor intense hatred toward humanoid beings. Their bodies become incredibly strong, and wounds heal rapidly. The scariest part is that after being killed, they can revive within 5 minutes and become even stronger than before. These hunters are stored in a nitrogen chamber, and only upon special orders are they taken out. Their condition will return to normal once they are placed back into the nitrogen chamber. Zhao Yi wanted to gather more detailed information about them, and luckily Lao Wu in the hacker room was one of their people. He gave Zhao Yi a device to communicate with Lao Wu and instructed him to stay in the room and not wander around. He also reminded him not to disturb Lao Wu between 9 and 11 a.m., as that was when the control room would be conducting strict checks. The other person said to him, it's time for us to go process the fresh organs from the doctor's body. Food and drinks are in the container. If you're hungry, you can help yourself. This is a spare key. If you need to go out urgently, let Lao Wu know in advance. He'll figure out a way to make the surveillance cameras not focus on you. Zhao Yi agreed and took it. He quickly contacted Kai Lai to pass on the news to her for precaution. I've received the news about the second game, sending it to you now. Kai Lai and the other players were locked in different rooms to rest. The new game would begin tomorrow, and Zhao Yi was trying to find a way to meet up with her. Later, Zhao Yi swiftly contacted Lao Wu in the laboratory. He briefly introduced himself as their new doctor and requested information about the bloody weapons. Lao Wu simply responded with a Soon, a file containing information about the weapon was sent to Zhao Yi. This was a deal that the entity behind the Abalone gang had made years ago, continuously pressuring the pawns to trade. Lao Wu only knew that this mysterious organization had acquired currency from a species of lizard and extracted mem from them. They claimed these creatures were immortal, but in the end, they still died. This organization was likely a fund group, and the previous influx of people was somehow connected to them. After obtaining the information about the lizard species, Zhao Yi immediately asked Lao Wu if there was a way for him to get to Kylie's location. Lao Wu worked quickly, and soon after, a route map was sent to Zhao Yi. The maze had no surveillance cameras, so he could follow the route Lao Wu indicated. However, Zhao Yi's identity had been marked as deceased, so if he got too close, he would be executed. Zhao Yi felt this was illogical, as there were no cameras in the maze. In the first game, cameras were everywhere, proving that the audience loved watching them massacre each other. But this game had no cameras. Could there be another purpose behind it? Or was the organization planning to watch this massacre directly, without needing to monitor it through cameras? Soon enough, the second day arrived. The players were handed a map and a pen to help them navigate the maze and add information to the map. The players had 12 hours to reach the center of the maze, where there was a completely transparent safe room. What was noteworthy was that out of the 200 players, The maze could only accommodate 21 people. After 5 minutes, bloody weapons would appear at every entrance and exit of the maze, and begin attacking the players by any means necessary. The 21 survivors would qualify for the final game. Kai Lai felt confused. 2 minutes had passed, and Zhao Yi, who had promised to come with her, still hadn't appeared. Kai Lai anxiously bit her hand to stay calm, telling herself that she had to wait for him. Time was ticking away, but Zhao Yi still hadn't come, and she was restless, unable to sit still, pacing back and forth. A loud noise startled Kai Lai. She gritted her teeth and looked toward the source of the sound. It was the bloody weapons. They had started to come to life, their eyes wide open, preparing to break free from their confinement. Seeing one of them rise, Kai Lai used all her strength to run forward without daring to look back. But it seemed like the weapon could track her, and no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't escape it. So how could she return to the spot where she had met Zhao Yi? No, if she kept running like this, she would be chased until she was exhausted and died. She had to find a way to kill it once, then go back to the starting point to find Zhao Yi. Kai Lai quickly took out a few of her sharp threads. She ran while scattering the threads all around, setting up traps. The onlookers found it very interesting, but some didn't understand what Kai Lai was doing. One person explained, she wants to secretly set up sharp threads so that when the blood-soaked weapon passes through, it will be cut. After a while of chasing, Kai Lai had scattered enough threads. Seeing that it was done, she stopped. The blood-soaked weapon also noticed this. It saw her stop and wondered, stopping now, are you scared to the point of being dumbfounded? Then, taking advantage of the fact that the prey wasn't running anymore, it lunged forward to attack. Kai Lai gritted her teeth, observing the situation. Sure enough, just as she had predicted, the sharp threads successfully cut it into pieces. Its body fell to the ground in chunks. At this moment, Kai Lai breathed a sigh of relief, but what surprised her even more was that, before she could rest for long, this damn thing revived. The severed parts quickly reconnected, and it stood up again as if nothing had happened. Not only that, but it seemed even bigger than before. Soon, all the parts had fully reattached, leaving no trace behind. Kai Lai was stunned. Although Zhao Yi had told her that they would resurrect, this revival was happening too quickly, and moreover, they spewed blood in the process. This time, the blood-soaked weapon charged straight through her sharp threads without being cut, unlike before. This time, the lizard not only revived, but also evolved. Its power left the spectators in awe. Kai Lai gritted her teeth, feeling anxious. Her sharpness was the weapon she was most proud of. But if it didn't work, she wouldn't have any other way to escape. She had to push herself to rush to the entrance, hoping Zhao Yi had arrived in time. She hoped he would have a way to deal with this mutated monster. Luckily, she was running quite fast, maintaining a safe distance from the lizard. She quickly reached the exit. But when she looked around, Zhao Yi had not arrived yet. There was no one here. Kai Lai's mood chilled by half. She was exhausted, and if she had to fight this bloody weapon, it would be like handing her life over. Suddenly, the system lit up, and Zhao Yi sent a message. Get into the coffin and close the lid. Kai Lai wondered why she had to do that, but there was no time to think much. She hurriedly jumped into the coffin and closed the lid as Zhao Yi instructed. Right after that, the lizard, enraged, slashed at the coffin with its claws, creating such a strong impact that Kai Lai inside had to grit her teeth and endure it. The blow was so powerful, or maybe it was because the coffin was so hard, that the lizard's arm bones were shattered. However, it quickly restored itself to normal. This only made the bloody weapon even more furious. It screamed and wildly slammed against the lid of the coffin. The spectators held their breath, praying that the coffin lid wouldn't break open. Of course, the coffin could not withstand such strong blows, and cracks quickly appeared. Kai Lai saw the cracks and felt a rush of panic. Suddenly, something pierced the throat of the lizard and fresh blood quickly spurted out. It rolled its eyes, stuck out its tongue. But unexpectedly, it was Zhao Yi. He had finally arrived just in time, before the creature could crush Kai Lai. The onlookers, witnessing his timely arrival, couldn't help but cheer and praise Zhao Yi's handsome appearance. Kai Lai, still shaken, breathed heavily and said, Zhao Yi, you finally made it. I thought I was going to die just now. Zhao Yi didn't respond immediately but whispered, in a moment, you'll do something for me. Kai Lai was surprised. Anything. But we need to leave here right now. This thing will revive soon. Zhao Yi pulled out a corpse disposal machine and added, "Don't worry. With this corpse grinder is a special weapon. When the body is placed inside, it can't revive." Kai Lai looked at the grinder and admired it. "Wow, that's really useful." Very quickly, the blood-soaked weapon was crushed into a pile of broken meat. Zhao Yi stored the corpse grinder away, then turned to say, "Right, earlier you mentioned doing something for me, didn't you? What is it?" Zhao Yi requested, "Give me your paper and pen. Now that I'm dead in this game, I can't take you with me, so you'll have to finish the mission yourself. I'll draw the map of the maze for you." Kai Lai was surprised. "You can remember the map of the maze." Zhao Yi smiled. "It's no big deal." He continued, "Also, when you get to safety, keep an eye out for anyone who's injured or hasn't been attacked by the blood-soaked weapons." Chi Lai wondered what Zhao Yi's intention was in doing that. Zhao Yi asked, "There are 67 pinhole cameras in the lobby of the first game. Do you know why?" Kai Lai guessed, probably because the person behind it wants to monitor the players and observe their current state. Zhao Yi smiled in satisfaction. "That's right. But the second round is just as interesting and desperate. Guess why they didn't install cameras?" Kai Lai began to understand his point, but she was startled. Do they want to monitor the players' bodies? That's a bit too harsh. Zhao Yi chuckled. "It's not about surveillance. It's about direct participation. The person organizing this game has a twisted mindset. He wants to directly engage in the game. If I'm not mistaken, he'll be on the opposite side, where there are a lot of players, and there will be more than one bloody weapon." Kai Lai immediately understood. "I get it now. By observing who isn't injured after the game, we'll know who's behind all of this." Zhao Yi smiled. "Exactly. Also, remember to find a way to destroy this map before you enter the safe zone. If you get caught, it'll be a real mess." Kai Lai nodded. "I'll make sure to remember." After that, Zhao Yi and Lu Qilai moved toward the center of the maze. There weren't many players in this area, so there was very little bloody weapon pursuit. The path was mostly unobstructed. As they neared the center, Zhao Yi stopped and told Lu Qilai to continue on her own. He would take a different path at the next intersection. But strangely, he didn't turn back and kept wandering deeper into the maze, keeping away from the secret room. A few minutes later, to the west of the maze, blood-soaked players were running in all directions. No one knew what it really was. They only saw how terrifying it was. A head was severed but could still come back to life. A man, running while glancing back at the bloody weapon chasing him, thought desperately, "It's over. It's going to catch up with me." In fear, he drew his gun and shot the legs of the person running ahead to make him fall, then quickly ran forward, stepping over the fallen man to keep going. The man cursed in pain. "I'll kill you." But he no longer had the chance to kill the other person. The bloody weapon quickly closed in on him. It raised its two long claws, preparing to finish him off. The man, with a deep wound in his leg, could no longer run. He trembled and pleaded, "No, please don't kill me, please." In his despair, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. It was Zhao Yi, holding a scalpel and standing behind him, smiling joyfully. Zhao Yi said, "You won't survive until the game ends. I'll send you off. You'll die faster." With that, he immediately finished him off. The scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand seemed eager to touch the opponent's body, its sharpest blade ready to strike. With that thought, Zhao Yi charged at the lizard, ready to face it head-on. The lizard opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. "Hello, let me introduce myself." Before Zhao Yi could finish his sentence, the lizard struck sharply with its clawed hand, stabbing deep into his chest. The wound pierced through his body, but Zhao Yi refused to give up. He immediately swung a fierce cut at the lizard's neck. Despite being injured, blood's starting to ooze from the corner of his mouth, he remained determined and introduced himself. "My name is Zhao Yi." Then, he delivered another powerful kick to the lizard's chest, sending its head flying off with the cut. The deep wound on Zhao Yi's chest began to close rapidly. He felt that the scene was nothing short of magnificent. The cut on the lizard's head was slowly sealing up, as if the tendrils were reconnecting its head to its body. Zhao Yi said, "It's a pity. I can't give you another chance." He continued to slash at its body with a knife. One cut, two cuts, followed by a flurry of continuous slashes. Behind him, he quickly made the blood-soaked weapon unable to react. When his movements finally halted, Blood from the lizard's body began to spray out relentlessly. Once finished, he turned away, gently wiped the knife in his hand, while the sharpening machine started to hum. Zhao Yi began to drop each part of the bloody weapon into the machine, one piece at a time, grinding it down. He recalled the documents from Lao Wu, which noted that the lizard's regeneration required the consumption of brain plasma. Zhao Yi spoke coldly. I really want to know how many times your plasma can bring you back to life. The head, although severed, was still alive, which terrified the lizard. It saw Zhao Yi's knife approaching and desperately begged. What do you want to do? Zhao Yi continued to cut away the newly grown flesh and blood on the lizard's head and heart. Each time he finished cutting, he threw the pieces into the quartz grinder to be destroyed. In less than 10 minutes, the blood-soaked weapon could no longer withstand the assault. Zhao Yi sighed, his expression sorrowful, looking at it with pity. Looks like this is your limit, huh? The blood-soaked weapon lay motionless on the ground, no longer making a sound. Zhao Yi, feeling frustrated, drove a knife deep into its brain and pressed down firmly. Goodbye. Blood began to spill from its body. With the death of the blood-soaked weapon, Zhao Yi's soul weapon level increased. Zhao Yi received the Blood of the Sky Red Clothes, rank 1. The system noted that lower-tier bloodlines could only level up to rank 3 at most. The words Red Clothes felt familiar to Zhao Yi, as if they were connected to a memory he had lost. He then asked the system about how to upgrade his bloodline. The system quickly listed the information. Bloodlines are divided into innate and acquired. Innate bloodlines are those that players naturally possess, while acquired bloodlines can be obtained in dungeons or through encounters and duplicates. Once awakened, innate bloodlines will naturally have ways to level up. However, because Zhao Yi's data was so extraordinary, the system couldn't detect its quality or detailed information. Zhao Yi, irritated, cursed. Extraordinary data. What kind of trash game is this? The system immediately issued a warning. Insulting the game is not allowed. Zhao Yi, not backing down, retorted. This isn't the first or second time I've insulted you. He thought for a moment. What would happen if, hypothetically, I replaced the internal organs infected with fragments of this giant lizard with normal organs, and then sold them to the two masked individuals? Would it come back to life? Thinking about this was quite intriguing. So Zhao Yi picked up the heart and followed the path that Lao Wu had set, returning to the secret room. Holding the heart of the bloodthirsty weapon in his hand, he quietly praised himself. This is amazing. I'm truly a genius. A few hours later, Lu Qilai sent a message to Zhao Yi, informing him. A total of 21 people have completed the game. She added, there's an old man, whose actions are very limited, but he's never become the target of the bloodthirsty weapon. I think he's the one behind it. Should we take action? Zhao Yi instructed Qilai. Remember what he looks like and wait for the right moment to act. If you don't, you'll die too. Kai Lei agreed. After the second game ended, Lao Wang and Lao Xu brought a large number of corpses to Zhao Yi, and he showed them how to use the dissection machine. The two masked individuals stood among the pile of organs, happily chatting. If we sell all of this, how much could we make? A few 100 million, maybe. Dr. Zhao, you really don't need money. Zhao Yi honestly replied, I don't care. The happiest I've ever been was when I was a teacher, earning 200 yuan a month. Back then, I saved money every month. I know that if I wait a few more months, I'll be able to buy a fresh batch of bodies. Upon hearing this, the two masked individuals shuddered in unison. Buy. Buy bodies? What do you want to buy bodies for? He answered, nothing. Personal preference. He muttered to himself. Does this person have some kind of psychological issue? Not doing what normal people do. He asked, right, you still haven't told me the content of the third game? Zhao Yi restrained himself from killing the mastermind because he was afraid that if the person died, the game would stop abruptly. After the two people in masks checked the internal organs, they began to explain how to win the third game. Massacre. The surviving players must kill each other. When only one person is left in the main hall, that person will be qualified to enter the special room and receive the reward. Zhao Yi asked, then where are the people who won earlier? Lao Xu scratched his face, unsure of how to answer. Maybe they'd gone outside. Lao Xu frowned again. Is this old man trying to steal my meat? I've raised ball for so long. I can't let someone else take it. Zhao Yi asked further. So where is the boss behind the third game? Lao Lexu quickly replied. In the VIP room, there will be many guests there at that time. Zhao Yi continued. Is there a way for me to sneak in? Lao Lexu looked at him and answered, No, inside there are only female attendants. No male attendants. Moreover, they choose females with offensive breasts and defensive backsides. You basically can't sneak in. But Zhao Yi had already made his own plan. He smiled faintly. No, I can. Lao Wan was puzzled. How will you get in? He looked at Zhao Yi, whose chest was flat, and frowned. Could it be that he wants to cross-dress? Zhao Yi didn't rush to answer. He just gently said, I know a female player. Her body isn't bad. She might be able to sneak into the VIP room. Zhao Yi added, Of course, I still need your support. If it weren't for both of you, I would have a hard time completing this operation. Lao Wang sincerely advised, but if your guy really manages to sneak in, it will still be difficult to kill the person behind it. There are many elite soldiers outside the VIP room, and once the leader dies, they won't let anyone leave alive. Zhao Yi confidently responded, I can make those soldiers leave their posts. Lao Wang and Lao Exu reminded him to be careful, as it had been hard for them to find a doctor who worked as efficiently as he did. Zhao Yi happily placed a hand on Lao Wang's shoulder. Don't worry, seeing me suddenly so gentle like this. You must not be used to it, right? Next, just follow my instructions, and soon you'll have the money, and you'll be able to run off. Lao Wang couldn't help but swallow hard. The next day, the 21 survivors were waiting for the third round of the game to begin. However, no one noticed that two people here had been swapped, an old man and a woman. The loudspeaker announced, Now, the slaughter game officially begins. Bear was still searching for Zhao Yi. He irritably thought, I didn't see Zhao Yi in the duplicate before. Could he really be dead? No, I've waited this long to kill him with my own hands. How could he die so easily? Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Bear was surprised, as though he had been waiting to see that person for a long time. Zhao Yi, in the flesh, stood in front of him with a smile. Hello, Bar. We meet again. Bar slowly shifted into a state of fury. He drew his knife and charged toward him. You really are harder to kill than I thought. You were destined to die at my hands. He shouted loudly and dashed forward with lightning speed. Zhao Yi remained standing, smiling casually. Meanwhile, Bear, like a mad bull, jumped up and swung his knife down. At this moment, Zhao Yi drew out a scalpel. You've really grown up well. The cleaver aimed at Bar's bone struck toward Zhao Yi's face, but he quickly used the scalpel to block it. Bear, in a frenzy, pushed down with all his might. Zhao Yi used just enough force to defend himself, then shifted his position and delivered a counterstrike. Bar roared, Don't even think about stopping me. Zhao Yi smiled faintly, showing no fear, as he used his bare hand to block Bear's cleaver. Bar sneered, Dr. Zhao, it's been so many years, and you've really disappointed me. My kitchen knife can't hold back anymore. Zhao Yi licked his lips and replied, Is that so? You haven't disappointed me either. You've become quite the ripe apple, haven't you? Bar didn't care for Zhao Yu's words. He immediately stomped on his hand with all his strength. Zhao Yu's arm snapped quickly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers feared for him and couldn't understand how Zhao Yi could possibly fight against a level 12 killer. Zhao Yi held his head, trying to protect himself, while Bear beat him mercilessly, as if he were a ball. The crowd speculated that Zhao Yi might be close to death. At this moment, Zhao Yu's predator could not be used because he hadn't had the chance to hurt him at all. Very quickly, he was beaten to a pulp. Zhao Yi had both arms broken, his body covered in blood, and was motionless in the corner of the wall. Finally, had he died? Before the end, Bear said, Dr. Zhao, I will let you see how powerful the bloodline of murderers passed down from generation to generation in my family is. I will wash away the shame my father left for our clan. He charged forward, continuing his assault. The players standing by, watching the scene unfold, were confused, not understanding what he was doing. Is he come back to kill us? Anyway, Zhao Yi can't run. He'll definitely kill us all. Just kill us already. One person said, Damn it, if he doesn't die, we're the ones who will die. The group of players then teamed up to attack Bear. He was fighting alone against a dozen or more players. Smoke and fire filled the sky, and explosions echoed everywhere. but none of their attacks caused him any harm. Bear smugly said, "Today, I'll show you how strong I am." Everyone quickly fell into panic. Despite attacking with all their might, they still couldn't kill him. One person said, "Looks like this is an opponent we can't easily deal with." Standing before this terrifying murderer, they scattered in all directions, running and shouting, "Open the door, we want to get out." But before they could finish speaking, 3 people were decapitated. The remaining people were terrified and backed away. The 3 people who had just been chopped in half were cut down in the blink of an eye. The survivors knelt down, crying and pleading with him, "Please don't kill me. I'll give you all my integrals. Please, don't kill us. Please." Bear laughed wildly. "Beg me. The more you beg, the more I like it." He sighed deeply, his face changing, becoming vicious. The head of the person who had just pleaded quickly separated from their body, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Seeing the blood, his primal instincts were further aroused. In the blink of an eye, the girl in front of him was also split in half. The victim's scream delighted him immensely. Very quickly, Bear had brutally slaughtered all the remaining players. Then, he turned towards Zhao Yi, who was sitting motionless, covered in blood. Bear said joyfully, stepping closer, "Now it's your turn, my love." In the VIP room, the perverts were sitting, enjoying their twisted pleasure through the surveillance cameras. The woman holding a glass of wine looked at the beast in front of her and said, "He's truly fierce." The bald, fat man laughed and said, "It would be a shame to turn him into a weapon." Another person spoke up, "No need to be sad. We don't only have one project. He has potential. He can do better." This statement reassured everyone. The only thing that surprises me is that the 2 blood-stained weapons have disappeared into the maze. The team has searched, but there's still no trace. At this point, Kite Lai was quickly brought into the VIP room and became a server, carrying drinks. The old man saw her enter, and his gaze immediately fixed on her. On the camera screen, she saw Zhao Yi lying motionless on the ground, and she anxiously thought, "Zhao Yi, what are you doing? You can't die." On the arena, Bear asked Zhao Yi if he had any last words. He wasn't as patient with others, but he felt he had treated Zhao Yi well. He said, "A tree takes root, sprouts, blooms, and then bears fruit." Zhao Yi's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. "Your desire to kill has grown to an unprecedented level, even surpassing that of your father. Honestly, a few years ago, I was very dissatisfied with your father's illness. That's why I decided to raise one myself." Zhao Yi continued, "I had to wait for a long time." Bear growled, "Wait for what?" Zhao Yi's face darkened as he continued, "I had to pay a heavy price to cure his illness. But I accepted that price. Your father came to complete the final piece of the killing game. It's already out. Have fun." Suddenly, a warning appeared on the screen. The mental data of player Zhao Yi is severely decreasing. Bear was confused, not understanding what was happening. Zhao Yi's mental value rapidly plummeted, dropping to just 1. But right after that, the data changed. Zhao Yi seemed to be evolving. The darkest personality within him had awakened, and his strength reached 999. Suddenly, the surveillance camera screen in the VIP room went black. They were eagerly watching the developments when suddenly their enthusiasm vanished. "What's going on? We were just getting to the good part." One person spoke up, "That's right, Mr. Liu. What's wrong with your screen? We paid tens of millions to watch this." Mr. Liu, criticized, couldn't hold his temper anymore, and started feeling uneasy. "Enough. Stop talking nonsense." Another voice rang out, "What are you exactly?" The voice belonged to Bear, but why did it sound so miserable? Mr. Liu quickly ordered someone to investigate what was happening at the arena. Liu Yi, the maid, rushed outside to get help in observing the situation. It was an urgent matter, so she dared not delay. Meanwhile, Kitty Lai felt a secret sense of satisfaction in her stomach, believing everything was unfolding just as Zhao Yi had planned. More than 10 minutes later, Team A was sent out to investigate, but communication was lost. The VIPs in the room began to stir restlessly. One person asked, "Mr. Liu, aside from the gunfire, we can't hear anything else. What should we do?" The old man tried to remain calm. "Let's wait a little longer. I hate being disturbed while eating." At this moment, the waitress panicked. Whose voice was that? It doesn't sound human. An alarm came through the radio. "Retreat! Team A's defense line has been breached. retreat immediately. Following that, there were terrifying screams from the radio. The VIP room fell silent, and they began to sense the unease. The fat man and the woman in the red nightgown quickly stood up, made up some flimsy excuse, and hurriedly left. The others also stood up one by one, offering various excuses to leave. The stove at home is still on. My lover is caught by his wife. My wife is in labor. Each person had their own reason. Mr. Liu slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Enough! Where are the guards? Stop them!" The master had given the order, so Liu Yi and his subordinates had no choice but to obey. They quickly aimed their guns at the VIPs. No one can leave without Liu Yi's command. The VIPs cautiously stepped back. One of them spoke up, trying to stay calm. "Liu, Mr. Liu, what is this all about? We can talk this through." After all, the people present were all VIPs, and he dared not offend Mr. Liu. He spoke firmly but gently. "I still have many capable people with me. Why should we fear these monsters in the arena? Everyone sit down." He continued, his tone resolute. "No one is allowed to leave without my command. Eagle Horn, immediately lead all the soldiers outside to the beast fighting hall, and take care of it." Eagle Horn immediately responded and left, leaving 2 guards at the door, with the rest following him. It seemed that Eagle Horn was one of Mr. Liu's most trusted aides. Meanwhile, Kai Lai stayed behind to serve drinks to the VIPs. She followed one of the guards. At this point, only she and Eagle Horn remained in the room, and now, Kai Lai realized that her opportunity had come. She brought a drink over to Mr. Liu, speaking in a gentle and submissive tone. "Mr. Liu, let me refill your glass." But at that moment, Mr. Liu was busy dealing with the situation in the beast fighting arena, so he paid no attention to her. She said, "Mr. Liu, I need to use the restroom. Please approve." The old man, irritated, instructed her to go quickly and return immediately, but he didn't notice that 2 bright red threads had appeared on her neck. Kai Li politely thanked Mr. Liu, then turned and left. A cunning smile briefly crossed her lips, but of course, no one could see it. Kai Li's hand began to move, controlling the sharp threads, but she did not act hastily. She calmly walked out of the main hall. At this moment, it was as if she were playing with a kite. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, she sneaked into a hidden room near the VIP section. Once inside, she smiled contentedly. Everything was over now. At this distance, even if something happened, no one would suspect her. Kai Lai stretched out her hand, covered in threads, then quickly retracted it, and the threads tightened along her fingers. Inside the room, Mr. Liu was still trying to contact Eagle Horn, instructing her to respond if there was any information. Before his words could finish, Mr. Liu felt something was wrong. But before he could react, his head was severed into several disjointed pieces. The VIPs in the room saw Mr. Liu's death and immediately panicked like headless chickens, screaming loudly. The chubby man in the fur coat ran out first, but suddenly he stopped. The guards were puzzled. What's going on? Why did he suddenly stop talking? It seemed that he was a perceptive person, quickly sensing the abnormality, and raised his hand to check. His finger had just brushed against something invisible in the air, when it was instantly severed. He screamed, signaling an ambush, but it was already too late. Everyone in the room had been sliced apart, their bodies shattered. The players Zhao Yu and Lu Kai had completed the main mission and received the reward of experience points. Kai Lai received a battery, but she paid little attention to the item. At that moment, she quickly changed clothes and ran toward Zhao Yi to check on him. From a distance, Kai Lai could already hear the screams. She thought to herself, "I wonder what exactly happened inside. How can a person emit such a horrifying and agonizing scream?" Suddenly, Kai Lai's phone rang. She wondered who could be calling her at this moment. It was Zhao Yi. Kai Lai was about to open the door while answering the phone. She asked, "Why are you calling me? What's going on?" Zhao Yu's voice came through the speaker. "Listen, if you don't want to die, it's best if you don't open the door right now." Confused, she asked, "What should I do then? Leave this place and wait for you to come out?" On the other end, he replied, "No. Turn on the speaker, crank up the volume, and head toward the door so I can talk to him. Hurry up, we don't have much time." Kai Lug clenched her teeth, then agreed to his decision. She turned on the phone speaker, opened the arena door, and entered. Inside, bodies were scattered everywhere. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Zhao Yi stood there, as if losing consciousness. The man Burr, whom he had dragged along the floor, whispered, "Let me die. Please, let me die." Chi Li panicked as she looked at him. Zhao Yi's face now lacked any expression, only a vacant and tragic look so unbearable, it was almost suffocating. Zhao Yi stood there, silent, his hand tightly gripping something, crushing it with force, blood splattering out. He turned around, his eyes now black, with pupils as red as blood, and cracks appeared on his face, resembling a demon that had stepped out of hell. Kai Lai was terrified, unable to believe her eyes. Is this Zhao Yi? How did he become so terrifying? Suddenly, he disappeared without a trace. Damn it, where did Zhao Yi go? Kai Lai was frantic, feeling as if she had lost her bearings. Are you looking for me? Zhao Yi's voice came from behind her. Kai Lai was startled, not knowing when he had appeared behind her. His voice had changed, cold and full of authority. Why are you looking for me? Kai Lai couldn't respond, her body frozen, unable to move or speak. What is this? I can't see anything. She felt like she was falling into a trance, her ability to resist fading away. A voice suddenly came from the phone. Don't kill her, she's one of ours. Kai Lai was filled with fear, and her mental state began to deteriorate rapidly. Zhao Yi raised his hand to grab the phone, and the voice on the other end continued. Turn off the speaker. Zhao Yi unconsciously complied, unaware of what the call had said, only noticing the dark energies around him slowly dissipating. Curious, Kai Lai wanted to know what the conversation had been about. But Zhao Yi turned off the speaker. After a moment, he returned to normal, his face bright and calm, as if nothing had happened. He cheerfully said, Kai Lai, get ready to call them on the first day of the game. We need to create a closed logical loop. She hesitated. Earlier, your body. Zhao Yi interrupted her, briefly. If you shouldn't ask, then don't ask. I called myself first. After receiving the call from the future at the hotel, I remembered my phone number. Kai Lai also spoke, saying that after he finished calling, it would be her turn. The Zhao Yu of the future was also on the line. Hello, bring the camera to the Kara Mental Hospital. Everything was repeated as it had been before. Then it was Kai Lai's turn, and Zhao Yi urged her to hurry so they wouldn't miss the timing. She also called back to her past self, giving the same instructions she had heard from the past. After she finished, Zhao Yi then told her what he had learned from his future self, explaining the tasks they needed to do over the next 2 days. On the 4th day, they had to go to Ming Styles' house, which would not be as dangerous as the 5th day, when they would need to return something with the camera. Now, they would head there. Before reaching it at 12 o'clock a.m., they could still observe the terrain. But on the 4th day, when the game began, there would be no time for observation anymore. Kai Lai noticed his complexion seemed a little different and asked worriedly, Your face looks a bit pale, are you okay? Zhao Yi didn't want her to worry, trying to smile lightly at her. I'm fine. Releasing the dark personality, I've truly paid a lot, but it's worth it. Those dark personalities have helped me strengthen my shadowy power. With a stronger shadow power, I can further expand the boundaries of the mental world. A girl asked, Hello, may I ask if you two are also here to carry out a mission at Ming Styles' house? The one asking was a girl with her hair tied into 2 braids, and at first glance she appeared quite cute. Zhao Yi stepped forward and replied that he was also here for the Ming Styles' house mission. The girl quickly pointed to herself and said, That's great. Then we can form a team and help each other out. It'll be safer. Let me introduce myself. I'm Pan Sen Senator. Then Sen Sen quickly introduced the other 3 people who were with her. Zhao Yi stepped forward and said, Hello, everyone. Sen Sen continued, If the greetings are done, let's head inside Ming Styles' house and take a look. So Zhao Yi led the way, and the other 5 followed. As expected, the place was just like its name, quite ancient looking. However, there was an odd smell coming from somewhere that made Kai Lai cover her nose. Along the hallway, it seemed like there was something unusual. Both Zhao Yu and Kai Lai noticed this detail. Kai Lai took a closer look and realized that they were actually small white fragments, as if someone had intentionally left a symbol. Kai Lai wondered, strange, why is there glutinous rice scattered all over the hallway? Zhao Yi half-jokingly said, Maybe someone likes to eat zongzi, or maybe we've entered a duplicate, and there's still some zongzi left to eat. Zhao Yi then asked, By the way, do you like sweet or savory zongzi? Kai Lai subconsciously answered the random question, Sweet Zongzi. Seeing him suddenly go into a daze, Kai Lai turned around, curious about what he was actually thinking. He told her, those who eat sweet sticky rice dumplings are heretics. Kai Lai refused to back down. Those who eat salty sticky rice dumplings are all doomed to be tricked. The new people, seeing them fight, didn't know how to react at first. Bai Jai Hai cursed. Are they really fighting over sticky rice dumplings? Aunt Liu Mai also asked, should we stop them? At that moment, Sen Sen revealed her vicious side. Stop them. Isn't it better they fight? I was just wondering how to deal with them all at once. On the fourth morning, the duplicate officially began. An air wall rose around Ming Styles' house, making it impossible to enter or exit. By today, not many people were still participating. This time, the 6 of them didn't wake up in their room but lay flat on the floor. Why does this broken game knock us out every time the duplicate starts? My head hurts. Sen Sen sat up. Stop complaining. Time waits for no one. Get up and start the duplicate. This duplicate was set in Ming Styles' house, and the main mission was to find the heart of the estate's owner. The side mission was to eliminate the estate's owner. In this game, the player's item bar was sealed, and no items could be used. The person said, sealing the item bar to lock our power. Damn it, isn't this just raising the difficulty of the duplicate by several times? Sen Sen said, Bai Jai Hai. Don't panic. It won't solve anything. Zhao Yi suddenly looked up, and Kai Lai saw him in a daze. What's wrong? Zhao Yi, did you see something? She asked. Zhao Yi looked up, contemplating for a long time, then pointed to a window on the second floor. An old man, or rather, an old skeleton dressed in armor, stood on the upper floor, looking down. Bai Jai Hai swore. What the hell is that? Wu Mua asked. Is it warning us not to enter that house? Kai Lai asked Zhao Yi, do you think we need to go? Zhao Yi didn't answer immediately, but stared at the window. Where else would we go? If we don't enter, how will we find any clues? Everyone stood silently, none of them daring to step forward, too frightened by the sight to follow. Sen Sen asked Kai Lai, has he always been this brave? Kai Lai stood there, his face dark, unable to say anything. After a while, she quickly ran after Zhao Yi. Sen Sen looked at the others and said, follow behind. A voice suddenly echoed, making the whole group jump. Our master has fought throughout his life without ever being touched by a blade, yet he ends like this. Kai Lai shouted, who said that? Zhao Yi remained calm. The sound came from the stairs. I'll go check. He walked up the stairs alone. Where glutinous rice had been scattered on the floor earlier, a paper figure holding a knife stood firmly in the middle of the staircase. Zhao Yi sighed. The paper figure is really big. He thought to himself. As expected, zombies fear glutinous rice. At least one zombie is trapped on the second floor of the house. But is there none on the first floor? I'll check the second floor. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Zhao Yi's feet quickly moved forward. The mannequin, seeing Zhao Yi about to ascend to the second floor, unexpectedly made a move and boldly swung its sword at him. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Zhao Yi quickly spun around and dodged the blade. The powerful slash struck the ground below, creating a deep hole. Had it hit him, it would likely have been a fatal wound. Kai Lai anxiously asked, Zhao Yi, are you all right? He calmly replied, I'm fine. We can't go up to the second floor yet. Perhaps a mechanism hasn't been activated, or we still haven't obtained the key item. We should search for something else in the lobby. The other 4, seeing Zhao Yi and Kai Lai fumble around looking for something, stood at a distance, watching them closely. Bai Jai Hai looked at Sen Sen and realized that Zhao Yi was not someone to be easily provoked. So he decided to find a way to separate him and Kai Lai in order to handle them more easily. Wu Hua hesitated, not wanting to kill them but wanting everyone to survive the game. Do we really have to kill them? The rewards that Liu Mai and I received earlier were just phones. The future call told us that if we don't kill Zhao Yi, we'll all die. In Sen Sen's eyes, Zhao Yi was someone absolutely impossible to defeat. After speaking, she immediately ran over, put on an innocent expression, and smiled as she said to Zhao Yi, I have a good idea. Zhao Yi asked, what idea? It turned out that she wanted them to split up and search for clues. as she felt the first floor wasn't too dangerous. Zhao Yi was still quietly probing. The table is very clean. The tea is still warm and quite fragrant. Your method isn't bad, so let's split up and search for clues. We'll meet in the main hall in half an hour. Zhao Yi told Kai Lai that he and she would go in different directions. You go east, and I'll go west. Before leaving, Zhao Yi didn't forget to remind Kai Lai to be careful, and she responded in kind. Afterward, the two quickly split up and began to act. Sen Sen and the others stood still, observing the situation. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Sen Sen cheerfully began assigning tasks. Bai Jia and Wu Vo will follow Zhao Yi. We must kill him, while Liu Mei and I will follow Kai Lai. The three of them nodded in unison and followed orders. A few minutes later, a slender female figure appeared, standing at the door. She was very beautiful, and the onlookers were curious and made comments. But since she had appeared in the haunted house, it was clear she was no ordinary person. She headed towards the second floor, walking with great poise, like a noblewoman from ancient times. She said, "Mr. Che, thank you for your hard work." The onlookers were curious, guessing that she was probably a lady or a young monsieur. Seeing her ascend to the second floor, people whispered, eager to see what she would do. They hoped Zhao Yi could overcome the challenge to satisfy their curiosity. On the east corridor, Zhao Yi was leisurely scanning his surroundings. The chat box was still very lively, with everyone discussing the flashlight in his hand, an item he hadn't yet returned to Kai Lai. From behind Zhao Yi, a foot lightly stepped forward, following closely behind. It was Bai Jia. He had just picked up a flower pot from the road, and thought that by lifting it and smashing it onto Zhao Yi's head, he would complete his task. Without hesitation, he quickly ran up to Zhao Yi, raising the flower pot high. However, what was surprising was that a rough black hand with sharp claws had already landed on Zhao Yi's neck. Before he could react, Zhao Yi was yanked forcefully into a dark room. Bai Jia missed his strike, and the flower pot fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces, scattering across the floor. The sudden disappearance of Zhao Yi left Bai Jia stunned, and he lost his balance, falling face first onto the ground. But lucky for him, a sharp piece of broken porcelain had pierced his throat as he fell. He died quickly, unable to scream. The onlookers, some of whom hadn't yet understood what was happening, watched as he suddenly stopped breathing. The sharp-clawed hand that had been on Zhao Yi's neck slowly caressed his face, a wicked grin spreading across its face. "I want to eat you, alive." Zhao Yi, facing the grotesque face, remained calm, and responded, "Hello, paper ghost." Surprised by Zhao Yi's indifferent reaction, the atmosphere grew silent. "Young man, you are being very rude. You shouldn't have reacted somehow," it said. Zhao Yi honestly replied, "Sorry, but I'm really not afraid." Moreover, it was her who had saved him earlier. If she hadn't acted, Zhao Yi was certain he would have killed the man who had tried to harm him just now. She said to him, "Many people have come to this haunted house, but this is the first time I've met someone like you. However, I still advise you to leave, because the horrors of this place are beyond anything you can imagine." "May I ask you something?" he said. "Are there any living people in this haunted house?" She replied, "What are you talking about? How could there be anyone alive in this haunted house?" He said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I have reasons to believe that there is someone living here." She was surprised and asked, "What evidence do you have?" He answered, "When I first arrived, I observed the chairs and the tea in the lobby. Not only that, there was the scent of women's makeup. There was also fresh glutinous rice on the stairs, which seems to have been produced in the last 2 years. I believe a group of ghosts couldn't have done all this. There must be someone alive here." The ghost woman didn't hide it anymore, complimenting his keen observation and admitting, "Yes, there is someone living here, but this is not a place that weak beings like humans can understand. Young man, listen to my advice and leave quickly. If you wait too long, you won't be able to leave when you want." However, Zhao Yi stubbornly insisted that he would not leave. On the contrary, he wanted the ghost to tell him where the girl was and what had happened in this house, because he was truly curious. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him any further, she reluctantly agreed. "All right, if you want information from me, I'll give it to you." It's just that she wanted him to tell a children's story in exchange for information. Previously, the old master said she didn't know how to tell stories for children, so when his child was born, the ghost couldn't lull the baby asleep. Zhao Yi crossed his legs, looked smug, and said, "Telling stories is my specialty." He began telling her the story of the farmer and the snake. One afternoon, when the farmer was coming home from work, he encountered a snake that was about to die from the heat. The snake told him that if he made it cool, it would repay him. She became interested and asked, "Did the farmer water it?" Zhao Yi continued. The farmer shed the snake's skin and told it, "Now you won't feel hot anymore." And indeed, the snake no longer felt hot. The story seemed rather silly, but Zhao Yi was very proud of what he had told. She seemed disgusted and asked, "Isn't there a more appropriate story for children?" Zhao Yi pretended to be surprised and asked, "That story isn't appropriate for children." Then, he continued with another story about a little girl selling nuclear bombs. The story is about a poor little girl who had no money, so she had to sell a family heirloom nuclear bomb on the street. But everyone ignored her, and as a result, she didn't sell a single bomb all day. At night, the little girl felt cold, so she lit a match. In the glow of the flame, she saw her deceased grandmother, but the match quickly went out. She asked, "So does she light a second match?" Zhao Yi retorted, "No, no, no. She set off a nuclear bomb." That night, everyone in the town saw their grandmother. The ghostly old woman was speechless at this story, but still asked, "Is that so?" Zhao Yi responded, "Well, then I have another story." The ghost woman, flustered, quickly stopped him and said that she had already appreciated his enthusiasm. The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter, some even feeling sorry for this ghostly old woman. Zhao Yi didn't give up, asking, "So, can you now tell me what happened to this mansion before?" The ghost woman answered honestly, "Although I only became a vengeful spirit after I died, I can't remember everything that happened. I can only remind you not to go up to the second floor. Because there, except for the second madam, anyone, whether human or ghost, who steps into the second floor will die." Zhao Yi was stunned at this point. So the second madam is still alive. She began to tell the story. The second madam, named Su Mai, was a concubine of the master of the house. The only concubine. After a horrific accident occurred in the mansion, everyone died, leaving only her and Fang Qian, the eldest madam, alive in the Wanyu Tower. Zhao Yi suspected that the accident had something to do with them. He asked, "Where is Su Mai's place?" The ghost woman pointed to the location for Zhao Yi but warned, "That place is haunted by a pair of terrifying twin ghosts. Without a token, anyone who goes there will surely be killed." Zhao Yi asked, "May I ask what the token is? Where can I get it?" The ghost woman replied, "The token is a funeral plaque, and its location is in the room of Manager Chelin in the back courtyard." She continued, "But in his room, the aura of death and resentment is very strong. These elements blend together, transforming into a powerful spiritual pollution. It's very easy for a person to get lost in it forever." He replied, "Thank you. I will make the trip." However, before Zhao Yi left, the ghost woman seemed to take a liking to him. She advised him carefully, because not all the spirits in the haunted house were benevolent. If something is chasing you, run as fast as you can and don't look back. Zhao Yi quickly agreed and left. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the thug who had died earlier, but he hadn't forgotten to raise his middle finger before he breathed his last. This sight made those who witnessed it unable to hold back a laugh. Zhao Yi spoke and immediately took action. "Let me help you turn into a work of art." He made a quick incision, skillfully performed a few basic moves, and finished. Once done, he left. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines, with some even warning others not to get too close to Zhao Yi if they happened to die, for he had become twisted. Zhao Yi turned his back and flashed a sly smile. He knew someone had been following him from behind, which was precisely why he had acted that way. One person wondered, what exactly is Zhao Yi? It's bad enough that he kills people, but then he cuts up their bodies like that. Should I try to kill him now? Another person thought, no, if I get close to him now, he'll probably skin me alive. It's better to regroup with the boss and find another way. Zhao Yi quickly arrived at a large courtyard behind the haunted house. He guessed this must be Mr. Che's residence, just as the paper ghost had said. He shone the flashlight inside and entered the room alone. Suddenly, something wrapped around Zhao Yi's legs. It was black and long, resembling a rope that could move. It dragged Zhao Yi across the floor. The viewers quickly commented, discussing what this thing could be. One person guessed that it might be the resentment the ghost had mentioned earlier. The strands of hair tightened around him, but Zhao Yi remained calm. He began to photosynthesize, so that if he were to be killed, he could still be resurrected. This thing couldn't kill him, so it wanted to enter his spiritual world to devour and assimilate him. Come, my spiritual world welcomes you. The viewers were now excited by the scene before them. Everyone couldn't help but praise Zhao Yu's bravery. The thing quickly entered his spiritual world. It was stunned by the scene before it. The shadowy figures were chained, causing the mass of hair to panic and want to flee. But how could it escape so easily? A hand, unknown in origin, reached out and grabbed it. The thing appeared much larger and more terrifying than it was. The strand of hair screamed in fear. Please, no. But of course, the scream was futile. In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Yi had swallowed it whole. He let out a satisfied sigh. These resentments really did create their own karma. If it had attacked physically, Zhao Yi might not have been able to withstand it, as his strength was sealed by the system. But who told it to keep trying to enter his mind? But unfortunately, the hair here is too weak. Only a little could be replenished. After hearing this, the onlookers were startled, not expecting that his spiritual world could be consumed. After dealing with the cursed hair, Zhao Yi continued to hold the flashlight, observing his surroundings. On the table was a piece of paper that had already yellowed, definitely having been here for a very long time. The contents recorded methods to deal with the corpse spirits. Zhao Yi guessed that there was a corpse spirit in this house, at least one. This seemed to be Mr. Che's notebook. He opened it to see what was inside. January 20th. A group of strangely dressed guests arrived at the manor. They brought many expensive gifts and told numerous strange stories related to immortality. Yet the master truly believed them. Could it be that after years of warfare, the master has begun to fear death? January 21st. The master asked me to send 2 twin maids to serve the second madam. It's strange. Not long ago, the first madam also specially selected attendants for the second madam. What are they up to? January 22nd. The first madam is about to celebrate her 40th birthday, and the master has prepared many gifts. Over the years, the first madam has always complained that the master never had children with her. Recently, they have had a huge argument about this. Behind the first madam's back, people are saying that it's all because of the fox spirit Sumai who bewitched the master into buying that fox spirit from the brothel. She feels uneasy, fearing that in the future, the master's bones will fall into the hands of Sumai. On January 23rd, the master's expression was somewhat strange. He said, I bought 2 large barrels of glutinous rice, and a bit of glutinous rice to plant in the estate. But before this, the master had no habit of eating glutinous rice. On January 30th, the master looked very pale. He called me over and handed me a bag of money, telling me that he was returning to his hometown, while also dismissing most of the servants from the house. But these past few days, I felt uneasy, so I didn't leave, but instead went to ask the second madam if anything had happened in the house. The second madam said, something terrifying is about to happen in the house, and I should leave quickly, but I insisted on staying. I've been with the master through many battles over the years, each time stepping into the gates of hell, and I've never been afraid of anything. On May 2nd, alas, the master, who had lived a life of battle and had never been harmed by swords or knives, passed away in this way. I had been with the master since I was 13, and now I am 56. He has never been unkind to me. Zhao Yi quickly closed the notebook, as the content beyond was too incomplete for him to gather more information from it. On the table, besides the notebook, there were a few scattered pieces of paper, and beneath them was a Liu Yi card. Zhao Yi picked it up and immediately guessed that it was a token. He had to hurry to the main house. The wind began to pick up, and without hesitation, Zhao Yi opened the door and left. However, behind him, something was hiding behind a pillar, watching Zhao Yi in secret. The viewers shuddered. Everyone. Something filthy has appeared. That demon is truly powerful, to an unreasonable extent. This is definitely the danger that the ghost mentioned. There's no need to confront it head-on now. If we can't face it, at least we must find a way to escape. Zhao Yi quickly changed direction and ran toward the main hall. The demon stared in confusion as it shouted, "Damn it!" He ran into there. Zhao Yi had guessed correctly. The main hall was quite safe. The demon's shadow no longer pursued him. Zhao Yi assumed it was afraid to face the paper figure on the stairs in the hall. In a while, he would go observe that paper figure. Sen, seeing him approaching from a distance, pretended to inquire. What happened? Zhao Yi, were you being chased by something? But Zhao Yi didn't want to tell them the truth. He casually made up an excuse to tell them. And of course, no one believed him. Zhao Yi asked, "Did you find anything?" Sen Sen replied, "I've searched all the rooms. Aside from some scary ghosts, there's nothing else." Zhao Yi smiled and nodded as if he believed her. He knew very well that this ponytailed girl was only pretending to search. In reality, she was sitting idly, hoping to benefit from the situation. Even so, Zhao Yi liked people with such cunning. She then asked, "Have you seen Bai Jai anywhere?" Zhao Yi said, "He was killed by the demon, in a very tragic way." Sen Sen and Wu Hua exchanged glances. She had already heard the story, but didn't immediately expose Zhao Yi. Sen Sen couldn't hold back any longer and began extracting information from him. Zhao Yi didn't hesitate to let her see the notebook. As for these two, Zhao Yi wasn't in a rush to kill them. They both carefully examined the notebook and began dissecting the issue. Sen Sen asked, "Zhao Yi, what do you think?" Zhao Yi smiled slyly and said, "I guess the first madam has already celebrated her 40th birthday." The two of them exchanged glances and immediately knew that Zhao Yi was trying to deceive them. He clearly knew something, but was acting as if he didn't. However, Sen Sen couldn't do anything about it at the moment. She continued reading the notebook. Sen Sen, skeptical, asked, "Could it be that old Master Wang wants to turn me into a corpse puppet?" Zhao Yi replied, "I don't know anything about corpse puppets. But in the haunted house, there are still two living people. The first madam and the second madam. One is in the Wang Yu Tower, the other is in the annex." Sen Sen asked, surprised, "What will you do next?" Zhao Yi answered, "No rush, we'll wait until everyone is here, and then discuss it." Sen Sen quickly followed his plan. After letting Sen Sen finish reading, Zhao Yi stood up and said, "I'll go upstairs and take a look." She happily agreed, thinking to herself, "Go ahead, as long as you're still alive. Keep doing as much as you can before I figure out a way to kill you." Following the trail of sticky rice, Zhao Yi speculated, "Someone has been here." But who? The first madam or the second madam? Whoever it is, coming here in the middle of the night must have an important reason. The notebook says both of them are deeply in love with old Master Wang. Could the rotten face on the second floor be his? Zhao Yi asked, "Why are you the only one here? Where is Liu Mai?" Kai Lai, injured, replied, "She was taken into a room by a ghost. I didn't dare go in because it was too terrifying." Sen Sen, hearing this from a distance, thought that Kai Lai had killed Liu Mei and was blaming it on a ghost. However, in this situation, she couldn't reveal the truth and could only stay silent, waiting for the right moment. After exchanging information from the notebook with Liu Qilei, the four of them quickly made a decision. Kai Lai and Zhao Yi would go to search for the second madam, while Sen Sen and Wu Hao would look for the first madam. Sen Sen immediately agreed. Zhao Yi and Kai Lai walked down a quiet path, and he began sharing his thoughts with her. It's surprising that Wang Leojia could be a Jiangshi, but his behavior has motives that make me think. I don't understand if he's a Jiangshi. Why would he send someone to buy glutinous rice? Is he deliberately seeking trouble for himself? Kai Lai thought that Wang Leojia was doing this to restrain himself. Zhao Yi also felt that there were many strange points. After all, if he were a Jiangshi, why didn't he go deep into the forest, where no one was around to cultivate, but instead chose to stay in the house? Suddenly, as if an idea came to mind, both of them stopped. Kai Lui guessed that this was related to his heart, since after all, this was the main task this time. Zhao Yi agreed. Their hypothesis was that his heart was hidden somewhere in the courtyard, and the Jiangshi couldn't cultivate far from its own heart. So he chose to stay and use the glutinous rice to imprison himself on the second floor. Zhao Yi asked Kai Lai, "In this haunted house, what is the most important thing?" She quickly replied, "It's the two living people." Kai Lai had guessed correctly, because everyone else had died, and only the two ladies were still alive, so it must have something to do with their hearts. At that moment, the sky darkened as the clouds rapidly covered the moon, plunging the space below into complete darkness. Without the moonlight, Zhao Yi took out a flashlight to illuminate the area. Kai Lai reminded him that it was her flashlight. Zhao Yu put on an innocent expression and said he had found it. He lied clearly. "This is my flashlight." But unfortunately for him, the flashlight was engraved with her name. Kai Lai angrily turned it over to show him. Zhao Yu, interested, exclaimed, "It really has your name on it." Then, he changed the subject and said, "It's just a flashlight, and you've engraved your name on it. When we get back to Guchuan Town, you definitely need a psychological evaluation." The two bickered as they walked, quickly reaching the residence of the second madam. Kai Lai nervously asked, "Should we go in directly?" Zhao Yi replied, "Wait, we need to take out the token to enter." He quickly took out the Liu Yi token that he had obtained. Suddenly, a rope-like entity, seemingly alive, wrapped around their necks. Kai Lai screamed in panic and struggled. Zhao Yi, quick-witted, shouted, "I have the token." When the entity saw the royal card in his hand, it released the two of them, dropping them to the ground. Both were shackled around the neck with great force, and now that they had regained their breath, they couldn't stop doubting. Qi Li asked Zhao Yi if he still had any more cards, so she could take one. However, that was the only one, so they were forced to stay close to each other. Zhao Yi said, "It doesn't have to be this close." But Kai Lai didn't care and replied, "Only this close do I feel safe." However, walking so close made it inconvenient for them to move. Kai Lai found it perfectly normal, and said, "Zhao Yi, hurry up and open the door." Inside, the second madam was humming a poem while drawing water from the well. When she saw two strangers walk in, she immediately stopped her actions and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Yi answered, "You are the second Madam Su Mei of the palace, aren't you? We are outsiders, and, for some special reasons, we had no choice but to come here." Su Mei recognized that they were guests from outside and said, "My apologies. Please come in and have a seat." Zhao Yui responded politely, "Sorry for the trouble. There wasn't much of value in the mansion." So Su Mei invited them to eat some sticky rice. Zhao Yu wondered, "Why aren't you eating?" Su Mei explained that she was older, and her stomach wasn't good, so she couldn't eat. However, Zhao Yu noticed that Su Mei looked very young, and there wasn't even a trace of age on her face. At this moment, Zhao Yi cautiously asked, "Second Madam, may I ask a question? Has the first Madam already passed her 40th birthday?" Upon hearing this question, Su Mei became flustered, and her eating actions froze. She asked in surprise, "How did you know?"